you guys were already talking about a lot of what went wrong. I think in Dota, when you're stressed or pressured, you kind of just default to your natural tendencies a lot. And it feels like they kind of the game 3 did like a TI8 OG where they just picked their favorite heroes and just kind of played rather than, kind of playing the game of Team Dota. That's what it seemed like, especially on Stormer. And I know he's one of the least experienced of the group. So coming into this, I hope they come back with like a refined strategy and they're playing more of the team aspect that will matter more so when they're in Division 1, because that's what they're definitely aiming for. That's what matters to them, I'm sure.
Yes, absolutely. And you need to be a little bit more consistent if you want to hold your own in that upper division. And them having this first season basically as practice for that upper division, they do need to show that they are the strongest team here, and they cannot afford slip-ups like we saw last week. Oh, and we have a little bit, by the way, a little bit of a delay coming into the series. There's one of the players is updating his team, and there's an issue and whatnot. So they're
Kyle.
So yeah, we are a little bit delayed, but that's fine because we do have a lot to talk about. I'm curious, Brian, initial thoughts on Dragon's Blood?
Oh. Yeah, hype. I just woke up to it this morning because I wasn't living on the internet last night, so I'm excited. I just like to see some publicity for Dota. That's the biggest part, right?
I think so too. It's like Valve has always been of the idea that, their marketing is TI, and I think this is the first time they stray away from that path, which is pretty exciting. And I'm curious what kind of I don't know what kind of results. I don't know if you will see the results straight up in terms of numbers.
I think it will. No, for sure. There's going to be more people jumping in the game. Absolutely. As we talked about before, a lot of people are going to watch the series that don't play Dota. They're just anime fans, people that want to watch a cool-looking animated series, and yeah, you're absolutely going to check out the game. It's a free game. It's a free game, so you're going to download it. You're going to try it. You're going to see how you do.
What if the series is bad?
Well, I don't think it will be bad.
It either needs to be really good or really bad.
No, I don't. No one's going to watch it.
Really bad.
Yeah, I just don't see that happening. There's no.
Everyone watches like, oh, this Dragon Knight is so poop. Never going to play Dota ever again in my life. No, I don't think that'll happen. Excited for that. Excited for a series later today as well.
Who's late? They're very late. Well, they're going to get in trouble.
They have
multiplayers.
They have issues. It's Steam issue.
Steam issue. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
They did get a draft penalty, so 30 seconds off of their reserve time for
Wait. That means you're in the lobby?
Oh yeah. What's going on, Brian?
Is the draft actually starting?
It looks like it is. I didn't mean to spoil.
No, that's spoilers. We like being spoiled about those type of things. Yeah, it's
yes, the draft did just start. So.
Good. Then we have something else to talk about other than speculating about the series. We have Hellbear Smashers on the Radiant side, Hippomaniacs on the Dire side, and Phoenix Void Spirit Bat. That is a big mug.
Lovely.
That is a massive mug. Do you think that's full with coffee or water or tea?
I think it's full with pure sugar.
Yeah. He's prepping for a best of 3. That thing's going the full distance.
Oh, this is something that Moxie was warning us about. That if that shaker makes it through, Gilgir gets his hands on it, and game over almost instantly. So we're gonna see that Gilgir shaker almost broke the desk, but that's fine. And it's gonna go up against the Shadow Shaman, so at least some good lockdown coming out from Hippomaniacs.
I'm never gonna take this trade. In 7.28, as long as that Ag Shard on Earthshaker exists, I want the Earthshaker out of every 4 position in the game. So they deemed Coddle and Nyx worthy of banning. I feel like Nyx has counters. You can group up early and look to push. Like a lot of people are just picking summons heroes, or at least one way to reliably group up. With Earthshaker, it's just not that way. He's like the be-all, end-all team fighter from the support position, 20 minutes plus, and that you're never going to end the game prior to that. So you're always going to run into that wall, literally. And I feel like I never want to play against this hero right now. And I'm surprised teams are still letting it through. I'm not really sure what they're experiencing in this terms.
Yeah, again, that's what you said, sort of deciding the Nyx assassin ban over it, because I feel like Shaman's one of the heroes that if you have, you feel like, well, if they do pick a Nyx, we've actually got something against it. You know, you've got that Hex to deal with him, and you know, can't be straight up countered by the Spike Carapace. But well, nonetheless, going this way, and it's you know, it's sort of a cookie cutter Shaman Beastmaster. It's one of those Beastmaster lineups that we've seen. A lot of push, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Ag Shard from the Earthshaker when the game doesn't reach 20 minutes.
I mean, if you're trying to end it pre-20, that's quite a thing. Hey, look! What we got here?
Hey! Oh, he's been doing some prep with I see the ironing board.
Yeah, look at him go.
Why is he not looking this serious when he's working on the panel?
Ah.
Yeah, I've never seen him this focused in my entire time knowing him.
His chair's blue. I don't think we have a blue chair. It's good to see him focused, though. I'm also happy that he has ironed his shirt for later today.
That's important.
Yeah,
Professionalism.
Yeah. Multitasking. Obviously, we'll have T come into the studio later. He is not allowed to be in the studio while his team is playing, for obvious reasons.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So both bands coming out from Hippomaniacs are to enable the Beastmaster in his laning stage, Enchantress and CM deal with the boar. Troll Warlord, definitely the hardest lane counter in the carry position. So it looks like they came pretty prepared on what they want to do this series, Hippomaniacs, with their opening as well as their second round of bans. I will say, sometimes in these Division 2 games, you see no rhyme or reason to the round 2 bans. Like, there's always like the one random ban that's either targeted at a specific team.
Yeah.
And even though that's okay and all, I do like to see much more like, oh, these 3 heroes specifically counter our opening or what we're going to pick moving forward. So I definitely like that from them. And Hellbear Smashers, their draft is very open. Like,
yeah.
Hippomaniacs has a very distinct game plan coming out, but Hellbear Smashers says we got split push and we got stuns. But in terms of what we're going to do with that, we don't know yet.
No, I do like what Hippomaniacs are doing though. I don't think this is bad at all. You know, you've got yourself the puck after you've also secured the Shaman. It's unlikely that Lion's going to be picked, so there won't be any sort of instant hexes in the game to trip you up. So all in all, a pretty nice puck game in that sense. See the DP come out, so adding to some of the pressure that Hellbears can put on with this DP and Nature's Prophet, early game aggression, and of course just having this silence, which can be quite annoying for all 3 of these heroes. You know, Shaman and Beastmaster trying to get a look in from the side of the fight, wait to find their target, and boom, from a mile off they're getting caught by this silence, and that's can really mess with that whole initiation, and suddenly the time's brought for the Shaker to come swinging in.
Who do you want to see play the Death Prophet coming out from Hellbears? Because in the DPC League, they have not yet played it. I would imagine they have played it a couple times in the Snow Sweet Snow #1, where they were champions, by the way. They won that.
I don't think core DP is that great against Beastmaster, so it's either meant to be a lane counter to puck, but I'd almost prefer it at the 5 this game if they run it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a high chance as well with them picking it now as the 3rd pick. For sure, you've got to expect that flexibility. It already is kind of in there with this draft from Smashers, and still doesn't give away a whole lot. Definitely more ways they can close theirs, it feels, than for Hippomaniacs in return, as you've got to imagine their picks are a little more set in stone where they're going.
All I can say for people who, if you were wondering why Death Prophet's getting picked so much, I hadn't really played her for like a year or 2, and then I just came back and played her because I saw these DPC teams picking her. Her first 2 spells are like 10 times better than they were like a year or 2 ago. Yeah. Like all the animations on her spells and AoE on her silence, like it's crazy, man. I was like, holy crap. These abilities are so easy to use. The hero used to be so clunky. Now she's super fast and super fast animations. And, it's amazing how just tiny little quality of life buffs over the course of a year or 2 can just drastically improve a hero. But Undying, they don't have a tombstone hitter, and right now it is pretty much the trump card when it comes to team fights. Like if they declare an area, it's theirs.
Oh yeah, I mean it certainly adds to the pressure that they're putting on. You've got to imagine when this puck's making moves, Undying setting up the targets, taking their strength down, that the burst is certainly going to be very impactful from the Shaman and the Puck early on, so a lot of ways to get those kills. We'll see how Hellbear Smash is going down the route of the illusion carry. I mean, Brian, is this a solid game for the old illusion carry, PL?
Dude, people pick Undying Shadow Shaman. That's, what do you call it? This is like one of the like 7 deadly sins of drafting, where you leave where you pick these 2 specific supports and you leave PL. Because Shadow Shaman's illusions get cleaned up, or wards, excuse me, get cleaned up by the illusions in like a second and a half. And then the Tombstone also, even though like illusions do less damage to the Tombstone, PL has so many illusions that he kills the Tombstone. And since they're both single target with all of their damage pretty much, PL is just the perfect hero against both these supports. It's not bad versus Beastmaster, and it used to be really bad versus Puck, but a lot of PLs will tend to go Sanj and Yasha rather than Manta to deal with the coil, because you can't doppel out of it.
So what kind of heroes are we looking for our last picks? What kind of boxes do we need to tick? We have a lot of push coming out from both, quite a bit of team fight coming out from both. Is there anything in particular that they are lacking? Because both are disables. I feel like they're very free.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, for Hippo, what way would you like to see Hippos go, Brian? Do they pick like a carry now that's going to be able to answer the PL later on, or do you want to see them like go full in with the let's just try and end the game? If we don't, that's probably it. I mean, something like Lycan is still in the pool if they want to go all in on that let's end the game in, you know, maybe the 20 minutes.
I will say I really like the bans from Hellbear Smashers. I think Monkey King is one of the best scaling cores against PL, and I think Alchemist was one of the few carries that could do exactly what you just said, where you go for this like timing push before the PL comes online. I'm like thinking of heroes that lane well against Prophet Earthshaker, but also do decently versus PL, and nothing really comes to mind. So they're gonna have to make a choice of whether or not they counter the PL in game, or whether or not they go for some laning presence. But since Prophet as an offlaner is pretty much meant to win the lane, I would prefer they have some late game, like a Terrorblade. Not a Terrorblade, he's terrible against PL. Spectre, maybe. It may not even be that crazy.
Spectre.
Radiance Builder against Nature's Prophet.
That'd be pretty wild.
Something like that. I think they're not going to pick... I don't think they can pick a super meta carry right now and win this game.
They're Weaver players. Could you play Weaver this game?
Okay, Weaver's not terrible, but I wouldn't be excited about picking Weaver here. I think it would be the laning approach. But at the same time, you picked Undying into Nature's Prophet, one of the few offlaners that gives no... Like, he just doesn't care at all about the entire kit of what Undying is doing in the lane, so... I don't really, like, I don't know.
Death Prophet is a core.
Yeah.
Just want to throw that in there.
Wait, what do you mean? Witch Doctor Mid? Come on.
Oh, okay. Actually, I would be down for that.
Oh, they're going to go the Ricky route, Brian. Does this check out?
Oh, man. The problem I have with Ricky is that he doesn't represent any lane push for, like, the first 10, 15 minutes of the game. And I know they have decent lane clear on the other heroes, but they don't have it on Undying Ricky, which is their safe lane. They don't have a 4 position that can really save them from diving. So it's going to come on Mambos. Like, all the weight's going to fall onto him to do some really good counter rotations to relieve pressure on that safe lane from the Nature's Prophet. But then at the same time, you have a Death Prophet who's going to be, if you leave her lane, she just takes your tower. I think they're going to be getting pressured on all sides in the early game, and this Ricky's not going to have the time he needs to get that like Battle Fury Ags up to deal with the PL.
All right. Thank you very much. BSJ, we'll come back to you for the end of the game. Owen, final thoughts on this draft?
I mean, it does just feel that a lot of the things that Hippomaniacs are going to try this game have been dealt with. The PL pick seems pretty ferocious. I guess if this Ricky gets the Ags and the Battle Fury, he's going to have some sort of way to deal with the illusions in the fight, but I don't see the Ricky getting to that point. I think it's going to be a very hard game, and sort of as Brian said, I think the only chance really for Hippomaniacs to be able to buy that time,
Yeah.
maybe get to the point, is for Mambos to pop off. So this puck has to go crazy, has to smash his lane and not mess up any of the rotations. Otherwise, I think it's just all going to become a little too much for Hippomaniacs and the Ricky this game.
And how is the puck versus DP lane? Is that a fairly skill-based matchup?
I mean, both have got nukes, right? You're going to be pushing the lane back and forth into each
Yeah.
other. Puck shouldn't die here, but at the same time,
It's not an easy lane.
I don't think. No, I think it's fine. I think
Okay.
you're going to farm. You're not going to kill this DP. I don't think they'll necessarily look to rotate in on them. It's kind of awkward for Shaman or Undying to get in and catch the DP, but maybe. So he's going to get farm. He's going to hit 6 at a good timing. So it's really all down to making those moves happen because he has to make them impactful because he is against the DP in that mid lane. And if he makes moves and he's not getting anything done, suddenly he's losing the tower and he's not getting anything in return. So a lot of pressure on the puck.
All right. Pressure on the puck. Can Mambos deliver and can Hippomaniacs take the first game of the series, or will Hellbear Smashers run away with it? We're going to find out together with Moxie and Fogged, actually, this time.
Hi there, Fogged. I'm pretty excited about
morning.
this match, but it's not morning here, sir. It is afternoon.
Well, the sun is in my eyes. It's blaring, so it's morning here,
Well, good morning. But so it seems like the panel not really sold on this whole Hippomaniacs draft. It's just really hard to execute. They need so many things to go perfectly. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, the couple of the things that they picked just really played into Hellbear Smashers' already selected heroes. I think the two supports are going to really suffer this game. I think they really have to kick the tempo up because... yeah, I think PL and the PL and the Nature's Prophet, they don't care about this Shadow Shaman Undying throughout the majority of the stages of the game. So the two supports feel like they have to get so much done in the early game or they're just going to start looking like food to a Fissure and then a PL Illusion just swarming them, just killing them nonstop. So yeah, I think it's going to look pretty hard as most of the picks of Hippomaniacs have been solved.
And it does feel like it's very difficult for them to try to make like rotations and whatnot because, like they said, we are going to see aggression. We need to see Mambos make rotations, but we also need to see them shut down this Death Prophet because if he leaves that tower alone, Death Prophet's just going to take it. But how do you, I guess, Beastmaster's pretty self-sufficient usually, so maybe Muff could make it over, but what do you think
their
about
heroes,
that?
Their heroes aren't great at rotating. Undying and Shadow Shaman usually, for the most part, especially in the beginning, they want to stick in their lanes. You look at them, 285 movement speed hero, Same thing with Undying, very slow heroes that don't really provide too much. Shadow Shaman, if you had boots, if you had like a decent start, you can make rotations, but he wants to be able to stay with Beastmaster bottom to at least try to slow down this PL, which maybe they can. It is a bit of a tough lane with the Witch Doctor there too.
Yeah, it just
But I'm
feels
just looking at Ace and it feels like such a damn good PL game. It's really only puck that he has to worry about at all stages.
Yeah, and it almost feels like this puck is also reliant on the supports doing well too. So it feels like a daisy chain of each person on the team has to have success within their lane, or else all the other lanes kind of crumble from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I don't see, especially like I look at top and this looks like a terrifying lane. Like I don't know what Hippomaniacs can do. Earthshaker and Nature's Prophet. You pick Nature's Prophet into Undying to just destroy him and make him have no laning phase. And if Undying has no laning phase, the hero is extremely underwhelming. You rely just entirely on Tombstone in team fights, which that can be okay in some situations, unless you're playing versus PL, who just kills your Tombstone. So then your team fight's gonna be solved once you get to that point, and your lane is already solved. So yeah, not gonna be easy for the Hippos today.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a lot of things could go wrong. Gilgear just kind of winding up on the back lines, has managed to go and land over here, but Rasmus is getting chased down. He's gonna need a little bit of help, goes and forces out the Fairy Fire, so they'll back off. But Sadie take a lot of damage during all of that. In fact, they turn back around, but they'll let him walk away for now, it looks like. Gilgear still playing a little bit with him.
Not too bad. They have to try to go for those kills on the Nature's Prophet, otherwise the lane, they just will get unstabilized. As we see top Senny, he's got a lot of creeps on him.
He's stuck over here with the creeps just wailing on him. It's a slow death and it's a painful one, because Gilgear gets himself first blood.
It's a triple range creep up here. Like, even Curry's gonna have trouble last hitting now, even just versus Gilgear, which means Rasmus just has a free lane back in the other position near his tower where he can just manipulate the creeps. And yeah, Gilgear's just gonna play under these creeps here, under the tower.
He's gotta feel very, very good about that.
And Earthshaker is one of the few that can deny very effectively versus Ricky, especially versus range creeps. Maybe he'll die here, hopefully for them.
He might get denied. In fact, yes, he
no.
does. Gilgear God Gets the kill earlier, and now he denies himself from his own death to the enemy.
I say oh no because I'm really hopeful for Hippos to get anything going for themselves in this early game, because if it starts to get bad by this 10-15 minute marks, I'm really concerned for their lineup just falling flat versus what they're up against, as they've been so countered.
What lane needs to go well? What lane still has a possibility? Like, obviously, you know, we talked about the mid, right? Talking about the mid, like making sure that Puck gets rotations, but he's stacked. He cannot move yet.
No, he can't. The bottom and the mid are going pretty decent. Even top's not going that bad. I see Curry's still he's farming pretty decently, so that's all good. It's just when all this starts coming together, when all of the pressure starts coming and Ace is just free farming, it's what's the choice going to be for Hippomaniacs? Because this PL is just, he's not countered at all in the draft. It's only the Puck who can be that solution. So that's why we're so emphasized around that mid Mambos, who is starting to struggle a bit for Stormstormer.
And Stormstormer playing very, very aggressive, of course, using those Spirit Siphons to really push his luck. Does have the bottle online as well, so I have a feeling we'll see supports probably rotate to make sure that Stormstormer gets that bottle refill at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, Gilder's the one to go check that for sure. He's already got Tranquil Boots on the Earthshaker, so it's pretty simple for him to go check. He also has a smoke available.
He's having a great game so far.
He is. Every game that he gets, every time he gets to play his heroes, his Nyx, his Earthshakers, Coddles, everything, he's very impactful, as he's going to stack, and they're going to check the rune. But double check by Hippomaniacs. They want to make sure that they're able to deny this rune or get it for themselves.
They even get the stack off too here. It was indeed top. Stormstormer gets himself a haste rune, so should be very happy with the bottle refill. And once he hits that 6, can go and start making some things happen around the map.
Not even Gaben giving Hippomaniacs any mercy in the start here for Mambos. As, yeah, he's going to continue to fall behind.
Not even 5 yet either. That's a big deal.
No. Yeah, he can't even match the push out of the wave. Stormstormer has gone to max the Spirit Siphon. He has 3 points in it rather than maxing the nuke. So at least there's that. But he's just going to deal with the constant pressure of these siphons then.
Well, it's so easy to just go and dodge those away, too, if you're a Puck, right? So the fact that you've got the sustain going on with the Spirit Siphon is really nice. You do have a lot of melees. Bottom lane, though, they do manage to get the shackle off. Tofu turning around. He is going to go down to Muff, but Muff now trying to run away. He's not going to be able to, I don't think. Is he going to pop? No, he's able to make it back to the fountain in time.
Even buys a raindrop just in case to protect himself versus the Maledict damage. Nice aggressive move. They actually caught Tofu. He used the cask, and instantly when he used cask, Muff just grabs the target with level 2 shackles. So nice play there. And Beastmaster's still doing pretty decent. Actually, a little bit better than I thought he'd be able to do down here.
I'm a little surprised that they went so aggressive. Just coming out from the side of Hellbear Smashers to try to maybe get a kill, because it feels like Ace is just having a really nice time farming. Although they'll put out the Maledict, they'll try to force it to peck back a bit.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you're just sitting in these idle lanes and you're not using your spells and you just get tempted, right? He used cask and that was literally it. He just used the cask and they took advantage. So have to be a little bit more careful, especially when PL is just, like you said, absolute free farming. Mid.
Mambo. He's actually going to have to TP home. I don't think he has... He's not going to make it. That was, of course, the first exorcism coming out from Stormstormer. They force out a TP rotation from Seti.
And the hero that needs to do well in this game to really slow down or shut down PL at all has now died. Pre-6, level 7 on Stormstormer, level 5 on Puck, and half of his tower dead.
I mean, Seti does manage to go and snap up the illusion rune, so this is going to mean the Death Prophet won't get the bottle charges, but at the same time, now you force that support over to the mid lane. He's not protecting the Riki anymore, and the bottom lane, Tepek is just getting gone on as well. A lot of damage over here. They need maybe just a little bit more. I'm not sure those Maledict ticks are going to be quite enough to peck. Last minute manages to survive here.
He'll be all right.
But what about Muff? Because now Muff's all alone.
Yeah, the two supports having to move from those lanes. We're seeing that ricochet effect. Look at Rasmus top pressuring with the catapult. Same thing with Gilger. Bottom, they forced the Beastmaster back. All things really going pretty perfect for Hellbear Smashers.
And you can see that replay over in the mid lane. Puck trying, get the silence up, but we have the Spirit Siphon, and there it is. There's the Crypt Swarm. Just down goes Puck. Calculated, clearly.
Today. Up top, Gilger.
Gilgear. Oh, this is not looking good for the Earthshaker, although it does manage to get the enchant totem off the go. They use the dust. They turn it around, though. They still get the kill onto Gilgear. Can they make anything else happen here? It's looking pretty difficult. Curry's going to be able to just scamper away. And it looks like they sent the illusions up.
They need to get any type of kill that they can punish Gilger when he plays too far up. They actually got good up there. His Tofu again.
That's a good move. They use the whole kit of the Shadow Shaman to get that kill, but I'm sure you're still pretty happy about it. Level 5 now over onto Peck, getting closer and closer to that roar.
And he pretty much has the book 1 done, so he might actually be able to apply some decent pressure down here, as they don't really have the best ways to deal with the book 1. PL can, but it's a little difficult without a bunch of help, as they're going on Ace again. Very unlikely they can actually kill him, but they're going to force reaction.
Yeah, they can turn it around. The bounces with the boar here. Not going to find all of it, but Rasmus TPing to the bottom lane. Ace has to be a little bit careful. He's trying to get healed up with that Voodoo Restoration, because look at Muff, he wants this. But Peck going down. Muff, he's out of mana now. The rest of the team is here, though. The Dream Coil's going to get used, and now Rasmus, he's leashed up along with the Witch Doctor. He will fall with a good rotation to Peck, getting the kill, and now Tofu left all alone here. He is going to be the sacrificial lamb, so he'll also fall, but mid-tower gets taken in the meanwhile. And you can also see that, you know, your Phantom Lancer does manage to get out. And this is nice. Gilgir grabs himself up the Invis rune. He got the bottle handed over to him by Stormstormer, so he's going to be able to do some creeping around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like how quick they were to react, right? They saw it. I think they saw Rasmus hit level 6 on Nature's Prophet, and they just rotated so quick as soon as the Wrath came out, so they at least get themselves some decent trade kills. Sure, they lose their mid-tower, but hey, at least they get something out of the map with that response. And they do have the book 1 finish, so Tipik, he's trying to pressure bottom. Rasmus will be the one to just eat the brunt of the force as they look to make a play top on Curry with that Invis.
Yeah, and looks like they'll be able to go and throw out the fissure. They need to get a little bit more damage. And again, Stormstormer, he's got it. He's got 4 points in the Crypt Swarm. Just mows everybody down here.
He's just moving from lane to lane. He feels so strong. The only thing he has to worry about is the roar and the coil. So he's just going to keep applying this pressure to give all the space in the world for Ace to just hit some jungle creeps. And we see, yeah, Rasmus, he's going to be the one to maybe die down bottom, as they're probably going to look for an aggressive play soon with this book 1. And they have to make this aggressive play. They can't just let Stormstormer take top tower and then also respond to bottom. And now that's going to be the case. Hippomaniacs a bit too slow with their movement.
It's the second tower that Stormstormer has taken all by himself.
He's got Boots of Travel done. He's going to be able to show up to all these fights now, too.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's a bit concerning.
All right, well, they're going to
Rasmus,
initiate
though.
down here on Rasmus. He throws out the trees. He's got to run away here. Trickspray getting tossed out. The roar comes out as well. We'll slow down Gilgir. Tofu's taking a lot of damage. Down he goes. Fisher comes out, though, from Gilgir. He doesn't have his level 6 yet, though, as they'll go to get the shackles off, and they'll be able to take down this Earthshaker. Stormstormer now forced to run away. Doesn't have enough mana, doesn't have the Exorcism just yet either. And they're really diving hard here. Mambo's searching. Is he going to find Stormstormer? He does manage to find him, manages to go throw out that Dream Coil, stuck in the Ricky over here, and then he's just going to be held in place, and down goes Stormstormer.
Dire's top tower is
Beautiful. I really thought like Smashers kind of gave them that one. They send 4 heroes bottom and just all die to the chase of the Undying. Most powerful time where Hippomaniacs can move is with these summons, right? The book,
Radiant's bottom
this
tower.
Undying zombies and everything coming in, and Mambos with a nice secure at the end there. And now they have Serpent Wards too, so they can look to continue to pressure and maybe go for another tower once they have Roar or Coil up.
Yeah,
Not too shabby.
feels good. It feels like the Hippos are making the moves that are necessary. I was a little worried for a moment just because they were kind of hard committing to chase after Stormstormer, but with Mambos being in position like that, definitely worth it.
Yeah, they're able to apply that pressure. Ace, of course, isn't going to show up to these fights. He's going to just look to finish his defusal, so they're actually able to outnumber pretty decently. And I'm seeing Curry being active. He's going for that Battle Fury build that we always see on the Ricky, but he's looking to set up for moves around the map. It's Tipik.
Yeah, I hear an exorcism going on. Looks like Tipik's going to get chased down by Stormstormer. They use the Echo Slam. Curry looks like he's going to be next to fall. Does buy himself a little bit more time. They still have the Spirit Siphon on him. They use yet another Dust. Gilgir looks like he is going to get left behind. But while this is going on, you can see they're pushing in other lanes. Tofu was going for that D ward. He's like, I'm going down anyways, boys. I'm taking down a ward with me. He is hexed up. They go and they use
They dropped Serpent
those
Ward.
Serpent wards for this. I'm a little surprised. I guess they're going to be able to get this kill over on the Death
ends up
Prophet.
working.
Rasmus also teleporting in. A little bit suspect here, just because they're going in one by one, Fogged, and it feels like they're going
really are.
down one by one as well. Yes, Rasmus falls. It's a double kill now for Mambos.
Moxie?
I can't tell if you're cutting out or if you're just in shock, because now Sandy is left
I
here
think I'm in
alone.
shock.
Ace is here.
Then he gets out.
Yeah.
Stormstormer just charged into Serpent Wards that were used to kill a courier, and then just gets shackled and killed. He literally just walked into that gank.
Yep.
He saw it completely with the ward vision that he had too. He literally just walked right into them. That was a little weird.
That was very
Rasmus
strange.
TP'd in and died too.
That's
So,
not-
I mean, Hippomaniacs are actually doing a lot more than I thought they'd be able to. 13 kills somehow.
Yeah, but that's not a mistake I would expect to see out of a team like Hellbear Smashers either. Like, this is not a team that walks in one by one. That felt very strange.
No, they're giving up a lot more than they should be giving up on the map.
Yeah.
Hippomaniacs is, I mean, they're capitalizing on it though. They're making these moves with this Beastmaster, with this Undying, who this is their power peak. This is when they are very strong, before that PL does look to turn up to the midst of these fights. And Ace, he will look to turn up now with his Diffusal. He's queuing up that SNY, like Brian said. Doesn't have to go man to this game. Doesn't really provide anything. Sure, remove some silence, but Coil is the big threat. That's all he has to play around. So status resist, HP will be the best choice.
All right, well, now Diffusal Blade is online for the Phantom Lancer. They are smoked up still over on the side of Hippos, hoping maybe they can get a pick. But the way that the Smashers are playing, I like how Tofu is kind of very forward here in case of any sort of smoke ganks over onto Ace.
Yeah, I think Smashers can just play the farm game. I don't think they really have to force the issue much at all in this game when you're playing versus like these heroes that just don't address PL. You know, Ricky's the only hero that addresses PL, and I was mentioning how Curry's running around a lot. He's getting slowed down so much because of this. Dying bottom, he's 1, 2, and 6, only 60 last hits. Look at Ace, 123 last hits.
Yeah.
He's just effectively playing his own style, his own game, while his team makes space for him, which is definitely a concern for the Ricky.
Well, I mean, that was always the problem too, right? With the Ricky, is that if you start to fall behind at all, it's so hard to catch up.
Yeah.
But there's an Orchid completed now for Rasmus. This is very spooky for these supports.
Even for the puck, too. Mambos, he doesn't have a way to protect himself. That Orchid can just kill your mid-solo before he gets any spells off effectively if he's not careful.
Does have the Witchblade pretty fast, though, which is nice.
Yeah. He's going to be able to do good damage. He just has to be very cautious of his positioning versus that Nature's Prophet and versus these silences that will be coming out from Death Prophet.
Stormer. They go and they do drop a sentry ward, so they see that Mambos is here, and they get the silence off. We'll go, hold him into place, followed with the Wrath of Nature, even use the Witch Doctor ulti and the Exorcism, so down goes Mambos. Are they going to be able to grab anything else as they're chasing down Senny over here? It's a lot of ghosts chasing after him, and he needs to get away. He's not going to be able to. Curry already running for his life. Tipbeck here does have the roar if he wants to try to use it, but the rest of the team, they show up, they block him off. Down he goes.
Uh-oh. And that... Well, that's the Witchblade walking into a silence.
Yep.
Finished Orchid. Sentry was placed. They were very ready for this invasive play that Hippomaniacs was trying to set up. I like that they cover behind their tower too with the Sentry, because when you look at that draft, Hippomaniacs is about surrounding the tower with all these summons and with these Serpent Wards. Hellbear Smasher is perfectly prepared. Now Curry, he's also spotted by the two supports.
He is spotted, but Gilgear's here too. He's got the blink, he's got the fissure, and this is not looking good here for Curry because down he goes. You have a global presence with the draft coming out of Hellbear Smashers. You can't think that you can fight that, knowing that Rasmus has what he has.
Great plays from these two supports on Smashers. Just as soon as Gilger has his blink, they look to make themselves a play with just two supports, like you said, because they have that global threat. It makes it easy as now Senny. And things are starting to get out of control. They did get these 13 kills early, but now the PL, Ace, he's ready to join.
Oh, Mambos, the fissure, the silence, the Nature's Prophet, the blink 4 from Gilgear, and Ace goes and throws out a Spirit Lance just to be there and help out, you know? Yeah, things are quickly starting to spiral out of control.
Yeah, and they just don't have a PL solution at all. Ricky's not going to get to the point of Battle Fury, and he's the only solution for the Phantom Lancer. The other heroes do not address this, as Ace has the freest game ever, it feels like now. His team just making great space for him. Arcane Rune on Stormstormer, so in the next 30 seconds they'll have another Exorcism at a faster frequency.
I mean, look at Ricky's net worth, Fogged. Like, he is just trading on and off here with Mambos, and it's just, it looks really bleak.
He's not a flash farmer.
No, he's definitely not.
He can't even like push. The fact that once he starts doing this, you see the way Smasher sees it. They're like, all right, Ricky's trying to catch up. They just send 3 heroes top. The ward is there to at least cover. They do have that ward on the top tower, so he can survive. But now he's pushed away. He can't farm. They're gonna have to swing a fight. Maybe they can.
They're going in for one. They'll find Tofu immediately. They'll use the Dream Coil though over on Tofu. Gilgear throwing out the fissure. And they might be able to get this kill, but he's got the Voodoo Restoration as they go. They find the kill on Mambo, so get their kill over onto Muff. So yes, you killed the support. Maybe you kill Gilgear too, if you're really, really lucky, but they turn it right back around again because we talked about this Rasmus. He can just be anywhere he needs to be, and he's got the Orchid. Gilgear goes down. Senny now is just going to get surrounded by ghosts and trees and catmen. Oh my. Down he goes. They'll take down the Tombstone. This is not how you want that to go if you're a Hippo.
No, they've completely lost control of this game. Their draft versus what they're playing against versus Smashers, it has to play perfect. It can't make these almost like any mistakes versus a PL when you don't have solutions, and they've made a lot of them. And Smashers have capitalized, and hey, this one's out of control. 11,000 gold lead, 13,000 experience lead, with a team with a PL with like literally no counters at all in the game.
And I mean, it wasn't the most perfectly clean game, right? You know, we saw a couple of these little skirmishes where people were walking in one by one, and we're a bit surprised by it, but they definitely know what the long game is. They know, all right, well, you know, we had this fight, didn't go well, Ace is still farming, got to get this up on Rasmus. And they're going to go for another objective right here, just right into the Roche pit, and they're not afraid at all.
Yeah, I thought Smashers would actually be more ahead at this point because of these mistakes that they made as Curry.
Curry's going to pop.
Tofu.
Okay, all right, they're going to try to go for a fight, though. They realize that they're not there. Serpent Wards get dropped, and they do take down Stormstormer. Ace is looking not so great here. He's going to try to run away to Peck. He's getting just beaten away, and he just has no mana here at all. Gilgear standing nearby. Now he's teleport Rasmus in as well. He's TPing over. Going to try to take down this Tombstone. The blink forward here coming out from Gilgear will force them back. Fisher getting tossed as well. He needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage from the Serpent Wards, but they've effectively cleared out the pit now. And this is a very low rush.
Yeah, power of PL versus these two supports, the Undying and the Shadow Shaman. We see it perfectly in display right there. Just kills all the summons in no time. Even though they make that move bottom, they almost get punished. They lose Stormstormer, but they come back quick enough. Hippomaniacs can't actually commit into the pit.
I do have a Hawk up and running. They can keep tabs on it, but...
Smashers can still just reset, and they actually still have most of their ults available. Gilgear still has his. They still have the Death Prophet ult too. They can walk right back into the pit. Coil up in about 15.
They might be able to make a play here. Like, they're smoked, but I think they're looking for a pickoff, and they know that they're going to be playing the air. In fact, Mambos, first one, jump forward, Echo Slam immediately. They'll just hold him into place, and down goes Mambos.
No hesitation.
Oh, over on the back lines here, Rasmus spotting out Muff. Isn't going to be able to quite grab him. But they're going to go right back into the pit, finish what they started. And easy peasy for the side of the Hellbear Smashers.
Easy peasy indeed. I like how Gilgear doesn't hesitate. He puts the ward down, gets just a quick second of view for the puck, and just immediate Echo Slam, no hesitation. Takes him out. And now with Aegis, 13,000 gold lead. They can go to push more. Curry, who did he actually lose the courier to? Creep?
Maybe, I guess.
Looks like it. A Creep killed his courier, but at least he got his Battle Fury beforehand. I thought he actually lost his Battle Fury. I was about to say, call GG.
Yeah, yeah.
But
it feels like it's, you know, yes, he has it now, but it just feels too late. It feels way too late. He needed so many other things to go right, and oh no, in the top lane, Muff just gets spotted out here by Gilgear. Gilgear walks away. Hey, let's Ace finish him off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
now Curry, at least he has it, but yeah, it's way too late. He has to just play to hope for some, maybe even queue up a Rapier or something at this point. There's nothing really they can do to deal with anything. They can kill Stormstormer because he's gone for a less defensive type of build. He has Plate Mail Yules, but if he gets caught by initial stun, he can die. But yeah, they can't deal with all this. That's how their Smashers has. It's too many things they have to solve.
Exactly. It's too many pieces that have to fit together perfectly. In fact, they do have the illusion runes. They're going to send out one of the illusions, figuring that there's something going on over here. No one's been showing up on that map.
He threw a scan. The scan was successful too. Stormstormer playing careful.
Stormstormer moving up. Curry hiding in the tree lines. He realizes, man, I haven't seen a lot of the Hellbear Smashers in a bit. I'm going to teleport out, and Ace is going to go cut the wave, put the damage in there. Should be able to take this tier 1.
And finish up a heart.
Yep.
They didn't have the damage to kill him before, or his illusions. Now how are you going to even have any chance?
You're going to pray that he disconnects. That's how you're going to pray that he's not a part of this game anymore.
Yeah, honestly, it really does feel like that. It's irrecoverable. They don't have the ways to take any fights at all. And Mambos, he's gotten effectively completely shut down. You said he had his Witchblade at an okay time, but 2 to 3 Orchids, and he just got like no spells off in the fights.
And it was just so important that he has this like perfect game, but he didn't have anyone to help him either, it felt like, you know? The Ricky just had to kind of sit back, he had to farm, he was already having a difficult lane. You try to send any of these supports over, which you're not able to do because you need to keep one of them, you know, babysitting the Beastmaster in the bottom lane. And yes, they got a couple kills, but it's just not enough to secure this game. But that was the
No,
last pick,
absolutely.
and everyone was saying, you know, there's a lot of boxes that this last pick has to tick.
Yeah, Smashers, they set themselves up really nice. And Hippomaniacs, they did put themselves into this position with a couple of their picks. As Rax will start getting sieged. Hard PL just in the front lines. Level 18.
Oh, the Echo Slam over onto the back lines as they go, and they chase down Mambos. It's too much damage. Down he'll go. Muff also goes down. He does manage to go and throw out those warps, though. Fuel Gear also going down. They get the Witch Doctor ultimate off. But they just can't seem to move forward here on the side of Hippomaniacs. Tepeki's just being chased down by all these illusions. He's got nothing to really deal with them. A little bit of save here coming up from the Undying, but it's a slow death. They do manage to grab the correct PL over here, but Ace, he just doesn't seem to care. He's got a heart. He's a big boy, and he just has no cares in the world right now.
Yeah, Ace can 1v5. They could not effectively kill him even if he just went by himself at this point. As Curry, he's desperately trying to find the farm for the next item, not even looking to show up for the defense, and they're just going to lose the game. It was already lost quite some time ago, it did feel like, so probably thinking about the next one already.
Well, I think that's smart, though, in some ways, right? Don't linger on the game that you lost. Think about the future. Not sure what Muff's doing over there. He's just trying to run away, I guess. Maybe courier snipe. I don't know. Not sure what he's doing there. But he is losing buildings. Maybe trying to sweep around.
I didn't see the exact bans and everything, but if you're gonna get these type of like if you're gonna get the Undying, the Shadow Shot, you can't leave PL in the pool. This is just giving PL the game. As we see, yeah, the game's over and Ace just has full freedom. This was the freest PL game I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing that we talked about on the panel earlier, is that we really wanted to see the Hippos have stronger drafts. And like this one, it just felt like they got boxed into a corner.
Yeah, really quickly too, because even they picked the Undying into the Nature's Prophet too, so you're playing into the Hellbear Smashers that they already wanted. I feel like they literally got everything they could have asked for, and to boot, they got an Earthshaker as well, which seems to be one of the strongest heroes in the patch currently, and also helps out your offlaners so much. Yeah, I think it's really back to the drawing board, and just they really have to solidify their draft a bit better before that 5th pick comes out.
Well, let's hope that they can have a moment, take a deep breath, let this game one roll off of them, and come back with some fresh draft ideas. But speaking of draft ideas, we're going to toss it over to the panel and hear what they think about all this.
Thank you, Moxie and Fog. This game was a little bit unfortunate for the Hippomaniacs. We're going to break it down, talk about how they can recover into Game 2 after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The first game of this best of 3 series in the lower division of the Western European DPC League here for DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, goes the way of Hellbear Smashers over Hippomaniacs. And we started this game off, we started this draft off by saying we should have extra focus for Hippomaniacs to be successful, we should look at Mambos. Mambos' puck. He has to be all over the place, dominate the game, set a high tempo, and allow his team to get ahead. And that is not what happened, Owen.
No, he had an unfortunate time mid. That always painful death where you die without a TP as he tries to get away from Stormstormer running him down with the Exorcism. And from sort of that point onwards, the game for the puck becomes very hard. They were able to make that nice play down the bottom lane, where definitely a little bit of crazy moves there from Hellbear Smashers, sending everyone in one by one. But even then, even though they did get the kills that they did down there, Hippomaniacs, it didn't matter because, of course, we had this PL free farming us around the map and staying ahead for pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, it seemed like Hippomaniacs knew what their draft was supposed to do with trying to set a high tempo. And they did that, and they were all in on that. They were fighting 4-on-5, and they were doing well in some of those fights. But as Owen said, there was a PL problem in the making, and it turned out to be a big problem. And at some point, they couldn't even win the 4v5 fights. I felt like even though they were able to take a lot of these kills, Owen, somehow it was Hellbear Smashers that was still able to not just farm on their PL, but also their Nature's Prophet and their Death Prophet did quite well regardless.
Yeah, I mean, well, Stormstormer just from that laning, from that kill I just talked about, he was just already so far ahead on the DP, knew exactly what to do, pushed his strengths, got this sort of 10-minute bots by taking this first tower and top tower as quickly as he did. They just knew how to play. I think there was that one big mistake that they'll definitely be talking about down bottom, being like, well, we probably shouldn't have done that. But it just goes to show really how comfortable they were in this game and how far ahead they were. That could happen, and it really didn't matter.
Let's also find out what Brian thought of this first game of the series.
For game number 1, I'd like to talk about the different stages of the game that have to be accounted for when you're drafting. And in professional Dota, the laning stage tends to end at the 5-minute mark, where the catapults are coming out. And when I saw these drafts, I'm worried about their ability on the side of Hippomaniacs to deal with the early pressure. So we're emphasizing the 2 lanes with the push heroes, the Death Prophet, as well as the Nature's Prophet. In mid lane, we see Stormstormer. He was lucky to get the haste rune at the 4-minute mark, but if luck decides this much momentum in a game and leaves the game irrecoverable, probably means your draft was a bit one-dimensional. As what we see here is the Undying pick later on in the draft, who's basically meant to relieve the pressure of the Nature's Prophet. That's what that 5-position hero is supposed to do. We see a really cool creep drag from the Earthshaker in order to further this push even more. Rasmus sadly does not have mana for Treants, and I think this push could have been even more potent, but he's going to inevitably TP back to base and come right back to lane with full mana and continue the pressure. And what ends up happening here is if you lose this stage of the game, it's perfectly fine if you're the team that's trying to buy time, if you're the team that's got the late game win condition. But notice how much pressure both top and mid are dealing with from the 5-minute mark all the way until 6.5 minutes plus. And so because not only do they have this pressure coming out, but also because they have the Phantom Lancer as the late game win condition, after this stage in the game, this game was quite difficult for Hippomaniacs to ever recover from, even though it's only about a 1,000 net worth lead, because they're going to lose both of these towers.
Thank you, BSJ. And yeah, the draft from Hippomaniacs for this first game was maybe a little bit too one-dimensional, and they did not allow themselves any errors in this game if they wanted to close it out on a win. They will have, of course, game number 2 to make a comeback and force out that third game of this best of 3 series. Owen, we have seen this not working. Is the way then for Hippomaniacs to win to just, put Curry on something that can, no matter how long the game lasts, that will be the hero that wins the game, like the strongest hero on the game on Curry, and then just delay the other end?
I mean, I don't know that's necessarily going to work out much better because you probably end up being in the same position that you were here in this game. sure, you got to carry that might be able to punch back a little bit, but I think it's just going to be very hard for them to keep up with the pace that Ace is achieving on his carry heroes. So I didn't really mind the route that they went. I think they just had to make sure to not sort of leave these holes open where something like a PL can just be that destroying for their draft, as we saw. They just didn't have any way to deal with it. And, they would have had to really roll them over in the lanes to have a chance against just shutting Ace down. They didn't. So I think by all means go for the Shaman Beastmaster, try and end it quick. Because I think if you just try and wait around to the later stages, Hellbear Smashers will just beat you because they are more experienced. They're just going to be more confident in how to close the game as the game goes on. So I do agree with this end it early strat. They've just got to somehow make sure that these just game destroying heroes like the PL don't get through against them.
Then one final question. We saw them ban out Nyx Assassin and Keeper of the Light in the first phase. Do you want Shaker to be part of those two?
For sure. I don't think they'll ban out the Nyx again. Especially if they're, as I said, if they're picking heroes like Shaman, any hero with sort of a Hex or Silence, a way to control the Nyx Assassin when he's trying to sneak in. And normally, you can't touch him, he's got a Spike Carapace, but that's why we see like Lions and Shamans being a solid answer against those sort of heroes. So, yeah. I would be surprised if they ban the Nyx. I think, as you say, Shaker, Cole, those two sound like a pretty nice opening ban.
All right, well, we're going to find out what they're going to have as opening bans as we're going to head into the draft of the second game of the series. So stay tuned for more Hippomaniacs versus Hellbear Smashers. Good afternoon. You're joining us for the second game of this best of three. We're in the lower division of the Western European DPC League, where we have Hellbear Smashers going up against Hippomaniacs, and we are in the draft. We're joined by Brian, who's going to help us break it down, as me and Owen, we know a little less than Brian. So take it away, Brian.
Oh, God, so much pressure. No, I already don't like what Hippomaniacs is doing because that first pick, Death Prophet, is meant to... When we've been seeing teams early pick the DP, it's because it can flex. And one of those positions is the 5. And now they've drafted the Crystal Maiden already, revealing so much of their hand in the first 2 picks. And for second pick overall, the most potent picks are this one right here and the absolute last pick. So with this in mind, Hellbear Smashers is running it back. No reason to fix what ain't broken. And Nature's Prophet, he deals so well with Death Prophet as well as CM. CM in the laning stage, because you can look to kill her at any point that the Earthshaker catches her out. So she has a tough time walking up feeling safe to nuke the trees. But then also the Death Prophet, because she generally lacks map mobility and the ability to wrap around her and gank her with 3 or 4 heroes. It usually takes that extra hero to burst her down. So already a little bit nervous for Hippomaniacs. Just the opening.
Yeah, with the Shaker, we talked about it, Owen, that we thought the Shaker was definitely going to get banned. And
I thought it would be up there.
Yeah?
I mean, they just really, they're really scared of the Nyx Assassin. I mean, it's just, sure, Nyx is a strong hero. I just think he's a hero you can deal with a little easier than an Earthshaker.
He tidied during the game. His team was winning the game, and he tidied. What? Okay.
Probably got told off by the parents. They're tuning in. They'd be like,
actually,
Governor, your room is disgusting.
His dad is tuning into the show, so I would not be surprised.
You better tidy your room or no more baked beans tonight.
Baked beans on Weetabix?
Oh, he's frozen now.
Oh, no. Maybe he's just very, very
he is.
in
No,
deep
you're
thought.
right. He is. He is.
He is just actually in deep thought. Yeah, it's good. We have got the Bloodseeker and the Timber Saw banned out, as well as the Winter Wyvern, Puck, and Invoker. What can we make of those Hippomaniac bans, Brian?
I'm wondering why they banned the Wyvern. Are they planning to pick Lycan or something? Like, that's the only thing that really comes to mind. Beastmaster, maybe?
I mean, that's also what Hellbear Smashers thought, because they banned out the Lycan, maybe because of that.
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't even notice that.
No, they only just did it, so yeah.
Focused. Yeah, okay, cool. I don't feel too bad.
No, don't worry.
We got the Stormer Lena. Really nice lane counter to Death Prophet, so I wouldn't be surprised if this Death Prophet's getting demoted to a 3.
I think
it's just one of the few heroes that can dish it out from long range and burst down the Death Prophet.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be pretty rough if it's mid. I don't think it's mid. I don't think you show it first. You put it mid. I'd be very, very surprised. But definitely showing up that it's not going to be some sort of way around with the CM. You said unlikely. The CM's probably not going to be a 4. It's just going to be a CM Rubik support duo here from the Hippos. I mean, of course, Rubik's nice. You're playing against the Shaker. So one way to be a bit of a Shaker yourself. So they've got that going for them, so that's nice. They've sort of got a half an Earthshaker. Better than having none.
That's true. That is definitely true. The question is, what does Hellbear Smashers want to pick up next? In the previous draft, we saw them go for their carry at this point. They went for the Phantom Lancer, obviously, for Ace. Then I don't know if they would do that again.
I mean,
there's their overall last pick, and since most likely the Nature's Prophet's off lane and the Lena's mid, they'll probably want to save their win condition for absolute last. As they go for the Witch Doctor, just the tried and true, pretty reliable, safe lane support. Probably one of the top 2 or 3 supports in terms of laning prowess right now. And he kind of just checks a lot of boxes in terms of he's decent at ganks with the Cask Maledict into the why am I blanking on his ult name?
Death Ward.
Death Ward. Oh my god, yeah, Death Ward. What do I mean? He's killing people. And then overall, he's also really nice for lane clearing.
Yeah.
A lot of 5s last game, we saw the weakness if you pick a 5 like Undying, that they can't defend their towers at all. that they don't alleviate any of the pressure for their cores.
Brian,
So I don't think I've ever complained about having a Witch Doctor on my team.
what do you think of the Witch Doctor Shard? Voodoo switcheroo?
Oh, it's pretty nice in some games. Like, there's a lot of lineups that rely on bursting you in the first couple seconds. Like, if the enemy's got like an Ursa or something like that. I've been very annoyed by it myself. If they got the Voodoo switcheroo and a Ghost Scepter,
Yeah.
you know, you deal with me for like 6 seconds, and by that point, I've already had to leave you alone. So it's nice. I would say it's
Not very high on the priority list.
quite as good as the Earthshaker.
Oh, yeah.
Not quite as good.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe just slightly worse.
Well, they go with the Wraith King. I mean, I'm happy with this. It's a simple carry. It's a carry that, you know, works quite nicely against these mids like Lina, who are very much focused on taking you out with that one round of burst with the Laguna Blade. Against a Wraith King, you're not going to have that for his second life. He's playing into a lot of stuns though, so it could be a little hard for him to find his target. Shaker, Lina, Witch Doctor, making it a little awkward for him to charge in and get those crits off. But if he's able to AFK farm, get the Radiance BKB Blink, and get the jump himself, you know, it could work out. You know, I definitely feel more hopeful for this Wraith King in this position in the draft, as compared to the Curry's Ricky last game when it was picked. So it's definitely an improvement there.
Yeah. And the Bat Rider will be
Rider pick.
either they're offlane or midlane. I guess their Death Prophet and Bat are kind of interchangeable still.
Probably depends on the carry. You know what?
Give him the Slark.
Yeah.
I think you just pick Slark and match it up against the Bat regardless.
Yeah.
It's really good against all three of these cores. It's not great in lane though against Death Prophet, so you want to dodge that matchup. But they might go for like a safer play like the PL again. But if they've kind of got all-out mid-game aggression right now, and they do go for the late-game win condition, I think that's perfectly fine. Hellbear Smashers is putting themselves in a spot where they know if the game's not out of hand by maybe 15 minutes because they have this Phantom Lancer, that they'll be able to take the game pretty clean. So last game, we did see a few sloppy plays from them, one by one, kind of feeding in the bottom lane. And you notice in the draft, they still just win anyway. So I think that's what they tried to set up with this last pick as opposed to going for the tempo setting type hero like Slark. So I think they'll get there again. I think Hippomaniacs has a better draft this time around. They are set up to deal with the early momentum that Hellbear Smashers will dish out, so it's not going to be nearly as free. But I do think Ace will hit that critical mass at some point and win them the game.
We have a little bit of a change up here, though, as it will be Mambos this time around on the Wraith King, while Curry is playing the Bat Rider.
Maybe Mambos doesn't play Bat Rider.
Yeah, a little bit of going for comfort heroes, and yeah, maybe Curry is the better Bat Rider player of the two. Definitely possible. All right, Brian, so you're thinking Hellbear's has got a good shot at this one to closing it out 2-0.
Yeah, I think so. It's just one of those situations where if you give yourself the reliable win condition later and you're the better team, even if you slip up along the way, you're almost certainly going to get there.
All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. Owen, are you on the same page as Brian for this one?
Yeah, I think it'll be a little less rough as game one was, but I've got to say I think the PL is going to be a big issue once more.
Yeah.
I think they've got better ways to deal with the PL. This Wraith King could stand a chance if he's off to a good start, gets the Radiance, but it again sort of feels like the problem is what Brian sort of talked about in his analysis of game one, where there's just going to be lots of sections of the game where Hellbear Smashers is just the better lineup.
Yeah.
It's going to have the stronger heroes in play. So another tough one, but maybe not as tough as game one.
Okay, well, that's something to look forward to for the Hippomaniacs fans. We're going to find out if Hippomaniacs can force out that third game, or will Hellbear Smashers just run away with this one as a 2-0? We're going to find out together with Fogged and Moxie.
Well, Shiver talked about the voodoo switcheroo, but what about when your players have a bit of a switcheroo? What do you think about this little change here with Curry and Mambos here, Fogged?
So I was just going through a little bit of their history, and it seems like in the last few days they've been playing that the Snowfleet tournament, I believe it's called, or one of these other tournaments that they have been playing a couple times, and they've actually been swapping roles. So he has been playing mid for not just the Bat Rider, he actually played on a couple other heroes that I am looking at. So seems like it's something they do with certain heroes. I'm worried for them again. Hellbear Smasher just picked like the exact same lineup. They only replaced one hero. They just picked Lina because the Death Prophet was taken, and Stormstormer is extremely comfortable on this hero too, and in this matchup.
I was about to say, it's almost like an upgrade, honestly, the fact that they gave him his Lina. He does so well with this hero.
Yeah, and he's playing into a very squishy lineup. That is kind of my biggest concern that's coming out from Hippomaniacs is I don't know who their frontliner is. Wraith King, when he has to be your only real frontliner, is always a big concern for me because he has to take a lot of time to farm to be able to join and get into the fray, especially this game. He needs to get a Radiance at a good time so they have that PL solution. And then who's actually their frontliner? It has to just be Death Prophet, which always really scares me when you're playing versus like Lina and Earthshaker. There's ways for her to just die instantly if she does act as the frontliner.
They just don't have the heroes necessary to enable each other. It feels a little like...
Yeah, I just don't know who leads the charge, right? It's gonna have to be like a BKB Bat Rider charging in, and that's a lot of farm that you're asking about for Curry to have, especially in this really tough matchup versus Alina. This is not an easy one for the Bat Rider.
Well, that and you think of the fact that, yes, they have switched off roles, on and off over on the side of Hippos, but like Stormstormer, like this is where he shines, right? This is his home. The mid lane is where he was born and bred here, it feels like. And then all of a sudden you're bringing in someone who's recently, tried to kind of flip over a little bit, but maybe not as experienced, especially not with, the team, so.
No, that's always a good thing to point out, definitely. As we're seeing bottom lane, they have a little bit of a better time this time with the Undying. Without the Undying, they have the CM to at least nuke away the Nature's Prophet, but Wraith King, he just gets bullied. This is where Rasmus can actually go Blightstone this game. Last game, he had to go for boots at the start. You're versus Wraith King, he has like no armor. We talk about that so often. You just hit him with the Treants and with yourself. They can't actually get aggressive onto him unless Rasmus makes a big mistake.
I mean, he's all bones. What's he gonna do,
Yeah, he is all bones. He even gets a second Ring of Protection delivered. So this is something I haven't seen. I've seen the Chainmail rushes, the Helm of Iron Will rushes, but double Ring of Protection is quite a commitment.
Do you like it? Or do you think that it's just trying to put a Band-Aid on a situation that's already very uncomfortable?
It's kind of a waste of gold because he doesn't build up into anything. So that's my only...
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cheap.
It is what it is. It's cheap, but it doesn't provide... It literally provides you nothing. You're going to have to sell it for space at some point. But we'll see if it makes his lane a little bit better.
A little bit of harass here in the top lane. Not too much. Wave is getting shoved in a bit.
Yeah, at least this lane is... It can be a little bit easier to play because they are double range versus Witch Doctor. They at least don't have to worry about... Oh, okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It looked cool for a moment there, Muff.
Hey, at least he got it. You never get those chances.
That's
in
true.
these type of games.
Very true.
So at least they can get the harassment, and they're not at risk of dying up here unless they make a big mistake on Hippomaniacs, but they're not slowing down Ace either. He already has his Ring of Health purchased.
I would argue that it feels very, very scary right now. The fact that Stormstormer's doing as well as he is in that mid lane with last hits and denies, and then also the fact that Ace is still having all of this free farm.
Yep. Ace, and they've even skilled they've recognized that they can't actually kill the Rubik and the Death Prophet. They just skill the Voodoo Restoration, has Ring of Health, so he can eat that harassment. His free farm will continue. Gilger, we see him do this very often, I feel like. He always gets couriers.
Especially when he's playing the Nyx Assassin. I don't know what it is. His positioning is just very on point with that.
His Nyx and his Shaker. Shaker's always great because you can enchant Totem hit it, so that one happens. But Nyx, you're right. I saw him get like 4 couriers his Nyx one in.
I think we were casting that game together.
I think we were, yeah.
The true assassin. You could not protect a courier against that man. Otherwise, pretty calm right now in terms of laning. Probably going to see a little bit of movement coming out around that 4-minute mark just to secure runes for people.
Yep, looking to get a little aggressive on bottom. They have to watch out, though. The Fissure is in, and Mambos is kind of stuck. They'll be able to cut the tree.
All right, some movement coming out from the side of Hippos here, and also from the side of Hellbear Smashers looking for these runes. This is going to be bottom. Stormer.
Gaben just agreeing with the Smashers, as we saw, last game as well. Poor Hippomaniacs wasn't able to get the 4-minute rune.
That's going to make it even more difficult there for that Death Prophet, who's really starting to fall behind here. 14-5 currently against the 26-8.
Yeah.
Melena.
Oh, the bat, yeah.
Or sorry, oh yeah, that's right. Death Prophet's in the off lane. My bad. So used to seeing it in the mid lane.
Yeah, Death Prophet's doing okay. It's just they can't slow down Ace because he got the Ring of Health so early, and because Tofu went for the heal. Curry, the one thing that you have to do for a bat now, if you are struggling this much, you have to get the Ancient stack going. You have to have a backup plan for if his lane does go bad, which it is going bad. And he needs to get enabled, otherwise this hero, especially in the mid lane, really can fall behind. Gilgir is on the hunt.
Down. Oh, no. The puppy. No. Gilgir hates puppies. Confirmed.
No.
Runes are up, though. 5 minutes here. Curry's going to be able to grab the bounty. And they do a scan, so they do realize he moved his way over. Did he stack, though, is the question.
He did. He did stack his Ancient. So he is identifying the fact that, you know, he's versus Lena. Lane is rough. Has to have a way to catch back up. Top.
Tofu is actually going to escape, I think. They don't have quite enough damage thanks to that Voodoo Restoration being skilled.
It's actually paying off very much so up top. They're not getting kills in this top lane, but that's not the plan. That's not the plan from Smashers with this PL Witch Doctor this time around.
I mean, you look at that. You look at the top of all these last hits and denies, and it's all going over to the cores on the side of Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah, definitely a concern. And Rasmus isn't getting pressured. He's not slowing down the Wraith King too. Actually, he's just slowing him down pretty decently. And he's gonna hit 6 on the Nature's Prophet, and that's when the pace of the game really starts to just kick up. Top lane has to be super worried of a big Wrath of Nature coming through. Even the mid bat, things start to really speed up really quickly when that does hit.
Looks like
we'll get lucky for a rune at least, Curry.
I think they got another stack off as well, so that'll help out for Mr. Bat.
Yeah, at least a hard camp. Not the Ancient, though. I want to see a quad Ancient stack for this man, so he can get Boots of Travel without having just being in a horrible position already, as Lena's gonna have Boots of Travel to match it beforehand.
Uh-oh.
He needs to just get enabled more.
I thought for sure that they were gonna make moves onto Peck here, but again, they're just focused on farming it. Yeah, no, I mean, he was sitting so low. I was actually very surprised that they didn't try to make a play, but I'm guessing Ace is like, nope, just let me hit Peck, hit farm.
Yeah, they could have probably swung Rasmus pre-6 up there, but I think they're really focusing on just, we're free farming in our lanes anyway. Like Lena, PL, free farm. Nature's Prophet's getting full levels and full farm too, so wait to make a big aggressive move, unless Hippomaniacs, of course, just gives you a kill for that Wrath of Nature. Right. It's just going to be an easy setup when they have that.
Definitely, patience is going to pay off. But another stat coming out here, so Batrider is catching up in terms of net worth, so he's doing exactly what we need him to do.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be able to farm it at a quick pace. He's thankful that he has an Arcane Rune too, so maybe he'll get it at a pretty close time to Stormstormer, but Stormstormer has the bots done now after the next few creeps.
That's pretty scary. We've seen what Stormstormer starts to do when he's got that freedom to move around the map.
Yep. All right, Rasmus, you've got 6 now. They've got Wrath of Nature. Let's see if Gilgir looks to set up for a move for them, because they can easily kill up toward that top lane if they'd like to see a chance. Same thing for mid. A stun, an Airshaker Fissure plus a Lena stun. Wrath of Nature, he's dead. Might not even need the Laguna.
I think he picked up a smoke earlier on the Airshaker, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he's got the 2. He's done this a lot of their games. He actually buys one right at the start, because you know you start with 2. He actually just gets the frequency building up already. He's one of the few 4 players I've seen doing it very consistently.
Well, they have a lot of wards up, though, over on the side of Hippomaniacs to ensure that if he does rotate out of the lane and he doesn't use a smoke, they'll be able to spot him a mile away, so. It's 8 minutes, and we still haven't had a first blood yet. I'd like to point that out.
No, we haven't. And Curry's going to start, so let's watch.
All right, here
fun.
we go.
The point of Batrider, look at his net worth right now, and look at the Lenas. So this is, this is one of those big reasons why we're seeing this Batrider so often. Sure, your lane can go bad, but you've got ways to just catch right back up. And this is the move. Gilgir, he's smoking. They've got the Wrath available. They can easily kill this Death Prophet Tipic if he's too far forward.
Muff, teleporting out. Tibek is all alone. Could make something happen here. Gilgir does get spotted out. Tibek, though. Scott over here on the side. Fissure comes out. He's going to be blocked off as Rasmus comes up as well. They've got the Maledict down over onto Tibek, but does manage to survive a little bit here, being able to use those Spirit Siphons. Looks like he's going to be all right. Gilgir, though, not if Gilgir finds him. He's looking. Frostbite comes out from Seni. Gilgir needs to be careful. Curry is here. He's trying to get those stacks of sticky up. It's going to be the LSA to break down the trees. Gilgir, he's taking too much. He's going to get dragged back. This is going to be probably our first blood here. So they'll find a kill onto Gilgir. And not manage to get a tower.
The Hippomaniacs, they were prepared for it. They had the Batrider he was naturally farming his Ancients right there anyway. He connects over. Look at his net worth now.
Yeah.
Above the Lena after such a brutal start. As Stormstormer was crushing the lane, he just does his Ancient stacks and gets handed that first blood.
Stormstormer, though, playing up against the tower, realizing there's no lasso really to worry about for now, so It's a decent chunk of damage.
Yep. Refill the bottle mid. And Mambos gets the pressure pushed off of him down bottom decently. Now he's going to be able to resort to the jungle, farm up as this Wraith King. He's going to go for the armlet first. This might be a game where he just has to go Radiance first item, honestly. As much as you want the armlet in some of these games, there's not that many merits versus a PL, I don't feel at least. I feel like he just needs to get Radiance so that he can actually show up to the fights and be decent versus PL.
I think it's just a pressure thing, though. He's just worried, like, oh, okay, I have to fight earlier, though. I can't.
Maybe that is how he's feeling. Maybe he does feel like he has to join in.
Because just the way that the Hellbear Smashers have been playing consistently throughout this tournament is they reach a certain power point, and they just immediately, you know, start running at you, and they don't let up. But at the same time, you kind of have to play your own game of Dota too, right?
Yeah, he's got to play his own game, and his team has to make the space for him. And they'll do that whenever they have lasso. Curry is going to start farming more Ancients, so he is denying that area away from Mambos, which could hurt the Wraith King, but hey, Curry's playing to his own game, playing to his own strength right now.
It's a pretty big stack that he's going to be able to clean up and get a decent chunk of gold for that as well.
Yep. And we said that, you know, the bots BKB is the most important thing for them to have that pseudo frontliner on Hippomaniacs. He's going to get it at an okay time as long as he doesn't start dying a lot. I mean, it's only 1 kill in the game so far, so if that says anything, maybe he will get it for free.
It is a bit curious that Stormstormer's kind of been just sitting around in the mid lane. I usually feel like he's a little bit more aggressive, but perhaps that's because he usually has a better action rune that comes available.
Yeah, he has been very calm.
Gilgear.
Sure, it's Gilgear. He's going to get spotted, and he is looking quite dead.
Yeah, he's not looking good here. He's caught over on the side, and he gets burnt to a crisp here.
He gave Fissure as well.
Did gave Fissure, and this is not looking great here for the Nature's Prophet as he got stunned up and is just getting chewed away by these ghosts. Tofu gets off the ultimate. The silence comes off as well, though. Looks like he's just going to get chased down by Tepek here. It's maybe a little bit more damage. Mambos joining in. Tepek still is going to get that double kill.
Very nice. They show up to the action, and Gilgear not expecting to be under any vision there. That ward did see him for a second. They catch him, and yeah, now Rubik has Fissure, so that's going to give a lot more potential for Hippos to fight around. Their Exorcism does end, so I think damage for the most part is done. But hey, 4 kills.
It's a good start. I'm going to need a little bit more than that, but definitely, you know, putting that pressure down. And usually it's the Hellbear Smashers who are doing that.
Yeah, and I think they also got the tower deny, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Senny did get the deny on that mid tower, too. And they've got good defensive ward coverage, so they look like they're content with now just, you know, pace of the game slowing down a little bit while they can get these next few items of farm, get the BKB on Curry, slow farm the Radiance. And Smashers aren't going to be able to take advantage of this too much with this slowdown of the game.
Did he change his mind here?
Oh, no, Mambos, yeah, he's going to just go straight Radiant.
Okay, I like that. I like that much better,
Yeah.
like you were saying. There's just really no reason not to do that against a PL.
Especially not after now you've gotten these 4 kills, you're starting to feel some momentum. You're probably like, okay, my team can make the space for me. My Batrider can find
Oh, Gilgear again. It's off the enchant totem. They use the Wrath of Nature, but the Frostbite, and then he's just going to burn to death.
And they save the lasso. So now they can set up for a future gank with the Butcher Travels on another side. This is looking pretty decent for Hippomaniacs. Exorcism down for 20, so not looking to play around Tepek yet. But when they have that one up, I could see Curry looking to go down bottom and look for an opportunity.
But I mean, look at there's not much of a gold lead here. Yes, you've got 5 kills on the board, right, for the side of Hippos, but it's so neck and neck still, and they're still farming quite well on the side of Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah, but you did get your Batrider out of a pretty horrible situation of the lane, right? So I feel like in that situation, you're kind of happy. You're happy you're playing versus like this Earthshaker, Nature's Prophet, and you've evened the game out to slow it down for your Wraith King to farm. You know, things aren't getting out of control.
That's true. They aren't getting out of control, so definitely has to make you feel a little better.
You can itemize to deal with PL. And that's the other thing too, right? If they don't have the overall AoE to deal with these illusions, the itemization is always something that can't come out. The Radiance, you know, these big 3 tickers we always say is Radiance, Crimson Guard, Shivas. And they can build at least 2 of those items decently. Crimson Guard is an awkward one for their lineup, but Batrider can go BKB into Shivas. Wraith King's gonna have Radiance, so they will have tools to deal with the PL as long as he doesn't get out of control.
Right now, it feels like he is fairly controlled.
Yeah.
Definitely not super hard pressured, but, you know, he's not popping off like we usually see Ace do. And I think also, you know, Gilgear usually is the one who's making a lot of moves around the map early.
He is.
And this time, they've done so well with the vision to keep tabs on him the entire time that he's not being allowed to, you know, get that Blink Dagger super early and start making these huge contributions to fights.
Yeah, they've really addressed Gilgir a lot. We're gonna see him look to start making moves with Stormstormer, as Stormstormer now has the Yules. Since he went bots, you know, this Lina was a very farm-esque Lina. 152 last hits, 0-0-0 kill involvement. Now he can look to help Gilgir. Because Gilgir usually does get his blink around 14, 15 minutes. This one has been quite shut down.
It does feel weird too. Like I feel like Stormstormer, again, I think sometimes that really depends on what rune he's able to get secured for him. But usually I feel like they're making more plays around the map earlier on.
Yeah.
Especially when you have that Nature's Prophet, right? The fact that he can be a global presence.
Yeah, they did. I think just like the 1 or 2 mistakes that they had really slipped them up. Like that top where they didn't get the kill on the Death Prophet, they got turned on and lost a couple heroes. Probably changed their idea of how they wanted to play, so they're just playing it more farm and waiting for these items and maybe just looking to win the fights just off spellcasting. Because Gilgir, he will get the blink. He is having a good time. Ace is getting his farm. Lina is getting their farm, so. And now they have an Orchid also done on Rasmus. So their cores are effectively still chilling at the top there.
I mean, you've got the Bat Rider who's sitting at the top, but look at the discrepancy between the 3 cores on the side of Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah. Gilgir top almost gets set up on Bat Rider BKB, so the front line is there. This is hard to stop. He just BKB and just find any one of the targets. And Stormstormer, he actually shows his face.
Immediately, though, starts walking off to the side.
Haste, Arcane, Bat Rider, the dream.
The Exorcism, Stormstormer, he's got to get out of there, and he's got to get out of there fast. BKB's already been popped here by Curry. He's going to try to buy some time, try to waste it out a little bit, but they'll grab hold of Stormstormer. Rest of the team coming in, the Fissure gets dropped out, but the Exorcism goes and cleans up over onto Stormstormer. Sunny left behind here, just getting chased down by Ace. Rasmus was trying to make things happen on the back line, but Muff goes down. Eventually, he gets chased down by Tipek, but now he's got to run. These ghosts are doing a decent amount of damage. The Spirit Siphon doing a decent amount over onto Ace, but they just don't want to commit after losing that many of the heroes.
Arcane and Haste Rune to just dive past and find Lina with ease. 2 core heroes for 2 supports. They don't quite take down the tower, but hey, a decent hit from Hippomaniacs as the Wraith King is still just farming, getting that Radiance at a pretty okay time.
Yeah, look at that. He pops the BKB and then tries to take the silence off, tries to buy a little bit more time before the rest of his team comes in, but just a little too difficult for the side of Hellbear Smashers, and Hippos grab themselves a really nice fight.
Yeah. Hey, the absolute dream for the bat. Yeah. Arcane, Haste Rune as he gets his BKB done. And they've done a great job this game of just making Curry that beast. He's part of all 7 kills this game. They enabled him perfectly so far, and hey, if they can keep it up, they do definitely have some hope in this game. You know, Mambo is going to have Radiance at a decent time versus the PL. It's going to be a lot up to just actual team fights, which if he can just train onto Stormstorm every single time, it doesn't look bad for Hippomaniacs. They can just remove that Lina's effectiveness pretty decently if they can get on top of her.
Now he's got the Bull Whip on top of that, so he's going to be a very mobile Bat Rider here.
My second favorite item.
All right, so when you play, do you have this urge to just be like, "Pcha," every time? Because I totally do, every time.
Yeah. Yep. Always using it on myself, using it on enemy. Even if you can't kill the enemy, you just whip them.
Yeah.
It feels so bad to just get whipped in the middle of nowhere.
It's definitely a fun item for sure, and does a decent amount here.
They pick bottom. They will know that the Lina's set up. They have to blink on Gilgir. He's looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, it's a bit late for him, like we said.
It is.
Usually gets it much earlier. Has his own whip, though.
The wards right next to each other right now. Both teams just playing with some clear understanding of where they are. Who's going to get the better counter? As Curry is swooping over, this will make it a bit harder for Smashers.
Fissure, Laguna, down goes Sunny.
So he'll reveal the fact that there's a ward. There's some ward coverage in that area there. And it's the 5 position. So good job there by the CM. Yeah. And he is pinging it immediately.
I mean, if you're going to lose someone to a gank, you want it to be your pos 5.
Yeah, they knew this was happening. Like, look at that positioning of the Rubik and the Death Prophet. They were like, someone's going to die here. All right, go in there, Senny.
Play the role.
30, Exorcism also about 80 seconds. See if Smashers can punish this at all. As if they just wait for these spells to come back up, then Hippomaniacs is going to be the one to bring the fight to them.
I will say, though, they do have the BKB up and running now over onto Rasmus. So
They do.
that's going to make it a little bit easier for them to stand and fight. He's not going to have to worry so much about all of that, you know, Firefly all over the ground as well, but I don't know.
Stormstormer's just food.
Food,
1400 HP Lina with no BKB, no protection. Like, Bad Rider just has to, like, Curry's job, just BKB, Blink, find Lina every single one of the fights, and they even have Blink follow-ups now too. Mambos has a Blink too. So, yeah, they're ticking all the boxes right now, and this is quite a close game now.
How did they get the... I feel like Hellbear Smashers need to... Look at Rasmus. He's just like, nope, 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 nope. Curry blinks forward, searching for Rasmus here. Does manage to find him. Puts out the Orchid, though. He's going to try to man-fight. Does have to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage sitting in all of this Firefly. BKB comes out. He'll go and he'll drag him right over here to Senny. Are they going to have enough here? No. He's going to have to just teleport out.
That was a pretty big slip up there by Curry, actually, not just using the lasso earlier. As soon as the BKB comes out, Rasmus knows he's fine. If lasso was already used, they have no way to cancel besides that. So, bit of a slip up there by Curry, and Rasmus benefits a lot by it. 60 seconds, no lasso. Now they're looking to make their own aggressive move.
Epic. Yeah, the fissure open up the follow-up here with the silence, and there's going to be a Yule's Ply coming out, buys a little bit more time, since Ring does give him a little bit more health, but at the end of the day, Tepek will go down.
Let's shake things.
And every little thing matters. If Rasmus dies top, there's a high chance they can't make that move bottom. And now they're actually going to continue to pressure down here. It looked like, at least from Rasmus. He's actually going to back up, give a little respect. They don't have any info. Hasn't quite bought the shard yet on the Nature's Prophet. I thought he'd be bringing that one out soon.
I think he wanted that BKB first. I think that was a higher priority for him. Although he is going straight now into the Assault Cuirass instead of the shard.
I guess he's looking to be more of like an actual fighter because his Lina's having trouble. He actually has to show up to the fights more, so
That makes
I can
sense.
see why. And Stormstormer, he is getting close to his BKB. He needs to get that before they have any realms of being able to fight.
All right. Well,
And Curry's got the Aether Lens, so he's not going to go for the Shiva's build. He's going to go for the Octarine. I guess that means the Death Prophet will go for Shiva's, and yeah, she is. So, yep, they're continuing to itemize versus that PL, and we'll have to see if it's all going to work out for them when Ace does look to actually join into the fray, as he's been very quietly farming in the midst of all this game. Heart on the venue, on the horizon.
No, he's just getting there. He's, you know, just kind of playing his own game very quietly right now, but you have to watch out because this Wraith King, again, he is a big baddie. He is sitting on top of the net worth, trading on and off, of course, with Ace, but like he said, they do have methods of dealing with this Phantom Lancer. They do have to be pretty precise, but I would say right now it just feels like Stormstormer is just a very expensive creep on the map.
Yeah, he's definitely a liability until he has BKB. He is getting close, but has to be so careful. If he's under a single ward, he just dies instantly. And we see the wards. I've been watching this from Hippomaniacs all game. Really good coverage. Just really deep ones, really unexpected ones that have not been dewarded yet from Smashers for the most part of this game. And they confidently push forward. They still have Aegis for about a minute. So we see Smashers are just continuing to look to farm up and split as best as possible. Gilger cutting the mid wave.
Got his shard online.
He does.
And he does what Gilgers do best, which is murder couriers. So he took out Sunny's courier, but they do have to deal with the fact that the Hippos are knocking at their front door right now. Do have Stormstormer, though, is able to clear out creep waves pretty easily, as is Gilgir.
Tough to break high ground. Don't want to knock at the doors versus an Earthshaker at this point when your side lanes are being pushed so hard. They will have to back up and address those. Gonna give a window for Smashers to come out and maybe get some D wards in particular, as these wards are problematic. Muff spots a DD top.
Does indeed. So I have a feeling Curry will be bottling up. And can he pass it off to someone? I would have passed. Yeah, I was about to say, give that to Mambos.
He might just grab it himself so he can farm a little faster. Mambos actually changes his choice. He had BKB queued up, and he's going to go for AC. I actually would have liked him to continue going for BKB. Wrath of Nature actually gives up the fact that there's a ward mid. Quick little D-ward by the Hippos. And Aegis is reclaimed.
All right, so we've got a very big item picked up now for Stormstormer. He's got his BKB.
And they got hard on Ace. So I think this is big go time here for Smashers. It's as the Aegis gets reclaimed too. And they just got some decent vision. They have these wards down bottom and in the mid lane. But Hippos, they're the one running in with this DD.
They don't have much time left on it, though, at this point. They've got to be quick and dirty with this. Smoke coming out from the side of Hellbear, smashes. Mambo's blinking into everyone. BKB immediately coming out from Stormstormer, though. He's going to sit far back here, be able to get some of these spells off. They do manage to find Ace over here on the side. Look at Curry. It's all right. They already managed to take them down once, as you're going to have the Wraith King coming right back up again. Stormstormer will crumble.
Ace?
And now Ace, he's just getting locked down. He's going to go down as well. Rasmus, BKB, TPing out here. Looks like Tofu's going to be left behind. And Gilgear just running for his life. I did not expect that to go that well for the Hippos. Good lord.
I did not either. Especially with Stormstormer gets the BKB off before that stun hits him. They're able to like reset kind of decently, but the PL, he doppeled into everything. He's actually just getting destroyed by Exorcism, by Radiance, even by CM ult. All these different things were hitting him, and then he gets silenced to boot. Look at him, right in the middle of everything. And watch the CM ult, everything is hitting him. Firefly, every spell connecting perfectly, and then there's the silence and a follow-up stun. And a beautiful fight. Hippomaniacs is Mambos. No chill. Jumps onto the high ground blind to start that fight.
Did you see how fast Curry, once he popped that BKB, he just beelined for Stormstormer. Once the Laguna was down, was just like all up in his face. Just nicely played. But again, the placement of Ace in the middle of all of that. It almost, you know, we criticize the draft, right? The fact that it feels like, who's going to be your frontliner? Who's going to be tanky on the side of Hippos? But now you're kind of looking at a similar problem coming out for Hellbear Smashers as Gilgear whips.
He whiffs.
Off to the side. It looks like they're still going to manage to get the kill over onto CM, but the stolen deathboard from Muff goes and cleans up over onto Gilgear. Stormstorm is going to be able to walk away. Tipek. It's going to bounce back here. Gilgear buying back. Ace. Still eyes on the prize. They managed to go get off the Laguna Blade over here onto Tipek. And they are chewing him down pretty quickly, but that Spirit Siphon is doing so much to keep him alive, as is the Essence Ring. Ace is really having to work for this, and he still hasn't managed to take down this Death Prophet. Finally, if she does go down, they'll get the kill on the Rubik over on the back lines.
Top skeletons are actually pushing, though. These are buffed up skeletons, too. 61 damage.
Yeah, it looks like the Nature's Prophet will go home, go deal with those, but the pressure's on here at the bottom. Want to try to force out some buybacks or something, or at least get some damage on the tower, but they go and they get the lasso off here on the top lane. Rasmus, he's just being held in place. He's got that BKB. Stormstormer coming back as well. Is Curry going to be allowed to take this?
Wait, but Curry just botched up there.
He just
that means
botsed
he's
right
not going to
on
be
up.
at base.
He's not there. He's going to be able to fly away, but that is one way to go and slow this down. And now over here on the side, Ace, he needs help. Gilgear still standing off onto the lines here. No mana left over here onto Mambos. As Ace is just trying to run back. They're thinking about maybe poking back in again. Gilgear throwing out the fissure, making sure they'll cut off that line so that way they can't reach Ace. Break it down for me, Fog. What did we just watch?
Smashers trying to take advantage of cooldown timings is at least what I felt like I was watching. Just Death Prophet Exorcism was down, Lasso was down, they were charging forward. Curry now, he used the Lasso up top, so maybe this is where Smashers still has a window for something. Even if they don't have Echo, they're looking for something.
Well, they'll find Seni, and they'll use Laguna and many other things on him. So Crystal Maiden is down, but they also managed to find Tipek. Mambos jumping back in over onto the back lines. Glimmer Cape coming out will buy a little bit more time for Tofu so he can get some of these spells off. Exorcism also coming out. Rasmus, he needs to be careful here. He's got the trees. He gets bumped out, and he does go down. Stormstormer and Ace trying to man fight here. Mambos, he's still alive somehow after all is said and done. Eventually, he does go down for the first time. It feels like the Hellbear Smashers, they don't want to keep going for this, though, as they do manage to find another kill on Gilgear.
They have to start backing away. Ace is starting to run out of mana. Death Prophet ulti is ending, though, as well soon, but still Hippomaniacs trying to chase some catches. Their Lasso is up in 15, but yeah, Smashers will back away, and they can't kill Tipek in time for him before he gets the Exorcism off. As soon as Exorcism goes off, it seems really problematic for Smashers to take any of these fights. They also didn't have Echo. That was them hunting for the fight, just trying to take advantage of Lasso being down.
Yeah, I was surprised because it was still on like a 30-second cooldown when they first initiated into that fight, but it just feels like it's so hard to take down this Death Prophet. We watched Ace chase her through the entire map a little bit earlier, too. Like, with the Spirit Siphon, Essence Ring, like, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's tough, and she's going to be going for the BKB next. They can't burst her before she gets the Exorcism off, and yeah, the fight just looks really hard for them there as Ace, he survives for a long time. His damage isn't really that overwhelming just yet because they've itemized. They've chosen for the items that you want to build versus that PL, the Shivas, the Radiance, all these things, even the AC on Mambos, everything coming into play versus Ace.
I mean, they're not going to be able to get over into this pit fast enough.
No.
This is just a free Roche for them. Do you think
Speed
that
of the game is getting hard for Smashers, it feels like.
should Stormstormer be holding all of his burst damage for the Death Prophet, do you think? Is that what they need to do right now?
It feels like he does. It feels like he has to just stay really far back. He just has to be really careful. I don't think it's just so much about his one Laguna as much as him just being able to reset the fights and get like 5-6 stuns out and fight the fights out. I think those long duration team fights are where Smashers have to excel. Even though they're playing into Exorcism, they have to like kite it and they have to play around it really, really, really well and just be careful for the lasso to drag them back into it. It's not going to be easy fights for them.
Is not indeed. It just
Oh,
always
Asher.
feels, it feels like the opposite, you know, in some of the other games, right? You've got Rasmus consistently teleporting home to go deal with the boys that are knocking at the door. Instead of the fact that, you know, usually it's the Nature's Prophet who's making everybody go home.
Yeah, that is a good point, and that is something that we did see Mambos went for with his talent build. I actually never see people take either of those talents. They always take the 12 strength, they almost always take the 30 move speed. He took skeleton attack damage, he took skeleton spawned.
All right, well, they're going to finish off this mid tower with the Exorcism. You have that Aegis online.
Glyphs popped late after the tower
Oh,
died.
the lasso drag back, though. They immediately find the Lina, and they're just trying to obliterate Stormstormer. It's okay, though. He does have the BKB. He's going to be able to survive a little bit longer. Rasmus also popping his BKB. They turn back around. They'll take down the Wraith King the first time. They need to do more, though. There's the Echo Slam coming out. They're trying to burst down this Death Prophet. She's so damn tanky, but they finally do manage to take it down. Sandy is just letting it go over on the side, dropping that freezing field. And the Glimmer Cape is cute. Not going to be enough to save him this time around, as the Hellbear Smashers finally look like they've been able to take a decent fight.
That's where the Shaker gets to get everything off. Gilgir, he's been having a tough game, but when it's into your base, you're able to just get your fissures, your enchant totems perfectly. Same thing for Witch Doctor. You just have easier access to spell usage. Death Prophet, Wraith King have to be much more careful here, as Mambos doesn't have BKB, so these stuns, they're very impactful on him. He gets chain stunned and then just gets brought down. When he revives, he still has to just back away. Can't actually commit onto anyone. Might have to go for a BKB next item, but we'll see.
Is it a situation where they have to also get some sort of a pick off first before they can breach the high ground?
Yeah, it was pretty over-aggressive there by Curry, just blinking in, trying to grab the Lina. You know, they don't really have that crazy amount of burst unless the Wraith King gets right on her, and he doesn't have BKB, so he can't follow up as well as he'd like to just be that right-click damage through the BKB. So I think, yeah, they'd probably need to wait for a pick-off or wait for the Abyssal on the Wraith King or something like that so they can actually have damage through that BKB Lina.
The seeds of fortune.
All right, well, the bounty runes are up, and they're getting snapped up by the side of the Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah, they got all of them. Curry found Rasmus.
Curry did find Rasmus, but does he have enough damage anymore? I'm not sure. Okay, if he's going to have Muff there, the BKB does come out, though, and they don't have any solutions. They'll throw out a Fissure from Gilgir just to ensure that Rasmus can get out easily.
What if he got first hit bash? That would have been sad.
That would have been very good news for the Hippos. That always feels bad, though. The percentage chance, you're just like, no! To Peck. Rasmus is here. Ace is here. He is very far up. I don't think he was expecting Rasmus to be here as well. The silence gets thrown out. And again, this Death Prophet is fairly tanky, but with the Lina joining into the fight now, can they take down this Death Prophet? Yes, they can with the Laguna and with Rasmus right clicks here.
That's the biggest kill they can find on the map. That's 70 seconds where Hippomaniacs can't fight. This Exorcism is extremely impactful.
Curry. No, looks like they don't realize he's up there. They don't have any vision either, but Abyssal Blade gets picked up now for Wraith King, like you were talking about. That's a solution here for this Lina when she BKBs.
Yeah, now if they go for those lasso plays out of the base, they have a instant follow-up and maybe some damage and control for it. But they do still have to pick and choose their targets quite carefully, as Stormstormer has 6,000 gold in the bank too, so he might just buy a full Lincolns to protect himself versus those single target disables.
I have an Ethereal Blade picked up too now on the side of Hippos.
Okay.
Still no Death Prophet though for 25 seconds. They're gonna allow Ace to put a decent amount of damage over here on the tower. Mambos jumping forward here.
What the?
I'm not sure why he... Alright, they just wanted to clear them away, I guess. Yeah, he used the Abyssal Blade on that. I guess he thought perhaps...
I think they just really wanted to stop the push. I don't know, like CM ulted as well, so they just were really wanting to buy time for Death Prophet.
I'm surprised. I guess
they chasing.
Oh yeah, they managed to go and grab Gilgir here. Rest of the team standing nearby, jumping forward. E-Blade comes out. Curry gets himself a kill on Gilgir, and they have a nice ward up as well, so... They can
see
see
the
that the
lines
rest
drawn
of the team all
immediately.
ran over.
Yeah.
So makes room for
Lines
Rasmus
drawn by
at least.
Smashers to push. Yeah. Sorry.
Witch Doctor Ags. No voodoo switcheroo though.
Does he really?
No,
Oh, I
not
thought
the
he
full
had it. I
thing.
was gonna
He's
say,
working
oh
on
my.
it. Yeah, no, Tofu is not that wealthy. My God. Couple of these items coming out. We have the Satanic picked up now for Rasmus.
He is going to be very strong. I saw you had the Hex queued up. He looks like he just wants to be a right clicker, just stand in the fights and just attack back versus the Wraith King and versus that Death Prophet. I quite like it. Then he can actually help out with the PL with Ace, who also fresh Abyssal and, as you said, the Penta Edge Sword for the PL. Really nice pickup.
I feel like he has to. Like this Lina has struggled so hard in a lot of these fights, and that they just seem like a lot of the times when someone gets away, it's just with a tiny sliver of health.
Yeah. No, I like that he's gone for this build rather than for the caster. He hasn't even bought the shard. He's just playing about the team fights.
Tipek using the BKB. He's got to try to run away here. The rest of the team is following up. Mambos is going to rejoin. That is the BKB down on the Death Prophet. That's a fresh BKB that just got picked up as well.
That hurts to use, but he had to. He would have died otherwise. All that Maledict damage that was coming up from before, he would have taken even more. Timeless Relic picked up. Great pickup for the side of Hippomaniacs. And a Penta Edge Sword for the Wraith King, so they get their own. He actually gets rid of the... Okay, he gets rid of the Minotaur Horn, so he has no BKB, no way to protect himself versus spells on Mambos. Just all about damage.
All right, well, the Hippos are sweeping over towards the top end of the map. Curry, very forward here. Does have the rest of his team kind of supporting him from behind.
Gilgir gets a lot more freedom now too. He got the ninja gear, so now he can actually just swoop around through these wards. He can even look to reclaim the outpost. It's about 40 seconds left on it too. This is a nice grab, and this will protect him a lot versus Batrider. This is probably one of the best pickups you can find on the map. They just sit in the back lines and hide. Hippomaniacs will be the one to get the Illusionist cape, so Smasher's not so lucky. As the TP is stopped, Curry.
Yep.
Gilgir's gonna chain stun him.
Gets found. He's got the BKB, but they follow up and they have the Abyssals all set and ready here. Another batch coming out. Rest of the team, they even go and they throw the Witch Doctor Ward onto the high ground so they don't lose sight of him as Curry does get murdered.
90 seconds as well. Oh my god, that is a huge window for Smashers to do anything they want, really. If they're aware that he has no buyback, they can just push down this lane.
Grab up the runes at the very, very least. But yeah, you can see that they're grabbing their creep wave right now, and they're making their way towards top.
And send a courier to Roche as well, because you should know that it's going to be respawning soon. They might, if they get lucky with the spawn timer.
And they are truly blessed by the Ice Frog. Clearly.
It's pretty short. It's 48 seconds. So it's not going to be in time for them to go there immediately and get it, but...
A little damage on the tower.
Yeah.
All right. Ace chewing through the buildings. Take it down. Rasmus giving those clicks forward too. Fissure gets tossed out, landing on 2. Oh, with the Wrath of Nature too.
God.
Oh my god, it's disgusting how much damage that comes out.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
That was almost a very dead Rubik. And just like that,
I feel like
back off.
that spell should do less damage to supports. That would be a nice patch change. Wrath of Nature no longer hits supports with the last bounce. It just can't. It only can hit core heroes with the last bounce.
Yeah, one can wish, but I don't think we're going to get that lucky.
No, we won't. As the lanes now, the pressure's coming on all fronts. Double catapult waves coming into at this 40 minute. See how they deal with it. 13 seconds still for the Bad Rider as supports.
Oh, Stenny, they saw you coming from a mile away. No Crystal Maiden now on the board. Mambos running right back into his base. Has finished up the Swift Link, though.
Okay. No buyback is what that means. So he's full committed and no protection for himself. No BKB, no nothing. So stuns will be very tough for him to deal with. As Roche, as we said, respawning very soon. Smashers, it comes up right in front of them. They can commit for this one as it has a Aghanim's Blessing.
Ooh. I'm guessing probably going over onto Stormstormer, yeah?
Yeah, more than likely.
He needs that extra little bit, especially with the BKBs online. Oh, okay. Tipek found a kill on Tofu. It's a nice pickoff.
Rasmus picked it up. He hasn't decided who's getting it yet, though.
I mean, that's still good, too.
Yeah, he's just hanging on to it. It's in his backpack. Hey, his isn't bad either. The root is actually pretty annoying. It's like AoE over... It's global overgrowth. But he hasn't moved it in yet, so hopefully he notices. Or hopefully he passes it off to Lina.
I'm sure he notices that he's got it. There's no way that he's just like, oh, hey.
Moxie, you know we say that, but we've seen cheeses and TIs left at pits at TI.
That's true. That's very true. I can't give them... There it is. Yes, they gave it to Lina. All right.
Yeah, a very appropriate one as he's playing into those BKBs. That'll be some nice burst chunk to go through. And Stormstormer now so much more protected. You know, he's finished his Lincoln some time ago. He's even close to that next approaching item. They've really started to secure the map within these last 10 minutes.
This has been one hell of a recovery game for Stormstormer.
Yeah.
Difficult. Muff hunting. Curry also looking for an opening. Gilgir already backing up, though.
It's pretty crazy to say that one death from Curry, that was his only death. That felt like one of his only mistakes he's really made on the bat ride of this game, and it is a pretty impactful one that he did die in.
It just opened the door, right? Like, it allowed them to realize, okay, there's no bat on the map. We don't have to worry about this pressuring. We just go and we'll take, 2 towers off of it. It's wild. Muff.
It's mid Muff.
Oh.
Whoop, the Abyss on a creep.
Yeah. It's fine. He meant to do that, right? It's just like, what the Wraith King did earlier. Totally meant to do that. Calculated.
Yep.
Rest
the ace with the freedom of spider legs too, so he is effectively a full 6-slotted hero right now.
That always feels nice.
Hood not the best 6-slotted item, but Hood as a PL is one of the better 6-slotted items.
It is needed.
Yeah.
I love the fact that Gilgir has the ninja gear. It's going to allow him... He's always had very good positioning, it felt like. And that is a testament to Hippomaniacs being in the right place, right time. But...
Yeah, it always helps him. He's just not going to get initiated on. Stormstormer just has to be careful when his Lincolns gets broken. He has to play back, as we see there. Lincolns comes back up. He might be able to step over again. They're going to back up. Rasmus continue to farm. He's got the 0 cooldown teleport. He can come back to his team whenever.
Oh, and there's a double damage run outside the pit.
Yeah, they both teams have vision of that as well.
Would not be surprised to see Ace go saunter over that way and get himself a little double damage run as a treat. Well, looks like he's got murder on the mind.
Yeah. Curry has to be cautious as well himself. He's also going for a Lincoln's, just any type of protection versus that Abyssal, so he can actually have easy targets to just jump in, BKB lasso, and not get controlled.
Are they going to go? Are they going to hard commit on this? It looks like they are. They're going to try to burn down this Wraith King's first life. Down he goes. Lasso's getting put over onto the back lines, over onto Rasmus, but they have these BKBs. They turn back around. The Ghosts are just shredding through Rasmus, though. As Tipek, he's got the Exorcism off. Now Stormstormer trying to just get over to the high ground. Ace over on low ground. Nice Fissure coming out. Will hold him into place. Can they burn him down fast enough? They do have the Ethereal Blade keeping Tipek alive just a little bit longer. They're still hunting. Tofu gets off one of his spells. Good Glimmer Cape usage that will keep Tipek alive as he turns back around. But they're all hunting this witch. They want to take down this Death Prophet. Light Strike Array comes through, and they'll finally take down Tipek.
They can't get to the back line on the side of Hippomaniacs. Gilgir's just chilling, throwing fissures and enchant totems, chain stunning heroes. Same thing with the Witch Doctor. They are low on mana now. Stormstormer is a bit limited, but he has Bottle. He's still got Aegis. They're going to continue this push. 80 seconds, no Death Prophet, and just no Exorcism for a long time.
Oh, the jump forward immediately, but he's not able to finish off over onto Tofu. Tofu, he does eventually go down here. Echo Slam coming up from Gilgir, though. It's beautiful as it lands over onto the back lines, and they're just chewing through Mambos now. Gilgir does go down. Mambos, he's still alive, but he eventually goes down. There's going to be the reincarnation coming out. The lasso was used on this Phantom Lancer, taking a lot of damage, and I think it's enough to take him out. Now Stormstorm is just running for his life here, hoping that no one blinks forward, no one's gonna find him. Hiding over in the tree line. Looks like he's gonna be allowed to teleport out.
He actually just got casked between his illusion and himself. He got lassoed, pulled in, and then just the cask bounced back and forth. Probably dies anyway, because of the chase that they all still were alive with, but damn, what a fight by Hippomaniacs, jumping in. A very unexpected one, the way they jumped too. As their Death Prophet's dead, they just see an opportunity to grab someone outside the base. And they do find the real PL. The lasso does snag him there.
And that was such a nice Echo Slam here from Gilgir, but just the rest of the team crumbling during that fight. But yeah, the lasso.
Just 0 mana in the back. Look at this Lina. He has a stun, but that's it. He has no mana. He has the Aegis to work with, but he has to reset because he doesn't have that mana. So a great identifying point by Hippomaniacs. And now, other way, they're knocking on the high ground.
Aegis getting reclaimed now. They'll buy themselves a little bit more time. The lasso, though, back here over onto Tofu as he's going to get dragged forward. They tried to use the Lincolns to save him, but not going to be enough. So down goes the Witch Doctor. Gilgir is here, though, of course. Gets a nice fissure off. And Totem throwing out a nice LSA, too. It's difficult for them to try to fight into this, but they're putting the damage out over onto the buildings. Bottom lane, you can see they're sending all of those trees. They're chipping away. Curry's trying his best to clear them up. Mambos does get forced back, though. They throw out a fissure. Courier gets taken out, too. Looks like he's... What was he working on here?
He's working on Rapier.
I knew he had it queued up, but I wasn't sure.
I don't think he got to, I think he killed it before he actually got to pick anything up, but... Oh my. Some huge fights. Nice Rasmus getting caught off. No, he still hasn't even gotten the cheese off. He did die earlier without having it in his bags.
Well, I will say, like, the times you have to be scared, like, most scared of a wounded animal is when their back's up against the wall, and I would say the hippos right now. You know, they've, we
got the Rapier.
He did get the Rapier. And they smoke up.
This could totally catch him off guard. These heroes are gonna start just getting like straight up one-shotted. Stormstormer has no armor items. He's 13 armor Lina. They're on the high ground though. They're positioned nicely. The scan comes out. Curry, another arcane rune.
Doesn't matter though. Curry jumping forward. There's Tofu, Stormstormer. Lincoln's gets popped. Mambo's jumping on in over onto the back lines. This Lina's taking too much damage. Does get the Lunar Blade off. A Stormstormer still goes down. It's gonna be the buyback now coming out from Lina. They're not willing to give this up just yet. But they've got so much damage as Ace also now going down. Tofu and Gilgir trying to run away. The blink forward here. Tofu buys himself a little bit more time as he does have that Glimmer Cape. But a couple nice donks here with the coconut. Tofu leading them on a very slow chase, I guess. You know, is trying to buy a little bit more time. But look at this. They're doing a decent amount of damage over there to the towers. Tofu still leading them through. They have the vision, though. Down he goes.
Oh, man, this Rapier is doing so much damage. He 2 or 3 shotted the Lina. And then they get Ace. He's singled out. He gets frostbitten. He gets focused down. Also 2 or 3 shot. Hippomaniacs are doing it.
They are indeed.
And Curry just, time and time again, he's just finding the perfect targets to go on. 5-1 and 16. This Batrider has played a pretty much perfect game. He had this hard lane and he recovered really nicely. And he's just finding every single one of these picks. This is crazy. Ace is 45 seconds.
Just watching these trees try to go through backdoor protection. Teleports over into the mid lane, though. They're ready to take some more buildings here. They do have buyback on the Phantom Land, so I don't think they want to. Bloodthorn is completed. Gilgir throwing out a fissure. Slow them down just a little. But it looks like are they looking to just finish? They're looking to just finish now. Put some pressure over here on the tier 4s.
Might be able to force. Ace has 15 seconds left. He really doesn't want to buy out.
Indeed he doesn't. They are putting some more damage, though, down into that bottom lane because Rasmus trying to rapidly split push as much as he can as the teleports are coming back. They do realize if they have an actual creep wave, these trees do a lot of damage. They get the lasso off, though, over onto Rasmus, plus the E-Blade. He's just stunned up. He cannot do anything. Does have the BKB, though, so not quite enough damage to take him down this time around as there's this big smoke coming out from the side of Hellbear Smashers. Can they get anything off of this? Knowing that the bat's not there. They spotted out that ward.
Rasmus will find a courier. He'll TP out immediately afterwards. His team looking for the hunt.
The pincer, the smoke. Stormstormer needs to be careful. He's very far forward here. He immediately gets jumped out. Look at that raw damage coming out here from the Wraith King. As they go, they throw out a fissure. Can they kill him a number of times? All right, first death down. The stolen Laguna Blade, though, over on the back lines from Mupp, but they turn right back around again. Curry's doing so much damage on the back lines, though, as well. Stormstormer does go down. Mambos to fall next. And now it looks like Tepek. He's running away with these ghostly ladies. A fissure does connect, but they've not managed to find really anything else here. Saini is out of mana. They'll chase him down. So who picked it up? It is indeed Ace.
Yeah, they didn't actually get the control onto Stormstormer this time. The last time, they did break the Lincolns and then get the Abyssal so that he got killed instantly. Stormstormer is able to reset. He gets a secondary stun. They surround Mambos, and he goes down. 70 seconds, no buy. Now it's Ace with that Rapier. He's got a second one queued up as well. As this time, they're able to actually take the fight.
Oh, Muff.
Distance themselves.
Muff, oh. Ooh. Oh, dear.
Ooh, a gem's on the floor. They didn't see that one.
No, they didn't. Well,
I know.
Consolation prize. At least they, they murdered you, but they didn't mug you.
Dead? Yep.
Buyback coming out now from Crystal Maiden. They do have buyback over on the Wraith King and on the Rubik, but look at these buildings. They're just getting shredded.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All right, there's the lasso
find
drag back
Rasmus.
over onto Rasmus, but they'll jump back in again. Nice silence getting laid out. This is not looking good for Rasmus. It looks like he's gonna fall, and they have their eyes over here onto this Phantom Lancer. He's gonna turn, he's gonna try to man fight over here, and they have the Ags over on the Witch Doctor doing so much damage as they do manage to take Mambos down the first time. Ace here trying to fight through. And he just doesn't seem to have enough damage. He's trying to run away here.
Ace
And they
in trouble.
just chase him down. Do they have the vision? Do they have anything to
glimmer?
save this? No, they turn back around. They have the Hex. They've got their eyes on him. They're able to go and retrieve that dagger. Sorry, not the dagger, the rapier. Oh my god. Buyback now coming out from Ace. He wants to get back into this fight.
They have to defend their throne.
They do.
Ancients dying to creeps right now. And a triple buyback that no way Smashers was prepared for. Hippomaniacs just jump out and grab them, and now Mambos running down mid. There's no Nature's Prophet. They got the catch. He does not have buyback. They might just be able to commit for the throne. There's no glyph.
And there's just so much damage again. The damage and the control coming out here.
Even a
They get a Desto now picked
Look
up
at
for the
Curry.
Bat Rider. They want to finish.
They know that they can. This is going to be a
buyback.
hard defense here for Smashers.
This is indeed the BKB coming out from Stormstormer. They'll get the Yules off as well. Curry jumping onto the back lines. We'll be able to go and grab up the Witch Doctor. Do they have enough damage? Can they just hold him down into place long enough? All right, Wraith King going down the first time. Curry, though, still hunting, and they have all these exorcism, all these ghosts coming out.
Mambos.
They do manage to go and stunlock him, but they'll go right back in again. This is not looking good here. Echo Slam comes off, though. Can they defend? There's so much
It's
damage
alive.
coming out, but they're still man-fighting him. They do manage to finally take down Mambos, and now they'll chase over after Gilgear. He goes down. Rasmus doing everything he can, but the Ancient, it falls, and the GG gets called.
Holy crap. We got a series on our hands.
We do indeed.
That was very good recovery and just good back and forth coming out from both teams. But man, Curry played the game of his life, I feel like, on this Bat Rider. The one death he had was when he got caught under a ward top. Besides that, this Bat Rider performance was spectacular. 10, 1, and 20. He's part of 30 of 34 kills. He seems like he's always getting the lasso targets, and damn, such perseverance to keep yourself together versus this PL who is a looming threat, but somehow you keep your cool and always get the right targets. That was really well done by Hippos.
God, Curry looked so happy at the end. He took a little sip from his mug. He was like, all right, we get a game 3. We get a chance to see if we can win this series against one of the top ranked teams here. And, that was very surprising, but I love it. I love the fact that, they bit back and we have a game 3 on our hands. So I really honestly can't wait to see what our panel has to say about this.
We have a lot to say about that one, and we're going to say all the things after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Way my feeling about you. Trains don't go to the place I'm feeling without you. Days fly by and the more I'm thinking
of the best of 3 series between Hippomaniacs and Hellbear Smashers had a little bit of a slow start. And that allowed Hippomaniacs to get the farm they wanted, get the farm they needed, set the tempo they wanted, and we had an even game in our hands as Hellbear Smashers was just not able to set their tempo. I'm here with Odie Pixel. We're going to break down this game as we prepare for a third, because the score is 1-1 here in this lower division series for DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel. And Owen, what was your biggest takeaway from the game, this second game that Hippomaniacs won?
Well, I think it just has to be how well Hippomaniacs performed when they made this switch around.
Yeah.
You know, having Curry on the Bat, Manboss on the Wraith King, it looked pretty fantastic. You know, for a team that's struggled many times in the series that we have seen here from them in the lower division, to come out with this level of a performance there is fantastic to see. I mean, it was, of course, a little back and forth right up until the end, you know, sort of moments before we saw them take this victory here. They just lost the rapier. Ace had it. But it didn't matter. Still able to fight well and get it back and secured for their Wraith King. They close it up. So, no, easily the most impressive performance we've seen from Hippomaniacs. And as Fox said, I believe in other tournaments they have been trying this out. You know, trying Curry and Manboss, swap it around a little bit, depending on the heroes that they got. It looked great. I mean, it looked we saw the KDAs at the end. I think saw their cores dying about barely a handful of times throughout that whole game. It just looked like kind of a different team, really. It was so different to what we saw in game 1, where they just got steamrolled over by Hellbear Smashers. This game, they really just held their own, and I think Hellbear Smashers were, you know, you could tell it. They had to try so hard to get anywhere close to getting the victory here against them, and they couldn't quite do it. Hippomaniacs just keeping their cool in those insane moments towards the end of the game.
And I think Curry ended at a 10-1 and 20 with a 34 total kill score of the team. So he's been involved in 30 of them. Very impressive. But he did not have an easy start against Stormstormer's Lina. But Stormstormer's Lina didn't really do that much in the mid to late game, Owen.
Well, I think it was hard, right? Because sure, at the start, as you say, the Lina was farming a little better than the Bat in the lane, getting a few, you know, sort of quicker timings. But those movements from Curry, that early kill that he was able to get with that first sort of play, it set him sort of straight up at the top of the net worth. And then he hit these great imp timings. He was coming in with this BKB and Blink, and pretty much in most of the fights, he was always able to find his target. We saw that, you know, the Lina really struggled then in that sense, because this Bat was going for him every single time. And you know, so he did have that limitation as the Lina in these fights. He was really sort of able to sit back, drop the light strike, burst through Manboss the once. But when he comes back for that second time, sure, he's going to be hitting away, but he's already left himself vulnerable. It's just a very hard Lina game to play when it gets to the point where the Bat and the Wraith King are as big as they were, as we did see.
And the Wraith King was a really great pick indeed for Hippomaniacs. They had set themselves up for success. Let's also find out what Brian thought about the second game of the series.
For game 2, I'd like to talk about the map that we would normally be looking at. This game was a lot of cat and mouse. So if we look at the mini map, we see 5 Hippomaniac heroes mid, while the rest of Hellbear Smashers is spread out through all 3 lanes. There's a lot of basically Hellbear Smashers playing the dodge game with the cutting of the creep waves from the Earthshaker mid, PL and the Witch Doctor pushing the bottom lane, while Nature's Prophet is pushing the top lane. And notice how pretty much every time, instead of defending their base, Hellbear Smashers elected to force Hippomaniacs to separate. It wasn't something that they could deal with directly, because whenever they did take a fight, this game looked pretty ugly. And I want to show you guys exactly why this game looked ugly for Hellbear Smashers. As the panel was saying, it felt like Stormstormer had very little impact mid to late game. And I think that comes down to Hippomaniac's amazing targeting. And this is going to be a smoke-on-smoke action, and we're going to see them instantly jump Stormstormer. He even gets the BKB off to dodge Manboss initiation. But Curry, look at his patience. Look at his patience. BKB just runs straight at the Lina, ignores every other target. And since they have this Radiance plus the Shivas, we see that Ace just isn't able to do enough damage. And once the Lina goes down, they're just on the back foot. Every successful team fight for Hellbear Smashers was where Stormstormer was allowed to deal damage. And this being one of the last team fights in the game, even when they're down by 10,000 net worth, we're going to see the exact same thing from Hippomaniacs. You may say, BSJ, is this the same clip? Looks like the same spot. We might be seeing some of the same thing. But nope, they're going to do the exact thing. But this time it's just Mambos who pops the Lincolns with his stun, then uses the Abyssal. And notice how Ace, he just can't finish off any targets without any help. Yes, PL is one of the best late game carries in the game, but something he can struggle with is the damage output, especially to single targets, when the opponent is allowed to itemize those aura damage reduction items. And I really like the way Hippomaniacs prioritize their targets in fights, and I think if it weren't for that, they would not have been able to take this game. Really impressive performance in game 2. I look forward to their game 3.
So am I, and we don't have to wait very long for that third game of the series to come around, because it is time for a break. But when we're back, it is draft time for this third and deciding game between Hellbear Smashers and Hippomaniacs. Three of Hippomaniacs versus Hellbear Smashers coming your way here. Lower division, Western European DPC League here. DreamLeague Season 14 powered by Intel. We're joined by Brian on the big screen. I got OD Pixel with me still as well. And we saw a very strong performance from Hippomaniacs, who had set themselves up for success. They had a lineup that was relatively easy to execute, and execute it they did. Hellbear Smashers a little bit maybe stuck in the previous game. Picking up that Phantom Lancer last pick might not have been the greatest of choices, but we're going to talk about that and see what they're going to do next in the third game. Brian, do you feel like the Phantom Lancer was a problem? Like, they obviously had overall last pick, I believe. Could they have gone for something better?
I think the issue with Phantom Lancer that game is that your offlane mid duo, or your offlane plus mid hero, is two squishy ranged dudes that you don't threaten fast enough as a Phantom Lancer to deter them from ever going on your other cores. You want them to have to go on you and make it so basically your other two targets are not very enticing. And so I really do chalk that game up to the Lina pick.
Yeah.
The Phantom Lancer pick, like, what did it been? It had to be like a Faceless Void or something, like some deterrent of a carry, but none of these carries right now are very popular. It's a lot of these hard carries like the Wraith Kings and the PLs that go in themselves and they rely on their team to be able to follow them up. And the problem with it is they were so good at zoning the Earthshaker while also isolating the Phantom Lancer by just targeting the Lina. And the Lina, the reason why we don't see that hero very often is no matter how many items Stormstormer accrues, he is going to die to Blink Initiators, and that's just impossible to play.
And they third picked that Lina, so perhaps pigeonholed themselves a little bit too much. It looks like we're going to see another Shaker this game, by the way. We have left it in the pool. First pick this time, however, goes to Hippomaniacs, but they don't want that Shaker, Owen. They want the Crystal Maiden instead.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't think that their draft opening was the hottest last game, where they went sort of what was it, DP and CM. But hey, they won the game, so you know whatever works for them. They prioritized the CM hero. I think that hero out of the two is definitely the more reasonable to expect to see in the first two. So yeah, so it's something they're comfortable with, and yeah, no surprise here. Once again, it's left in, so they will take their Shaker once more.
Yeah, I expected here. I think this is something that Hippomaniacs is very well aware of, and this is something they can obviously prepare for. They had a really good Rubik pick last game, and the game was definitely good for Muff as well. Had some great steals, including Laguna Blade, as we have an earlier Batrider pick this time around. I think, the fact that they got it last game for Curry, they wouldn't have gotten that again. For sure, after that
reminds me of my pubs.
Yeah.
I usually say these people are putting themselves in unrealistic situations in pubs where they last pick Batrider because I'm like, God, you'll never get that in a pro match.
Yeah.
And then I thought about that last game and I was like, damn, they really did get a ninth pick Batrider.
I mean, it is warranted though, right? After the previous game, especially.
It's like, yes, but the thing is that last game he was playing against Lina Nature's Prophet, so he had two really good cores that he would want to lasso and are usually gonna get lassoed. Like, it's very, very hard for them to do anything to dodge on the map and in team fights. You notice how Nature's Prophet was getting chased around by Batrider, and even though he would live a lot of the time, he would have to pop his BKB, and he can't do his job because he's trying to pressure lanes. And it's not just the aspect of Batrider that he can go on you, but he's a natural boots of travel builder that deals with the split push incredibly well. So I like the puck because if you compare it to the Lina and the Nature's Prophet last game, there's already so much control to prevent Batrider early to mid game from running around pre-BKB and just picking people off with the Fireflies and lassos.
I wouldn't mind if we see them, Hellbear Smashers just overall have, so some sort of better frontliners against this sort of play. I'm trying, but for Hellbear Smashers, were they one of the teams that did play Abaddon earlier in the season? I know, because I know we've had some teams.
Not in the DPC league, however, they might have picked it in the Sweet Snow tournament, but not something that they have gone for here.
I just wonder if we do see any sort of solid saves. I mean, already, the main one, the one that they were most likely to have picked out, Oracle being banned out. We've seen them get that one a lot of the times through their runs. So we're actually going to see the PL being respected here by Hippomaniacs. They obviously know that it seems to be today that Smashers feel most comfortable just putting Ace on his PL, even though they did lose that last game. So Hippomaniacs trying to make the game a little easier, taking the PL, and they do actually ban out the Abaddon.
Yeah.
I mean, it was sort of outside of the Oracle, definitely the most relevant hero that would have been able to provide solid save against that sort of aggressive bat play that we saw from Hippo's last game.
One of the saves that Hellbear Smashers has actually picked for Tofu in the past, Vengeful Spirit. I mean, that was their very first game in the DPC League, so it's a while ago, but...
Yeah, I'm a little kind of surprised that we just overall haven't maybe seen as much Venge as I would have expected, when the sort of changes came out and we started to see even some of the top teams show how strong, like the Ags could be and such. Core Venge is a flexible hero, but again, I guess it just has enough other sort of downsides that's meant that teams haven't really wanted to use it. But you're right, it is a hero that could definitely set up for saves from the bat and also set up cool things with the puck, right? You've got the Dream Coil, so you can look to trigger that snap immediately with a swap. I don't know if they go for it, but it definitely wouldn't be a bad hero.
No, and the other one that comes to mind is the Legion Commander. I don't know if we can expect to see that one.
No, I don't.
No.
I mean, that's...
I think it's like the most likely one, but then at the same time, because you had to ban to protect your other heroes with the DK and the Shadow Shaman, you didn't ban out like the Ursa and the Troll Warlord carries that are super strong in lane against the Legion. So all these suggestions, the issue that I like being presented by Hippomaniacs here is Legion's going to get countered in lane if they were to pick it. Venge usually struggles super early on in the laning stage, so they can't pick a hero that does everything for the Hellbear Smashers. So they kind of have to pick and choose their battles, which is where you want to be putting your opponent in the draft.
Yeah, we got 3 of the same heroes coming out for Hippomaniacs. Obviously, the Wraith King is now picked up by Hellbear Smashers themselves. Death Prophet is banned as well, so we're going to see 2 different heroes to close it out. I do think that picking up the Wraith King on the side of Hellbear Smashers is something that is a little bit maybe more straightforward. It's, ease of execution comes to mind every time I see Wraith King, and Cap's top-tier analysis of Wraith King good, Shaker good, is definitely on the side of Hellbear Smashers at the moment.
Yeah, I think they had to pick a third if they wanted it, because Hippomaniacs, I would think, would be very happy to gobble it up on their third pick, because against the Earthshaker puck, very strong single volley of spells, and Wraith King flourishes against those type of initiation lineups.
Who plays the puck on the side of the Hellbear Smashers? Well, I guess we have our answer now with the Ancient Desperation picked up, assuming Ancient Desperation is the support. Then we have a mid puck. Maybe an off-lane puck?
That's so interesting why they picked that. Is this like a deny pick? Like in terms of heroes like the Troll Warlord that you might want to pick that it's really good against?
I mean, they already have a CM and a Rubik.
Strength frontliners. No, when I say deny pick, I mean it's like denying a lot of heroes like Alchemist, for instance.
I feel like Alchemist is probably the most likely to deny.
Like that, okay.
But it's still a bit weird.
It's weird.
Because even when those heroes are picked, we've seen AA picked, and then the AA's just kind of been useless. Like, it's sure, the Ice Blast is great against these heroes with the regen, but other than that, the hero... It's not amazing. I mean, sure, you've got setup at least here. You've got 3 setups for the blast around you, but very much it seems to be a hero that when we see it, if you're not sort of hitting those ice blasts off cooldown, then the hero kind of feels a little useless compared to a lot of the other stronger supports that just picked in turn nowadays.
I think Hippomaniacs have a nice draft going for them.
Absolutely,
I think Rubik Beastmaster will do really well in this offlane, and Beastmaster is just one of the best heroes in the game against Wraith King because he gets the Necro books up early, burns the mana before the 20-minute mark. It's one of the few offlaners that completely boots him out of lane prior to when he would really like to leave in jungle. He usually wants to leave around like 7 or 8, where he's got several points up in the skeletons as well as the crit. But with Beastmaster, once he gets 6, Wraith King really can't occupy the lane all that well. It'll be similar to game 1, but in reverse, where the puck is going to have a lot of responsibility for leaving pressure on the safe lane. If they can do that, though, Beastmaster gets shut down. Suddenly, Wraith King has the whole map. And I feel like what we've seen so far in the DPC, if Wraith King gets to 4 or 5 items, they almost always win. It's pretty crazy, no matter what the matchups are. I like the Medusa ban. I think it's one of the few heroes that outscales the Wraith King. But I do like Hippomaniacs draft so far.
So, because how is the matchup with Bat versus Puck? Who takes that one?
I'd say it's about similar to what we saw last game. The difference is that the Puck doesn't just die to Bat every single time he tries to lasso. So Puck's definitely way better. I think they'll both farm.
Okay. The Tidehunter, the last ban on set of Hippomaniacs. They are also expecting a Rasmus hero to still make an appearance there as that 5th pick for Hellbear Smashers. Let's see some other heroes he has played. Prophet is banned, right? Or is it still in? Well, I mean, Prophet is still in, I guess. So Prophet, Razor, Pango, Viper.
Yeah, Viper
Veno.
comes to mind. Veno, Viper, all these ranged annoying guys. Bowrider's pretty good against them though, so you got to be a bit careful. They don't have the frontliner until mid game is the problem if they do that.
Hellbear Smashers has overall last pick, right?
Yes.
Yes, so that will be putting them at a good spot as well, knowing which carry the offlaner will go up against.
Yeah, I like Brian's suggestion actually, the Veno. I think that could actually make sense why they go for the AA, and if Hippomaniacs do go for sort of this non-mobile melee carry to finish things up, a Veno pick could actually be pretty disgusting. We'll see what they go for. You know, they banned the PA. I mean, that is one of those heroes that doesn't care too much about sort of the slow and control of Veno because he's jumping target to target.
It's also nice against Ancient Apparition.
Yeah.
You want cores that just kill the AA reliably. Like you don't want to have a huge investment, but you also don't want to have cores that just you're never going with the game plan of let them go on us when they have AA, because nobody can tank through it. So it's much better to pick the heroes that try to jump them. Medusa may be the only exception, just because she's so ridiculously tanky. Terrorblade, one of the few heroes in the game that can gain health during the Ancient Apparition ulti. Weaver and Terrorblade specifically, their ultimates are not considered heals, so...
No, Asunder is a health swap, so it's like, yeah, it's not a heal, so you can do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would really like the Veno, again, that Brian said. I mean, Terrorblade's just going to suffer massively against all this magical damage, but I don't know, it's not been something that they've played.
Yeah, it is. That's why I mentioned it.
There you go.
I mentioned it in the list of heroes that Rasmus has played.
I mean, any burst or way that they can lane nicely into the Terrorblade is going to be brilliant.
I'm looking. I don't see anything amazing. They might just go Legion. It's good against the Bat, good against the Beastmaster. Lanes well versus TB. I think Legion stands out the most to me now, actually.
I guess both the Roar and the Lasso makes it even stronger. Like, you kind of still want to save. Probably. Or Darkseer.
Oh, I actually like that a lot.
Darkseer Shaker.
Why do you like that more? Because of the wombo combo potential?
It's because of the fact that with Legion, it's nice because you save from the Roar and the Lasso, but the problem is there's all this stuff on the ground still. There's all these illusions, summons, Firefly. There's just so much to fight into that single target heroes kind of struggle like the Legion commander. So what this Darkseer does is it kind of gives them their counter AoE crap. You know, just stuff on the ground, you throw it down, and usually Darkseer wall, it really is the trump card against these illusion carries. It just makes them have to run away from themselves. That illusion hits hard, and it will be metamorphed if Terrorblade is metamorphed. So, yeah, I like this pick a lot. I actually changed my entire view of the game because of it. So I think last game they struggled to ever fight on Hellbear Smashers. I think they realized that. I think since they think they're the better team and they don't want to give themselves too little room for error, that they gave themselves a lot heavier of a team fight lineup. They got the Wraith King a much more survivable, like early do shit hero. So yeah, I like Hellbear Smashers draft, but I definitely think Hippomaniacs has the tools to win this game. They have some ridiculous mid momentum potential, and Terrorblade will carry if he gets there.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. Owen, do you agree with Brian? Is the Darkseer the best pick here that Hellbear Smashers could have gone for?
Yeah, no, I think it is. I do think that's a very strong finisher. They're going to have a lot of magical damage to Terrorblade early, but if Mambos is able to play it smart and farm up, I'd also agree with Brian. This Terrorblade could carry late. It's going to put that position where Wraith King is going to have to think carefully if he does still want to go for the Radiance, because suddenly he might be having to face with the fact that he's giving that away to Reflection, the TB. And last game, I was very impressed by Hippomaniacs.
Yeah.
I think the Hellbear Smashers could be one of those squads that, you know, they lose a game, they kind of just sort of get a little lost and, you know, sort of let it hang on them a little too heavily. So I think Hippomaniacs could actually capitalize on that. And I'm down to see Hippomaniacs push this to the 2-1 victory themselves.
You know what's really important in between a series after a loss like that and before next game? The coach. That's his job, keeping the team cool.
See if,
so
he's able to
yeah,
bring it back in.
Has T Governor done a good job at keeping Hellbear Smashers calm enough for this third game? We're gonna find out who takes the game, who takes the series here. Let's head over to Fogged and Moxie.
Man, a lot of pressure on the players and also on T-Gov here, for sure, coming from our panel. But I'm excited, Fogged, right? Because this game, it feels like it could really go either way.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. I like this last pick Darkseer quite a bit because you're versus that Beastmaster and the Terrorblade, so I feel like you've kind of raised the odds for yourself to be able to fight, have a fighting chance if you do make it to the later stages of the game. And I just see an overwhelming amount of team fight that Hellbear Smashers has drafted themselves this time. Since they did get picked off a couple of times in the last one, they were struggling. They really tried to put one over, and even more so. And this AA pick for me is the only kind of curious pick on the Smashers one. I think it is in regards that they were maybe trying to block out some picks like that Alchemist we've seen versus Wraith King, but I'm curious to see if it's going to end up working out. I think this might be the hero that hurts them more than helps them in a lot of scenarios. It's a hero that doesn't help too much in lane phase and can really struggle if you're getting jumped and you're getting ran at, which I see Hippomaniacs having potential for running at you. This Beastmaster, this Bat Rider, they have good ways to get into the backline, good vision too. So yeah, I'm curious to see if this AA will work out.
Do you think I don't want to say outplayed themselves because that seems a little bit too finite, but do you think it's one of those situations where they're thinking too far into their own heads?
Maybe a little bit. I'm curious to, maybe we can actually ask T about it after the game, depending on how it all ends up. It's definitely an interesting point to see why they went for this pick. It's not the most ordinary, 5 position that we have seen. It's pretty much just not picked unless it's literally to counter those healer heroes, which there is not really anything of Hippos.
Well, yeah, they definitely struggled with that in the earlier game as well, too. I can't tell you how many times it felt like that Death Prophet barely made it out by the skin of her teeth, but that is, again, the nature of that hero.
Yeah.
So. We will
see how these lanes all end up, as we do see Smashers still set themselves up with pretty strong lanes. The mid Puck versus the Bat Rider. Puck can play around that pretty nicely. You can actually always pressure the Bat so they can't go on you. You have a lot of ways to play around stickies too. Bottom, like I said, it could get a little weird for the AA once that Beastmaster is level 3, but first 2 levels or so, AA and Wraith King are quite strong. And then top, it's just a Darkseer lane, so he'll struggle a little bit, but he'll get his levels at the very least. And then he starts to recover with his level 3.
And Gilgir will continue to do Gilgir things as he just tries to harass a little bit here on the side and just be a nuisance. So I do like the fact that they did give Stormstormer this puck this time around. It felt like he kind of had some difficulties earlier, so this will give him a bit more capability to play tempo, have a little bit more momentum, and also be able to dodge any sort of ganks into his lane.
Yeah, and actually be able to address the Bat Rider in particular, because last game he addressed him in the laning phase, but Lina versus Bat as the game progresses gets a little weird, as you can just get trained by the Bat every time. Puck, you counter the Bat. If the Bat tries to go for you, you coil. You have so many different ways to utilize and counteract Curry's moves. So yeah, Stormstormer definitely wanting to be a little more self-reliant, I feel.
I definitely think that's a good hero for it, but we do get a courier snipe in the bottom lane as Muff took out Ace's courier, so that hurts a bit, considering that this is definitely a meta where you like to send yourself over items to be able to get that health and mana back. But some harass coming out here over onto Mombos. In fact, he's just going to teleport out, back to his tower, and eat up some of those tangos.
Oh, that's always what those are, those risky TPs. And if you do get chased now, if they're able to double up the wave and get onto you, you have no way back out to the lane. So it does have to play a little bit more cautious now as this Terrorblade. And we do see Darkseer. He's starting to get a really big advantage up there as that level 3 does hit.
He's trading back and forth here with Senny, making sure that they can't get the courier snipe.
I see another one. Look at Muff.
Oh yeah, look at him go.
He sees it. He's after it. He wants Tofu's courier.
They've got the hawk. They can see it. Muff.
Wait.
What? No. What? He couldn't decide if he really wanted it or not.
Okay, now he decided. He'll get it. He's got boots. That was a little weird for a second, but he does get it at the end. And they might be able to...
sure he wanted it, you know?
Okay. Thought he might throw back Tofu, but they actually don't have any boars, because they do have level 3 down bottom. So Beastmaster is quite strong if they can ever find the AA out far, or even the Wraith King if he's too far forward if the lane's in a good spot. They have good chase now.
Curry making some moves over here on Stormstormer. Again, he has a puck. Fairly easy to get away from the Batrider.
And Curry actually just okay, I thought they might actually just go for Curry there with Gilger near. I thought they might actually just go for the pressure play, but guaranteeing the rune for Stormstormer a little bit better, as Curry will have to go back and be very sad.
We did get
He does have ancient stacks.
We had an interesting
Prepared,
stat that just popped up too, as well, about the AA. I believe it's got a 66% win rate in the EU CIS region.
Okay. It is I mean, Death Prophet and a couple of these like Alchemists and these heroes are kind of popular, so I can see, you know, especially when the hero is picked, it should be picked for a reason to counter that. As we see Tofu, AA,
yeah.
the boars are out.
This is exactly what you're talking about here, Fog. They need a little bit more damage, though. It does use the Fairy Fire. Muff just chasing him down. So he is going to be our first blood.
They have to apply pressure down bottom. If they play the lane passively on Beastmaster Rubik, you're just giving this, you know, you're making the AA pick actually more valuable. So they have to at least play aggressive and get those type of kills, and they will. So that's very nice. They'll set themselves up for these double bounties.
That should help.
Bounty snapped up, but we are seeing the stacks coming out too for the Batrider. But Stormstormer has the Dream Coil up. He's going to try to apply some of this pressure here. Gets the signs, but the TPs are coming out to the mid lane. They do cancel it out, though.
Doesn't end up stealing too many. Curry's able to secure his creeps, secure his 6. Not like you get lasso anyway, but at least get himself that next point of Firefly.
I mean, it does give you like a couple seconds, right? The fact that you don't have to worry about that Dream Coil being up and Puck making moves across the map.
Yeah, it gives you a pretty decent window of just being protected. Even top can be much safer too, because that is the one thing about Terrorblade that you can be really risky versus early game is these spellcaster aggressions as Gilger.
Here? Yeah, he just
walks in and
clicked down. His boots were also locked. That was kind of weird.
He doesn't want to build. It looks like he was saving to make them into tranquils, but yeah, he just gets grabbed.
Oh, good steal here from Muff as he manages to go and snap up the Arcane Rune right underneath Stormstormer's nose.
Very nice. Rasmus getting
they have
quite
a Frostbite.
With the illusion, is
Yeah,
it
they
enough?
might just
They
have
another
enough.
mango?
There it is.
Very nice.
Sunny does have to be.
And yeah, it's definitely impactful though that they know that the Puck coil was used. So this, you know, they're going for these aggressive plays top to punish Mombos or Senny, but they're able to just turn and actually get these kills because they know Puck rotation's not going to come. Nicely done by the Hippos again.
Bottom lane to Peck. Cold feet procking up, so he will go down here to Ace. Looks like they're going to try to take down these boars too if they're able to. Not quite able to get enough damage off.
These skeletons damage. Man, skeletons are insane. They actually did like majority of the damage of Ace there because he was controlled during some of it. As top, the rotation is coming. Now Stormstormer's here. There's a Thunder.
Yeah, he do have the Thunder, but they have the stuns as well. And now there's like no mana left over here on this Terrorblade. You can see the teleports are coming out. They want to try to protect him. Curry joining into the fight. Gonna just try to clear it out here. Does not have the lasso.
He'll get
Gilger,
Gilger
though. He's gonna get pincered upon. Frostbite comes out, and down he goes.
All right, good stuff. That's 2 coils now from Stormstormer that haven't gotten them a kill. Hippomaniacs prepared. Nice play from Mombos. Just, I mean, skilling Thunder. We see a lot of times you die because you don't skill it. He does put the point in.
Yeah, and it definitely pays off for him here, where he is able to stay in his lane, continue to farm. Pretty good.
Yeah, this is good stuff. They've even got the stacks already prepared for Curry, so the Batrider to get enabled even more so.
Otherwise, everyone's just mostly hard at work farming. Curry just going to continue to get these stacks.
Now's where Ace might get forced out of the lane bottom. The book 1 is up from Tipex, so they might look to apply a lot of pressure down here. Might even see a rotation from either the CM or the Batrider. Curry actually going to farm the stacks first, but we could see the CM make a move. But it actually looks like Stormstormer is going to be the quicker one. Coil back up in 2 seconds. Using it at maximum frequency.
Joining here on the bottom lane, we'll be able to get the pick off over onto the Rubik. And get a couple last hits as he just jaunts on by.
Yeah, this time the coil does end up working out for him. So he is being extremely active. He knows the Batrider is farming the Ancient Camp and all these other stacks during it, so he's trying to make as much happen as he can. So some good stuff from Stormstormer. Sure, the first 2 didn't work, but you can see he's trying to apply that pressure, and this time it does work. And now we see Gilger getting some decent damage on top. We see Mombos, he makes the move from top toward mid. so they can at least try to apply some tower pressure themselves.
Teleports are coming out, though. Rasmus joining forward, drops the wall, so Mambos is going to force to be fighting himself. They'll have illusion v illusion battles as Muff throws out that Fade Bolt. Help to clean it out.
I love that now for Darkseer. That's why that's why we're seeing it picked as well also more, but versus those like AMs, versus these Terror Blades, these Illusion Heroes, early wall is extremely difficult for them to actually address.
God, I remember like
push completely.
How many patches ago was it where you just wouldn't skill wall that early because you're like, it's useless at this point. You'd rather be going for, the Surge or the Ion Shells or whatnot. Oh.
It was for a long time. It's level 12 you start getting it as top. Gilger.
Yep, this is not looking good for him. He does go down. Stormstormer was nearby, but he doesn't want to go in because Lasso's still not used, and Dream Coil was down for another couple seconds.
Yeah, Curry gets active immediately once he gets his bots finished. He clears up that triangle, and yeah, just looks to get active himself. And now Mambos, he gets the triangle free for himself as we see Tipek start to pressure bottom with this book. Let's see how Smashers looks to set up around here, what Gilger in particular is going to make. As he's, rough start. 0-3-0 again on this Earthshaker.
Yeah, it feels a bit odd just because he's usually so fast and on top of things with rotations. And usually, like we said, that Blink Dagger usually coming out around the 14-15 minute mark. But, there's still time. Tower's going to go down here in the top lane.
Yeah, he'll still be able to get some farm, but they are now able to do this to them. Mirror play, we see Tipek pressuring bot, Wraithkin gets top, he's going to have access to jungle, and Ace is just going to go straight radius. Not even the gloves of haste beforehand. He just wants to get it as quick as point possible versus that Terror Blade.
Oh, the Surge in with Gilgear. He's trying to get into position. Go forward, Echo Slam comes out, plus the Ice Blast. You have to land that fissure over here onto Muff. He's going to try to teleport out, and I don't think they have any way to cancel it at this point. Yeah, he's able to escape, but down goes the Beastmaster.
I think Rasmus thought he was going to get in range a little bit quicker there. Yeah, I actually thought they would too. That doesn't quite get the kill there. We'll be able to take out the Beastmaster. I think Gilger, how many summons did he get too at that echo? I think he got
he got
a couple, because he got 300 gold. Not bad.
He's got to be happy with that, and he's collecting himself some of that gold to go towards that Blink Dagger. So, smoke up though on both sides.
Haste on Curry. Curry just finds...
Curry runs into everyone here, though. He needs to be careful. Ice Blast comes out, plus the wall. The silence from the puck. He's going to shatter as Muff now. He's trying to run away. He didn't manage to go and steal the Illusory Orb, Asceni. Does get stunned up here in the middle of the ultimate. The chase is on, and they'll get a double kill now for Stormstormer.
Did Curry pop the haste rune? Okay, he didn't. At least he didn't pop the haste rune as he walks into them and just gets full controlled and slaughtered on this Bat Rider.
Yeah, just wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, good read by the Smashers there. But yeah, at least he'll have that haste rune for when he does respawn if he looks to make an aggressive move as Coil is down. And that's really his biggest thing he has to worry about in all of these fights is Coil. There's just that insane duration, 6 seconds. The biggest thing he has to worry about. As Fissure, he can bypass that. That's pretty much the only other thing he has to worry about.
Ooh, they're hunting though. Curry knows that Tofu's here. Gonna go for a bit of a dive. Gets the lasso off over onto Ancient Apparition, so he does go down. Gets the Ice Blast off as well, but no one quite low here to take advantage of it. There's still... Stormstormer needs to be careful. He's being very aggressive. Steal over from Rasmus. Get the Surge. Gilgear hiding in the trees. Curry knowing that he's there, though. It's like Gilgear's just going to teleport out underneath his nose.
Now, they're still kind of swimming over. They have wards in the area, too. The important thing is that they weren't able to get the push going in mid. Mambos, that was a fresh Metamorphosis to hit the tower, and they just double nuke the creep wave with the puck and just get out. Stormstone with this Blink Dagger makes him pretty much unkillable versus what he's against. The Rubik has to get an initial lift into a roar for them to actually get him at this point.
Feels like the Hippos, a lot of the times they pick these sort of drafts that are a bit difficult to execute. Just in terms of, you're saying like the Rubik has to get that perfect lift into like, the roar, into, that sort of thing. It feels like they struggle a little bit with that with their drafts.
Yeah, it can't always happen versus like these, Puck. That's why this hero is so damn popular. You need these instant disables. At least Rubik you'll be able to catch him at some point if he does make any slip-ups, but the blink this early makes it really tough as he just gets onto the backline of these squishy supports, or he just always gets on the bat, so he can't ever go for a good lasso.
Right.
Tipek with the book 2, getting some decent chunk damage onto mid. Muff is deep. They want Gilger.
Yeah, you can feel like the way that they're circling around the air. The robe will come out though, so
They don't have
we'll
the
land over
book
onto the
on
dark
him,
sphere.
though.
Rasmus lift up. Ice Blast coming in, but it's off the mark as they go, and they do manage to drop the wall over onto the side. Crystal Maiden's gonna get stunned up. They manage to get the kill on Muff as well. Now Tepek running for his life, as is Curry. No lasso.
That was...
Oh wait.
That was really weird. He didn't have the book up. Like it was still on cooldown from Tipek, and they roared the tankiest target in the game.
Vanguard.
A Vanguard Darkseer. So without the book, there's just no way they have the damage. Their heroes, the supports don't apply that damage. That was very ambitious coming out from Hippomaniacs. So they lose a lot. They lose a lot out of it. Mambos will still be able to farm at the very least, but yeah, that hurts.
All right, now in terms of net worth, Wraith King slightly ahead here. 7.1k, 6.8 over on Terrorblade, but pretty neck and neck, honestly. Gilgear, look at this damage coming out from those Necro units. Oof.
Pretty neck and neck, but Ace is going to be able to turn up a little bit easier, it feels like, when he has Radiance, he can actually show up and look for the fights. Mambos, he's still going to have trouble. He needs to get Manta before he really wants to show up, and even then, he's versus so much spell damage, so much control that is on the side of Hellbear Smashers. He might have to wait for the next item, so definitely a little worried for Hippomaniacs if they're not able to be the ones who are starting the fight, that they're just going to get turned on from this unbelievable amount of magic damage and control that Smashers have. And they have a blink on Shaker, so they have a better way to... Yeah, 2 better ways to actually initiate these fights. Blink Puck, Blink Shaker versus no blinks.
Yeah, I think that was like right on like the 15-minute mark or so when we keep talking about how Gilga... Yeah, 15:01. Right on schedule there. He's like a train. In certain countries, anyways.
In certain countries, that's definitely true. I'm actually very surprised how quick he was able to get at this game, because he struggled so much, but I guess that Echo bottom really just pushed him up forward, and they did give him a lot of space recently. As Ace Radiance is online, he's got Ion Shell too, so he is feeling strong.
Yeah, Gilga got a bunch of the summons as well earlier when they went and made that initiation over on the Beastmaster, so I'm sure that little infusion of cash definitely helped. But Arcane Rune picked up here by Rasmus. I think Stormstormer might have liked that, but it's still good on either one of them. So a bit of the invasion coming out from the Hellbear Smashers here into this top part of the Dire jungle. No one's home though. They're doing their own mirroring. They've already teleported someone out.
They see the courier down bottom. They saw Beastmasters. They're aware that this positioning is happening right from a Hippomaniac. Stormstormer has to be a little careful to not walk directly into it. We're seeing Curry. He does have BKB done, so now he has easier ways to just walk into these fights. He doesn't have to worry about the threat of that coil as much.
The pet?
A Stormstormer. Ooh.
Oh, he was thinking about it though. You saw it.
That was close.
Yeah.
Epic almost got him.
Did have the blink though too, so again, very difficult to get your hands on this puck.
Book 3 summoned. They're gonna be able to take out these 2 sentries. They really want to get this mid tower. Smashers all setting up.
They did have a ward over on the side, so they saw them passing through the area. Tepek trying to find the right angle. Teleports are coming in though. Hear a lasso going off. Over on the back lines. Looks like they managed to go and grab up the Darkseer, but the Echo goes out, plus the Ice Blast as it lands on multiple heroes. But again, Tepek goes down, and they just managed to go and just turn it back around here over onto Ace as he's just getting chased down. That is going to be the reincarnation. He'll be right up again. They stole the wall as well now. Now Ace is just getting beaten down by his own illusion as he just gets a big old crit Stormstormer over onto the back lines, trying to find this opening. They get a nice fissure off. Nice vacuum right back in again. Can they get the kill? They managed to take down Sandy, but oh, there it is. Stone Spear finding it on the back lines, managing to find the kill onto Mambos as now they're chasing after Curry. Do you have to be careful? 5 stacks of sticky over here on Rasmus as Gilgear is running away from those illusions. Curry does go down, but Rasmus also will fall. Gilgear, look at him go. He's trying to just get back home. He's like, leave me alone. I don't want it. Has the blink. It's gonna be fine. That
was an awkward start of the fight. He literally just went right between. He got like the goal posting. He got it in between. He missed both targets. The Terrorblade gets the Sunder off. He would have just instantly died if the AA Blast actually connected on him. It just missed. Either way though, Hippomaniacs, they chase a bit too far. Rasmus with a clutch buyback somehow brings Smashers back into the realm of winning this fight. That looked really scary, the way that they just missed their initial start, because Gilger got probably the most Dream Echo he could have, as we're going to see it here on the southern side of the fight. We see the lasso, Echo on south side. Look at this AA Blast.
Just right through.
It's just right, it hits the Beastmaster, but doesn't hit the main target. It misses the TB, but it gets Thunder, and then they get a couple extra kills because of it. Either way, Smashers end up winning this fight because they chased a little bit too far, but that was a little scary for a second.
Big size there. All right, so 19 minutes in. Still very neck and neck in terms of net worth.
Yeah, and Stormstormer's actually gone for more carry-esque build this game. I guess he's seeing a lot of squishy heroes, only Terrorblade really a tanky one. He got Deso. So, okay, he's going to apply that Deso on everybody for the Wraith King and even for the Darksteel illusions to kind of pop off and hit heroes who are under Deso effect. I mean, that could be cool. Looking forward to see that.
Could be, and of course, Terrorblade having so much armor just in general. Always nice to have something that'll reduce it, but Rasmus has to be a little careful. He is right on top of this ward. Let's see. Curry. Oh, the smoke immediately coming out. As I spot off to the side. Rasmus, most likely knowing that he is probably going to die as he have the last with the drag back, but AC teleports in. He's looking to see if he can get part of this as Tipik gets a kill on Tofu over on the back lines. And now Ace and Stormstormer, they're just in this really awkward positioning here. This is not looking good. Ace goes down the first time. The roar comes up over on the side, too. They go and they grab up Stormstormer. He's not looking like he's going to survive this, as Ace is just fighting off in the corner. He's trying to man fight Muffin. He can't do it. What a disaster.
That was extremely awkward the way they approached that one. They just got surrounded. Hippomaniacs did a good job of getting this ward down and seeing that the Darkseer was alone down there, and they just set up too quick. I mean, Smashers are starting to... Just these weird two fights that kind of happened where somehow they won the last fight, but not because of their spell casting.
No.
Now, Hippomaniacs get themselves a big fight in a tier 2.
These are such awkward fights. They start off just so split up, and then you've got it's like you've got two team fights going at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's working for the Hippos.
For the Hippos, that is
for them.
That is very ideal. If they can ever get to the back lines, if they can get to the ES and the AA, it's great. That's how their lineup wants to thrive with the Beastmaster and that Batrider. Smashers just kind of giving them that opportunity a little bit too easily in these last few.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger picked up now for the Batrider, so if it wasn't difficult enough trying to dodge away from Curry here, it's going to get much harder.
Yeah, and this is all pre-Mambos having BKB. He's going to have it for this next fight, more than likely. He's going to back up, farm, and finish it, and that kind of counteracts the majority of that Smashers lineup. I was worried about his game, this Terrorblade, until he had BKB, but he's 2-1-4. He's actually weathered what feels like the hardest part for him in the game.
I just was really surprised that Ace continued to go in with the TP there. Like, it felt like the rest of the team just wasn't in position. I don't know.
Definitely seems some weird stuff going on.
Yeah.
Some mistakes. They're getting caught off guard. Hippomaniacs are capitalizing on it.
Definitely showing signs of life here on this team that was sitting very low in the standings.
Yeah, and they're doing it with this, these two squishy supports as well again, right? They did it similar last game. Right now, they're looking pretty decent. I mean, this Rubik Muff, he has a Blink and an Aether Lens now, too. He's actually very farmed on Rubik. Could get some really nice spell steals in this game, as we said. Lots of team fight on the side of Smashers, so lots of opportunities for Rubik always.
Indeed. Oh.
As, BKB is very close on the menu. Mambos, he's going to have it done. And the end of fights, as we said, it's going to be a lot harder for Smashers just to pick and choose who they go on, with a BKB Terrorblade just running through the midst, with a BKB Batrider blinking and choosing what target he goes for.
It just feels like there's too many targets in some senses, right? Because you want to go and burst down the Terrorblade before he's able to get the Sunder off, but then you also just have to be very concerned about the positioning of Curry. And not just even Curry, right? The fact that this Beastmaster is going to be looking for all those angles.
Yeah. And he's itemized. I love Tipek's build this game, actually. He's got this Necro Book into Pipe, which is great versus all the spell damage. He even has a Nether Shawl, so even more magic resistance for him. I actually thought he might just go BKB even next on the Beast, which would be pretty effective. So next steps for Smashers, I think they can still look to fight, but it's going to be hard for the initiations. It's probably just Stormstormer's Aghanims is the biggest one. As they are playing versus these BKBs, he can just ruin Curry's initiations or attempt of initiations.
Jump forward, that is not your puck, as Beck used the roar.
They got baited.
Be pretty happy about that. Fisher will connect over onto Curry. Do have the shard completed now. BKB, though. Curry was looking for the opening, does get Dream Coiled and stunned up. Looks like they're still looking to try to fight here, though. Axes get tossed. Tofu tosses out the Ice Blast, realizing they're in a bit of a bottleneck here. Doesn't manage to land on anyone, though, as Gilgear does manage to land a fissure on 2. Just an
Now they have
awkward
an A-Blast for 30
situation.
seconds.
Stormstormer is still thinking about going in here.
Trying to clean up the summons. The boars will at least die. The book will be next on the menu as he can phase shift, kill them, and not take damage. Gilgear.
He's doing a good job slowing down Curry every time, because Curry still has this lasso. He'd still love to get a pick with it, but does feel like he's taking a lot of fissures to the face. Does manage to go and find himself the Ancient Apparition. This will drag him right back into his team. So Tofu is going to be crispy Tofu now.
They're starting to get effectively ran at, and they don't have a good solution for it. They don't have the puck ags for another 1,000 gold or so. Yeah, these BKBs are proving to be very problematic. We see Curry get another Arcane Rune this series.
Yeah, this guy just attracts Arcane Runes left and right, it seems. Man.
No lasso, so they can't actually force and grab anything else on Hippomaniacs. So Smashers, they're just playing very defensively, keeping Ace protected.
They've got the roar back up, though. They're going to go invade the castle area, it looks like, again. No blink onto Peck.
They're so strong right now in Hippomaniacs, though. This is exactly how they should be playing. Just extremely aggressive with these BKB timings versus Puck, who went Deso.
Oh, Stormer. He's forced to go and drop the Dream Coil off to the side, but he's going to need some help from the rest of his team. Does manage to blink forward, though. Muff's still alive. Curry hoping that maybe he'll be able to find him here.
Okay, Tipic with the roar pushes Rasmus and Ace into the Roche pit. Starting to burn almost all of Rasmus's mana as well.
Over on the back lines, though, BKB coming out from Curry as he does spot out Gilgear. Would like to just take him out of the fight and not have to deal with him. Not committing, though, over there. Oh, doesn't have the lasso up for a little bit longer. Mambos. That's going a bit too far. Gilgear, though, does get taken down by Curry.
That flame break, just a bit too much damage for him to actually deal with, even if he is surged away. And that's, they did good damage. You know, Roar was used. They effectively got a kill. They didn't have to waste meta at all. So Hippomaniac's still in a good position, maybe even to start thinking about threatening Roche at some points.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the fact that they're going to need to get this momentum. They're going to need to buy enough time here for Mambos, and I would say that, you know, Hippos has really done that.
Oh, absolutely. I think they weathered the hardest part of the game. It's just when Terribly doesn't have BKB, it's really his weakest versus all this control and team fight, and he's got BKB and more now, and now they're just chasing heroes forward. Curry looking for
Curry
targets.
feels so strong right now. He just goes, gets the lasso, is going to drag right back here. They've got the boar nearby for the slow. The lift coming out here from the Rubik as well. There is the reincarnation available on Ace, so they're going to try to buy a little bit more time. Ice Blast gets thrown out over onto the bat right. He's got his BKB, though. It doesn't matter. Blink forward coming out from Ace. Dream Coil getting used on the back lines as they manage to go and drop the wall.
The Terrorblade's
having a lot of trouble. Like, look at these illusions just fighting back. Rasmus surging up here. BKB is completed, or just runs out over on the side of Mambos. Rasmus, can he get out in time? He's going to try to bottle up. Looks like he'll survive it, but over on the back lines, Stormstormer finding the kill on off. Curry, he doesn't have that BKB anymore. He's got to run away. The Deso applying, doing a decent amount of damage as Tepek also trying to run away from his own illusion. Jump forward from Ace. Down goes Tepek.
They're on Mambos.
They've got Mambos on the back lines here. This is not looking good. The drag back. Down goes Terrorblade. Sunny, he's going to try to teleport out. Is he going to be able to make it? Yes.
That was another
all over the place
strange team fight, but I mean, Smashers somehow they kited them out very nicely. They forced the meta, they forced the BKB, and somehow are able to just swing around with the puck and get him at the end there. Nice chase forward, good persistence, and somehow catching these kills, which when it looked like an awkward fight. But that is the puck Ag's reveal, and those BKBs were slightly countered.
Do you think the Hippo stayed a little too long? Because Curry got this really nice initiation, but although Curry is going right back in again, the Dream Coil gets dropped by Stormstormer, but doesn't manage to get on a steal from Muff. They can get in there. Looks like they're going to back off. Senny going into the pit, just checking out the situation. Rasmus is going to TP out.
At least buy some time for Mambos to come back. He still has 60 seconds for his meta to come back up. And Smasher's still showing that they can take that fight. That puck Ags is the big deal breaker that will be able to help them in most of these situations.
It's down for now, so if they can make something happen, especially with the Rubik that is stolen.
They can catch him.
Yep, there's the lasso to start it off. There's a fissure as well, slowing them down just a little bit, but he's taking too much damage. Stormstormer, he's just out of the fight here.
70 seconds. They can just commit, just go straight for the Roche. You don't need this meta. Just go right in there for Hippos. No puck, no way they can fight.
We'll toss
AA
an Ice
Blast will
Blast
come
in.
through, but as we've seen, the AA Blast has been pretty underwhelming this entire game so far.
Yeah. Again, I wonder if just how much of that was them outthinking themselves, so to speak.
Perhaps. As now this free rush, and now it's going to be meta after the fight too for Hippomaniacs.
All right.
And they're still going to have coil as well. So 30 seconds, that's going to be back up for Muff. And if he just coils the Puck, Puck has no way to play around it really. It's very difficult for Stormstormer now that he's given the spell away.
Puck gonna do a little bit of scouting out here. We'll notice Ace walking his way back towards the base. I didn't mean to rhyme that, but I did. Senny needs to be careful here, Senny.
Ace went for... Just went for a change this game. Okay.
All right, well, they used the Ice Blast just on the Crystal Maiden.
Nice little kill.
Yeah.
Ace's item build does not feel like it's going to be very... I mean, he's just going to go S and Y just for status resist versus like the Roar and Lasso and stuff like that, but that doesn't help him versus Tower Blade, I feel.
No. No, it doesn't. It's a little scary here for the Smashers.
It definitely is looking quite scary.
Okay, all right.
In position.
Stormstormer coming forward here. And they're all split up as they use the Dream Coil on the bottom lane. Be a nice vacuum, pulling them right back in. Again, we've got two different fights going on as the wall does get dropped on the bottom. Muff trying to run away. Muff goes down. Tepek also falls to Ace while this is going on. And Stormstormer now is forced to run away now as Mambo's trying to man fight here with Ace. He's got the BKB. Still has another life available, though, over onto Ace. He's going to come right back up again. You still have Sunder over on Mambos, too, so he'd be more than happy to go and just steal away some of it, although he does take a lot of damage here from the Earthshaker. Dust is going to get used. He'll just turn back around. He'll go and just get that health right back again as you get the Lasso drag back here over onto Ace. Mambos, he's full health again. He's pushing over here over onto Gilgear. So he's trying to just take out this Earthshaker. Doesn't have to worry about that Echo Slam or any of these nasty fissures that are getting tossed out the entire time. The orb forward here coming out from Puck. Muff goes down to Ace, and he's also going to fall. As Mambos is still just chasing after Ace here, and they just don't seem to have any sort of solution to deal with Mambos right now, though, all right, he does need some back off. There's going to be a good fissure getting dropped down again. That's our Aegis.
He's just getting kited.
Coming back up. Second time now. Curry, there's only so much that Curry can actually do, and there's no Metamorphosis up now as Mambos is trying to run away, gets dragged right back again, gets stunned up. Everything gets in sync, goes off for the Sunder, though, does manage to go and get it. Ace now over in the back lines, Reincarnation. Curry's going to be able to walk away from this, but Mambos, he can't seem to get away fast enough as Curry does eventually get taken down. Rasmus just putting out the damage. Stormstormer jumping forward. The Death hit comes out from Stormstormer as they'll find the kill. The Roar comes back out from Tepek. Can they turn this around? Can they get the kill? Are they going to be able to take down Ace? And it looks like they're not going to be able to. It is a double kill now for Ace. The King walking down the lane, going for the mid tower now.
These fights are so insane. Smashers just effectively kited them for the entire duration of Beastmaster's death. Beastmaster respawns, runs back into the fight and dies as well. They literally just danced on them. They were just kiting them from distance with their spells. Ace somehow stays alive during all of it, and he gets these great cleanup kills of 3 full finished S&Y and now another 2,000 gold. That was such a long fight too. Look, that whole graph where it goes upwards for Hellbear Smashers, that was the duration of the team fight.
It was definitely hard to follow everything that was happening. But yeah, you know, these fights are really working out here for them. Although, careful Ace, maybe just getting a little too sassy for your own good. Go back, hit the tower.
They're just kiting them. They like the Wraith King and the Terrorblade just stood together fighting each other for so long. The Lasso came out pretty far toward the end and they couldn't actually get Ace. That was just, yeah, it was an awkward fight. It really was an awkward fight. And Smashers, they can actually take those awkward fights at the maximum effectiveness if all 5 of them survived. They just all kept throwing out all their spells. Concern for Hippomaniacs is...
We're definitely...
now Smashers are leading forward here, looking for all these constant kills, and they have all these ults always.
Senny? He's going to get fissured up. They're just going to clean up these Necro Books. There's no mana left over here on Ace, though. He just goes forward, gets a nice pick-off kill here on the Crystal Maiden.
They sit so far back. Just like a fissure, the enchant totem, someone's chain stun for 4 seconds while a Puck, Orb, and AA spells come through, and then Ace follows up. It's starting to get a little overwhelming for each of these individual heroes on Hippomaniacs to get something. They have to try to start the fights with a better number advantage or a better swing to catch these backline heroes, especially Gilgear. He's starting just to be too big of a nuisance.
We have just such an interesting situation going on with all these fights. I think the last 3 big quote-unquote team fights that we've seen have been initiations on 2 separate areas of the map. They're just close enough that they can converge, right? But like, there's just so much confusion happening, and you get, you know, Rasmus using the wall down in the bottom area, but then you still have Ace, and he's cutting away, and you've got Kurt. Like, it's just, where do you take those resources? Where do you take your big, you know, spells and put them? Although we get a lasso, so they're gonna drag back over here on Ace. Again, still has the reincarnation. He's got the shard up too, so even if they burn down his mana, he's absolutely fine. Nice bounce back, though, over here on the side. So that is the reincarnation going down. Ace is back up. Rasmus does tank the roar to the face, but we get a Dream Coil up on the side, plus the Ice Blast coming in hot. BKB does come out. They have a little bit of the wall. The Echo Slam on the back line from Gilger. He takes down Curry. Sani and Mombos, they're just in this weird position where they don't want to go high ground here.
They can't walk in there, especially not versus the Shaker. Like, Gilger's just ready to throw out another full sequence of stuns onto the next target as, yeah, they just keep poking from the back. And Ace, he gets taken down the once, but then Rasmus, he sees his brethren in trouble. He runs up into the midst of everything, tanks all the spells in the face. He allows his team to get a kill and reset for just his life.
That's a good teammate right there.
It is.
You know?
I've seen Rasmus do this quite a lot this game, just giving his life away for the cause.
For the greater good.
It is for the greater good.
Well, feels like the Hippos, you know, they were looking real nice earlier on, but they're struggling a little bit now to find this breathing room. A couple of these fights have gone very poorly for them.
Yeah, struggling to really find the fights and have any actual frontliner. The puck coil is actually breaking them pretty hard too. They don't want to commit in, and if they do, they just get coiled. And I saw that last one. Mombos, he actually broke the coil. So there's a lot of different instances where you're just going to get stunned for a crazy amount of time if you do walk forward. And Stormstormer is 8-2-9, and he is actually, like, you know, this Dasso and everything is really effective. The itemization has worked out for him, and he's got Lincolns now versus those double, you know, roar and lasso kind of targets. Even versus the Sunder. So lots of different ways to protect each other.
Definitely seeing some different builds coming out from the side of the Hellbear Smashers, but at the end of the day, as long as they work out and you win these team fights.
Yeah, and Ace, even though I wasn't crazy about the S and Y, it's ended up working, and now he has a full Mjolnir after it, so now he has insane damage.
Yeah, look at him. He just comes forward, immediately fissure all the stun in the world over here onto Tipek. There'll be no Beastmaster Roar to have to worry about here right now.
And they're just able to find these, they're finding so many pickoffs, and it's just the frequency of these coils where it feels like Hippomaniacs just can't fight at that same pace, where they have just much longer cooldowns too. It's like Lasso's 96, they have to rely on Metamorphosis, which is a long cooldown. He does have Ags, so at least he does have that, but it does feel like they're starting to just get bullied too much from these quick spells and just quick pokes that Hellbear Smashers have been able to do in these last 10 minutes.
Now it feels like a game of cat and mouse. Who can get the initiation on who? Because if they can get some sort of these scrappy pickoffs, generally, you know, for the Hippos, it tends to go a little bit better, but the way that the Hellbear Smashers are playing now, the way that they're grouped up, and the way that they've been quickly converging, or reconverging in some cases, really seems to be causing an issue.
It is, and it's too tough for Curry to get the targets that he wants to, because he wants to get the initiation on Stormstormer, but Stormstormer has Lincolns and everything. He can't actually get this, and if he doesn't get the puck, he gets lassoed, and they probably just lose the fight because of that.
It's so weird, Fog, because like you look at the items over on the puck, right? You've got something that's very aggressive. You've got, you know, the Deso, but then also you've got, you know, a mix of defensive as well.
Yeah, it's great. I actually really like his itemization. The Deso still feels a little bit weird to me, but maybe just because he saw these squishy supports, he knew he could just kill them. But the other itemization is perfect. I love the Blink, the Lincolns, and the Ags. All perfect this game versus what he's up against. To just counteract any of their initiations. As now a leveler picked up, they can hand that one over to Ace if he wants it. He wants to get rid of it.
I hear a lasso, and they'll get the drag back over onto Gilger, but the follow-up, they'll turn right back around again, using the BKB over onto Curry. Can they take him down fast enough? Dream Coil does get used, though. They're being held into place. Gilger throwing out the fission, drag back into the Echo Slam in the wall. It's beautiful! Followed up with the Ice Blast over the back line. It cleans up, and now Mombos, he's trying to man-fight Ace here. Ace just spends a little time. He says, oh, look at Curry, I'm going to take that. And then the fear, it was nice, but it didn't do enough because they still just took down all of the Hippos and the Wombo Combo Dream.
Holy, let's just see that one again in a second. They're all dead anyway. Let's just see the explosion of the Echo on top of the AA.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Perfect fight. Yeah, perfect for Smashers, really, the way that it kicks off. Gilgir doesn't die in the lasso. So they may have found the best target, but they don't kill him. So he actually gets the most dream situation where the coil catches 2, BKB's end, and then we're going to see this beautiful vacuum. Let's just watch. Watch Rasmus. With the wall on top. Boom. Boom. Beautiful. And now the Rex is all dying. Quick pace with this Deso.
Can we talk about all the ways that they went and they protected Gilgir for that beautiful echo too? Like the fact they had the Glimmer Cape out, they forced out the dust, but then they also had the Greaves nearby. Like they just did so much to make sure that he could get that off. And then just like you said, beautiful placement. Oh god, Storm is just playing with his food now as he's running into the back lines. He's cleaning up. Tofu's just throwing out the taunt. They go and they drop the Dream Coil on the back lines. Okay, able to turn around to Peck. He's gonna go down. Crystal Maiden. Storm just giving her the clicks here. Buybacks are coming out in mass. This is do or die time right now, as they did manage to steal the Dream Coil, but I don't think they really care because they've gotten Mega Creeps now. Lotusaur placed over onto Puck, so, you know, he's dodging around, but Rasmus dropping the wall is going to force Mambos to have to fight himself here, and somehow still Stormstorm is still alive and kicking. As Ace jumping into the back lines, jumps immediately over onto Mamba. They get the vacuum off. Thunder does go off, though, here. As Rasmus now forced to just move back just a little bit. It doesn't matter. Mambo still goes down. Sandy's getting chased after an Ace. Ace is, oh, and then they just use the Echo Slam off the side. Good game. Well played. The Hippos have been slain, and the Hellbear Smashers continue to smash.
Looked a little concerning for Smashers, you know, 20, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. That Hippomaniacs was doing really well, but a couple big team fights, a couple you know, miscoordinated fights where they were really split up on Hippos just give Smashers a full comeback, and yeah, all their items start coming together. We see, I actually like the itemization on several, so I'm glad you brought that up too, is you know, Rasmus with his, you know, Greaves into like Lotus Orb and all this to protect his teammates, the Glimmer coming out from AA to protect, and just Stormer in general playing like a beast on this puck. I love that. The choice for, you know, the Blink first, then he goes for like that Lincolns and Aghanims. The Deso, it ended up working out too, just to get that big farm going, but yeah, he played really well around his items.
So has the Deso on puck sold you now? Does Stormer sell you on that?
I'm fine with getting any like those damage items in between, like the Desos, the Witchblades. You know, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with Deso. It's always cool when you can apply it to everybody in one attack, so.
Well, that was definitely a treat to watch. It's always amazing when you get to see that perfect Wombo combo come off. Of course, not so much if you're the enemy team, but we are going to toss it over to the panel, and I'm sure they've got a lot of things to talk about.
We do have a lot of things to talk about, and we are going to do exactly that and talk to the winners after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well, this, especially the fight on your screen right there, actually, was it that one? There were some very long fights in this game. Hippomaniacs and Hellbear Smashers going toe-to-toe. We had a very fat bat from Curry and a strong Terrorblade from Mambos up against that Puck from Stormstormer and the Wraith King from Ace, and it was a good game. We had, of course, also the Wombo combo at least once, and I believe this is good timing. I believe that's exactly what we are about to witness right here. That, Owen, is the dream, is it not?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why that Darkseer last pick did feel really good. They'd always had that Wombo. I've got to say, though, for even at this point in the game where they're down as much as they were, I was impressed with Mambos. I thought, he really did do his best at the Terrorblade in these fights. We saw the strength of having the TV against EAA. He was able to get those Sunders off, last that a little longer.
Yeah.
Just the struggle was, as a Terrorblade, you always want to be you want to be at the top. If you're fighting into a fight where you don't sort of have an item or at least an item ahead of the enemy carry, you just don't kill heroes fast enough. So even though Mambos was able to survive and kind of draw the fights out, he just didn't have enough firepower to take them down quicker than sort of the rest of his team just got destroyed around him. So another great shot from Hippomaniacs here.
Yeah.
But you could tell Hellbear Smashers, they really didn't mess around this time. After letting that second game slip away, that sort of second half onwards.
Yeah, they were not going to let that happen
Their
again.
execution was there. Gilga landing some fantastic slams, and just the synergy was really apparent.
It really was. Curious to hear from Brian as well, see what he's going to pick apart.
For this game, I just want to show you guys a single team fight from the Terrorblade's perspective. This is the team fight that was supposed to go well for Hippomaniacs. They're up by 5,000 gold, 26 minutes in. Terrorblade's got his BKB, he's feeling strong. And in this team fight is just going to show how hard it was for him to do anything, really, in these fights, unless they were able to coordinate their ultimates, which is quite difficult when you're dealing with a Wraith King who respawns, you're dealing with the Darkseer wall and all this chaos on the ground. Notice how he has to use BKB just to survive through the coil in the wall because he's afraid of the Earthshaker getting him before he utilizes the BKB. So notice how separated these fights are. He uses his Metamorphosis and he's hitting the Darkseer alongside the CM. Darkseer gets away. Oh, he sees a Shaker. I'm going to hit that guy too. Oh, he gets away. All these heroes living on a sliver of health. And that was his BKB as well as the majority of his Metamorphosis. And you see here, he just gets stun locked and then he's gonna get bursted. And meanwhile that he was chasing around getting zoned out by this wall, his teammates were dying. And this was pretty much the story of the game. It never felt like Mambos could ever commit to a fight the way that he wanted to. It felt like he constantly had to live in fear of the Earthshaker plus AA combo whenever he got coiled or walled, making him play ultra defensively. And at the end of the day, Hellbear Smashers did a great job of prolonging these fights until the exact moment that they got to use their combo.
Yeah, that combo was really all that they were waiting for. And the thing that we're waiting for is to talk to one of the winners. And we're having a very, very special situation here as we are just patiently waiting for the phone call. No? There it is! I knew it was going to come, and live in the studio, it is Coach Tigov. Oh, sorry.
Sit down.
There you go. What was that game? No, never again. Oh,
Your heart, you're doing good?
Yeah, I was getting my transport over here.
Yeah.
Never want to ever watch that on like 360p on my phone ever again. Watching a Terrorblade suddenly sneak out the Aegis because our team tries to go for it, whiffs a coil, then suddenly 2 seconds later we're running back down mid, frame by frame on my phone. I don't know what's happening. I'm just like, ah! And then eventually they win the game. I'm like, ah! And then we've won the series, and yeah, that's about it. I got nothing to say. I'm just like...
You came in at exactly the Wombo combo moment, I believe.
Yeah, I walked in and I just see a vacuum kill. I'm like, okay, we've won. Sure, thank
Very
you.
nice.
Let me just put everything back into place. Okay, we've won.
Yeah.
But you know, it's an interesting one. Hippo.
Do you sort of take full responsibility for game 2? What happened there?
Yeah, game 2.
What happened game 2?
Bat Rider happened, mate. You know.
Were you ready for the Curry Mambos switch around?
You know, they're a stack on kind of fighting for survival, right? They can pretty much do anything, so you have to expect anything and everything. But yeah, this Bat Rider's had too good of a game. You know, when he's able to just BKB, click deep and just hands off and kill us all, we're kind of in a bit of a spot of bother.
So were you a little worried when it got through the second time, or had you sort of said to to the team. We're going to let it in, and we're going to play differently.
Adjustments were made to be able to deal with a potential bat, but you know, it happens, and he did the same thing again. He was also pretty annoying. But you know, credit to them. I think they played pretty well, and they were punishing us quite a lot.
And they got some good news today. Not so good news for Brejui fans. There will be more information on the DreamLeague website. This ominous music every time. But Brejui is disqualified, meaning that both Brejui and Meta4 Pro are your two teams that are going to get relegated out of Division 2, which means Hippomaniacs is safe from elimination.
You know,
so even if they're 1-5 right now, they're fine. They also just played their last game, I think.
This is unacceptable.
Yeah, because they were going to still play Brejui. Also, another team that was going to play Brejui still is Creepwave.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I believe that was their remaining game still.
So they're done.
They're done.
They're done.
So they are finishing on 6-1.
Yep.
We now have Hellbear Smashers at 5-1. We have Brame. They got a lucky one because they lost to Brejui.
That's such a meme.
They are now 4-1. So we got 3 teams in contention for the top. And there is also still some hope for No Bounty Hunter and Spider Picks for some tiebreaker action there as well. I feel like the second division, whole lower division of the Western European DPC League just got blown wide open. But that's it for now for the lower division. We gotta move on, guys.
We have to move on.
We're already a little bit behind schedule, and we need to have more Dota. I don't think you're gonna be disappointed about this one, though. Get ready. Get a drink. You've got a couple of minutes before we start off with our upper division series. It's Viking versus Alliance.
By someone that tomorrow I'll be blind. I draw the face, the sun till my eyes burn dark. Why should I refine inside things that won't abide?
middle of the pack of all these teams, and two of the teams in the middle of the pack are Viking and Alliance. We have Viking sitting on a 2-3 score, while Alliance is sitting on a 3-2 score. We could take a quick look at the standings before we start talking about these teams. Let's start actually with Viking. They need to win this. This is a must-win for them, Moxie.
This is absolutely, but you know what? We've seen them before being able to take down some of these bigger teams, the upsets. Obviously, you know, the most recent one being OG, and they also took down Nigma. So I'm pretty excited to, see what they have in store today, because it really matters. You want to be in that upper part of the pack.
Yeah, there is, because the thing is, we see them here sitting 6th, which, is basically gives us thought, okay, they're almost eliminated, but no, there is still also a chance for them to rise up and make their way to the top, get some tiebreakers going there. There is this chance of this monstrous tiebreaker where basically almost everybody will still have to play a game. For good order, Viking after this only have to face one more team, which is Tundra. Alliance only have to face one more team, which is Team Liquid. And it's gonna get really close. And before we start talking more about the teams, let's hear from Shad from Viking and how he's doing before going into the series today.
Hey guys, I'm Shad, playing Pulse 1 for Viking GG. Yeah, our series against OG was pretty close games. They were kind of chaotic too, but in the end we won, so it was pretty nice. The OG game was pretty important for our score. We're 2-3 now. Yeah, I would say it's average. Like the OG game kind of salvaged it for us, but we really wanted to win against High Coast as well.
Got the step forward immediately. Is this very far forward? Look at this damage it does in that. Let's DKB mid-1. He's trying to get out. He can't. He's just immediately dead. Again, no buyback on the cores, no buyback on Stopper. They're looking to just end this.
Aside from Team Secret, EU Division 1 is like very close, I would say. Like even High Coast is not bad. They can compete with everyone else for sure. I would say we are probably the closest division skill-wise. And we had a bit of a rough start in this tournament. Like so far, I feel like we had a lot of issues that really came to light in this tournament, and we're trying to improve on them. Right now, we're doing a bit better, I would say. The last 2 games are very important for us. Like I think we need to win both of them to have a shot at qualifying to the major. So we will try our very hardest in these games. Our games against Alliance are they've always been like very close. Usually they go like very late game as well. So I'm kind of looking forward to them. It's always fun to play against them. Yeah, there's a lot on the line for us. You never know what will happen, but we're gonna try our best to win.
Viking have done it. They have taken the series from OG, and they're all smiles. Look.
Yeah, they have done it. They have done it before. They can take down the biggest of the biggest. We're going to find out if they can take down Alliance today. They have brought their secret weapon again, though, today. We have got Kezu again standing in for Toby.
Ooh, Kezu. Yeah, he did pretty well against OG. He didn't really look out of place. There was, of course, one game where he had a bad lane where he had to play Death Prophet into some struggles.
Yeah.
But he still came back, and I think it is a refreshing fit for Viking. Yeah, both of these teams, they very kind of samey in their draft, so it's all going to be about execution. No surprises will probably happen in the drafting from these teams.
No surprises in the drafting? No, that doesn't sound very exciting.
No.
I mean, I guess you could be right. There's a lot on the line for Alliance. They do not want to take any chances, and I'm sure that FNG feels the same way.
Hey guys, it's FNG. I'm playing for Team Alliance, position 5. So series against Team Secret was tough, I would say, because a lot of things didn't go as we planned, and obviously Team Secret pressured us, draft strategic-wise, and also execution part, because we all know they're good players, they're a good team, and we are fine. We know that we need time to achieve the same level as Secret, so our performance is kind of okay at this moment. I feel like we are doing a good job in terms of finding new heroes, some new secrets in this patch, and always trying to prepare for next opponent. I can't say it's perfect because we still have a lot to learn and a lot to go through, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with what's happening right now.
The high ground, they're chasing him from there, we'll find him, but at the same time, Lim's been given the time to take down Puppy S14 damage. He gets the 3 of them, they jump in onto Matthew Silas.
Viking GG is actually really hungry team, because every time I look at their matches, they're super hungry to get beat. It's kinda their weakness, but at the same time it's their strength. I feel like if we let our guard down, they will definitely come at us and take the victory, but we're not gonna do that.
FNG confident there that he has a good shot taking down Viking in this series. And we're going to find out if the hunger that Team Viking shows is their strength or their weakness. We're going to jump into the first game of this best of 3 Upper Division series after the break. In the draft, apparently, according to analyst T. Governor. We're going to find out. It is Viking GG taking on Alliance in a best of 3 that could be a decider series here in the DPC League, the upper division. Who is going to the major? Who gets eliminated? Everything is still up in the air for these 2 teams, so this is a must-win. We're joined by Purge. For the draft, we have T. Governor and Moxie here as well in the studio, and draft is on the way, so we can show you straight up what we got. Purge, you wanna take the lead on this one?
Yeah, sure. 2 popular supports right now. Keeper the Light. Lion has been moving up a little bit for some teams for a great disable, especially because of the Puck first pick, or technically second pick for Viking. So they have some lockdown potential there. And then Prophet as well as the response, who is going to be pretty decent at dealing with either of these supports in the laning phase.
So, yeah, Alliance the other day actually played the Coddle Lion as well. And I remember on that panel against Secret, we had kind of some fears or doubts about kind of their entry into the game. But they really showcased how they put the Lion into an aggressive lane and keep on fighting, which allows them to kind of mitigate the fact that they don't really have much kind of presence tanking up these spells. So it's all about the lanes now from Alliance, and that's what they're showcasing with this. But it's worked before.
It has worked before, which also means that perhaps Viking is aware of this, Moxie. They could have prepared for this.
That's true, and you do have a lot of time to prepare between these matches, generally speaking, so be interested to see if they adjust. But at the same time, I always want to see teams playing their own game of Dota, because you can respond to things, and like, you know, Alliance, they picked up the Lion. Again, we talk about how it's so good against the Puck, but also you don't want to get too hung up on trying to counter each other, because then you start to lose focus. You start doing things that you wouldn't normally do with your draft, right? You have very specific people and very specific roles that you want to come out, and you want them to be on those heroes that they really shine on, not just because they're countering something.
Yeah, so with Kezu being the newest addition to Viking, this Furin most likely to me feels like that off lane. You can see that as well from these bans. It's A, respecting S4 and what he brings to the team, but also a core Furin doesn't want to play into likes of these heroes. I will say though, Viking were one of the only teams in this entire couple of months who have tried Spectre recently.
Ooh.
They lost, yeah, and
I was about to say,
they're
how
not
did
doing
they
it again.
do?
Yeah. And that's why I don't think too much creativity is going to occur here, because they dropped the game to Cascade Esports with Spectre.
But they also were one of the teams that was the first one to consistently pull out the Lifestealer, who we have seen ignored for a lot of times. So, you know, they got to try it out.
And I rate it, I do, but I don't. I think they're going to go back to, you know, the true strengths. But today it's a good Spectre game into the Lion and the Coddle, these weak back.
I mean, they took a Razor too. Let's not forget that.
That was a really strong game.
The Razor,
too.
and it worked.
Yep.
You know, I literally remember Purge changing his song about that pick halfway through the game.
I've never done that.
He was just like, this is a garbage. This is why, Moxie, this is a garbage Razor game. And then all of a sudden he's like, this is why you should all be first picking Razor in your pubs, guys.
Yeah, I look forward to the offlane out suddenly getting good and hearing the Weatherman about how it's activating the entire lineup and that big 15-minute window it brings to the team.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Exactly.
Players much better than me think that it can be useful, and
Guro said you just have to get the right heroes with it, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. You have to.
He doesn't sound sold at all.
The eggs that you give to somebody has to like unlock the game in a big way. Like one of the classic versions was like giving an eggs to Tiny back when it would give him the cleave, because then he would farm with it. Like that made sense, but I feel it's like hard to find a hero combo that does that right now.
There is a cat in the bag. It looks very heavy.
Cat in bag. I actually ran into Keizu into like one of the NA lower games when he was in chat, and I asked him, I was like, more Luna, please.
Yeah.
More Luna.
cat.
So we're getting more cat.
To clarify, that is his name's of his cat,
Yes.
not the hero. We're not seeing Vikings suddenly picking things.
Offlane.
No, you don't want that. No. Boring drafts.
But effective.
Yeah, we are taking a lot of time thinking about this third ban. They've already banned out Bristleback and Timbersaw, a couple of sturdy offlane heroes. Is there anything else I should be worried about for S4? Because that seems to be the person that they're targeting here.
I mean, the Tidehunter was something that he played very effectively. It was difficult to kill.
And that's currently probably what they're discussing. It's, do we need to use a ban on this Tide? Can we give it away if that's maybe what Alliance want to look towards?
They go for the Clockwork pick. Very effective against both of these supports, spotting them, jumping on them, making their life hard. Alliance banned out Ricky, kind of a similar principle. A very good core matchup against those two supports, so kind of just protecting them a little bit. But Clock will be more than fine. Very likely, 5 position, so much more likely that Puck is a core now, but not solidified just yet.
No, I think mostly I don't think we have seen Celery play Puck at any point, so I think it's most likely a boom hero here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just put the Puck mid, off lane, Fury in. This Clock could be a 4 or 5, depending on what the plan is, but most likely is that 4 for Aramis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Alliance right now, they're in that kind of awkward position where there is that flexibility present in Vikings draft and need to decide how they're going to get into the game. And we're seeing that development from that Secret Series yesterday, this Tiny pick. It was said in the interview, or the fact that... Wait, was it an interview? No, this was said during the commentary of the game. Even better. It was the fact that he has this high armor hero. He can at least take a fight into these kind of big fighting style lineups, and he's like somewhat a frontline. The item build is very open still. Some people like going for the strength blink first. Some teams like going for the small blink into E-Blade. There's a bit of versatility with it, but I can respect Alliance, you know, seeing what's been done already and trying to bring it in, but you need the correct draft, and with 2 more picks, this Tiny could have difficulties.
Yeah, there's some time for Viking to prepare for this one.
I really like the overall main blink adaptation for Tiny. It makes a lot of sense though, because like you're just going to get tanky naturally. You buy phase boots, you have lots of raw HP plus the armor, but then the overall main blink helps solve the AoE issues that you have, where normally you have to rely on Avatos to clear waves. You buy overall main blink, and now it's like you do this like 400 AoE damage nuke can really help offset things like tree ambush from Nature's Prophet and help Tiny just like cascade his burst damage a little higher.
And also, I think it's one of those classic combinations into the Puck as well, because in lane, the Tiny shouldn't really get too much pressure, and in the game, Puck's always good about phase shifting these easier stuns, but with the Tiny, with the good positioning, that instant lockdown, that Avatos, you can instantly blow them up. So it's going to be very much who sees who and the vision advantage. Of course, Viking are ahead with that. You've got the Treant scouting around, the rocket flare everywhere, but that's kind of also the main objective for this Tiny. It's find the Puck, kill the Puck.
You also can't forget the fact that Limp is like, this is his hero. This Tiny hero was like, especially, you know, it's a while back. So he knows the ins and outs of this matchup probably very, very well, even though it has changed so much. This guy, though, definitely one of his most comfortable and probably one of his most well-known heroes that he
The Han special.
Yeah, I love this pick from Viking. It's basically just a block pick. They push away the Furion from the offlane role, and it's, well, okay, Alliance, you need to have this big frontline offlane. We've already banned out the Bristle of the Timbersaw. We'll take the Tidehunter ourselves. Like, what are you going to do now? Alliance's draft was all built around having that strong, stable tower defending offlane, maybe like an Underlord type hero, and then having that explosive damage. Yes?
Is Mars just not in the pool? Like, is Mars not good anymore? We saw Mars so many times, and he's just ignored now.
He's not the best for defending towers compared to other heroes, is one of the offsets. Like, Tide is better just standing there and being tanky, as are Bristle Timber, so it's not quite the same. Like, he offers different things, not so much like waiting for your opponents to initiate into it.
I think like it's more for like an aggressive, like Amar kind of setup, you know, one of those guys that really wants to be active in the fight super, super early. and finding, bringing the fight to them, not necessarily having the fight brought to you. But an Ursa does enjoy scrapping, that's for sure.
And also Alliance leaving S4's pick to the very last. He try and capitalize on this early Tide pick from Viking, going for the Ursa plus Coddle lane, which should be somewhat disruptive. The Tide lane can actually go pretty well, because when Tide has Gush with Clockwork, if the Fury supports enabled his lane and he can TP into that lane, suddenly this over-aggressive Ursa can also die. So yeah, it's a good pick from Alliance, but Viking, they do have the ways to deal with it. Yeah, I just love the all-out aggression from Alliance. Like, if this Tiny doesn't get a quick blink, start chaining kills, open up the map for this Ursa, and if Ursa is pressured, then this can get pretty difficult pretty quick. But no, I like the fact they are kind of using what has happened over the last 2 days of EU, and then kind of pushed it into their draft as well. So somewhat developing their own style.
Yeah, I love the Ursa pick just as well, because it's just diversifying their damage. Before that pick, literally all magic, so it would have been really easy for Viking to itemize. Also, the Wraith King ban, a hero that is pretty survivable against like burst damage type lineups, which they're also pretty strong at right now. So it's going to make it harder for them to take engagements with their carries, whatever they end up with.
10 seconds remaining. So what is left for Alliance with the Mars and Enigma banned out? So far,
but
yeah,
it's not great.
We have S4 playing the heroes that are not banned out. The Darkseer, the Monkey King, the Viper are the only other heroes he has played so far in the DPC League.
Yeah,
Viper's not bad.
Yeah, Vipers makes the most logical sense, just for the fact they want to win a lane, but they go for Pangolier. Okay. This is actually a pretty good pick for the idea of they have no hero that kind of unlocks the vision within the fight. And Pangolier, once he gets rolling and opens up the engagement, Tiny can suddenly get these good blinks off, and everyone is able to easily fight around. So yeah, I like the idea for that. Less about the lane, but more about kind of entering that 15-20 minute fight around Roshan. Pangolier should be the king of that.
Yeah, makes it a lot harder for Tide to play his Ravages too, so you can't just Ravage right away and catch everyone.
Bloodseeker last coming out.
And that's their carry most likely. So unless they try to do some like Prophet 1 type stuff, but probably Bloodseeker, he'll be laning against Pango, and one support, he should be pretty survivable there. Like his laning should be okay.
Yeah.
Will it work in the mid game? We'll see.
Yeah, Viking, they're pretty much doubling down on having these strong lanes. It's actually going to be an off-lane puck with a mid-Tide Hunter. So they're going to pretty much put all the emphasis on winning their lanes and trying to collapse this map pretty quick. I fear about their ability to scale. I think Ursa into Bloodseeker, Ursa can just stand still and tank up what Bloodseeker as a carry provides. So the 1v1 carry matchup is favoring Alliance. But yeah, Viking, they have a nice early window to mitigate this Pango presence with the Bloodseeker, a quirky Tide v Tiny lane. Haven't seen that ever often this season. And yeah, you know what? I'm going to enjoy some new heroes being picked.
Purge, final thoughts on these 10 heroes?
Yeah. I feel the same way. I'm really excited to see how Tide does mid. Pre-6, Tide's going to be really effective against Tiny. He does a lot of physical damage. Tiny's not going to have any armor till he hits 6. So excited to see what items he buys in the mid lane. But Alliance's draft surely looks more conventional. But I'm really excited to see what Viking does with what they got.
Moxie?
This is rough. I'm a big Alliance fan, as you all know. But I am really excited because you do have the Tidehunter. Viking seems like they're on a hot streak right now. They really seem like they've picked up the momentum. And I feel like with the ability of just mobility, right? You've got a Puck, you've got a Nature's Prophet, you've got a Clockwork. I think that's going to end up working really well for them. So I'm going to go Viking. Sorry, guys.
Kezu did do a Puck guide and put it on Reddit, I think, the other month. So
they figured him out.
Alliance read the guide, they're going to know exactly what Kezu's going to want to do and be in their head. So yeah. That's it.
That's it. That's the reasoning.
We want to watch the game.
We do want to watch the game, and let's do that. Let's just sit back and enjoy this one together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, here we go. Alliance versus Viking and Fogged. What do you make of this? Do you think Vikings come in with some smart stuff? That sort of switch around. Kezu on the Puck, Boom on the Tide. Is this going to do it against Alliance?
I feel like they've switched some stuff around, but I'm looking at a really nice Alliance draft. I actually look at this draft and it looks like a Secret draft.
Okay.
I actually think it is.
That's got to be a good thing.
Draft.
Yeah.
I actually see like almost like the same heroes I've seen Secret go for, like the style. They love the Coddle with the Pango. They like the Coddle with the +1 carry that counteracts the offlaner, which would have been that Tidehunter. I feel like Alliance set themselves up for a lot of good lanes and a lot of good potential in the mid game where they can utilize their supports really effectively. This Coddle has a way to buff up all 3 of his heroes just with the Chakra. Chakra on Swashbuckle, Chakra on Tiny combo, Chakra on Ursa, both abilities. Very strong. So Viking, I feel like they're going to have a bit of a tough time if they don't really start collapsing and just snowballing the hell out of this game. Because Ursa, he's got a really good matchup of carry.
Sure. I mean, because the carry Bloodseeker, I mean, why do you think that was the decision here for Viking? Was it just the fact that they really wanted to get a Bloodseeker in against some of these heroes and that the only role really that they had left to fulfill was carry?
Yeah, they've also ran the Bloodseeker carry before, and it is a good carry versus like Pango. You can shut them down, but yeah, it might be hard as Alliance. They're actually walking right in. It's going to be a big blood rate.
Well, I'm going to get the silence onto Hanskin. A blast over onto Aramis, though, and Aramis has got the battery assault holding back Nico Baby, and it's going to be enough to stop him from going down. So both teams able to keep everybody alive.
And Limp actually just immediately skills the tree grab there. I think if they just had the Avalanche, maybe he can get a kill, but doesn't want to ruin his lane, looks like.
The battle begins.
That's fair enough. We'll see around the runes. Alliance, they are going to be able to grab themselves 3 of the 4 to start off with.
Yeah, and I'm liking some little things that I'm seeing in this one, right? Like the fact that Viking, they did move the priority of the puck, you know, not a mid laner by any means or anything, because they're playing versus that Lion. They make him an off laner, which is cool. They switch the matchup where the Tidehunter's mid rather than bottom versus the Ursa. So some clever stuff that Viking is trying to react and fix versus. But Alliance, I feel like they just drafted themselves a solid game plan just overall, rather than having just counteract anything. It's just a good draft that works versus mostly anything.
Sure. It's just going to be interesting to see, because obviously with this change, I don't know, does Boom play a lot of mid-tide? Or do you think this is going to be something that's a little new for him this game because they've had to take the puck out from this priority position?
I think it's probably pretty new. You really only play the mid-tide if you're playing versus like Lycan, I feel like. I don't think I've seen it actually in almost any situations besides that. And Limp, he's playing one of his most comfortable heroes, right? He's Tiny. This is he's been a legend on the Tiny.
I mean, because you know, Tide, you know, it's not a complex hero, but there's got to be some sort of difference in the ability to perform when you are playing a hero that you just don't usually play.
Oh, absolutely, and especially when it's being forced as a mid role rather than an offlaner. You have to play quite a bit of a different style for yourself rather than you would be in the offlane, which is just like a sacrificial, you know, you're putting yourself out there to die most of the times, but you're going to get that Ravage off. You know, it's very different when you're playing mid, so could have an impact for sure. As Limp he can make a lot of rotations, and Tidehunter, you can't match rotations.
No, not at all. I mean, what is sort of your job as a mid-tide? Just to protect your tower and get someone to come and fight with you when you hit 6 in the mid lane rather than relying on you to go to a side lane?
I guess I'm honestly not too sure with this game, because I'm only really certain when I see it with literally versus Lycan or versus these push lines
as a straight lane counter.
Exactly, you just park yourself there, and this one it's going to be harder because his lane's not going to go great either. I'm seeing the Tiny already taking advantage significantly of this. Like the cleave even hurts Tidehunter a lot just when he gets hit.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Boom's able to do. But I think, you know, at least on the other side of things, as they were pointing out the pan, you know, Kezu on the puck, this is something that he does play. So he's definitely going to have more responsibility of sort of reaching that level of play that we know that he can do on the puck and making sure that he is the one setting up and making moves happen, which is definitely going to be hard with Hansken constantly on the hunt for him in the action with that Hex.
I feel like his lane's not that easy either. Ursa actually doesn't do that bad versus the puck. You have pretty massive base armor, so you actually can withstand versus that pressure. They just have to watch out for the Aramis rotations of the Clockwork if he catches them, but they're speedy. They have ways to play around Cogs, the Ursa and the Coddle. So I'm seeing some really solid lanes coming out from Alliance. Top, though, we are seeing that Bloodseeker having a very good time with that Nature's Prophet. You know, they did pick these 2 supports, and then the Nature's Prophet came out, so they knew that this NP would have a good impact versus them, and right here he is securing the lane for Shad. This mid disparity is getting pretty big, though. 6 denies, 20 last hits for the Tiny, 12 on Boom.
I mean, as you say, I think this is just down to the fact that this isn't something that he's used to playing, and Limp is on, one of his best heroes.
Well, it also was, he skilled Gush level 1. You know, that he tried to get like a first.
Was that for the fight?
That ruined him, I think, because he hasn't had Anchor Smash to reduce the base damage of the Tiny, which I feel like would have actually evened out the lane completely. I think it was for the fight. He's really falling behind now at this point. As now, looking to get aggressive. Limp will toss him under the tower to try to secure himself some last hits. And we will see those rotations for the 4-minute room. As Limp scurrying his way up toward top. They have Hanskin and a Treant. Spawns bottom. Fortunate for Viking.
let's see. I mean, and in this sort of game, is this is a game where you feel that for Alliance, they're going to be feeling more confident at all stages. Nico Baby Xerxes is sort of set up this game to, you know, late game, that there's not going to be much that can carry against this Ursa.
Yeah, I think that they're comfortable through like all stages. Yeah, exactly. Like early, mid, late game, they can actually just fight and also just chill back and farm if they need to, if this Ursa gets the opportunity to. It looks like a really solid draft from them. They just have to watch out a bit about the timings around, like, you know, the coil as well as the Ravage that's going to be coming through when Bloodseeker looks to fight before the Ursa's ready.
All right, so honestly, I was very interested. I have been looking up some stats on Boom's Tide. So as far as I can see, he's never played Tide in a competitive game, and he's played 16 games of it on his pub profile. So only 16 games of Dota. He's got a 31% win rate on it. So this is
that's low.
This is very much a hero that it really has to be because they felt that they cannot do the puck mid. They've had to put him in a position where he is without a doubt very uncomfortable, and this is. You know, this is not his comfort zone, so pressure's going to be onto him. We'll see what he's able to do, but it's not going to be easy for him this game.
No, it's not. They had to, right? They had to relegate because of the two reasons.
They had to.
There's the Ursa and there's the Lion. So there's no way that they could have the puck in mid. They can't have the Tide off lane. They had to switch it up. Boom. He's going to have to go to base. Limp will keep himself farming in the mid lane and continue to grow just that much faster. Down bottom, seeing Celery attempt to pressure with this catapult wave.
So they can get Nico Baby. They're diving in. He's trying to cut his way through the trees and is able to jump out to the side, and that might just save him, actually. As Earth chucks across the tree line, and he is away. Unfortunately there for Viking, they were very, very close to catching him, but couldn't quite take him out. As Nico Baby will have to TP back to base to refuel. But he won't quite go down.
Awkward ways for them to set up for these. Oh, another courier. Celery will get that one at least. But awkward ways for them to set up with their supports. You know, the stuns are very lackluster on the draft of Viking until they do get those level 6s online. They literally have battery assault until level 6 comes out. So it is very underwhelming for them to try to catch those heroes and keep them locked down.
Let's see how Shad doing. Shad's farm. I mean, it's still very close between him and Nico Baby. You know, both of the carries are getting free farm in the safe lane. I mean, it's a chill game. You know, 7 minutes in, nobody's dying. So yeah, both carries are gonna be happy with that. It's just a case of whether Vikings going to be able to find that sweet spot where they're able to zip in and get active with Shad at a stage where Nico Baby's still vulnerable and hasn't sort of got those sort of, I guess, what sort of first 2 items in which he's going to have that almost certainly farming item and the item that's going to enable him in the team fights and make it very hard for the Bloodseeker just to go toe-to-toe with an Ursa.
I'm worried that S4 is actually going to become more of that carry for the side of Alliance pretty quickly. He's given an absolutely free lane top. Like, this is going to be a level 6 Pango already at this point, and that is very impactful. Versus heroes like Tidehunter, you know, Tide hates playing versus Pango, because yeah, you can crack off the first stun, but then there's going to be a third and a fourth and whatever. He can keep bouncing you in between. And it's the same thing for Bloodseeker. Fighting into Pango, who gets this type of start, is really scary. That's why usually we see people put more emphasis to slow down Pangos, is he's so strong as soon as he hits 6. And this is where Alliance, they're looking to invade already. With this Tiny having a good start, with Pango having a good start, they can start invading and pushing away most of Viking.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
See the pressure continue to be put on their damn bottom. Viking taking away this tower. FNG's trying to hold it. We're going to see Limp there get himself a free one. Finally, the piece has come to an end as he's able to combo down Aramis.
And boom.
He's going to put the Ravage here to try and hold them back. But they're indeed going to keep on moving. S4's got a Rolling Thunder if it's needed. As he's ready to roll into the river. He's going to have the control here. Nico Baby's a little spooked though, as the mass TPs are coming in from Viking. They won't get Boom, so Boom will live. Everybody pretty much coming into the mid lane there to put Alliance off from fighting for more. Now, Alliance, they do respect that. You can see straight away, Alliance, they're aware of when they don't want to push any further to try and get a Tide kill.
Yeah, giving him some respect. The fact that, you know, Boom did go for that double bracer. He did have the backup of the medallion from Celery.
Yeah.
They do back away. They do get the first blood, though, and Nico Baby, he will be able to go to the mid lane to farm. They'll have Limp play this bottom lane. That's a bit scary for the Ursa.
Yeah, even though they don't get a kill, though, definitely a nice relief across the map when that Ravage has been used, especially from the mid tide. It's a big window where you're not going to be concerned about the tide making moves.
Yep, time for Nico Baby to chill back, be able to farm up his jungle. Time for FNG to go around stacking and just moving his heroes around with recall as well. It's a very early level 6 as well on FNG. If they do want to try to set up some outnumbering plays versus the side of Viking, it's definitely a chance for them. See what FNG looks to do. They're giving the levels right now to Hanskin top. They want to get him that nice level 6 at a decent time, as he has been, he did get forgotten a little bit because he's having to check the runes so much as this Lion. So S4 jungling kind of close to him, and they give the lane to the Lion.
See the bounties, Alliance. They want to fight for the one down bottom. Aramis, he's going to step forward. They're going to go in with the combo. Limp's able to grab the bounty rune, as they will also be able to finish off the kill. Celery TPing in. Nothing you can do to turn this around. I mean, Shad, can you get in range for any action here? Alliance, they're already backing well away. So Viking there, they're bringing the 4 of them down, but not able to stop Alliance from taking the rune away from them, and unable to get a catch on anyone either.
And that was the coil used from Kezu to try to get themselves any type of kill. So now they can play a little bit more aggressive on Alliance, knowing that is down.
They smoked up it. They're ready to try and get back in with the combo, maybe. S4's got the Rolling Thunder.
Scary.
Shad's going to open up with the Rupture. S4 is going to get himself hidden underneath the tower. Jumps out of the Blood Bright to avoid the damage, and now he's ready to turn. Holds the ground to get the swashbuckle touch from a distance. Very nicely played there by S4 to dodge around the damage and have an impact whilst being ruptured.
They're feeling their strength right now in Alliance. Limp just having this insane game on the Tiny already. He's got the 4-4 build, so that burst is at almost its maximum now. For quite a long time that he's going to be able to just set up and kill a lot of these squishier heroes like that Nature's Prophet. And nice hold there from Alliance.
Radiant's middle tower. See Boom, he's just going to go full on tank. Double bracers, Sanj. Just wants to make sure that he doesn't get burst and that he's going to have the opportunity in these fights to really wait off before he pops the Ravage and not really be in situations where he feels forced to use it prematurely.
Yeah, I was wondering if he's going to go for something like Halberd or Ghost Scepter, because he is playing versus Ursa, so you have to get something to pertain to the Ursa, because there's that magic damage and all that, but Ursa will make you squishy, no matter what type of build you do go, unless you get one of those two that we said. As they will continue to try to set up around bottom. They have their Ravage, they have their Puck ult. Alliance very close to Limp's Blink Dagger. He might actually go pick that one up before he looks to fight. He's going to check the rune. If he gets a Fortunate Rune, maybe they defend, but if not, then I don't think they will.
That's great. It's a DD.
It is a DD, but tower's too low.
Yeah, not enough to help protect the tower. But definitely
he's too close from Blink.
Enough to get a burst kill once that Blink is there, yeah.
He's got it in a second. So 12 minutes, 15 seconds, it's going to be finished up with Phase Boot, with Bracer, with Wand as well, and level 10. So in a very good spot on Limp too. He can kill so many targets. Like even Shad is at risk of dying in one shot as he's gone for the Mithril Hammer build. He has no stats on this Bloodseeker.
No, for sure. I mean, Boom's the only one that can sort of face it, and even then, it's going to be easily half the HP of Boom gone in a combo.
Yeah, it's not as strong as it was, of course, around the 3x avalanche damage, but it still is quite impactful, especially with the DD.
I mean, Shad is absolutely dead if they catch him.
He will absolutely die if he gets caught.
He knows. He's playing it very sensible here.
I mean, Limp.
Is Limp's still going to get the jump? Oh, he's got him. I mean, you could tell he knew, he could sense it, but Limp was just too persistent for Shad to be prepared there. Looking behind the tower and ready to catch him, just stepping too far back towards the middle of the lane, even throwing out a tip as well.
The Limp Tiny, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. 4 kills in the game, 4 kills on Limp Tiny. 13 minutes in.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. That's Limp's KDA at the top, not the team's.
The Viking, they're starting to get annoyed. This Blink Dagger, these pickoffs. If they're not together, they're starting to get pretty annoyed about the.
They got to do something with this Ravage.
So they got to do something. Yeah, they got to catch something or some reaction.
Otherwise, this game is going to get out of hand with Nico Baby hitting that Battle Fury timing soon. This is a perfect move if they can get this kill. Probably worth, absolutely throwing down the coil on that. That couldn't have been a better catch there, really. Finding Nico Baby seconds before he was getting his Battle Fury done, so slowing it a little bit.
And they didn't have to use Ravage either, so Boom's got that for the next fight. The perfect target to run into. Couldn't have asked for more. As now they look to continue to just split up, look to match the moves from Alliance, just keep that lane pressure addressed. S4 is ready though. Kezu, he might just get instantly jumped. Limp with the haste already up here.
Oh, he's coming in.
Kezu.
He's ready to go in with the combo. Kezu, he's going to try and get out. He can't. Another kill for Alliance, another kill for Limp.
Probably feels so nice having a coddle as well. Like FNG already see him in position, like getting ready to set up for Limp to bring him to the next place. Limp has a TP available, but he can also recall him if he needs to, and he will.
Aramis. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, the Ravage.
The Ravage?
They're keeping him alive, no. S4's able to find him with a swashbuckler. Now S4 is maybe going to see if he can go for more. He's looking for Boom. Nice little jukes from Boom. Get him away from the Rolling Thunder. As they do lose Nico Baby for that one. So again, another time when Nico Baby's going down. This is what, 2 times where he's died right before that Battle Fury. So it is slowing down the Battle Fury compared to what it could have been quite significantly.
Yeah, he would have had it. He would have literally had it before, like right as that last death was happening. Some big moves coming up from Viking, literally finding the best possible target in both situations. That time, though, they did have to use the Ravage. But it also was a Rolling Thunder wasted by S4 as he did make the connect. So not too shabby. Although Rolling Thunder's much lower cooldown than that Ravage.
And we see there on the graph a severe blow there to the progression of Nico Baby. I'm sure he'll be super safe on getting this Battle Fury finished now before he's involved in any further action. As he's not going to want to be slowed down anymore by this.
Yeah, he's like that. He died twice in almost the same exact spot. So he's like, yeah, screw that side. I'm just going to go into my left side now, being with the farm over here. But they can look to catch something here.
He's coming down mid. I mean, he should be
fine.
Go
back to the triangle, Nico.
Should be fine. 50 gold, 50 gold, and it's there. There we go.
They're scouting out the stacks. I've seen Celery been doing this a couple times.
On mid, they're going to set up on a Boom here. Toss back into the Rolling Thunder. He's still very tanky. Can they quite take him down? They can't. Now over to the side, you're going to have the initiation from Aramis with the hook shot onto FNG. Now they look for Limp. They're going to be able to find the Tiny as well. Viking coming in with a good hit around the mid lane. I mean, it was always going to be a very risky move there from Alliance, trying to fully commit onto Boom. I mean, with this Bracers, Cloak, Sanj, he is not an easy kill. In fact, I don't think he's a kill straight up unless you have the Ursa on top of him.
And now S4, he's got the blink. He'll be able to disengage. But yeah, that was Alliance picking the fight, and Viking just gets to walk in and win the fight without Ravage.
Yeah.
They get to just walk in and get some free kills for themselves. As now a tower also goes down, and Alliance have to be quite sad as they just shot themselves in the foot pretty hard at that tossback.
Now Viking, I mean, they've gotten rid of that complete lead that Alliance did have. Sort of thanks to Limp's early movements on Tiny. You can sort of see when Limp starts to make the moves, up goes the lead, and then boom, that last few moments of gameplay with the 2 deaths on Nico Baby, and then that, well, a bit of an awkward attempt from Limp there in the mid, as you say. It was his move, it was his call to try and toss Boom down to the low ground and get aggressive onto him. It's cost them the lead that they built up.
The only way that they can do that play is if Nico Baby's there hitting the Ursa during all of it. They need the Ursa. That's the way that Boom is itemized as well. He's proving it. That you need to get the Ursa to kill him. And, that's the way that should be anyway. That Ursa versus Tidehunter. So a bit of a slip up there from Alliance. Viking benefit heavily as now Ravage is back up, Coil's back up. They can look for the fight themselves.
And they're going to have a good time on Shad's items here for the fight. This Maelstrom BKB is going to be done very shortly. Just a recipe away. And then,
that is again very nice.
It's another target like Boom that only really Nico Baby's ever going to be able to kill, right? If this Bloodseeker's in with the BKB, nobody else is going to be able to take him down.
No, and he doesn't have to worry about the control coming up.
Mid.
Hang on, look at mid again.
Nico Baby's trying to find farm here. He's going to get control straight away. The Dream Coil into the silence. He's going to pop the enrage, but he's already so low. He's down for sure. As he's trying to run, they're chasing. And boom, they got him with the gush. A risky place for Nico Baby to farm, and I feel like Nico Baby's having a bit of a shakier game compared to what we used to seeing from him.
He's playing in very reckless places. He didn't have good places to farm because the triangle was already cleared and they're setting up for bottom, but showing in that mid wave, and just a couple deaths. It's 3 deaths that Viking just have pinpoint targeted at him.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of controlling this Ursa. You know, which they absolutely have to do, as we said. You know, if Nico Baby gets sort of this crazy free farm and leads the way, he's going to be a hard carry to deal with at this later stages. But so far, really keeping him under control.
I mean, I cannot believe how much they've slowed down his growth. Like, he still is very farmed on the Ursa. Like, he's still almost matching the Bloodseeker, and that's 3 deaths that he's had. Like, imagine how high he would be if he.
Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah, if they didn't get him
so far ahead.
Yeah, he'd be at least like 2,000 gold ahead, I feel, if he didn't have those deaths.
Yeah. It's literally just been the perfect situations for Viking, and it's actually just going to be a blink on Boom. He's not going to go anything else after that initial Sage. He's going to go for the Halberd later, but now he has the blink. They have ways to follow up with the initiation with the puck. That's going to be pretty nice. Now the fights feel pretty hard for Alliance if they don't get that godly initiation from S4. It's bounty runes.
Precious bounty.
Recall Tiny over. Yeah. Boom now is an Arcane, and he's got Blink. He's level 15. They're getting their timings. Like Shad, he's about to have BKB, and that's when Viking's going to go hunting again.
I mean, yeah, we've got the smoke from Alliance. They see Boom mid, but really not the target that they want to be making moves on. That they want to find, you know, ideally Shad, but Shad for the most part of this game, he's just been very smart with where he's been farming. He's only died the once. Other than that, and you know, that was in a very deep situation, of course, behind his tier 2. Alliance just haven't been able to hunt him down elsewise. Yeah, BKB is done after this camp. And now even if they do find him, there's a high chance he's going to be able to pop the BKB and get out of there.
Yeah, unless he gets just chained and killed immediately. Yeah, he will very likely get that BKB off bottom. They see Celery setting up. They'll take him out more than likely.
A lot of TPs coming in, though. See the body blocks here with the tree and stopping Hanskin from being able to run away. So, getting the trade here as support for a support.
They're doing such a good job with the 2 supports actually on Viking. I've been watching Aramis and I've been watching just Celery of how they're pushing the lanes out, these two, and not showing themselves. It's actually just been Rocket Flares pushing out bottom for the most part with like a Kezu Orb, and then just Treants pushing out this top scary lane for them. So Shad is able to farm in the most defensive position, and he's just chilling in the jungle, so they can't actually set up for him at all. This has been very good planning from Viking in these last like 5-6 minutes. I've just been watching these 2 supports do that the entire time. And Shad is under ward vision during this, at least now. But yeah, they've weathered a lot of the scare of just the Ursa snowballing out of control. But Nico Baby is now getting the space to still get this really good timing on himself.
Yeah. I think that there is going to be that kind of decent window for Viking, though, when they have, well, now this Halberd on Boom, and then they have like the Basher after the BKB and the Maelstrom on Shad, and Nico Baby only has the Battle Fury and the BKB, where, you know, then the Seeker can start punching the Ursa in the face and sort of rely on the bashes to mess up his ability to fight back. As top.
Yeah, they just got a little bit better of item timing. As top.
Yeah. They're going to be able to get the jump onto Hansken. Not going to find anything else, though, by the looks of it. As Boom, he's going to blink up in a few seconds. He's whipping himself. He's chasing on, but there's nobody else behind him, is there? He is fine.
All these kills matter a lot. I see Kezu. He pretty much has Ags done. So you're talking about when Viking gets these BKBs and everything's finished. True. Alliance, they'll be getting their BKBs, but it's going to be addressed by Kezu's coil if he's able to find a good one. So these fights still feeling quite hard for Alliance, and it's not even just the BKBs they have to be worried. It's also the Pango. If he gets coiled as well, he's just controlled inside of that Rolling Thunder versus this Ags that's going to be coming out. So this could be pretty huge for Viking.
Oh! And Boom, he's going to blow the Ravage here, but he's not going to get the kill. Unless they can try and chase up for this. Blink in a second, but the Blink's up for S4 as well. S4's out of there. I mean, a little bit of an awkward attempt there from Boom. Obviously wanted to cancel the TP, felt that maybe he had the burst on his own, but he didn't quite do the maths on that. And now there's no Ravage, so Alliance, they could look to try and make a hit.
They can. I think they might actually be able to force a Roche if they're crazy enough.
Yeah.
There's no Ravage threat. It's just a coil. The Ravage is quite a lot of Vikings' actual draft. So if they see an opportunity, I think they could swing in there. But they can also just look for a straight fight right now. They are much stronger without that Ravage threat.
Yeah. I mean, we see that.
Watch out for Kezu.
I mean, maybe Booman checked to see if the Shard was there, and did he have roll up? But I think even if he didn't have roll up, I don't think he would have been able to you know, Boom wouldn't have been able to get the right clicks in to kill him off.
Yeah. Looks like Alliance is going to use that time to just finish up the BKB on Limp in particular, as he's getting pretty close to that one, and he does want to be able to match these, you know, Coil and Ravages so he can actually contribute to the team fights, because Tiny still isn't that big of an actual team fighter. He's still more of a pick-off hero. Very close game, though. 7-7. It's been bouncing between that 1 and 3K the entirety of this game. Same thing for the experience. Both teams seem to be getting what they want out of the map.
No, it's close. Yeah, very, very close.
Bounty runes in 10. Both teams pushing out the side lanes so that they can set up for these. Aramis as well as Shad setting up bottom. Also Kazoo. So maybe looking to actually fight. As Boom, Nico Baby gets brought in by FNG. The toss.
Oh, back up. To stop the CP, they'll get Boom this time, surely.
That was pretty crazy by him, to be honest. His whole team's porting bottom. He's running into the enemy side of the map to steal some bounties. So he does go for a very aggressive play. And now it's 40 seconds, and there's this Roche threat. They are in the area, but so is Viking.
That's
they can start poking at Nico Baby.
Maybe he forgot that he was playing the Tide instead of the Puck this game. Because, you know, that's the sort of thing you do as a mid laner if you're on a mobile hero, right? Be stealing runes.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, oh my goodness. I'm a Tide. I can't get out of this.
He was very far forward. It's 20 seconds. Time for Alliance to just continue getting a little bit more farm, as they are all farming. That's the other thing we do want to point out is the supports are also getting quite big on the side of Alliance, and these supports do feel a bit more impactful in the grand scenario of the fights. You know, Will-O-Wisp is going to be online. It's going to be really impactful, and Hanskin will always have a place. If he ever gets a single hex, any disable on the puck, that's his, you know, he's already done his whole job. So I think Alliance in this downtime is very happy, as this Ursa is starting to get to some crazy levels of farm where he doesn't have to fear versus this Bloodseeker nearly as much. He can just kill him instantly. Doesn't have to worry about Rupture if he does get to the point of this Basher and whatnot. There's the smoke from Viking. Trying to set up maybe some vision around the Roche area.
Yeah, that is that important timing. I mean, it's risky. If they do find a fight, they lose a fight. They're losing Roche to Alliance, so very important.
They have to get some vision, though. They have no control of the map around here right now. Just the Clockwork Vision. They get the one ward down. It is in range of the Sentry, though, when Alliance does make their way back over.
And we are starting to see, you know, that you know, as every moment passes, the effect of the way that the Ursa can farm in comparison to the Bloodseeker, it's just going to be that little faster. They do get the angle to get in onto Hansken. Now they might fight back, though, as S4, he's coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Boom, trying to step over towards Limp. Over to the side, Nico Baby committing in onto Aramis, now turns his attention over towards Boom. Boom tossed up into the combo as they commit onto him further with the BKBs. The Coil holding back Limp for now, comes to an end up in the high ground. Celery, he's up here watching from a distance as Shad's committing with the BKB, trying to run down Nico Baby, but the blink's back up. Nico Baby's able to get away. Shad's BKB running down low. I wonder if we'll see Alliance try and get back in. He certainly is. But maybe doesn't feel too confident to do so, as Viking, they do still have 4 up. Alliance losing the 2 of them there, and Ravage still at the ready.
Yeah, pretty decent fight. Viking, they just forced it away and get vision on the high ground there and just somehow end up doing pretty decent, getting these 2 kills and keeping that Ravage going. And that is the first BKB usage of Nico Baby. So any times where those do start to trickle down, it's going to be important, because then the Ravage and all these other spells will be much more effective versus the Ursa. And the DD outside the pit with the Basher finished on Shad. They can try. Alliance is going to respawn in time, and S4 has his ult.
Alliance is definitely
good for Viking.
Going to want to fight this.
Yeah, they got to be careful. Boom.
Yeah, a big Ravage from Boom could make this very difficult for Alliance to get into.
Viking can't commit here.
S4's going to start.
Actually going to go in.
He's going to go straight, and he's going to look to Shad. They've made the jump over towards the Bloodseeker, but Shad's able to pop the BKB, turn around, take down S4. The Ravage comes out onto Limb. As they're straight away, 2 of them gone. Hansken also picked off by the Rocket Flare. I mean, he went in early there, S4.
They forced it so hard.
And now it's going to be, it should be an easy Rosh against the Ursa and the Kotl. There's no way that these two are coming in to put a stop to this one as Viking. They will take Roshan for themselves here after a very sort of botched attempt there from Alliance to get the fight going.
I'm very surprised they looked to fight outside there instead of like in the vicinity of the pit. They had these Illuminates blasting inside of there, so maybe they thought it was lower than it actually was, but it felt like they had very good ways to just keep slowing down Viking and kind of forcing Viking's hand to initiate on them. That was very disastrous from S4 and Glim.
Nico Baby will be able to get a punch back here. Jumps in and takes down Aramis. Still keeping himself at the top there. This very much farmed after those first few deaths we saw Nico Baby suffer early in the game. He has yet to be found again, as he's really cleaned up his act and not allowed himself to be found anymore. Yeah, we can see that.
I'm still so surprised about how that whole fight went down. Like Nico Baby is so big. I'm like, someone had to have made the call to try to jump in there. That really hurts their momentum. I still feel like they're in such a good position to anyway fight with Nico Baby being this big. They just now have to deal with an Aegis, which is unfortunate. They kind of gave them that one.
We see the intentions of Shad queuing up the Skadi and the Butterfly. Actually, it's going to change it to make sure that he finishes the Vanguard first. Have that extra way to lock down through the BKBs.
Yeah, I think the Abyssal is the best choice for him versus like Pango versus Ursa versus Tiny BKB. They all just have so many different ones, so... I still feel like Alliance, they can look to take these fights, especially right now still while Ravage is on cooldown for 20 seconds. They do have a decent window. Limp is pushing out top. They can recall him into the fight when they do see it necessary. Viking, though, they're going to have Ravage up soon. Boom, actually not getting caught inside of the smoke there, unfortunately for him. He will have Ravage in 4 seconds, and they're actually sweeping top. They're expecting the recall to come, so they're going to look for the hero that is split pushing, which is Limp.
Oh, that's smart. This is a nice catch.
This is real good.
In they go straight away. Bashes out. There's no chance for Limp to do anything in response there. I mean, as you say, this is the way you got to play against a Kotl lineup, right?
Yeah, that was a really smart move. Like, just because they have limited information on the map right now. If you look at the way that their wards are, they actually don't really have any. So they saw him pushing top, so they're expecting the team to be playing on the opposite. So they go for him. That's a really nice move. Get themselves some time to finish up these items, as that's what this Aegis is giving them. Just a little bit of freedom on the map, and yeah, Shad pretty much has Abyssal now done. He's actually keeping up pretty decently with that Battle Fury Ursa.
He is. I mean, Nico Baby sort of got the 2k ahead, but then for the last 7 minutes or so, it has been the same difference. And now they're going to start going on to him a little bit. Nico Baby, he's going to turn onto Shad, but a hookshot comes in from the side, and they're going to be able to take him down. As Alliance, they couldn't quite get over to him in time to help him whatsoever. So Nico Baby out of the game for 80 seconds here, and Viking, they're not done. They're chasing him for more. The Will-O-Wisp is going to get dropped down, but there's nothing to be done with it. As Hanskin will still fall, they quickly take out the Will-O-Wisp, and Viking, they're still good to go. They've still got a Ravage in the Dream Coil ready.
So many times they've caught Nico Baby off on an island by himself. 58 seconds. Yeah, they're going on high ground with this Aegis. A disastrous place for him to get caught.
I'll see if they can stop this. I mean, I guess, Nico Baby, he does not want to buy back, right?
No. The Aegis is still there for about a minute as well, too, so...
And boom, he's in. He's actually jumping straight away in onto FNG. FNG is going to get burst down. They'll take him out. S4's coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Limp trying to take one of them down with the combo. He goes on to Kezu. It's not enough damage. Kezu's fine. They will take the Aegis out of the hands of them. Boom. He's going to step in with the Ravage. Limp pots the BKB, but Aramis is in with the hookshot onto Hanskin. Hanskin goes down over to the side. They pistol in onto S4. S4 falls. Shad's coming in with the BKB, chasing down FNG. There's the bashes as Shad gets the double. As Alliance, they're starting to crumble here big time. Now down 8k. And with the mid-racks exposed, 3 heroes dead, Vikings going to be able to push on. And by the looks of it, get this melee racks without Alliance being able to stop them at all.
Viking just striking with precision, finding the most ideal targets back to back to back in these situations. They just get a Rax like this for free. Well, I say for free. It costs them a bit of, you know, a bit of spells and all that, but look at this, like 45 seconds still on Coddle. Alliance is going to have their 5-man ready, and they're going to be knocking on the next set of Rax.
This is some solid stuff from Viking, and you know, again, very impressive to see this flexibility. As I said at the start, you know, Boom on the Tide, this is not a hero that he plays. As far as the records show, he's not played this in competitive, but he's having a good game.
Oh my.
He's having a very, you know, 3-1-9. He's playing a solid performance. He's tanked up. He said, you can't kill me, you can't go on me, and it's definitely working. The tip's coming out onto Hansken. As Viking definitely feeling themselves right here.
Yeah, they have well and truly taken over this game and made it pretty out of control. Hansken hasn't found the connection onto the puck once this game, it feels like. The Hex is just not coming into play, and now they have such a big lead. This is crazy. Alliance just has never been able to actually like get their fight going together after that botched initiation around the Roche pit. It's all crumbled so far out of control, and Nico Baby, all 4 of his deaths, it's been precision by Viking.
Oh, it really has. Some very impressive maneuvers here from Viking. 14k up. And pretty much after all those objectives, they're on towards the next items. Shad, 1,000 away from the Skadi. You've nearly got the link just done on Kezu. Yeah, they are massive.
In a second. Yeah, he has a Hex on the 5 position Nature's Prophet if he chooses to buy it. They've just gotten such an influx of gold from these last few moments, and Alliance has just completely lost their footing in this game.
Yeah, it's been a shaky game from Alliance. It really did feel like Alliance was going to be able to just sort of slow it down, make space for Nico Baby to farm, but Viking, they've just been able to break straight through that sort of strategy that Alliance has tried to come out with.
Aramis, he's on the hunt for Hansken again. With Celery, they can easily start picking off this Lion whenever he does show.
Yeah,
they're going to tip him again.
They're having a great time killing Hansken. He's 0-9-3. They're making sure that it hurts. They certainly are. 17k lead. It's just getting rougher and rougher here for Alliance.
And the thing is, too, like, a couple of the Ravages were just completely whiffed from the side of Viking. And it didn't matter. Like, Alliance didn't take advantage of a couple of these situations. And it really, like, that Roche situation was such a disaster. It really just opened up everything for Viking. And they're just rolling with it now.
So far ahead.
Look at that solo crested Greater Treant. Look at it go. Love it. It's Alliance. They're looking for some type of wraparound, but S4 is found.
He's trying to do a little bit of shopping here, but he's gone. Nothing to be done over this area of the map. Kezu joining in on the tipping action.
Smooth sailing now. They've just effectively ruined all of Alliance.
Oh my, look at that. Oh, look at the net worth. Was that the Roche fight? What happened? Was that when it all just went straight downhill?
Yeah, very quickly. Very quickly after that.
My goodness.
Look at all the orange dots as well, too. It's literally just been Viking doing everything. Finding kills, finding towers, finding push. Yeah, just an excellent job by them from just breaking Alliance completely in this game. Nico Baby, he's got the... Yeah, this is what it feels like. He's got it queued up. Needs to try to get a rapier.
He's got to do it.
As it feels like the game is just well and truly out of control.
He's got to do it. That's the only way. That's the only way to recover from this sort of thing. I mean, it's a 99% win rate for Viking on Dota Plus. Straight from that. I mean, I guess that is understandable, but normally Dota Plus isn't that sort of convinced.
When the 5 position Nature's Prophet is starting to surpass the 3 positions on both sides.
Yeah.
And it's about to start passing the mid laners as well. That's definitely a bit of an influence.
Yeah.
Celery,
there we go.
Beast. And maybe they find him.
I don't know. They don't have detection on those two. So he's out with a glimmer.
Gem on FNG. Oh no.
He is away.
And now FNG.
Oh, Celery's going back in. He's ready to have a poke at the Aramis is swinging in from the side. He's got the hook shot in. Onto Limp. Limp's going to pop the BKB. The Will-O-Wisp is down as they will turn, kill off Aramis. They have lost FNG. They're going to lose Hansken as well here. The Dream Call from Kezu catching on to the 3 of them. The Ravage is out from Boom as they're going to be able to team wipe them here by the looks of it. Only Nico Baby and Limp left behind as Limp goes down. Celery's into the Sprout. Can he even get the kill? Nico Baby's trying. He's trying to kill this Prophet, but he can't do it. Shad's in with a bash and they're calling it. It's over. As Viking, very impressive here this game 1. And Alliance just it's sort of back to the shakiness we saw from them in the first series that they played here in the league. This was not really the level of performance from Alliance, I feel like, that we've come to be used to in the games that they've had more recently.
Yeah, they did really well at the start too. They came out of the lanes in a beautiful position, right? Limp was literally 5-0. There was only 5 kills in the game, and then Viking just started striking very hard back. They just kept catching Nico Baby. Every single one of their kills was a precision, lethal kill onto the Ursa right before he gets Battle Fury 2 times, slowing down his momentum. And then, honestly, that fight up from Alliance outside the pit was disastrous. I think they thought the Roche was a lot lower, and that's why S4 made that executive call to jump out there, but they jumped right into Vikings' hands and kind of just threw away the game pretty hard there for themselves.
It did feel pretty irrecoverable from that point onwards, but absolutely, hats off to Viking for capitalizing on that and making the moves they did, as you say, knowing how to make sure that Nico Baby's farm never got completely out of control. Sure, the Ursa was still, up there at the top, even so a little ahead of the Farmer's Shads, but not quite to the level where Nico Baby would have hoped to be. As Viking able to shut down Alliance very hard in the closing minutes of that game, as they'll take the victory here, 28-11, 38 minutes in. Viking take game 1.
And they take it very strong for that first game showing of this best of 3. Alliance, of course, is going to have a chance to punch back in the second game and force out that third game. But we're going to first talk about that first game after the draft. After the break. Yes.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The first game of this best of 3 series between Alliance and Viking go the way of Viking, and it looked very good from them at the end. I do want to point out that this series is so important for both these squads. Of course, you're watching DreamLeague Season 14 powered by Intel. This is the upper division of the DPC League here in Western Europe, and these teams, Viking sitting at 2 and 3, Alliance sitting at 3 and 2, they're in the middle of the pack, and this series could mean either major or even potentially elimination here. And yeah, Viking taking the first game here, but it did start out very good for Alliance, didn't it, Moxie?
It did, absolutely. I mean, we saw Limp and he was making all the right moves. I think he killed Aramis like twice right off the bat. And then it just started to slide out of their hands. They started taking some kind of strange fights where they tried to, you know, take down Tidehunter. They weren't able to. And then the BKBs came online. So they had shut down the Ursa early. They got BKBs online. Suddenly Limp can't do what he needs to do. And it just slipped out of their hands. And Viking was very happy about it.
In the words of T-Governor, va-va-voom. That's literally what he said.
That was.
Yeah, it was. It was really cool. No, I think the game was actually going pretty well for Alliance up until the point where they went for a very creative, tiny toss into Pangolier play, but it was the Tidehunter that they had thrown in as a sacrifice, and unfortunately he doesn't really die to a Pangolier roll, and that was his big turning point where I think Viking realized, wait a second, we can kite out these spells. We're actually really tanky because Tiny, minute, 0 to 15, he has a good time. Yeah. But who is he really killing when Bloodseeker has a BKB, there's a Tidehunter, Puck, if Kezu's got good positioning, which he did, then it's like actually pretty good for them. And Viking, they just put on like a masterclass, I'm going to tread carefully, masterclass on just constant poke fighting with no real care of what Alliance had. Like they drafted themselves a strong lineup to try and get the ball rolling and snowball themselves. But these Ursa pickoffs, like we mentioned, suddenly he's not snowballing. You're tiny, he can't blow anyone up. Guess what happens? Viking have a great window to go aggressive, and they did.
Va-va-voom.
Va-va-voom.
There you go. It's better when T says it for sure. Curious also to hear from Purge and see what he picked up on from this game.
Thank you, Shiver. It was pretty interesting how Viking played this game. Putting the mid Tidehunter was a little surprising, but it laned pretty well against Tiny, even with the skill build mistake with Gush. He used that to try to get a kill in line. Didn't work out, but ultimately, he still got a lot of levels and a lot of farm with this hero, and he channeled it into pretty effective items. And then the overall map control that Viking aimed for ended up working out really well. Here we are at the 15-minute mark, showing how effective Tide is. If you take a look at his items here, Phase Boots for armor and damage, double bracer, he's got a cloak for magic resistance, and even more raw HP with the wand. Like everything is all about staying alive. He even went for a neutral item that's going to help him stay alive in these engagements. So what ends up happening is T pointed this out. This is the toss back into Pango roll, and as this happens, take a look over here on the right side of the map. Tons of teleports coming out. That's basically to mean that they're waiting for this moment. Tidehunter basically plants his butt firmly in the mid lane. It makes it really, really hard for Alliance to ever fight there because of his super tanky itemization and the fact that he is a Tidehunter and therefore very, very difficult to kill. And if you do overextend on him, then he gets a chance to pop Ravage, get kills, that kind of thing. And on the other sides of the map, keep in mind that they're basically saying this is Tidehunter space. On the other side of the map, Bloodseeker very carefully defending the offlane area. Puck also sometimes over here too. They scanned out this tiny rotation in this example, but you can see how patient Bloodseeker is being. And then when he's not in the lane, he's power jungling. On the opposite side of the map, who deals with it? But none other than Nature's Prophet, who can do this really safely. Teleport into trees, spawn treants. This is even before level 20, but it's still really effective. This basically forces their opponents to have to spend at least a little time pushing out this lane. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to get enough done here, which is really important. And then in the other areas of the map, what they've been doing is ganking the Ursa. Sometimes it was really effective. In this case, they got a little lucky that they happened to find Ursa and not somebody else. They end up killing Ursa here. Here's his respawn death where he got a little bit overly aggressive, maybe a little upset with the way that he had died previously. He does almost get this kill, but he cancels the animation, ends up getting punished and dying. And then a third fight as well, where they ended up going for a little bit of a pressure here on Nico Baby, again getting a kill with him, having a DD here. So basically, same general principle. If you take a look at the map, Tidehunter sits mid, the other two heroes deal with this a little bit, and Prophet deals with this area, and basically just makes it really, really difficult for Alliance to ever take a fight that they want, get kills on the board, and therefore take map control.
Solid stuff from Viking. Yes, thank you, Purge. And I think that we also had a little bit of a question mark at the early pickup of Tiny Moxie. We saw it as third pick coming out for Alliance. And even though we know Limp's a beast on that hero, it's a little bit less of a case so when Viking has 2 picks to prepare for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just right now, Tiny's kind of in a weird spot. We've seen some of the other teams. Was it Secret who picked it up? Who was it?
Yeah, it was Secret.
Yeah, Secret who picked it up. And like, it was very specific situation. And this sort of setup, I don't exactly know if they just want to give him something he's very comfortable on. But again, like you said, it's just too easy to be able to counter and also to just pick up BKBs against this hero.
Yeah, took a little bit too long for him to do much. T-Governor, you were a little critical of the Bloodseeker pick, actually, on the side of Viking. It did obviously end up working out very well, actually.
No, yeah, I was just trying to think of how I want to get out of this hole. No, yeah, I was critical of it because I didn't think Viking had that true kind of tenacity to play how they did in the first 15. Purge highlighted the way in which they pushed out their waves, the discipline of Bloodseeker kind of abusing Blood Right but not showing in the lane, the Furin of course going top, and the way that they played the map was exactly how they can hit this timing of punishing the likes of this Ursa and this a little bit more farm intensive lineup of Alliance. So yeah, I think just the way that Viking played it, they really showed that you can pick a less kind of scaling core, but play for a specific window. And if they have this kind of understanding going forward, then sure, I can see them picking these heroes a lot more. But yeah, it's testament to how they played the map rather than the heroes that they're picking.
Yeah, very solid stuff coming out from Viking. Can they do it again? That is the question, because we are ready for Game 2 of this best of 3 series. Alliance have to win this next one if they want to have a shot at taking the series. Let's find out what they're going to do after the break.
Fresh blood, fresh blood.
And Alliance, it's upper division time here. DreamLeague Season 14 powered by Intel. And we're in the draft for the second game. We're joined by Purge, still here with Tigov and Moxie as well. And want to just point out that Viking has not ever in the DPC League won a series 2-0. They've won 2-1, but never 2-0. So that's going to be something that they are obviously looking to change. At the same time, Alliance is not going to let that loss slide past, and they're definitely going to think of how they're going to adjust and deal with that peak timing that we saw come out from Viking in that first game. In terms of bans, do we have any major differences yet? Don't think so, guys.
First phase. That's the only major difference, right?
I think so.
Beastmaster still in, Nyx Assassin still in.
Yeah, the key thing is now that the teams have swapped pick order. So, of course, now Viking will be first pick, and that's why we're seeing them put in that Timbersaw, especially in the bans, because, of course, when you are second pick, it's very easy to have a very strong Timbersaw pick, seeing two heroes.
But now Viking is surely pressured into picking Beastmaster, because if you don't pick it, you know Alliance will.
Well,
right?
that's the option. They can pick up one open hero. Alliance responds, they can pick Beastmaster on 7, or they can counter the Beastmaster with maybe like a Grimstroke +1, or just some strong support that already deals with it. They go for an Nerf Spirit.
Is Moxie alive? There's a cat on screen, and I haven't heard any noise.
Oh, I didn't see it yet!
Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, she's here.
I was looking at the draft and not the cats!
Oh!
So now Viking...
Can we move the overlay, please? It is taking up my prime cat viewing.
Just remove
the draft!
Who needs the draft, right?
We do not...
Oh, they did it, Perch. Oh, no.
I didn't actually want that. Bird, bring it back, please.
I'm going to have to mute my mic. I'm sorry, guys. There'll be no help during this draft as long as the kitty cat's on screen. Sorry.
This is a really nice pick from Viking, though. We mentioned already the whole idea of Beastmaster for Alliance.
Yeah.
So they cover themselves with the Enchantress to at least put some pressure on Alliance, wanting to quite easily pick it. They go for the puck instead.
Would you then still ban out Beastmaster, or you feel confident you can deal with it if it comes?
Depends on what your big picture of your draft is going to be. So, potentially.
Isn't it more clear that Viking wants to leave, like maybe if they don't ban it, they can just leave it in to give them the option of picking it, whereas Alliance might want to protect their Nyx Assassin.
Yeah,
so it's like
exactly.
you get a free ban and strategy options here.
Oh yeah. The next level play. Right, so we are indeed in the second phase of the ban rounds, and
I kind of like that they picked our Spirit with their Enchantress combo here, because even though they reveal their double support, they don't have to worry as much about not having like a Hex to deal with Puck, because Earth Spirit has some solutions there with Roll and Silence, so it kind of like covers both bases decently, even if it's not like the best Puck counter at all stages of the game.
I think for Viking, they just need to make sure that they have kill potential on these lanes, because Alliance is already very hard to deal with in the kind of elusiveness of their heroes, especially going into these mid-game fights. And if Viking, they have a bad entry to laning phase, it can be really hard to actively try and invade the enemy jungle running into like the likes of a Nyx and a Puck. But the bans from Alliance does showcase that most likely Puck is mid. But we saw from Secret yesterday how a couple bans looking towards one hero, suddenly the hero's flexed off to another direction. So can't read too much into bans now.
Can you not, though?
Oh, yeah, this is a Puck mid. You'd think.
Oh, nice cover there, just in case.
Just in case. And to be honest, we're here to read too much into everything, including the bans.
It's true.
Yes.
So,
and the cats.
Yep, and the cats.
He's like, looked at me crazy. I had the mute button down, cats on screen. He's like, what's wrong with you?
You okay there,
I really
Moxie?
like cats.
This cat is in heaven. But he's also going to get kicked off probably the moment that the game starts, so I kind of feel sad for him in
Yeah, he's actually drafting for Viking.
already.
Yeah, there you go.
Gotta pick the cat hairs out of his keyboard. Maybe that would make it's gonna misclick later. You never know.
First ever pause, cat hair and keyboard, yeah.
All right, legitimately though, cat hair on your mouse, that is or any animal hair is legit a problem. There'll be times your mouse starts like the laser sees the hair and not your mouse pad, so it stops clicking. That's actually could.
Oh, you mean on the hairs on the mouse pad, not the hairs on the mouse itself?
It can actually accumulate actually in your mouse wheel as well. That's an issue. It can actually cause problems.
Haven't had that.
Were you going to show us your mouse pad, Kevin?
No.
Okay.
My mouse.
Tango is a very good girl, apparently, not rolling on top of his mouse and his mouse pad.
They get there once in a while.
The DP ban. And the Darkseer Weaver on the other side.
They would have trouble with Weaver dealing with it as a core. That's like one of the weaknesses of the support duo. Their lockdown can be weak. Like once their opponents get like Yules, BKBs, things like that, they're certainly going to be feeling the pressure compared to having some other heroes. Their initiation might have some issues. So Darkseer is a little surprising that they banned it, but it is a really good combo with Nyx because Enchantress can deal with it in lane. Maybe it's not the most ideal matchup, but yeah, I guess a little too worried. Maybe that's revealing what hero they're thinking about going for too. Something that Darkseer counters.
I was wondering too, like we've been seeing a lot of these illusion heroes picked up against, or rather the Darkseer getting picked up against illusion heroes, right? So if there's a Wraith King has a Radiance, or in terms of like a Terrorblade or something like that, being able to get that illusion using the Darkseer. So perhaps that's why it's been banned out. They're planning for something illusion based, or just the big old king. That is a very popular hero with both of them.
Alliance decide to pretty much reveal nothing. Well, realistically, I think it's just an offlane for Alliance.
Yeah.
Because you see this double support, you can't simply deal with the Enigma now with this casual 5 pick. That could be the Wyvern. In some rare scenarios, I think we've seen Warlock in one other region. But you get the idea. This position 5 now can't deal with this black hole threat. So I think Alliance will be pretty happy. The adjustment in game plan simply is, in game 1, they were looking for pickoffs to utilize the Cuddle Recall, the line setup, get lots of kills. Game 2, they're not even going to bother doing any of this. They're going to happily sit back, farm up, wait until they're ready, then they're going to go. And that forces Viking, rather than having to play kind of into reacting into Alliance, they now have to try and find Alliance and get the kills. It's a very different game. And
yeah, actually surprised that Keeper of the Light just gets ignored straight up.
Yeah. This pick for Vikings now, even better, because obviously, like Moxie said with the Darkseer, good for the Radiance, they banned that out. But now, flip side, look at the Enigma. The Enigma is picked. What carry can survive a black hole? A core Enigma. The only hero in the game. It is Wraith King. So it gives Viking a simple pick, which is like, you've got this core Enigma.
He actually can't survive the black hole, but he'll die and he'll come back to life. T, come on.
There's still a Beastmaster left in the pool too, which I think is a little interesting considering that, both of them really enjoy that hero. It's a BKB piercing stun on the Enigma if he gets that far along.
Yeah.
And it's got a lot of power push.
There's no way Alliance... Well, I don't think Alliance is going to pick it because they're against Beast Enchantress. I think Enigma is like one of the best Necro offlane heroes to pick against somebody like Enchantress because you can only take one creep. Taking one Eidolon's not a big deal. So hypothetically, if you just body block the large camp or the small camp or both, then Enigma can have a resumed laning stage. And as we saw in the CIS region, Enigma is decent against Wraith King in lane, but like you guys said, the black hole against Reincarnate later is a bit harder.
Oh, so right now, Nico Baby, he's giggling because he's like, haha, they weren't ready for FNG to play the position 5 Enigma, and then they picked the Wraith King. And then suddenly, S4 was playing the Viper. So this pick that Viking thought was all big brain suddenly doesn't come into play.
That was a great FNG impersonation here.
Yeah, I'm a master of my craft. So from Viking, I think they just go for the Beastmaster themselves. This is what the Enchantress unlocks within the draft. They don't need to ban it. They can pick it still. I think my only fear is simply Viking has to get the correct laning setup, because if they have Ench Wraithing into Viper Nyx, I think that will be very Viper favored at the end of the day if the camps are blocked and Enchantress doesn't get the perfect creep. But it is a very snowbally-esque lineup. If they get the ball rolling, Alliance, they're locked into Viper having a good game and Enigma being able to just kind of slowly move around the fights. And if that doesn't happen, they kind of lack this strong damage. It's like Viper just needs to have a game right now for Alliance for them to feel confident.
It's a little scary to me as well because Earth Spirit rotating looks really effective against Viper offlane. Yeah. Like, there's always that period of time where if you play this like ranged offlane hero where if your support leaves and they rotate like one extra hero in the lane, you die really easily. And if that happens a couple too many times, you can have a rough game from there on out.
Yeah, I'd love to see Viking try and utilize how Secret have been playing it recently, which is you start pressuring with 3 heroes and then you kind of come back to save your offlaner's game, but it unlocks your carry to have this free game. And then that also, as a product of that, your offlane should have decent XP. He gets less gold because he's being aggroed away from the creeps, but that alone should give Viking that platform to get into the game.
The cat wants more attention. This is where the trouble begins. He's giving him or her his goodbye hug, because after this, the cat will be locked outside to avoid any interruption. No, I don't think so. I think
he sits on his lap, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not gonna get attention anymore. So I hope that he's used to being ignored.
Well, this is not a cat that is used to being ignored the way he's stomping all over Stompy paws there.
Oh, luckily we have the webcams.
He knows.
Though.
All right.
He knows.
Yeah, because no Kyle when Shadowping gets banned.
This would be the perfect game.
Who knows that cat doesn't actually play for Kezu?
Yeah. Maybe.
That's why the cameras are on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
We
saying.
have to make sure that
Yeah.
that
How do we
doesn't
not
happen.
know that that's like a little mech human suit and the cat's not the one pulling all the strings?
Don't think we will have a way of checking that. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll never know.
It's unfortunate.
All right, so what do we want to see on the side of Viking? They got a full minute to think about. We most likely need a hero for Boom. And Boom doesn't really know who he's up against. Probably either Puck or Viper, but this lineup from Alliance is still so open. They could still just pick... Actually, they most likely will...
Oh, it's on. Throw
I
it
like
down. Let's
it.
go, boys.
Sure. So now Viking gets to pick up the Tiny, and it's the same reason as before, pretty much. It's to kill the Puck, but this time it is this mid Puck most likely. So we're talking about the matchup in the previous series. We're talking about the matchup of Tiny Puck. Never happened, but this time, same thing. Tiny can always blow up the Puck. It gets the ball rolling, and they have the vision source from the Wraith King Skeletons, plus the Hawk from the Beastmaster, Ench Creep. Like, there's so many ways for the Tiny to find kills, and yeah, he's actually going to be able to kill 3 of the 4 heroes now on Alliance. A different game from the first one where Tiny struggled to kill anyone. He should have a free passage of killing up at least the first 3 heroes of Alliance. Of course, the Viper +1, they shouldn't be too threatened.
I like how effective it is at hitting backlines too.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the Alliance heroes, Enigma, Viper, they play a little slow. They have stuff in between them and the enemies. This is going to make it a lot harder though for Viking. The PL's a really good pick here.
Yeah, so I think this last pick PL, there's 2 issues with it, simply because Wraith King goes Radiance has a pretty chill time, and that big skirmishing fight that we saw from Viking in game 1, that's exactly what they're going to do again. They can go Roshan themselves a little bit quicker this game, and they can really just close out the map from Alliance. Of course, this PL will eventually scale, but how much fight can your Enigma and Nyx really bring supporting the likes of the Puck and Viper? I'm skeptical about how much map they can truly play, but of course, they eventually do scale to a very nice timing. But can Viking execute really nicely in the first 20-25 minutes? Again.
I mean, if they can. Is it Vavavoom time?
Maybe. Let's see what Purge thinks about the Vavavoom.
Let's see what Purge thinks about the Vavavoom.
Enigma 5, I think, can have issues, but I think it'll lane fine against like Beastmaster and Earth Spirit. They can't really punish the Eidolons too badly, so I assume he'll be able to deny experience a lot there. Slow down Kezu's Necro. That'll mean that Nyx Assassin is more effective longer because the Necro 3 comes later. So I think I like what Alliance has done here, but they have to make sure they don't get run over in their lanes.
All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. T.
I think for Alliance, they just need to be really accurate on what towers they want to defend. Don't try and play too much of the map. If they don't do that, then they'll be able to actually mount a strong defense when needed to give enough time for PL to get farm, and then maybe we get to see a close game. Otherwise, Viking could just walk this with strong lanes, early tower pressure, no farm for PL.
I know you're a big Alliance fan, Moxie. What needs to happen for them? Like, if there any player in particular that you're going to look out for here in this game?
I think it's going to end up being the Nico Baby show. Like, you definitely need to make sure that you're getting that farm, that you're staying on top of things, and if you start to fall behind, it's just going to be too hard. I think it's going to be hard for the Enigma to get in the middle of a lot of this as well. There's just too many solutions. It's just a really nice draft coming out from Viking. Also, the, backhand to the face with picking up the Tiny. I like that throwdown, honestly. I like the fact that they want to start something here, so... gonna hop on the Viking train again.
All right, well, let's find out how this game's gonna play out and if Boom's gonna be more successful with his Tiny compared to Lim's Tiny of the previous game. We're heading into game 2 with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, a lot of interesting things to look at it here, Fogged. We're getting this last pick Tiny. Very much Viking, I guess, wanting to say, hey, look, we'll show you how it's done. And Alliance, they come in with this last pick PL, a carry that the panel wasn't completely sold on. I mean, is Nico Baby going to have an easy game as this PL, or is this actually quite a difficult game for him to play it into?
If he's able to absorb the space and can make it to the later stages, yeah, it could look like a pretty damn good PL game. But that's saying if he can make it. I'm seeing a lot of greed coming out from Alliance, and I think it's definitely punishable. I think Viking, they have the exact lineup to actually punish this very greedy lineup as they're running in for the 5-fight.
They are. They're going to try and start some action off it. That won't quite be able to continue to chase it on S4. Celery, I think he forgot where he was. That was a proper where am I as he steps up to the high ground and... Yeah.
What the... He stood in the entire duration of the Nether Talk. He actually let it do its max DPS, so he's sitting for 80.
He was standing in it for how many seconds is that? Somebody do the maths. That's 7 seconds.
He stood in it for a very long time. So he just doing a crazy amount of damage and a bit of a slip up there as it appears like they were trying to read some lanes.
We'll see it here on the replays. Poor Celery. I'm dying.
He's
I'm
in it the whole
dying.
duration. Look at this.
Help! I'm dying. Oh, I'm dying. Uh-oh. All right, that's one way for Limp to start the mid with the first blood. Sorry, I think he was like, oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
We don't have Viper. That's not our nether toxin.
You know what? I bet that's what it was. It happens, right? Sometimes you're like, wait, whose spell is this? Yeah.
Oh god, the reaction actually made that so good. All right, so let's see how top ends up being. I'm curious to see how this 5-position Enigma does end up working. We saw, what was it? It was OG who ran this, I think, once on No Tail, and it was extremely effective in the game. They actually end up using it. I don't remember if it was versus Wraithing. It might have been, but we'll see how he can do. As I think it's a pretty decent approach versus this Beastmaster and versus Earthbear. It should give Nico Baby a pretty decent lane.
Oh, hang on.
Bottom.
Might get to kill it.
The power.
Oh, it's close. Chad.
Nether Toxin is an insane ability level 1. Have to be very careful. That's why we're seeing the popularity of these off-lane Vipers. They might actually kill Shad here.
They will. He's sticking around at way too low of a HP. An easy kill for them there as the spells are back up and Hanskin just weaves right in through the trees and sets up.
All right, yeah, they're getting really destroyed by this, just the one spell of the Nether Toxin. As S4 will start off with another good game. As he was similar last game, he was kind of owning as that Pango in the beginning of the game, and then things started really crumbling in the mid game. So at least he'll be off to a good start.
Oh, yeah, what do you sort of expect out of this mid lane? Are we? Because last game Limp did kind of pop off at the start. He had a very good opening as the Tiny. Is Boom going to be able to do the same this game?
Yeah, he looks like he has some decent targets to burst down. He is playing into some scary stuff, though. I think Viper and Enigma are deceptive with how scary they actually are for you as a Tiny. Midnight Pulse and just the overall Viper's magic damage is really tough for Tiny to actually address. And mobility, Tiny wants to be able to move around. If he gets Viper struck, it's quite tough for him. But he does have some nice targets that he can pop. In particular, if he's able to ever focus fire onto Limp, that's why they went for this pick, because they were identifying that it was a mid puck. But Boom is actually tanks 2 tower hits, and he is a 0 armor hero, so he gets quite low in the mid lane. Limp's actually just hitting him. Limp might be able to go for a kill if Boom isn't too careful.
Oh, it's his last bottle charge.
That's not good. He has more regen on the courier, right?
Right.
Oh, he has a mango. Oh, no.
All right, he's got to be very careful for the next minute and a half, really, if he's just going to try and wait it out for the power rune.
Yeah, Limp, I think he just hit him the whole time here on Limp. He doesn't have himself a lane ward in mid, so he can't hit him as effectively, but yeah, Boom has to be very careful. Bottom, we see Celery did get access to the big creep finally. I've been watching Hanskin just constantly blocking both the pull as well as that with himself. But every time they do get a creep, that's when you're going to see S4 really struggle. Besides that, S4 should be able to get a good amount of free farm down here, just forcing it in. With that Nether Toxin, Hanskin should be fine. And we're seeing that effect in mid lane already starting to happen. Boom getting too low, tanking those tower hits, just has given Limp the opportunity to pass him in last hits. Boom now gets the salve delivered. And Limp will be able to cancel it pretty much instantly.
Yeah, it's taken away quite a bit of the effectiveness of it. I mean, we'll see what sort of moves they're going to be able to make to secure that 4-minute rune, as it's going to be ever so important between these two in this mid matchup.
Oh man, Boom might have to just take the walk back to base. I don't think he can actually wait for the rune.
He can't go for it.
I think he has to go all the way. He'll just die otherwise at the contest of the rune. If he doesn't get lucky, he has to go back anyway. So a big win for Limp, all the way back up to full. And this is, I don't like Tiny overall as a hero if you start falling behind like at all anymore. He used to be a different monster because you just had the recovery period where you're able to one-shot heroes because Avalanche was effectively pretty broken at the time. Now it's only 2x the damage. So every hero is a lot tankier. And if you start falling behind on Tiny, you may just never find those winners where you can just pop a hero.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw what last game, even with the beginning that Limp had, he lost momentum quite easy after having a very good start. So
yeah,
we're going to see sort of the as you say, the increased difficulties of the hero when it's off to a start where he is falling behind in lane.
And I feel like if Alliance is able to start getting that ball rolling early on, their draft looks phenomenal if they get it to the later stages. If Viking isn't the one just pushing down towers and taking objectives, I'd be so happy if I was in Alliance's position. An Enigma, a 5-position Enigma that you're getting away with, a PL as well. That's really the dream. So right now they're in a very good spot. They're even going to start stacking some camps, setting up for those bounty runes. And Kezu is getting slowed down. I'm seeing some nice Eidolon usage on the boar over and over again, so some good XP for them. And they're even finding kills bottom. This is going really good for Alliance.
Yeah, already building up a little bit of a gold lead with these kills that they're getting. And Limp. Yeah, very close to having the 6, so now they've got to be prepared for Limp to make those moves. Catch that replay here again down bottom. Just the two of them having an incredible kill potential against Celery when they get him in that poison.
They're bringing Aramis now, so he can't actually shut down anything. Oh, he cancels the TP, just kidding. So he doesn't want to actually set up. I thought he was going to actually set up for bottom to just kill the Viper, at least get some earn charges going for himself, but no, he cancels.
Yeah, I wonder why do you think sort of the change of decision there? Was he worried about Kezu going down top? It looks like they just want to make a move with Boom top.
Okay, we'll get the earn charge from that.
Yeah. Gets himself in range there, thanks to Boom's move.
Maybe just feeling they don't want to bring any more attention to bottom. Like, if they bring another hero bottom, that means that Alliance is probably going to bring another hero bottom, and then Shad suffers. Mid, Hudson's trying to set up. It's a pretty tanky Tiny.
Yeah, I don't know. They'll quite be able to burst him here. He's popping the Fairy Fire, doing his best to juke out the stun. Hansken.
He's taking the tower on Hansken.
He's taking a lot of tower hits for that. It's a little too speedy for Hansken to be able to find the angle. Down bottom, S4. He's getting gone on here. They might just have to kill. They do with the impetus. Celery's able to take him down whilst he's been left alone.
Any way to get them caught back up in the bottom lane, that's very nice for Shad. Pressure has been alleviated. He'll be able to hit his 6 nicely, so he won't have to worry about dying pre-reincarnation. And lanes are starting to even out a little bit because of that. Still definitely seeing Boom suffering in comparison to that puck. 27 to 47 last hits. That's pretty crazy.
On top. So they go for Kezu here this time. He steps up, pulse down, and the damage here from Nico Baby Disillusion's enough to get the kill.
Aramis actually rolls in. Okay. Can't actually make anything of it as Nico Baby, the first book summon, he will kill the ranged Necro book.
And more gold for him. We see already Nico Baby and Limp starting to get quite a bit ahead of their counterparts for just 7 minutes in. A very solid start from the two of them. Kezu's back into the lane. Aramis.
They're going to go in.
It's hard.
They're trying to get aggressive with the book, with the red book still alive, the warrior, but they can't actually get aggro on him. And now FNG's coming back over. They have a stun.
And they don't have Raw, so Kezu not having the levels quite yet to really set up.
It's hard to set up for the PL anyway. Pre-Earthspirit having the silence point, he's always going to be able to get those doppels. And that's why they went for this PL pick. You know, it is very effective if he's able to get the farm, and he is getting this free space right now on the side of Alliance. Alliance has to be very happy. You know, they're not getting punished for their greedy picks.
They're not. Absolutely. No, Nico Baby definitely having the start that he'd hoped for. As we are going to see, attempt from Aramis and Boom. Able to make the move and get FNG.
Nice.
Again, just catching Nico Baby, the very tough move for these heroes to make, as each time Nico Baby is able to stay alive, keep on farming, despite Boom's efforts to make moves up there.
Boom has to make these quick moves, though, because he knows that's exactly what Limp is going to start setting up around the map. As Limp, he's got his eyes set on bottom. Shad still has the point saved for Reincarnate.
Well, Shad
actually getting aggressive on S4.
They are straight in on top of him, and S4 is going to be able to turn and get the Viper Strike off, but S4's down. Shad, he's got the Reincarnate ready for round 2. FNG, is he going to just set up onto him? He's not quite the 6th, though, as Aramis, he's able to move in onto FNG with a silence. FNG's also going to go down. As Viking, they'll get the two of them down here. Limp's got to jump out with the orb, as there's nothing more for Alliance to find down here, as they only end up giving some action to the Wraith King.
I think S4 is expecting to survive a little bit longer. He's playing very far forward, but sure, you might deactivate the Mortal Strike for a second when your Nether Toxin's down, but the Skeleton's actually just doing crazy amounts of damage to him with this 5-position Enchanter sitting in too. I really feel like he feels tankier, but he's just getting killed before the team gets there to help him. Now, they will set up for Celery. He is hiding inside the trees, pulling creep aggro.
Oh, a nice read there from Hansken. Dropping the stun down is the one location he knows he's going to be stuck.
But he got the range creep. So you see this enchanted creep. It's running up to stop the push, catch the wave. So his job effectively is done there, even though he did die. He's able to stop any type of aggression onto it. And maybe get some bounty runes, or deny them.
And meanwhile, mid, Lim. He's got the orb in a second. Is he going to be able to jump in and grab the arcane? No. But so boom. He's secured that. He'll pop that, make sure that he can continue to farm up.
Huntskin actually had to stun the creep. It may have taken out the bounty rune from him. And now that wave bottom, as it's been manipulated, is going to get a double wave push bottom for Alliance. So maybe they can take this tower off, as it is the catapult wave.
They're going for a Nico Baby. Beautiful angle here from Aramis.
They get the roar.
The silence into the stun. Follow roar. Excellently lined up there from Aramis there. Nice little smile from him. He knows that was a sweet play.
That was beautiful. This guy I feel like he never gets to play Earth Spirit anymore, but always does pop off when he is able to, as a very dream setup, slowing down the PL's farm, just like last game. You know, the Ursa on Nico Baby, they killed him at one of the most effective times. Similar on the PL now. He was very close to defusal being done. Very nice strikes coming out from Viking. They even get this aggressive ward down. They've had the aggressive ward down, but they get to smoke around this area after they get this kill.
They're trying to go in on mid. Hansken.
Is
going to get put to a stop, though. The Raid Fire Blast from Shad stops them from leading in straight away, and they just turn and kill him off instead. Up top, Alliance. They should find Kezu here. The pulse down. Nico Baby able to get involved and get the kill. Shad chasing for Limp, but Limp is going to have orb up, and he's still got the coil, so...
Oh, well...
Wow, Celery finds himself on the front line, as Boom says, get in there. They won't be able to catch this puck.
The mid tower does go down, though. So Limp, he did get what he wanted to get. Although it did get denied, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the Tiny was able to get it. But a very early tier 1 mid for a puck.
Yeah.
You know, taking advantage of those rotations that was coming out from the Tiny. Very nicely done.
And do you like this as well from S4? Kind of the greed build, this Falcon Blade into bots?
We've been seeing bots on Viper just a lot more. You're literally the most immobile hero in Dota, so I feel like you just need to get boots of travel so you can actually play the game. Because otherwise, you never are in a fight.
Boom. He's trying to go for the rune. They're going to turn on him, but Boom
didn't take it.
Wait, they didn't? They didn't. They didn't. I mean, they had ample opportunity to pick that up and take it away, but Boom ends up getting the free bottle refill. As, they say, hey, you know what? We're going to let you have the rune.
Okay.
And have a kill as well on top of that. Why don't you? All right. I mean, they had many a moment to just grab that Invis rune away from him, but I guess just they got lost in the moment.
Yeah, definitely a little weird. Nico Baby shows himself top. They know this is the real PL. Boom immediately pings him. He's like, all right, well, if PL's going to show himself, we got to try to pressure him. Nico Baby immediately ports himself away from this aggressive that will be coming into him.
We're going to see the replay here. I mean, there's the rune.
Look.
Could pick it now. Could pick it now. You could take it. Do you want it?
He's leaving it for Limp. Limp even does like a little jaunt.
Do you want it?
But he clicked Hanskin.
You could take it. Do you want? No. And Boom just gets it. He's right. All right. I'll take the free bottle refill. You know what? I'll take kill as well.
That was really awkward.
Thank you very much there. Boom's happy with that. I mean, 3-0-2. His game's going quite nicely. 1,800 gold into the blink as well.
Yeah, they're doing great. We see Celery now sending the Dark Troll Summoner to mid. Get some damage onto the mid tower. They had the Hawk scouting behind. They're watching where the PL was farming. So they're aware that Nico Baby's on the right side of the map. Let's see what they look to do for these next moments. Right now, it's just finishing up the Book 3 on Kezu and finishing up the Blink, I believe, onto Boom before they really make any more big plays on the side of Viking. They're having some nice time to get this farm on. And Shad, he almost has Relic. So all things are looking pretty good for Viking.
I mean, so for Nico Baby, he's still focused on avoiding the action, even though he's got the defusal done. Like, is he ready to get involved, or do you think he's better set on just sticking to hitting the creeps for as long as possible?
He can show up for cleanup, but yeah, for the most part, still wants to just be hitting those creeps. I think right now he can show up though, as Radiance isn't done. Once Radiance is out, he has to play a little bit more careful around the sidelines.
This time they'll be able to deal with Boom, and they'll be able to pick up the rune as Limp's able to grab that. So good kill to find, around this timing where he was just probably about 100 gold away from the Blink Dagger before he dies. He actually going to have Alliance looking for more. FNG trying to step in.
They're just charging in. They're taking over the enemy jungle here. Nice aggressive move when they do find that Tiny pick off. And yeah, it's very precise kills coming up from both sides. Slowing down the Blink now too.
The Beastmaster thanks you.
It's giving space for Shad up top. As how we're seeing on his timing. Yeah, 1,000 got away from Radiance.
Yeah, not too bad for him having a really rough start. You know, literally dying with the first creep.
Aramis. Trying to find the setup here onto Hansken. Boom's able to come over. Toss him back away from any safety.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent strength here with the Book 3. Both sides actually do have a little bit of a window to fight around each other. The PL can show up to fights if the Radiance isn't online and if the Book isn't there. Nyx doesn't want to play around this Book, so Viking are going to play around this strength here themselves.
Aramis.
FNG? Not quite.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. I mean, how easy is it? Is it going to be easier for Alliance to secure areas of the map for Nico Baby to farm in, or is it going to be easier for Viking to sort of take over the map?
Should be a little bit easier for Viking because they have the Beastmaster. The Hawk can always get this extra opportunity. Just Alliance, they can defend as long as they don't spread themselves too thin. They have to fight in one location. They don't want to be fighting in 2 different fronts because that's where Viking can just easily thrive with a Beastmaster and a Tiny. And there's the Radiance. So now he's got a good matchup versus that PL. And Nico Baby's going to need some time to farm some Harp before he really looks to fight versus Wraith King entirely.
Yeah. And do you like this as well for Shad? Looks like he's contemplating going back for the Armlet now after the Radiance, still getting that into his build. Or would you like to see him go for bigger items, go straight for the BKB or the Blink?
I want to see a bigger item. Yeah. I don't think the Armlet is going to solve the problem of the game that is the PL. The Armlet just gives you your own personal game, but you need to be addressing this PL at all fronts as this Wraith King, because the rest of your lineup, it has troubles with it. So it's really all about Shad.
Top Aramis. Gonna start some action here onto FNG. FNG will go down, but S4 is going to be able to make sure they get Aramis in return. So they get the trade.
Thinking about roaring.
He's going to go for it. Booms in with the combo. They'll be able to take themselves a second out of this play, Viking. And a play as well where Limp didn't quite have the Dream Coil up. Yeah, only just came back up now, so wasn't able to turn and maybe set up for further TPs. So Alliance losing 2 there, Boom. Getting involved in some more action.
Anytime when they can shut down the Viper's game, it's important. Viper starts to become a pretty squishy hero in these type of games if you do die too many times, as he is starting to get to that point below those mids. S4 has to be a little more careful about how he does stand. Has he gone for? He went for Dragon Lights too. It's a bit interesting, rather than going for BKB on the Viper early on.
And a fine celery light.
Find his creep as well. Quick little defusal to stop it. Both teams taking over the opposing side's jungles. Alliance getting a little bit more out of their greed right now. And they actually find Aramis. Not quite.
Oh, very close though. They had the 4 of them on top of him.
He placed the ward down. That ward just pretty much saved his life. It was the second he put it. And we'll be able to get that D ward of the opposing ward in the mid lane. Alliance getting a little bit more farm out of the map, though. This Puck is able to just actually farm and show himself, while Boom, he doesn't really want to show himself as this Tiny. Every time he does, it gives so much information to the side of Alliance to just be able to farm. All of them start showing when the Tiny does show.
And these sort of passive moments, you do feel that is going to favour the PL draft from Alliance.
Yeah.
If it does slow down to this point, it is Viking that have got to keep looking for action.
Yeah, and it's up to Viking now to just really it's the itemization. It's thinking about the future versus the PL. Is looking for your Crimson Guards, your Shivas, etc. And they don't really have the best heroes to be able to go for these type of items that you want to versus a PL. There's mid tower. Looks like Skeletons might be able to finish it off. They're looking for a play.
They're going to get hands, Ken.
They find it. The Book is up. Finishing up the tower, but all of Alliance is setting up around mid. S4 is under vision. They do have nice wards right now on Viking, so they're looking to capitalize on it if they can catch these squishy heroes out of position. They're hunting S4. They saw him walk down toward bottom.
Yeah, they know that he sort of split from the rest of them.
Yeah, they're gonna catch him for sure here too. Alliance.
Oh, or maybe not. He's just outside of vision. But obviously, he's the bigger target. They're in. They've got the silence set up as they're over onto Nico Baby. If they got the damage, he's out with the Doppel out to the side. Nico Baby's gonna be fine. Aramis will turn his attention over towards S4 instead, but Limp jumps in. Reincarnate pops. Time has been bought for Alliance to turn up. The avalanche out of the two of them sets up for S4's death. Aramis keeping himself off to the side as he's low, but they have the control on Hanskin. The damage from Celery's impetus to take down a second. You don't get Nico Baby, but still 2 solid kills. And as you say, again, just shaking up S4's game a little bit more.
That's a lot in a row that he just keeps getting grabbed by him. You know, this Dragon Lance, I think it's really going to hurt him that he didn't just go straight for BKB. Might have to just disassemble and just build into that BKB. Because I feel like that's just a liability for him at this point. Not getting it. That magic immunity early on might really hurt the fact that they don't have a good frontliner.
Yeah, they really don't. I mean, what we're seeing
really don't.
Is sort of as soon as they make moves onto Nico Baby, he's having to run. There's nothing really there at the moment on Alliance that enables Nico Baby to get in and look to get kills quite yet in these fights. It's still too risky for him.
And the 2 supports can't contribute a whole lot. You know, Hanskin, he's a Nyx assassin. You know exactly what he's going to be able to do in the fights. Enigma as a 5 position is very, very hard to actually get into the fray. You're super squishy. If you get caught by anything, you're just dead. So FNG unable to really commit too much. And he did show up late to the fight too. It was, of course, Nico Baby getting set up on initially.
Radiant are scanning.
Hasn't queued up what he's going for yet on this Enigma either. I think it looks like it's just going to be like a Blink Rush or something like that. Last time I saw it, I believe it was the Solar Crest from No-Tail, which ended up working pretty well. But he did have like a super carry, not a PL. He had a single target carry, that is. And the heart is done. So Nico Baby, he is very tough to actually bring down, but it's just what can he actually do with his overwhelming amount of illusions? Can he actually bring down and focus fire any of these tanky cores on the side of Viking?
Oh, and it's an interesting approach from Shad. I mean, I guess it makes sense against the PL, but Armlet into a Mjolnir, so going full in on the PL counter items.
Okay, the Armlet is really curious to me. I guess he just wants to have that big damaging individual thing like single target. It's a really good Wraith King item anyway. Just very rare to see you pick it up after Radiance. You usually just go for those bigger items, but he just likes it. It is an amazing item. I guess he just likes playing with it, and you know, if he's able to pull off a few cute Armlet toggles against, you know, these the burst of heroes like the Puck and the Nyx Assassin, maybe if they're trying to go on him, it can allow for some, you know, pretty clutch turnarounds. Yeah, definitely. Boom. He's gonna go down here. Great grab from Alliance. As Nico Baby's able to pressure bottom with that freshly revealed heart now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
BKB
also on Kezu. So yeah, these tanky cores on the side of Viking, they will be problematic. They're going to be able to just walk through majority of the spells on Alliance and just pick and choose their targets. I even see Aramis going for the BKB too. So that will be nice when they're able to get all of them, as it is just Kezu as it.
Is under attack.
How's S4 doing on his BKB? Still a bit away from his. As without doubt, Kezu's definitely going to have the easier time in these team fights, dropping down his ult on whoever he wishes.
FNG still has not revealed what he's going to go for. He has a 2200. I'm expecting, like I said, the blink.
Yeah.
Which could be impactful if he can actually find opportunities. It could be pretty nice. We see the Ags now finished for Limp. So he's got his big 3 items: Witchblade, Blink, and Aghanims versus that. You know, there's only the 1 BKB, but it's still very impactful anyway, even versus non-BKBs, as the coil duration does go up. Viking, see what they can grab here. Are they going for a sneaky play?
No, they don't go for a rush.
That's not smoked. This is a risky one. They're going to look for a kill.
Yeah, they've got to find action.
Got the ward down. They got the Hawk scouting.
Oh, they see
Limp
passing by.
Hanskin,
he's going to mess this up here, yeah.
Yep.
Smoke comes off for Kezu, they know now. And now Limp, he's quick with the jump, he's going to move it on to Kezu. Kezu's got the BKB, he's going to stand his ground. He pops the BKB, turns, roars Limp's down. And now time's been bought for the rest of Viking to come in from the side. Shad trying to focus onto S4, but he's been slowed down by the Viper Strike. Nico Baby's able to finish off Kezu. As the BKB comes to an end, Nico Baby trying to find his next target, moving in onto Celery. They'll lose the first life for Shad. Combo from Boom actually bringing Nico Baby down rather low. He's going to keep running. Over to the side he goes. Shad thinking about getting back in there, but FNG's got that blink black hole. They've got to be prepared for this. In he goes with the setup onto Shad. Shad, he's going to need help. He's going to need it soon. I don't know if they can get him out of this as the toxins and the pulses on the ground just melt him.
Really nice way that Alliance actually set up this fight. Although Limp does go down, he does bait a lot of spells, and they split up just accordingly. You know, Wraith King goes top, he gets kited from Viper and Nyx as the fight's going down south from Nico Baby splitting things up, going for the back. Yeah, couldn't have asked for more really from Alliance, except for, you know, the Puck surviving, but they do get 2 big core kills.
I mean, and that is the thing as well. I mean, for Shad this game, I know there is a lot of stuff that goes through the BKB, but would you like to see him have a BKB, or you think it is the right decision to ignore it this game because you feel that there's going to be so much control that's going to come down on you anyway?
I don't think he can slot in a BKB this game.
No.
There's just the Midnight Pulse and just Viper alone make it just not worth it. And he's versus a Puck Coil. It just does not feel good at all if he goes for it. And they're just going to have to go for a different way to approach the fights. They have to get on top of S4 faster so that Chad has freedom. This Viper cannot. So if this Viper survives in the fight, Chad can do nothing. So they really have to get on top of S4, and it's going to get harder. Now S4 does have the BKB.
He does. So that jumping and taking him down is not going to be easy. Alliance now with a 4K lead. And we see Limp as well after his Ags just going for that Eon Disc, making sure that, you know, he also becomes a target that isn't the most appealing for Viking to commit on, as they'll never be quite sure that they can take him down to start the fight off.
Yeah, Kezu needs to get his own way of initiation. He needs a Blink Dagger. He needs to get like the Blink, the Book, the Roar onto the Viper, and they need to just kill S4 so that Chad can actually play inside of these fights. It's probably going to be the most important thing for them in the upcoming scenarios.
Yeah, Nico Baby's
they
getting
cannot let S4 live.
Pretty huge here. The butterfly right round the corner for this PL.
And that's where, you know, this armlet, it can hurt. If you don't make this armlet work, you're effectively going to be outslotted in the later stages, as you're not going to be able to match, you know, these butterflies and whatnot that do come out.
Shab.
A Shad.
He has at least, of course, got the shard.
Yep. He had to versus Nyx and versus PL. He got it quite a bit earlier. As the Book will try to take out that vision, that ward that's up on the high ground of Alliance, but they won't let it. The illusions immediately get sent on the Book to push it away.
Oh, there's the blink on
Baby
Kezu.
covering the area.
So he can make that jump that you talked about. We're getting the space for this tower, Alliance. No opportunity there for Viking to get in, and that's it done.
He's got the butterfly. Now they don't have a way to deal with him. This Wraith King can't fight him at all anymore. He needs the next item. Now he needs to go for MKB rather than this Maelstrom that he wants to go for. So he needs to switch up the build as soon as he does identify that.
I mean,
but he's committed. He's got the Maelstrom anyway.
Is the Maelstrom Iona going to do much, do you feel?
It still clears out the illusions and all that, right, from hitting. And the actual procs of the Chain Lightning can't miss. So when he does get that proc, it's there. But yeah, it's going to be underwhelming. He is a full item behind now, as Alliance can just commit into the Roche with this.
Is there any way that Viking can fight this? They're going to try by the looks of it, with Boom TPing over to the tier 2.
Boom is picking up his BKB from the courier as well. Roche is dying. They at least have Hawk Vision.
Mishad's walking in. He's walking in. And they're going to be able to take him down pretty quickly by the looks of it. He's getting very low. The BKB popped by S4 as he stays on target. Kezu steps in with the Roar onto S4. FNG's in with the black hole! He's got the 4 of them. He will die. And they might actually still clean up here, as they've lost 3. It was a beautiful black hole, but a black hole for what? As they're losing the fight. Nico Baby.
Oh my god.
He might just die as well. They're chasing up to the high ground. FNG brought back for this. And there's got to be one of the worst fights off the back of such a beautiful black hole. A 4-man black hole into 4 heroes dead, including a dieback there from FNG. Oh my goodness! What an emotional roller coaster.
He just died.
Yeah.
They get Shad.
And now they get Roche.
Now they get Roche.
Oh no! That was the first black hole of the game, wasn't it? As well. Maybe no more black holes.
And that was right after the butterfly picked up from PL, but they did exactly what they needed to. They roared Viper. Viper wasn't able to do any of the control, and look at Shad just going ham in the fights. They killed the Nyx, and Shad's just got free reign.
And look at this. Well, we'll see it again. It's like,
What kills him? Like,
look at that. And then, whoa.
Oh, the ball.
Oh, no.
was wondering what killed him. It was the book, the last will from the book 3.
I mean, and then it just collapsed so quickly for Alliance after that.
That was huge. Shad reincarnates, comes out at the perfect time, booms BKB perfect time. Like, that was something.
FNG, yeah, feeling that one. Does what he can,
It
but
looked great.
It did look
looked
great.
so good, but
for
just,
a moment, it looked beautiful, and then
he killed the book.
Yeah.
I was actually so confused what did kill him so fast. So thank God for replays, as it is tough to see everything in these.
That was like 2020, the black hole. Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness, everything's going downhill.
And now Shad, like he just picked up the Maelstrom. He's got the Mjolnir finished. So they were able to win the fight without this. And Alliance has to be able. They have to do a better job of picking and choosing these targets and protecting S4 and getting a better coil. Maybe not just on one hero. As this time again, it is going to just be on Kezu.
And they're going to have to step away. They're not going to be able to commit for that one.
Oof. Viking just really turning up in these fights anyway. When it really doesn't feel like they have a hope in the fight, they somehow still do it. These guys have always shown incredible team fight prowess, and we do see it again.
I like this as well. I don't know if you mentioned this, but the overwhelming blink that Shad's planning to get for that, just extra bit of wave clear, you know what I mean? Normally you see these agi blinks, but when you're against like an illusion hero, you just want a bit more AoE to just clear it out a bit when you jump in, right? Or you're not a fan?
Okay.
You'd rather the agi still?
No, I'm okay with actually him going for, if he wants to go for overwhelming blink. I think I just like to get him a normal item, like a blink and then a normal item, and then go for it. I like the idea though versus the PL. That's actually pretty cute. You just wipe out all the illusions instantly. Like that can work, especially if I think maybe Tiny can also get one, but he's actually going for an Ags to go for his own carry build. Yeah, interesting. They're definitely thinking of solutions to be able to deal with the PL army, because I even see Kezu, he's got an Ags queued up. So, it's magical damage on axes. So if he's able to throw out a lot of them, perhaps it is also a solution. So pretty clever here from Viking, if it does end up working. DD up top. They see it. Shad's running straight to it.
That's a lovely one.
And with this Aegis, they can definitely look to fight. He also, to point out, he has the Cloak of Flames as well. So a very thankful thing for the Wraith King, as he's going to be burning people quite quickly around him. Shad's feeling himself right now. He's
ready
toggling
to go
off
in.
the Radiance. He's toggling off the Radiance because of the Nyx too. He's expecting him to be there.
He's just charging into them.
He's getting kited a bit.
He's taken quite a bit of damage as well on this first life, but boom, he's able to find the jump. He's in on West 4, FNG. Steps up with the Malefice. Kezu, he's looking for the target. He's going to find it.
It's on the Viper.
He's going to lock down onto S4. Roll forward as well from Aramis. He gets the angle over towards Hanskin, but S4's still able to put the BKB. Nico Baby's in on a Kezu. He'll take out the Beastmaster. See what he can turn towards now. As Limp C on disc will be procced as Nico Baby's looking for Aramis. A nice blink out to the side as he'll get away. Celery's out with the Glimmer Cape. Shad just holding his ground for now as they'll turn their attention back over towards Nico Baby. Nico Baby's got to be careful. Doppels out to the side, gets his illusion sent back in. As he's heading straight towards the squish, he's looking for the backlines and he'll find it. Another good pick from Nico Baby, finds Celery. See if he can move over to Boom or Aramis. They've got the silence, the control there onto Aramis. They take down the Earth Spirit and now they look for Boom and they'll drop the Black Hole, and this time it will get the job done. As Boom's down, they pop through the first life of this Raking, but the outpost is still under control of Vikings, so they're able to get back in with the buybacks. Alliance will retreat though, make sure they don't lose anything to these two buybacks here from Viking, as that Celery's and more importantly Boom's being expended.
Nice. That was an instant reset by them too. As soon as they kill, as soon as they see those buybacks, so they do at least force that on Alliance. And Nico Baby is still showing how annoying he is in the fights, just jumping up and splitting it up. Shad's getting isolated if they do it like that. If they do have Nico Baby go for those supports, which he is going to every single time. And you see the focus. It's S4 just every time they just go for that roar, control the Viper, so that Shad can actually do stuff in the fights. And Alliance are a lot more ult reliant, it does feel. Like it does feel like they need to have these ults to be able to withstand the brunt force that Viking is bringing out at them still. But now with buybacks down, Viking has to be a little bit more careful. just keeping eyes on Shad. He's just toggling on and off the Radiance all the time versus this Nyx Assassin whenever he feels like he is in the area. We're looking for a jump again. Boom.
Alliance being very cautious. He's sure not to get caught out. I mean, they know Nico Baby's still in a very solid spot. Even though Shad's behind him, just a little easier for Nico Baby to play these fights as the P out.
Hanskin. They seem to be aware of his positioning, but he will be able to trickle away. Yeah, Nico Baby definitely has a lot more freedom in the fights. It really feels like Shad, he has to play these fights almost perfectly. Nico Baby can just let his relentless assault of illusions kind of do the brunt of the work. Viking has to be very precise with how they do go for any of these plays. Hawk scouting behind the lines. They see S4 for a moment. They might look to jump him if they do see him totally alone.
I'm not going to let this tier 2 go.
A bit too scary to set up for it.
Fighting into the vision advantage, it's hard.
Yep. Another Hawk gets sent out. The fact that you can just, like, this shard is so good on Beastmaster, honestly. The dive bomb is irrelevant. It's really just the fact that you can control Hawks. He's just doing so much work of controlling the vision down here. And then they know that they can siege properly because of that. We have new neutral items in about 30 seconds. Alliance continuing to siege up top. Kezu is setting up with Boom. As S4 shows himself for a second down bottom, so they're going to try to make the jump immediately off that. But S4 has bots. He's coming top.
Shad trying to start something here. Well, someone's coming in from the side. Shad taking an awful lot of damage there from that first round here from Alliance. As FNG's waiting in the trees, has the black hole ready to go, but
the Hawk is right on top of his base.
It's giving them very valuable information here.
Oh, the books. Oh no. Oh, the books get cleaned up. Nico Baby gets a free 300 gold there. As we do see those neutral items now start to get picked up. That's one. The leveler for Boom. Cleaning up to the next camp. Aramis as well as Celery trying to move out to cover this area with wards.
Oh yeah, this Hawk just following FNG.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. It's so crazy how an ability just becomes that much better just with a shard, where it's just you can move them.
Yeah, it's I mean, you think about what these players can do with something like the Invis Lycan Wolves, and then you step it up to a unit that can just fly.
It used to be like that, right? This is the old Hawk. You know, this is the way you like it.
I think with the old Hawk, when you could micro it, you could only have one up, right?
You absolutely could only have one, and they were also a lot weaker in general, yeah. As he can do so much invisible impact of just getting all this information. However, Alliance is still getting more out of the map. They're up to that 3k lead.
They are, but
getting themselves positioned around Roche.
But they're not getting kills, right? Like these Hawks are going to make it very hard for Alliance to ever really catch Viking by surprise.
They do have a nice ward right now on this high ground, so they will see the book summon. The book will spot that ward as well. Alliance have to be very aware that they are ready to fight now on the side of Viking as Nico Baby charges in to kill the book.
He wants to get rid of them.
They do make Hanskin's game quite miserable.
Oh wait,
Shad's
hang
AC
on.
just dies.
Wait, what? That was just passing straight over him. And that would have he would have had it. He's now not got AC for 3.5 minutes. What was he doing?
Think couriers have a mind of their own, Mr.
I mean, I guess Shab will tell you that, but that's rough. That's very rough. 3 minutes now without an AC that he would have otherwise had completed.
S4 is not as healthy as he can be. He's 1500 Boom.
Yeah.
They're looking for the wraparound Aramis as well.
Hanskin coming in to give them some info from the high ground. They're going to make the jump onto Aramis. Got the BKB though, Abyssals down, Nico Baby's in on top of him, Boom trying to help out, but the core's now out to the two of them. Aramis getting bashed up, taken down by the Vendetta hit, onto the backlines though, Shad, he's in onto S4, he'll find the Viper, and now turn around to help the rest of the team. Raw from Kezu, down onto Hansken, they'll beat down the Nyx Assassin. As Hansken trying to run, he's going to buy time with the Yules back at the river, Shad's onto Nico Baby, Hansken finally falls, there'll be a buyback from S4, they turn towards Kezu, but Kezu TP's out, FNG's got the black hole in place to take down Shad the once, but FNG is dying. He'll go down. Shad back for round 2 as Nico Baby's trying to fight up against him. Who's able to come out on top? Doppel out to the side. There's a lot of skeletons going to work as well, but not enough as Nico Baby cleans up another. Turns now over towards Boom. In with the Abyssal. It'll be another kill here for Alliance as they take down the 4 of them.
S4 just huge play there with him, just literally a buyback. He dies immediately to Shad, but Shad full commits, gets himself into a weird position. S4 buyback, and he just gets everything off. His full arsenal to slow people down, and that allows Nico Baby to just rip them all to shreds.
Yeah, very well played. Aegis and Cheese now for Alliance. No further interruptions. As they're gonna pass the Aegis over to S4 because of that buyback.
Okay, that's fine. He is so important in the fights. Like his break versus the Wraith King. Wraith King can't stand toe-to-toe. He doesn't have his Vampiric Spirit. He doesn't have Mortal Strike. He can't stand there versus the PL like he normally would want to. And also, they lost an AC before that fight. Could have maybe made the difference on the side of Viking.
I mean, I think it definitely would have done something. Still, 2 minutes without that AC. We now got a BKB on FNG. As we saw Alliance.
He's got the dream.
They've got the double Shiva's guards out. And we'll see it again here. Yeah, his courier, what was it doing?
It just ran right into them. I don't know.
It wasn't going anywhere.
It just flew right past them.
It was literally just sent straight into them. I think we know what word he was saying there.
Gaben?
Sure.
Yelling at
the family-friendly one now. I think it was a good old traditional expletive there.
Now, as the siege begins, Rax 1 taken out. We see the split push of the summons down bottom from Kezu. It's an attempt.
Yeah, they're able to take these barracks hit. Boom, up in 10.
No AC. 30 seconds till his courier's back up.
All right. Well. That's been a long 3 minutes for Shad.
It really has been.
Accelerate. It's all right. He's got the Essence Ring. Limit. He's away. But Alliance, they got what they came for. Serious damage done to the base, and Nico Baby well on the way to his next item. 5k gold in the bank. 5k gold ahead of Shab right now.
And he can always, if S4 is alive, he can just fight. He can just man-fight this Wraith King with ease. With that break mechanic, of course, as we've seen several times now in this game. And yeah, Alliance now in a very comfortable spot. They can back up, reset themselves, wait for... They've got Black Hole up in 20 with that BKB. They are way stronger now with FNG having this. Now it's like, do you save Roar? I don't think you want to. You still have to use Roar on the Viper. And then you're putting yourself at risk of getting Black Hole with the BKB with no counter. So the fight's now looking infinitely harder for Viking. The Alliance looking to hit hard. Can't quite catch Aramis. So Nico Baby trying to get that Abyssal charge off, but he can't. And we see Kezu continuing to try to cut some creep waves. Maybe get a courier. No, can't quite. Now he's going to dive bomb the mid wave, perhaps. Not quite.
Nah. Oh,
they're just there for scouting. He's
got his illusionist cape. Oh, he's happy about that one.
Seems like Nico Baby said Gaben as well, and he got blessed.
Yeah, there you go.
Viking trapped in their base. They did take out both of those base wards that were placed from Alliance, but Alliance now forcing the issue. This last set with that very squishy, very low HP Ranger Axe bottom.
See what they're going to do, Shad. He's going to try and jump in. Start something off here, see what he can force out of Alliance.
Nice place for them to defend around these tree lines with Boom's Aghanims. He can actually throw his tree volley effectively here. So we'll slow them down a little bit.
And what about this? Do you like this? I feel like we don't get to see this much. The Aghanims Beastmaster. We're going to have axes for days.
Magic damage axes, right? Versus the PL.
Against the PL.
It's something.
It adds up. The damage, if he's able to get a few of them in, which, zero cooldown. Just got to wait for them to return, and he can keep them going out. I mean, it's
got the Aether
perfect
Lens
for this
too.
sort of situation for holding the high ground.
Yeah, look at this cast range with the Aether Lens. Look at that. Just tossing them from no man's land. That's the tree volley as well. S4.
Take quite a bit of damage here. They're going to try and jump in onto Shad. They should be able to get them once. They do. And Shad down once there. So they can do it a second time. Shad actually out to the side there. Good disengage as he jumps away from the initiation from Nico Baby. S4's coming in with a BKB, zoning Shad back, but S4 will fall the once. As the Aegis is gone, they take the range racks. Alliance roll forward. They're looking to set up onto S4 a second time. Kick back into the combo of Boom. S4, he's still good to go though. Now Aramis, he's in on the front. S4 will fall. Aramis, can he get out of here? As Nico Baby's chasing the Glimmer Cape, they'll be able to save him. As Aramis will escape. Viking, they'll keep their melee racks alive now, and S4's down for 100.
Can they chase out? I feel like they kind of have to right now. Shad has to get this momentum going from when Viper's down. Just look for any of these opportunities of kills. The lanes will push in quite heavily, but I feel like they have to make something happen off of this. 90 seconds where Shad can have freedom inside the fights of not just getting Viper Striked and Nether Toxined. Got to make a big move here on the side of Viking. That's Nico Baby, 9,000 gold.
He needs to spend that money. He's getting the Swift Blink.
They're making moves. They're using this Hawk to scout out, try to get some information. They're drawing the line on the side of Alliance to move away from him. Nico Baby. Ooh.
Oh, FNG.
He is looking to be in some trouble. The Hawk, he is smoked. He's ninja geared on the side.
Oh! He's found him, Kezu! He's got him in the trees. That was close. Nearly out of there, FNG. But Kezu must have caught him just towards the end of that TP. We'll see it here. He had a second or so left, but still nicely done there from Viking, from Kezu.
Now they have 30 seconds with 2 heroes dead. Can they catch another one? Can they keep getting Alliance off their guard and just keep losing these numbers? This is where Viking can have a chance to come back in this one. Picking themselves up some new items. See, that Overwhelming Blink is done on Shad. He's committed.
Wow.
And Boom, not quite committing yet. He still is saving his buyback for the moment, but he does have Daedalus queued. So they do have some crazy damage also coming in for themselves still.
Yeah, they're still very cautious, especially with these respawns coming in for FNG and S4.
They got a ward down, only the one up there at the moment, but it is going to give them some decent information as they do see 2 Alliance heroes with it quickly. And they did see bottom S4 as well, so they do know at the moment that Alliance is a bit split up. Alliance, though, not going to give them the opportunity. They're going to start to get closer together to each other. FNG's ninja gearing down to his team, and they're going to look for these last sets. At least just finish up that range rack so they can commit for that melee up top eventually. But the split push is on. Viking is pushing up top. Hanskin.
Celery.
Over Celery.
Oh, he's dead.
Nice play. You see that too? The Carapace on the Storm... Whatever the hell this item is. Stormcrafter.
Oh, hang on, S4. What's he doing?
Oh, he's split. The Hawks... You can't get split.
And Boom, he's jumping back in onto FNG, but FNG's just going to hold his ground, pops the BKB, drops the black hole onto Boom. Have they got the damage between the two of them to take him out? He's still got a BKB to pop, but he's going to accept his fate here. Doesn't want to waste a charge on this. As I mean, that's S4 down and a black hole gone.
Okay. At least he did force the black hole, but he's dead for quite a long time. Viper's going to be back up, and they're going to have like 20 seconds when Viper is up to actually have the numbers on the side of Alliance this time, perhaps. If somebody else doesn't die in between it all, which is very likely to happen. I see Shad waiting with a DD. Roche is that next thing on the menu. 2 minutes until it does start. Until it does spawn. Continue to watch these Hawks, as this is the majority of the gameplay for Viking.
Yeah.
As that Hawk is giving them everything, giving them all the information. And Viper is still dead. He has buyback. But if they can set up around here, perhaps they can look for a fight with their tiny buyback. Waiting to see something playing around their ward vision.
I'm using that buyback's going to be risky, though. As all Celery! Shad's going to try and help out. As Celery's gone, they are going to buy back on Boom. They're going to look to try and get something going here as they roll in straight away onto Nico Baby if they got enough damage. As he's down to half HP, it's not quite enough. Nico Baby's away, but Aramis is there with a follow. Kezu as well comes in with the roar as Nico Baby will get taken out. The buyback from Boom, a successful one as they remove the PL. And now they head over. What's the respawn on Roche? Still not up for a minute though. So, I mean, Nico Baby will be back just about around the time that Roche will be back in.
They got the big kill though. That is the huge one, the PL. We see S4, he immediately TPs down bottom to get the split push going. As top, Boom.
He brought back for this. He needs help, and he needs it now. He can't afford to die. As Hansken's in with the damage, is he going to have enough to take him out? Boom's getting low, limps in with the jump. That's Boom down for 2 minutes. He pushed on too far and too alone. Aramis also in trouble now as he cannot escape this. And that death here from Boom, I mean, you see it straight away with the buyback of Nico Baby. That may just be the game.
And that's always the fear about these Tinies versus Enigma. That's just Midnight Pulse alone pretty much just killed him. With the combination of a couple hits from the Nyx and just control and keeping him in it, Midnight Pulse just killed the Tiny. The 5 position. They have to deal that huge damage. And yeah, now down 3 heroes. Alliance, they have the whole force. Not how Viking wants this game to be closing out. Can't even put up a fight now without this Tiny.
They're going to have to let this top racks go, and probably even the bottom one. Aramis does have buyback, but no Boom for over a minute. There's Alliance. We'll see how much they want to try and push this. Roche is going to be up. I mean, it is up now. They know it.
They just go do it.
They're going to play it safe.
Tiny.
Go back for the Aegis. It's got an Aghanim's Blessing in there as well, ready for them. So why not? You know, play it safe. No need to take any chances here, Alliance. I know that they're in a very comfortable spot here. Even with Boom back in the game in 45, they know that one more hit and they'll be able to push these Megas over towards a victory.
And the Megas already coming into the base too. It's going to be this constant pressure that Viking has to deal with anyway, on top of all this looming stuff. Viking's actually trying to contest.
I mean, Celery's coming out. He's kind of drawing their attention away from the pit. Shad, he's looking for a target on the backlines, but he's been stunned by the Spike Carapace. They turn with the Impale. Dream Core down onto Kezu. Shad, he's getting low. He's trying to get himself out of vision into the pit, but FNG on the side, he's dropping the black hole onto Kezu, making sure that there's no roar for this fight as Kezu's down. Shad's up for round 2, is able to get the blink outside of the pit. As he respawns Aramis, he actually rolls straight in. He's good to go with the BKB and the ult. He's looking to roll straight back out. Try and get over towards the safety of Shad. In with the Malefice, limps in with the jump. Aramis, he's down. Does have buyback available. Roshan will fall. Alliance will be able to clean it up. Grab themselves the Aegis.
Can Shad run away?
Kezu.
He's trying.
Kezu's in trouble. Boom, trying to turn things around with the Daedalus Aghanim's damage. He gets FNG low. He's trying to head over towards him. Aramis is in with the combo. They take down FNG, but they've lost Kezu. They've lost Shad. And they've lost Boom, and they've lost the game. As GG is called, Alliance will be able to close up this game 2 against Viking.
Very close back and forth game. You could see that Alliance just a little bit more comfortable in these later stages as Nico Baby, a much more self-reliant hero, this PL, can start to take over. Wraith King has to have very certain elements where he can actually be able to fight versus this. Like S4 has to die for this Wraith King to be able to fight. And Alliance with some nice, cheeky buybacks, some nice cool fights around, that Roche pit area, they do end up persisting and persevering in this game.
Well, they certainly do. As you say, Nico Baby stepping it up here on the PL, the last pick for him. And they're able to play around it much easier. Limp 8-1 and 17. This time round he was able to carry that momentum from the early game and follow it through to the end. And Viking on the other hand, they tried. Boom Tiny last pick. It wasn't bad. 10-7, 12. It just feels though still this heroes we saw towards those lasting points. It still can be dealt with, and especially like this FNG Enigma was a huge nightmare for him.
Yeah, Alliance had a very straightforward way to be able to take the fights. I felt like Viking was actually playing like this 4D chess in order to win these fights, and somehow they did win in a couple of them.
They did,
but it was very difficult. Alliance, at the end of the day, they do have a little bit of an easier one to execute, and they deliver.
We absolutely do, and of course, all very exciting. Does mean we're going to get a third game out of these two teams. Alliance take game 2. The series now standing 1-1 between Alliance and Viking.
I don't think there's anyone that is gonna be unhappy about the fact that this series goes the distance, because that is some great Dota that we get to watch. We're gonna break down this game 2 and talk about the third game of the series after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
What a game! We're going to a third one, and I couldn't be more happy about that. We did see a bit of a questionable start out there from Viking GG, but this game, it was a nail-biter. It was back and forth, with this being the first black hole that looked so perfect, but the Necronomicon minion dying kinda That's the phase, right? Everybody knows that feeling, like, oh, so close. What a great game, though. Alliance take the game and therefore force the series to a third game. Of course, you're watching DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel. This is the upper division of the Western European DPC League, and this is such an important game for both of these teams. And Moxie, this was a treat of a game.
It was so back and forth. It seemed like, a little bit of a change from game 2, right? Because Limp seemed to be doing very, very well on that Tiny. And this time around, Boom's on the Tiny. He's looking very massive, very strong. But then eventually, they start to fall off a little bit. All of a sudden, you've got a Phantom Lancer problem, and you're trying to deal with it. And to be fair, Viking did a great job. They were able to get back in a lot of these fights. They used a lot of different buybacks. They forced the other team to buy back. There was some kind of out of positioning going on with S4 towards the end. But, at the end of the day, Alliance, they just had this massive PL. They didn't have enough damage coming out from Viking, and they were able to take the game.
I have one question for you, T, and you can analyze the game after. But the question is, remember when the courier died, when the AC didn't, get put together with the recipe there? Would that have made a difference?
Sure. Technically someone would have died a little bit quicker. There was an AC.
Yeah.
I think the fight that led after it, there's a lot of mispositioned heroes anyway. So I think a 1v all Wraith King, AC or not, still going to be the same outcome most likely. So, but, it was kind of comical that unfortunately for Shad, he had selected the courier, selected the map, and then selected his hero, and then kind of beelined his courier into infinite death. Unfortunately, courier doesn't get to use the AC. Might have helped out a little bit there. But yeah, no, that was a rough game. But I think looking at Viking side, it does show that they are a very spooky team when they get into that kind of skirmishing style. They're really relentless and in your face. I think the game actually looked pretty good for them up until maybe they started diving their tier 2, and at that point the PL problem really came into play. And on the flip side, Alliance, it was refreshing just getting to see Nico Baby play a carry in the position where if he does hit the creeps and does get those items, he will 1v9, and this is pretty much the showing of that.
Yeah, we saw him definitely shine there on his Phantom Lancer. Let's also find out what Purge has to say about the second game of the series.
Thanks, Cheever. I have two little team fights to take a look at that were pretty crucial in the mid game here. Fast BKB from Beastmaster helps protect him against the puck initiation. He's able to counter initiate, kill puck, but unfortunately, because of the puck eggs, he ends up getting low. Keep an eye on the Glimmer type targets. I think this was a big issue for Alliance in these engagements, partially because they didn't necessarily have dust on heroes that could be up in the front, but also because their opponent have a Necro 3. That way, if they even do put sentries down, it's very likely that their opponents can deal with them in these team fights. So while this fight went about half and half. The important crucial thing is that S4 and the Viper needs to be in the front, consistently slowing his opponent. Here, once again, Glimmer Cape being very useful to buy them time. Luckily, the Chainstone works. They end up killing Shad in the end with his second death. So this fight actually went pretty good for Alliance. But the follow-up one in the jungle, about 4 minutes later, got a little harder. And I think one of the crucial issues here, S4's item build, I think was close to right, but I think it was a little off. I think instead of a Dragonlance, you maybe should have opted for an Ag Scepter instead, because then you have a 5 out of 10 second uptime on your ulti. And part of the issue here, oops, I want to catch the framing okay, is that with Beastmaster Necro, he's going to run those into S4 and basically just drain his mana. On BKB is absolutely necessary, so maybe buying Ags to delay that isn't so worth it, but he's forced to pop BKB here just so that he can come forward and continue to slow the Wraith King and try to limit his damage output. And something crucial, actually, you see a Midnight Pulse here, and there was a Malefice used on the Necro 3 minion, which ends up potentially coming into play. This thing's taking damage over here while right-clicking the Viper, and then when he gets the big black hole off, number one, he doesn't have a Midnight Pulse on top of all the heroes, but also that Necro 3 ended up being low enough that he gets shredded, and then we have an Impetus attack go right through here, which is going to end up killing him and breaking his black hole a little earlier. So there were some weird things that they had to play around due to their hero matchups. They did a good job. Mid-game was definitely hard-fought, difficult for them to win it, but ultimately took some later game fights for them to close out this match.
They closed it out and they gave us a good present because they gave us a third game of the series. I can't wait to see what the teams have in store for each other for this third game. And I don't have to wait. Well, I have to wait a little bit, and we'll be back after the break with the draft.
Just do what you be around here, be around here. Just do what you better do. Keeping me going all night. Keeping my fire alive. You know that I love it this way. You know that I love it this way. You're keeping me going all night. You're keeping my fire alive. You know that I love it this way. No one's gonna stop us now.
Just tell me that I'll hold you in my arms. Hold you in my arms. Just tell me that I'll hold you in my arms. Something in between.
A third game between Viking GG and Alliance. If it is gonna be anything like game 2 there, I think we're in for a treat here. We're joined by Purge on the big screen. We got T-Goff and Moxie here as well, so we're ready to show you the draft, I believe, for this third game. We have had 2 games of Tiny in a row. Both games have been a loss for the Tiny. Purge, do you think we're gonna see it again?
I think it has to be like slightly better Tiny game. Tiny's a tempo mid basically, and while he is very tanky, if your opponents play like really defensive and careful, it's hard to scale him into the ultra late game, which kind of seems to be the case for most of the Tiny games where they're played. Like they do stuff, they get kills, they lane well, but they just don't feel as good at closing out games as somebody like a more effective mid hero.
All right, more effective mid heroes. I just want to see. I like Tiny, but at the same time, once he done his initial burst, he just stands there for like a second and a half waiting for his next attack, and that just feels very underwhelming to me as we are in the draft. In terms of bans, we're gonna have Beastmaster banned out this time around early on, Puck banned as well, and Nyx Assassin banned, which means we still have Shaker in, and Nature's Prophet in, and the Bat Rider in, and the Timber Saw in. Shaker taken out though, but Timber is the first time that makes it through here, T.
Yeah, so once again, it's Alliance being first pick, therefore Viking isn't going to be using a ban on it because, again, they are the second pick team, and it's normally a second pick ban, especially when Alliance is on that. In terms of draft so far, we've got if we look at the first series at least, when Viking, they had the same bans, and for Alliance, Beastmaster, Puck. Actually, Batro's gone through, so they pushed the Puck higher up in the priority. Interesting, yeah. Alliance, of course, they go for the Keeper of Light to start with. And Viking, they now need to be very careful that they... Actually, no, sorry, Alliance... Oh, what am I saying? I've just gone on a roller coaster of just pointless words there for a second.
Do you need a minute?
It's fine, it's fine,
So
it's fine.
It's okay, we do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, you know, I like the fact that Alliance took out the Puck, right? Because they're very skirmishy over on the side of Viking, and especially with the Earth Spirit being able to make these early rotations. They did pick up the Lion, which usually is picked up, right, in conjunction when you see a Puck on the enemy team, right, for that instant lockdown.
Yep.
Is it still good here?
Yeah, that was my cause for concern for a second, because I see this line and I'm like, okay, well, normally, like you just said, it's because of the Puck pick that the team would present, but it's already banned out, so what is next? And Viking, the Bat Rider's not banned out this time from Alliance, therefore it does kind of sneak its way through.
So the Lion Keeper of the Light, we saw that obviously for versus Secret yesterday. It worked out for Alliance then, but we also saw it in the first game of the series today. And it did not work out, even when it was up against the Puck.
Yeah, the key thing is Alliance's go-to anti-Puck combo, but if you look away from just a Puck alone, it is still pretty good at anti-aggression pre-BKB. And I think if the Bat Rider's in a difficult lane mid, and on top of that, you have this Lion kind of sitting behind and punishing these early rotations, I can see how this opening can also deal with a potential Bat pick. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Alliance execute when they're not into the Puck, because again, this is clearly their go-to anti-Puck strategy. There is no Puck though. Fair play.
It'll be interesting to see how they transition it. What are the chances we see a Slark ban? Is that 100 on the Viking side?
You'd assume so, but that is if they actually want to run the mid Slark, right? Because how often do you see Nico Baby go to the mid lane?
Yeah, that is the case. And does Limp really play Puck, Slark?
Yeah, I feel like Limp's the mid laner that will request the showdown of the, one into the bat. he's not going to pivot away. But also, it's a bat. Viking, Kazu.
They
He
do
loves
still,
playing.
they still ban out the Slark as well.
They've got options. They've got some flexibility with their draft still.
Here's the
Chilling.
Band of Prophet. That was the hero that was picked against this opening earlier. So just kind of following pattern there.
Yeah, very true.
That was the game where Viking played Tide mid, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that was, yes, correct.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key thing that Viking are going to be looking for. Here is that either are innately tanky with levels or quickly itemized to deal with the type of game that a Lion Coddle will present, because they lean on their cores to be the damage dealers, but they're really strong enablers. And if you have these heroes that have good magic resist or good just a way to deal with that core, the supports don't really bring much. Of course, you have Lion with a finger, but that's one hero getting fingered and that's it. So I think as long as Viking kind of go down the route of tankiness, they should be fine to have the same kind of storyline of that game one.
I mean, we've seen in the past too, Boom does like the DK. That also puts a lot of pressure on the map early on, being able to take some of the towers, put someone very, very tanky up front. It's pretty difficult to take him down.
The Monkey King ban kind of forces your opponents to maybe ban Void Spirit as well. That's maybe one of my thoughts, because it seems a little bit weird to grab it here. It's good at diving Coddle, obviously. That's one thing, but does it reflect maybe they're going for a slightly vulnerable core mid?
Yeah, they banned out the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
So.
And now the Timber Saw still as well. I just wanted to point out that Death Prophet is in the pool.
Oh, it's go time for Limp though. Look at that. He's taking off the sweatshirt. He's warmed up. He's ready to fight. I like it.
Game 3 is when he comes online most of them.
Let's go.
I think he just got a message from his manager and it's like, hey, we need our logos on screen. Pick up your sweater. You know the rules.
Ditch it.
Probably what happened.
Worked.
That's why they took it to a game 3, because they needed more screen time. He wore the hood like the jumper in game 1.
So they still have a bunch of tanky heroes left.
Yeah, interesting that Viking hasn't banned out the Bristle yet. I still think that is one of the most potent combos that Alliance can run with this Keeper of Light, especially when you have, I guess the Batrider does really well into Bristleback, to be fair. You just move the hero into the lane when he starts getting aggressive and you can always kill him. So realistically, I guess they don't really care about the hero just because they already have some type of counter.
They did ban it out last, like the first game. And they will ban out Storm as the last one. Let's see if Alliance wants to get that Bristle back.
So Viking are somewhat mimicking Alliance's style of draft with the second phase Enigma, could be the 5, could be the off lane. From the Storm ban, it kind of indicates that this Batrider is most likely going to be mid, of course the Slark as well. And yeah, simplifying the draft for Viking at least, and the flexibility will come simply from this Enigma.
5 seconds remaining.
Definitely.
Storm would have been... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was going to
Storm
say,
would've-
it definitely sounded like they're taking out, like worried about that big tanky hero, though, with the Monkey King and the Timber. Both banned out, too, on the side of Alliance. So you were talking about, going for like a Bristle or something else that's...
This indicates maybe like a Tide Hunter for Alliance. That's kind of the vibe I go, oh, there you go.
Wow.
Thank you.
And Hanskin's like, okay, that's all the input you need from me.
It just dips.
That'd
See
be
you guys.
amazing, actually, if in a draft you're forced, like your mic was muted when your hero was picked.
Like then your role's done.
Sit down, it's like...
But well, he's probably gonna play the Lion this game, so he already had no place in that conversation.
How
a
dare
while
he
back.
speak up, boy. Know your place, Lion. Yeah. Lucky that's
All the
not a thing.
captains would like this, because then they get to pick their hero last every single game.
Yeah.
So now for Viking, they need to pretty much decide on this flex. I wouldn't mind seeing this Enigma just in the 3 role here, because of course into Tide Hunter you do really well. You can always just black hole him, get rid of him out of the fight. And I'd love to see a really kind of a lane dominating 5 now, especially into a Tide Lion lane. It's very potent with the gush into Earth Spike and some right clicks, but if you have a hero that can play back a little bit and enable, then it's very strong.
I am happy that we're gonna see big team fights in this game. There's some great ultimates. And
Will we though?
it
So
should
Black Hole
be.
at 15 minutes last game.
Please.
I mean, I wanted to.
The potential is there. Let's put it that way. The potential is there.
I like this juxtaposition of Sheever's like, this is going to be a great game. It's going to be so hype. We're going to see all these things. And Purger's like, yeah, sure, Sheever.
We'll see about
Maybe.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to hit the spells first.
Yeah,
right?
they have to. Yeah.
Like
If
Kezu
it's
was...
for Enigma, it's way easier, because then you're actually in the mess of it. 5 has to sit back passively, so depends on
Interesting.
things.
So Viking actually decide they want to keep the flexibility of this Enigma to the very end, and they just go for a strong laner, especially into Tidehunter. If you have that +1 to help you, you can actually kill the Tidehunter. And okay, that's pretty strong.
What about Nico Baby Wraith King? Because they have an Enigma.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, yeah.
Thank you, T. That was very...
What can I say? You know, like, you have 2 lives. You're playing into Enigma. These are big spells. Viking, they're pretty much all single target, other than Earth Spirit. So if you have a hero to tank it and you have a Tidehunter who can tank it, it does boil down to the recipe of success for this Lion Cuddle duo that I mentioned at the start. So I wouldn't be opposed to see a casual little Wraith King there.
Nice little success.
They go for the PA instead.
All right. Never mind. You're fired, T. Get out.
Oh, well, happens. Career was over before it even started. PA's pretty cool. Don't mind it at all. It's Secret. Again, this entire series is basically showing how Secret can somewhat dictate the meta of a region, because we see Tiny, and now we're seeing a little bit more PA. Just a little bit more, because Hero didn't get changed too much in the patch. And I think Purge can double check that one. It's still pretty similar from before, right? Nothing too crazy happened.
I don't think she got changed that much.
At most,
it got the shard that nobody's ever bought in the history of Dota 2 yet.
A little bit of a break here and there.
Wait, what is the PA shard?
Applies a break.
It's like bristleback quills. It breaks your opponents for like 3 seconds, and it deals like 12% of their max HP. Nobody buys it.
No.
PA is perfect here though. Like, you can counter Omni Slash with Blur at any point. Vikings heroes are very like careful initiation, either jump in and lasso or jump black hole. So like when PA gets to those farm to ultra late game scenarios, you're gonna see her able to like jump on those guys and be the initiator for a team. So I like that aspect of it.
This is one of those rare games where I want to see Abyssal Blade on the PA and the Tidehunter. Some Tide players can get really greedy with their itemization. Some of them, like I think in CIS region, they rush Satanic second item. I'd love this to be one of those, you know, buy like a casual pipe or something, get a bit tanky, and then instantly pivot for the anti-Enigma strat, especially if it's a core Enigma. Of course, if it's a support, you can ignore it and just play a normal game, but the option is there. That's very refreshing.
And it also beats Jug Spin TPs too, so it could be pretty multi-purpose.
Yeah.
And Backward is going to have BKB, obviously, so I like the idea.
And for Alliance, they need to just have a very standard active mid lane hero that can apply some pressure, you know, play some strong lanes, get a couple runes, and just play behind this Tidehunter, because they have such a great front line now where the Tide, if he does die, he's going to be tanking the key spells of Viking that unlocks the support duo or the PA to really, you know, wreak havoc in these fights. So yeah, they can pick up pretty much any mobile mid and apply a lot of pressure here.
What about like even like Alina or something, because she just naturally builds Yules, it's good against the Jug and also Limp plays.
I would agree up until the point where Hellbear Smashers picked Alina into Batrider, and the BKB on Batrider just dismantles Alina. You just cannot protect yourself.
Yeah, that is true. We did see that today.
It's a bit too much pressure.
Definitely a rough Lina game that was.
Yeah.
Getting
they need
hunted.
somebody that's better at initiating too on the Alliance side, because right now before like Blink Tide or Line getting Aether Lens or Blink, it's pretty hard for them to initiate cleanly. So some kind of tempo mid would be nice. That also provides damage.
I mean, yeah, no, that doesn't work either. Never mind.
Guys, what about Tiny?
How about mid Abaddon? Oh.
DP?
All right.
Okay.
If this was Iceberg's team, this would have been
Doom.
A mid Abaddon.
Oh.
This would have been like the, you cannot kill me, you have all these big spells, but I'll tank literally all of them. And then my boy PA would eventually carry.
I'm sure Kyle would have called out DP if he was here.
Yeah.
It's good at identifying. They're missing tower damage is certainly one of the things. Unless Tide bites an Axe shard or something. They needed a tower pusher. Having silence against Enigma is also really nice. Makes the hero feel way weaker as a 5 if you don't catch DP.
Yeah.
And I mean, outside of like getting Omni Slash, she's gonna be able to defend herself with like Yule's BKB. So I like the pick.
This is where Viking needs to kind of like unpack their draft. Like, is it the bat mid? Is it bat off lane? Okay, yeah.
Bat mid.
There you go. Bat mid. And in that case, I like the idea of this DP even a little bit more, because of course you have that life drain. If the Lion has freed up his lane and he can come mid, that Earth Spike is just enough to disconnect and kind of maybe turn around onto the Batrider. So support rotations into mid will be Lion only. And then Viking, they round out their draft with just all-out aggression. You can just get on top of this PA with the Earth Spirit and the Darkseer, apply a lot of pressure, and yeah, I don't mind Viking really leaning into the skirmishing style that has done them so well across this series so far. It didn't give them enough to win game 2, but you know they have the recipe to do it. But this Tidehunter, he eventually just will sit up and soak up pretty much everything.
All right, Purge, final thoughts on the series and this draft?
I kind of like the Darkseer pick. It's going to facilitate Jug and Bat a decent amount, but I don't have as much faith in Enigma 5, even though it worked last game. So my guess is I think Alliance's draft looks just stronger here.
All right. Thank you very much. Moxie, are you boys going to do it?
Oh, gosh. You know, I'm torn right now. I really am. I think that if Alliance gets momentum that's necessary, I think that they will take this final game and win the series, honestly. Like, it looks very nice. It makes sense. All the pieces fit together, and it's not too hard to execute, so.
Okay. Enigma 5, T, believe in it?
Not really. I think the Alliance, they've got the better scaling draft, and this Tidehunter is a key factor in just prolonging the game. And I'm skeptical at how Viking can close out easy enough. But we saw in game 1, they do have that aggressive nature in them, so maybe. But I think Alliance, they've got the easier route to victory in this game.
There's a lot of pressure on getting the wombo combo on the side of Viking GG here in this third game. We're going to find out who's going to take the game and thus this series. Let's head over to a commentary duo of OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, let's find out indeed who's going to be able to take it here. Alliance versus Viking, game 3. Fogged, what are some of your first reactions here to the drafts? Are we going to have a close, right up nail biter of a game 3, or do you feel someone could walk away with this one a little easy?
I think Alliance could maybe run away with it pretty easily. I'm a bit skeptical of these 5-position Enigmas. I think there's a lot of ways to abuse it. Last game it didn't get abused, but I think Alliance, they know how to play versus it, so I can imagine that they can take advantage of it. But also, the little thing is that they did go for their same original opener that they had in that first game, where they kind of just botched the game a lot. They have this Kato line, which the game looked great in the beginning of it, and then they just fell apart very quickly. So I'm still keeping eyes on that. I feel like things could still fall apart on those two, but I like their cores. I like the Death Prophet, and I feel like Dota just does these funny reversals where for so long it's like you always would pick Enigma to counter Tide, and now it's like Tide was picked after the Enigma. So it's just cool things how people just change the ideas a lot.
I mean, who's right?
I usually like the Enigma.
You like the Enigma,
that Tidehunter, but that's if the Enigma is farming. The fact that it's a 5 Enigma means that it's not nearly as effective versus the Tidehunter.
Oh, well.
Kezu. That's the Gush level 1.
Yeah, they're going to have the body blocks. And they'll get themselves first blood there.
How dare you, Hanskin?
I was going to say, not able to quite coordinate there for Limp to get it. But Hanskin's like, look, last time I played Lion, I died 9 times, and it was very miserable, so I'm going to make sure that I have a better start this game. Because that game 1, he was getting some heavy tips from Viking.
He got given a lot that game too. He actually was given the lane and giving a pretty decently timed Aether lens. He was really focused by them, as we see double runes set up, and we are seeing. I'm liking if they do this. This is one of those things that I was mentioning. This is how you can punish Enigma if they do decides to put this aggro tri-lane at the start. Perhaps they're actually going to switch it right away. FNG started with boots though, so I thought he was actually going to stick up there, maybe get a kill, and then just leave onto the Enigma. But I guess because they got the first blood, it's not nearly as valuable, and he's just more focused on the actual laning aspect to be able to deal with this Darkseer and Earth Spirit pressure.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to be able to sort of make this lane a safe spot for the PA, or is this Darkseer Spirit going to win out?
This is what I've seen done lately versus all the Darkseers. I feel like it's going to be hard for Kezu, and this is also why I wasn't crazy about this last pick. I feel like the lane is really difficult at times, that you can't actually get anything out of it.
Well, Aramis might just be dead.
Okay.
All right, well.
And also, I usually see this Darkseer picked up, especially lately, when I'm seeing, that the enemy carry is going to build Radiance, or you see like a Beastmaster, somewhere that you can get auras and just really gain an extra big positive of it. I don't see a huge positive besides, a vacuum bringing them into this wombo combo of Earth Spirit and Enigma.
That's true.
Besides that, I'm not really crazy. And I guess the other thing is, it's the Darkseer Juggernaut combo where they have this big peak timing when they get like Greaves and all that, but I'm still just not feeling that big power of what it has versus Alliances. I feel like he's versus a lot of counters.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Nico Baby buys a Radiance,
Oh, God. Good joke, Owen.
How's the mid lane going? Boom versus Limp. Who would you sort of say is going to get the lead here? Who's winning this lane?
I like Death Prophet in this matchup quite a bit. You should be able to play pretty decently around these versus this Batrider, especially now that I feel like now that Batrider even has, or now that Death Prophet got this movement speed buff, it's even harder for the Bat to do well in this matchup. Because I saw it before Death Prophet got those nerfs, and she would win anyway versus the Bats.
And then up top, Hanskin. Got that old deep ward down. Might find some courier sniping opportunities.
Yep, he's been body blocking that small camp over and over again too to make sure that Celery can't pull the lane back. And this opens up opportunities for S4 where sometimes versus Jugs you can suffer a little as a Tidehunter. But the fact there's an Enigma there, he's not suffering at all. And they're even getting some extra Eidolon kills too. So he's doing quite nicely for S4 up top.
Yeah, we're sitting down bottom. Nico Baby farming just fine here.
Yep. They just blast the wave. You can't actually get double ion shells on the wave if the wave just doesn't exist, as it just gets cleared out way too quickly. And Kezu is struggling to find that level 3 and struggling to find the pressure that they'd ideally want to be able to put onto a PA.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. If he's not sort of finding the impact now, and as you say, that the walls aren't necessarily going to do anything big later on, I mean, where are the strengths going to lie for the Darks here?
It's just the ion shell damage with double ion shell with Earth Spirit and Jung, and they just need to make a lot happen. Surge Bat Rider as well can be pretty strong, so there are a few of those things that do work well, but yeah, I'm definitely worried. I'm not a big fan of this last pick. I'm really hoping it ends up working out for them because it works well with the Jug, but I think maybe relegating the Enigma to 5 may have been a mistake that they're going to get punished for. As mid is really... Boom's still farming decent, but he's actually farmed a small camp. That's why you see his last hits so boosted. It's actually not him doing that well in the mid lane at all.
He's
got to have stacks, but yeah, it's tough for him as Limp is going to start getting aggressive on him with boots.
Yeah, Boom's out to TP. Yeah, I wondered if he had any regen coming out. He had some tangos, but he didn't want to stick around in lane, waiting on that slow regen.
Limp is he's very confident in this matchup because I've seen him play it a lot. So he knows you start with one, rush your boots. Bat Rider can't get onto you. You're so fast. You push the wave in onto him too, and you're able to always get the runes and deny them away from a bottle hero. You don't need the bottle because you have the stick. Is FNG? He's speedy. He started with boots. Aramis can't stick on him.
No, it's going to be fine. And any sort of attention FNG is able to draw away from that lane. Just gives more space for Nico, baby.
Matu, you're so used to seeing him play PA.
I'm so used to seeing the Matu PA. I mean, I tell you what, hey, he's got something to sort of show up towards. Right, I believe the last three PA games we've seen, right, have been just Matu PA where he hasn't died at all. So let's see if Nico maybe can step up to the same level.
Yeah, I think Matu didn't die in the last 3. He's been really crushing it. As mid, Boom just got back to the mid lane, and Limp kills him with an Arcane Rune. That is devastating. We're seeing a different approach coming from Nico, baby. I think that every time that I saw Matu play this PA, as we're going to wait as Aramis might just go down bottom.
Oh, he's away with a roll. Oh, it's close.
Oh, so close. So he's actually gone for this Orb of Corrosion rather than going for the treads into Battle Fury Rush that I've seen Matu do every single time for Secret. So that does say a little bit of a difference.
That is because, to be fair, and in one of the other games where we saw Nico Baby play, he did go for the Deso Rush rather than getting the Battle Fury at all. So yeah, he's definitely open to some more varied ways of pulling out the PA, depending on how the game's going.
Hanskin. He's going to chase away from Celery, but Celery's just trying to secure the stacks for his Bat Rider. But yeah, it's interesting to see him go for Orb of Corrosion, especially when he's having a full free lane. It's not really that contested. He doesn't go for just like the treads battle.
Oh, Limp. He's just going in for kills. I mean, he might be able to get some of these stacks as well. And a courier. He's going to be able to take quite a bit of this away from Boom. He's even going to get the kill. He's over towards him. Oh my goodness. This mid lane is over.
And you had asked at the beginning, is there a chance of one team getting steamrolled? I think we're really seeing that.
6 minutes in, 3K lead. I mean, that pretty much one of the best usages of a first exorcism there, you'll see. They were Limp able to just sweep in, kill off a support, stop the Bat from farming his stacks, and then kill the Bat as well.
And maybe even kill his tower as they're continuing to push this forward. The Eidolons show up, but 2 quick Crypt Swarms, it's gone, and this tower is dead. And the second, and Boom, he might actually die too. He steps up.
And what's going to put down bottom? Kezu's dead.
Boom just...
And they did back mid. Boom's dead. Oh no! And now Aramis. Is he dead as well? He might be. He's going to try and turn for Nico Baby, but he gets Nico Baby. FNG's like, all right, I'll take the cleanup. I'm the carry now.
Oh, and Boom is the only description for that is tilt. He just walked. Oh no! He just walked into the Death Prophet with DD after eating a Crypt Swarm. Eats like 4 right clicks. That was a disaster to say the least.
Oh no! That's rough. That's rough. Limp's just broken him in the mid lane. I mean, Limp's double the net worth. Boom's down there. Bottom 3 net worth is the bat. We're going to see a replay of this. So what's actually happening there? Where does the tilt begin?
Just to him, like watch when just how he walks up. He's a level 5 bat. That tanking the wave. He just walks up and grabs the wave and gets stunned by Hanskin, and then it's just a free kill. They just get 2 crypt swarms on him.
And his stacks were gone.
He's got the ancient stack, right? But it's only 1. I've seen Aramis has been busy. He hasn't been able to get the time to go over there and stack besides 1 that he did with Boulder Smash. And all the lanes are they're really crumbling. Like S4 even top is able to put pressure onto Jug. This is not good signs for Viking to recover. As they have an Enigma 5. So if you fall apart early game, Enigma's not going to contribute much of anything either.
Hey, he found the royal jelly, you know, so that's... Why do we keep showing this replay? Poor old Boom. I feel like we've seen this about 4 times now.
I can't believe he stepped up to try to grab aggro the wave though. That is such a mistake that he doesn't make. So that's why I'm saying like he has to.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, he never makes these mistakes.
No.
That is huge. And now Limp Exorcism's available. He has the mid towers
done level 9
early on. Like Limp's probably just confused of where to even go.
Nearly. Oh, down bottom, Kezu. Uh-oh.
Wait, did you just click on FNG?
Oh, I didn't click on anything.
He has a mech.
What?
This game's over. And this game is completely and disastrously over. Viking have crumbled to the maximum. There's a mech on the 5 position Goddle.
He's the carry.
He's just recalling people everywhere now, too.
Oh, no, and Shad's dead as well.
It's so over.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we were starting to fall behind schedule a bit, so... We've got another series to fit in tonight.
It's just like everything worked out so great for Alliance, and everything that could have gone wrong for Viking, it feels like it did go wrong this game.
Oh, man.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know where you recover at this point. All 3 lanes have now just completely been crippled. You're going to lose your top tower after losing mid. You're going to have to play around Kezu. At least he has level 4 Ion Shell, and you can hope that he can maybe get some things with Boom, like surging him in and grabbing some kills, but these next few moments are going to be really painful to watch for Viking, I'd imagine.
So they're getting a tower down bottom.
They have to play around Kezu. He is the strongest hero on the map for them at the moment. As FNG's going to start blasting it. I can't believe FNG has a mech out of nowhere. That's so crazy.
Oh, they're going to get the tower.
They will be able to get it.
Whoa, yeah, look at that. 6 minute 36, faster than the patch fastest.
That's usually not a 5 coddle, maybe. There might have been like those 4 coddle things that we see as Hanskin gets aggressive into the side, to the rune.
Wow.
Maybe he'll go down, though.
That's good. Aramis is going to be off the mark with the bow spells, but they got the lasso. They want a kill. They want a kill. They'll get a kill. As S4, he's walking in. See if they can do anything more. Here's S4.
He's pretty strong.
He's going to be fine. He just keeps walking into them. Kezu getting low. You're going to have to jump from Nico, baby, over to Aramis. That's 1. Now he's going to look over towards Boom. You've got the Omni Slash coming out with the blade through. Can he kill Limp? Limp's healing up thanks to the Siphon. Turns and nukes down Boom. Can Shad finish the kill? The Siphons is keeping the build up. He's trying to kill him. Shad, can he get him? He can't. The heals are too strong. Nico, baby's killing the whole damn team. There's a triple kill for Nico, baby. He wants Shad as well. He's going to go for it. Oh, that was greedy. Now that was greedy. Watch out. Careful. Little greedy here.
He might go back in.
He wants to, he's going to die for this. Is it?
He's got another creep wave. The Darkseer's coming, though.
I mean, he's dead. There's no way out, surely. There is.
He got the range creep.
Okay, he got the range creep. He got the range creep. But he's dead.
Maybe feeling himself a little too much inside the fight after they just owned them around their entire Ancients, 15-3. But you know what? Whatever. The BA dies, but they're really just crushing this game. As Limp nearly does go down, though. Just 1 extra hit, 1 crit from the Jug,
He couldn't quite get it, Shad. He couldn't get that crit.
It was so
It is just a level 1 crit, you know, so the chance is low. 20%. It's not a big number.
And at least they push him away from the Ancients so that Boom can actually farm them, as he desperately needs something to recover. 0, 5, and 2 on the bat.
Oh, no. There we go, though. Should be nice. Is he going to get the stack again? Oh, not quite. Not quite. There'll be some money. It'll be the bots. Oh, there it is. That'll be his bots done. He's going to have his item finished.
Okay.
Well, there we see Limp versus Boom on the charts.
Oh, yeah.
It's not great.
Whew. All right, let's look around at everything else that we got going on. Hanskin, he almost has Blink on the Lion. So these two supports Alliance, as we said, most of them very farmed, very comfortable after this early stage. And Viking, just feel like it's super limited for them to be able to do any actual plays. They're going to have to just have... It's really just relying on Batrider charging in, trying to catch stuff. They can't team fight. It's just a hard game of hope that Alliance makes mistakes for you to try to recover in.
I mean, well, they're going to try and find something with the black hole. See what they can do here, Viking.
They've got the mech on Kezu as well, so they're feeling kind of strong around this. If they can get some good initiations, if they can have the double ion shells, they do have decent damage in the fray. If they can get on the targets and kill them, though. If S4 is the one who walks into it, that's a problem.
Yep.
As S4 does walk into it and breaks the smoke. They can't go for this tide. They're going to start recalling, start looking for the fight themselves.
Another patch fastest here there on the Blink Dagger from Hanskin.
It's very quick. 13 minutes. Like, he's just gotten full freedom in the game. Who's squishy as well, too. He can always just kill the Enigma. Yeah, Celery is nearly in the one-shot range of a stun into a finger.
He is. I mean...
And it's also now just... It's really hard for Boom to ever make a play now on Bat, because if he just tries to jump anybody, there's just going to be the blink response every time. And Shad has to be careful on his split push, too.
He should be... A Blade Fury TP is going to get him out every time. So he's got that going for him.
Alliance is charging in, though. Limp feeling strong.
They're going to get the jump onto Aramis. As he'll get taken out. Quick burst of the finger.
And the mech was used. Kezu did end up popping it on the retreat. It's Alliance. They have that sentry down in the Ancients. Keep trying to control this area and looking to set up for bottom. Limp has Exorcism ready and a DD. And Nico Baby's about to finish up his Battle Fury, so he's got very good timing on that. And in comparison to the Jug, you know, Shad just has to go for the mini Battle Fury, I want to call it. You know, your Maelstrom on your Jug.
On the river. They've got the grab onto FNG. Lasso onto the Cole. Viking will be able to take him down.
Not bad. Can they get anything more out of it?
West 4. They get the silence. So they want to fight this, Shad. He's going to be able to play Fury. They pop the Ghosts out. But actually not able to get a chase in on that.
Hanskin whiffed the stun there. If they actually connect that stun, that is a very dead Juggernaut. So a bit of a slip up there from Alliance. Now they have to back up and farm. And hey, Viking might be aware that they can maybe make a move themselves, but they're under this deep ward coverage that was placed from Alliance earlier. And there's still just so much on the road to recovery. Without Lasso, it also is very hard to make plays. So 80 seconds till that is up.
Oh, do you like the choice here from Nico? I mean, who was it? It was Matu who did this build one game,
yes.
Right? The Battle Fury straight into the Aghanims.
It gives you good stats. It gives you this really good in-between thing that if you don't want to get BKB, you can get this to jump from target to target and still have a strength in the fights from all that little stat bonus.
Shad. The Blade Fury there. Hanskin tried to get the setup. Again, this Tower Alliance and Viking. No interest of trying to defend these tier 1s.
Blink Dagger on S4. So Blink Lion, Blink Tide. Vikings team fight is going to be... It's just going to be so hard for them to ever get into this now. He's got the perfect tools to be able to deal with the Batrider if he ever looks to get these lasso grabs. Viking, they're going to smoke up, though. 20 seconds until that lasso is up. Trying to play around that Exorcism cooldown, though, as best as possible.
Let's see what they can grab. There's Boom.
In the front.
He's looking for a way in. Aramis. He's got the silence onto Limp. They're going to try and jump. They get the vacuum wall down onto the three of them. Moving in with the Blade Fury as well. They're on top of Limp. The Ravage is going to come out, does manage to tickle onto the two of them, but no real follow-up from that Ravage. So now Alliance are starting to step back even further. S4 trying to become this wall to stop Viking from chasing, but Shad, Boom, and Keza, they're moving on. Hansken turns for the stun. They get the silence down to the two of them with a finger. They'll be able to blow up Boom. Now they're turning towards Shad. Shad's still trying to find an Omni-slash opportunity, but he can't quite get it. S4 blinks back in onto Celery. Celery goes down. Shad, it'll pop the ult, but they've got many a hero to tank it. Silence out into the burst. They try and surge him away, but the crit comes through with the dagger. Nico Baby gets the kill onto Shad. Aramis will be able to TP out, but Boom, he brought back for this, and he will die a second time. Triple kill for Nico Baby. They'll start throwing the tips out on Boom, as they know that this game, it's gotta hurt for Boom.
It's just brutal. They tried so hard to take advantage of Exorcism being down. They chased so far forward. The Ravage, not perfect from S4. They try to chase forward, but they just don't have enough. They don't have the goal to be able to chase these heroes. They're falling too far behind in the early game. Alliance can just reset with a couple stuns and silences and just nuke them down easily. And now Exorcism on the tower. No creep backup though, so it's going to be not as fast as usual. There we go. S4 walks up.
I can tank this.
4-20, Viking. Nico Baby shows up with the Battle Fury, gets 2 next items finished, and it's just going to be a clean game for Alliance as it progresses.
I mean, how's the high ground defense for Viking? Is that an area where they're going to have a better chance at tripping up Alliance, or do you think Alliance has got some solid ways to siege?
They have the double blinks, and they have the PA to be able to jump in from crazy range with the Phantom Strike too. It doesn't feel great. They're not the ones with the coddle. They're not the ones with any great deep push. They actually don't have much at all. This game feels, honestly, like almost one of those 100 to zeros. I want to give them
what's the Dota plus on this one? It's a solid 97. I'd say it's an early 97 from Dota plus as well.
It's just that this is one of the big concerns I had with making this Enigma that 5 position and getting the Dark Series. Just your lanes are really weak and really punishable, and I feel like Alliance, they took advantage of that perfectly this game. That's why they're, maybe they shouldn't be this far ahead, but that's why they've come out ahead after that laning phase so much.
I mean, because what sort of is the difference that allowed the FNG Enigma to sort of work in comparison in game 2?
Well, they just were able to just sit back and make Viking be like the aggressors. They didn't have to rely on the Enigma so much. Well, I feel like this game, that Tidehunter makes that Enigma. They should have to rely on the Enigma more because it counteracts that Tide. It's actually quite strong, but when they make it a 5, it no longer counteracts the Tide at all.
Smoke on smoke it. Viking on the high ground.
Gets the ward down. He's got a blink.
And Boom's trying to get in on something. They've got the Yule set up onto Shad. Onto Kezu though, into the silence. Kezu, he's got to try and run and pot the mech. Healing ward's down. They'll jump in with the Omni-slash onto Limp. They get the last follow-up. The Ravage is out though. As Alliance, they'll just turn. Nico Baby cleans up the two of them. Aramis is trying to roll out, but they'll be able to block it, take him down. S4 and the gang chasing on to Shad and to Celery. A quick finger from Hansken finishes it off. As Shad will go down. 25-4, and they'll call it. It is over. This game collapsing very early for Viking, as Alliance, they gave a solid knockout blow here in game 3. The series is theirs, and this third game, it was one of the roughest games we've seen in this league. This would have been a very painful one for Viking, as Alliance just. They just broke them. They broke them completely.
They really did. They punished the greed. They read the plays that was going to happen. Viking, they have this Earth Spirit Darkseer. They play ahead of the lane with the Coddle and the PA. They just get them down to pretty much 0 right at the start of it. They get the first blood as well onto, it's a Lion who ended up getting it, but they exert their dominance in that position there. And Viking, they fall flat. Boom. As soon as he dies that time in mid and he loses his tower and they invade and take his stacks, that's like Alliance did 4 things right with 1 move.
Yeah,
it's so impactful. It just ruined all of Viking's chance in this game. They have no mid laner at that point. Boom is just trying to recover the whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly seemed to be that, and he couldn't quite do that. Ending 1-8 and 2, a rough game on the bat after Limp was able to just shut him down as heavily as he did in that mid matchup with a bit of help here and there from Hansken. But there we go. With that third game, Alliance show a whole sort of turnaround from what we saw from them in the first game of this series. They bring the series back round to themselves, get the victory, and they look completely solid doing so here in this third game. Alliance will take down Viking 2-1.
Yeah, it seemed like they turned their power up a bit for that third game of the series. It looked like a completely different squad, and they made Viking look like a completely different squad as well. We're going to talk about the game and talk to the winners after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All these voices in my head, all these flashbacks of regret. I can't get out, I can't win, so watch me ruin no one can tell you all of the things that I have seen. Don't try to be me, you should all know that I'm the queen. Maybe you're scared, and if you're not, then you should be. Before it's too late, and when it's too late, you will see. While you can, run away. While you still can. All these thoughts run in my mind. All these memories are so kind. I can't get out, can't escape. So watch as all my plans take shape. No one can tell you all of the things that I have seen. Don't try to be me, you should all know that I'm the queen. Maybe you're scared, and if you're not, then you should be. Before it's too late, and when it's too late, you will see. Run away. While you can, run away. While you still can. ask me, you don't wanna know if I don't have the right skills. Darling, you're the kind of girl that everybody.
I don't know what happened, if there was someone giving a very stern pep talk in between games, perhaps, or, I don't know, some caffeine from earlier kicked in hard during this game, but it definitely did seem like Alliance was on something else this game. They came out of the gate swinging, and poor Viking, they did not stand a chance. One mistake, and it was just as good as over. I don't normally hear Fox say at 6 minutes, well, game's over, guys, GG, but that is what he did, and that is what it felt like. Game 3 goes the way of Alliance in a very convincing fashion here in the upper division. You're watching DreamLeague Season 14 powered by Intel, and yeah, I'm here with Moxie and T-Gov. Moxie, this was not what we were sold.
It was clearly the Monster Energy, right? We're in the Monster Energy studios. That's why we're so energetic. It's why, Alliance is, they're so hyped up. It's exactly that. It's late night gaming. It's prime gamer hours. No, this looked like completely different.
Yeah.
The other two games, they were kind of back and forth a bit, especially the second game. But this one in particular, Alliance just took hold of the reins and would not let go. I mean, Coddle had a mech at
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Like, that's insane. He's a position 5 Coddle. You shouldn't have that.
Minutes, sorry,
8 minutes. Okay,
I wrote it down.
It was very early.
It was
In
super
any case.
early.
Enough that Fog was like, GG, this game's over. Bye. See you guys. Wrap it up.
Yeah, it was just a rough game. I think the first highlight that we saw in that reel, when they're invading the stacks, they already have the vision down. They don't need to help the tide. The PA can do whatever she wants in bot lane. It opens up for the supports to enable this DP to also go and contest. And that move alone, where you get all the stacks, or you contest the stacks, you get the courier, you then get the boom kill as well. Like, you can feel the game's pretty much slipping away. So I respect Fog's ability just to go, yeah, it's over. Because that play alone it really dismantles a Batrider's game. He needs to be able to farm and move into the game. You never have that happen when you lose your stacks. You never got the items, and your side lanes went so poorly. You lose 3 lanes, and
that's it.
You lose the game.
Yeah, I believe Purge also has something to say about the mid lane.
Hey guys, mid lane was obviously very impactful, so I just wanted to show you the perspective from Limp here. Basically, he gets boots pretty quickly with his gold advantage. Didn't need to go bottle because he can offset the fact that he takes any damage with Spirit Siphon. And as a result, he just has this mobility advantage over Boom that he gets to wield really effectively here. Pushes out the creep wave. Boom knows absolutely that he could be dived right now, so he has to pop a Fairy Fire, TP back to base. That means Limp gets control of the wave, and he grabs an Arcane Rune, which is really effective, obviously massively lowering his mana cost, lowering his cooldowns, makes it easier for him to harass. When Boom actually gets back, what he does is he fireflies over the creep wave to try to push it out because he knows he can't contest, but instantly Limp goes on the offensive using 2 Spirit Siphons and I believe 3 total Crypt Swarms with the power of the Arcane Rune, able to get that kill. Massive kill. Then later on, when he goes back to heal, after this moment, he brings up Treads and the Windlace. If you take a look at the map, really good observe ward placed down there by Lion. Instantly, FNG TPing on the map to come show up for this fight, knowing that they want to contest the stacks, which gives them the perfect vision to always pop your ulti before you go into the engagement, which is always so much better for Death Prophet. And this is like the most valued ultimate you've ever seen. Use it to zone the Batrider out. Here's FNG getting a level 2 Illuminate nuke on top of Boom. Not that it was necessarily needed, but certainly helpful. Then they're pressuring the tower. The glyph gets used. Rotations come for Viking. They need to defend their tower because the catapult's here, because Exorcism is up, and they do rotate over. But then Limp grabs another great rune. It's a double damage. He uses this to deal tons of tower damage, clear the enemy creep wave. Finally, Boom, knowing that he needs to stop this wave, does the thing Fog talked about in the cast. He comes forward trying to pull the creep wave so that the tower will kill the catapult, but chain disable is tilt death here, and then the tower dies at 6 minutes. This is like extremely uncommon to happen in high-level pro games, but Limp, having an excellent mid lane, punishes his opponent, and they take a tower with some great support rotations.
They take the tower, they take everything from Viking, I think including their chances of making it to Singapore, because with this victory, it leaves, with Alliance's victory, it leaves Viking at a 2-4. 2-4 in the rankings. We're going to look at the rankings obviously in a little bit, but Alliance takes everything from Viking, and we are here with the winners. We have FNG with us. Hey, FNG, congratulations on the series.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hello.
Yes, we do. We can even see you. as
Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice. I'm on TV.
Yes, you
Hello, ma'am.
are. You are on the big screen. I have two questions for you, FNG. I gotta ask. This series in total, game 1 looked, from our point of view, very even. Game 2 also extremely even. And then this third game came around, and it just looked like something else entirely. What was the main reason for that, you think?
Well, I think we got our draft and we executed in the most perfect way. I would say like in maybe last 15 games, because everything went our way, runes, rotations, vision, and so on. But also I would say that Viking GG tried to play not their comfortable zone, and it also played their role, because I mean, you've seen that Enigma is like trying to stack, they're not doing much on top lane, and it also snowballs from mid, because they are not like, they cannot help mid if they don't have good levels and XP, not good levels and XP. I mean XP and gold on other lanes, because they need to help Batrider to farm stacks. So you do it either come to him or pressure side lanes, but they're not pressuring side lanes if Enigma is sitting in jungle and like watching Batrider farm their stacks. So yeah, I mean, it's like us playing good, Viking GG not being in their comfortable zone, and it all like kind of worked out.
Speaking about playing good, I also have to ask you about game number 2, your Enigma game. There was a lot of pressure on you getting the black holes, and obviously your first big one did not go so well. How did you deal with that game being Enigma?
I mean, I wasn't even sure that I should play Blink BKB, because they had Beast, but on the other hand, if you think about it, they need to hold Beast Roar just to counter position 5 Enigma. So, you know, I was like kind of happy with that trade, and it also pressures a lot their melee heroes, because I believe they had only Ench ranged position 5 and 4 melee heroes. So it definitely puts a lot of pressure on them more than on me.
Fair enough. I'm here with Moxie and T-Guff. They'd also like to ask you a question.
Yeah, you know, that game 2 looked really stressful. It looked very back and forth. And I'm just wondering, you know, what do you guys do to stay calm in those situations? To realize, okay, you know, we do have what we need to win here. Some of these fights are a little bit too skirmishy. How do you just stay calm?
I mean, it's a human nature. If you know what like future holds for you, then you will be calm, right? So obviously you just wanna know your game plan and know like what you're gonna do next 5 to 10 minutes, and then no one gonna stress about anything. And this is what pretty much happened in this game. We knew what items we need to get, we knew what objectives we need to look for, and we just like keep playing, keep trying to achieve these objectives, these items, and just, you know, play on.
Yeah, played out just the way you foretold it there.
Well, congrats on the series win, mate. You're the only player who's not at the boot camp, correct?
Yes, I'm at home.
Okay, so when all the players are cheering, of course, you just saw Nika Baby, you know, slap his webcam to the side. Did they stay in Discord and, like, you know, celebrate with you quickly, or did they just instantly leave and start running around?
I mean, usually I hear some of them screaming, but I would say usually I'm the one who is screaming, and they're like, yo, FNG, relax.
Okay. And then last question, do you prefer playing Keep the Light or Enigma?
I mean, it depends on the game, but I would say Keeper is more fun, because recall ability is super strong, and you can truly abuse it if your teammates know how to play it and your teammates trust when you want to recall them. But obviously, I remember like early scrims with Kotal was a disaster, because I was recalling people back and forth, and they're like, yo, stop, I want to farm, or like, no, I want to push mid.
Yeah, the disabled help, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, it worked out this practice.
Nice.
It definitely did work out. Thank you, FNG, for taking the time to talk to us, and congratulations again on the series. It was a pleasure to watch. And with that, Alliance is sitting on 4-2. We can take a look at the standings. These are updated, and they are still very close, but a little bit less close, because T, I asked you to sort it out a little bit, so go for it.
All right, so basically, you know, next series, February 20th, Liquid versus OG. What happens, you say? Liquid loses, that's a 2-4 situation. Whew, spooky. Because guess what? Guess what series happens after that? Tundra versus Viking. So the battle for last place or elimination is pretty much in that series alone. So if you want to see big, juicy tiebreakers, look for Liquid losing, look for, you know, and it doesn't matter, Tundra or Viking, they can lose. And then High Coast, unfortunately, they're not in contention. But yeah, it's a spooky end to the group stage, because all of these teams pretty much in the bottom 4 are all still potentially able to get out of that.
Yeah, and I want to point out also that Liquid can also end
that's
in that tiebreaker because they
crazy.
still need to face OG and Alliance. Definitely scary. Like they're
It's a thrilling end to
yeah,
our
it's good.
leagues, though,
We
right?
like it
It's
that way.
exciting.
It is.
You got to
it
watch
is.
these matches still, guys. It's still very important.
They are like every single series is and it's not just important for the teams that are playing. It's also so important for the teams that are watching from the sidelines because it could also determine their fate. The same thing can be said for our lower division matches, as we have another very important series coming up in the lower division of the Western European DPC League. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with No Bounty Hunter versus Spider-Pig.
My heart is beating like a drum, burning like the sun. I've only just begun. My blood is running through my veins, it's hitting me like a train. Some things you can't explain.
In the lower division of the Western European DPC League, we see two teams that are a little bit more relaxed as of today. I think everybody in the lower division of the DPC League is a little bit more relaxed, considering the disqualification of Burjui, and obviously the withdrawal from Metaphor Pro means that nobody can get eliminated anymore. We're going to start off with a quick look at the standings. I'm here with T-Gov and ODPixel, and Owen. It's looking very safe and calm for all the teams.
Sure, yeah. I think, Hippo's going to be very happy. They're not going to be struggling about the
surviving with a 0-5 score.
I mean, it's
wait. Oh.
What?
Is this actually, are these, because the sad thing is, this I wrote down the scores of No Bounty Hunter Spider Pricks, and I wrote it down 2 days ago.
Yeah, this is not up to date.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
It hasn't factored in the default wins.
No,
yes, it does. No, the thing is, the default wins are not there.
I see. So you
just
removed them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
sure.
Spider Pigs used to have 3 wins, and so did No Bounty Hunter. But 2 of those wins, one was for Metaphor Pro, one was for Burjui, and they just got removed.
So more importantly, I think just the the biggest change, because of course Metaphor Pro had no victories to their name, so whatever, but for Bajui, they'd actually taken some series wins of some teams.
Yeah.
For example, they had beaten Brame, who was sitting at a 3-2 score, or 2-2, whatever. And now they've basically been gifted a free win after losing. Therefore, the top three...
No, they got removed a loss. They didn't get a win.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Because the max amount of games teams have to play is 5 now. That's what you have to take into consideration. So Creepwave is done. They've already played all their matches.
Yeah, so when I phrase it as losing a win, given a win, I mean some teams lost their wins, other teams lost their loses, right? So therefore it does benefit Brame than other teams. So importantly, lower division now, you can't get eliminated, so that's good for the bottom teams.
Nice.
That's good. But
Yeah,
for the
nice.
top 3 teams, what was a pretty clear victory for Creepwave and Hellbear Smashers has now somehow become a 3-way race where Brame has been, due to Bajui, good job Bajui, great job, has now made it some very awkward lower division run. Again, good job Bajui.
All right. Let's start by talking about this series and who can talk better than the players themselves. So let's hear first from LeBron from Spider Pigs.
Blah, blah.
I'm not satisfied because we lost 2 games and I feel like we should win both of them. We start leading in both games 1-0 and we have good start in second game in both games, but we kind of didn't finish the job and then lose third game. So I see we could be like in top of the on the chart or even like second place with 0 losses. It is what it is. We need to win our last 2 games to play tie breaks. That's the perfect scenario for us. Playing against Brame, I know what's gonna happen. Game's gonna be close. What I said, it's like small details gonna matter. They kind of had less mistakes and win us. Maybe we had some problems in draft. In round 6 we are playing no bounty hunter and I felt like this team is strong in part that they're really good friends and they have a couple of heroes that every one of them is super good at, so I think there will not be easy opponent.
But it doesn't matter because focus just goes down so quickly. They grab a hold over onto Skylark, down he goes, that blade mail's cute, it doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. Sets the safe part.
I think I need to prepare well drafts. I should not give them their heroes, and if I do this correctly and if we do early game really good, I feel like there should not be problems in the game. Of course, I think we are the favorites and we should win this, but we need to step up and do our best game to win them. That's what I feel, because they're looking strong.
Good words, and it looks like LeBron has taken a page out of the book of Mr. Pixel. Because
I've definitely not written a book, and if I did, you should not read anything that I ever write.
But every time you talk about No Bounty Hunter, the only thing you say every time again, it's very simple facing No Bounty Hunter. You ban out Puck and you ban out Earth Spirit.
Okay.
Then that's, I think, what. Okay,
Well,
thank you,
yeah.
Owen.
I love how,
All right, great that you listened to the interview.
I did.
Yourself. Let's
I
hear
did. I mean,
from-
clearly he listened to me. So.
Let's hear from someone else on the side of No Bounty Hunter. We had an interview with Ducky.
I'm Ducky. I'm the mid player for No Bounty Hunter. I don't think we have a chance anymore to get upper division in the DPC season. We are looking for placing third place at least, because the 2 games we have are against Spider-Pigs and Brame, and we have the same score with both of these teams, so we're looking forward in beating both of them so we get better plays on them. In the first game versus Creepwave, we didn't expect the PL. We were expecting a Morphine from them because they had an Air Shaker, so that's why we placed the Rubik mid, but then they picked PL, and even though they picked PL, we could win the game, but we focused a lot on Mars. I think we gave away the first game, and the second game I think the mood was a bit low. Against Spider-Pigs, I think it's very important that we have a good draft, because as I said, they are one of the better teams, so I think having a good draft gives us an advantage. And I think that winning lanes in Tier 2 Dota is the most important thing that you can do, because I don't think any Tier 2 team knows how to play from behind. So I think it's gonna be an even game both games. I think we have a good chance.
I would love to see an even game, especially after that last game with the Lions and Viking. Even game would be a very welcome change. Let's find out if it's going to be one as we are ready for the draft after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
I adore you, and I never met another woman like you, and I like you, yeah. Don't let anybody tell you something different, cause you're different, and there's no one that can tell me something new. It's true, cause girl, it's all about you. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Ooh, sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl.
You are watching DreamLeague Season 14, powered by Intel, and we are back in the lower division for this series, and we have two teams with exactly the same score. They're both 1 and 2. 1 win, 2 losses. They were both 3 and 2, but unfortunately 2 of their wins got taken away from them due to unforeseen circumstances. We have ourselves a draft, as we're going to see these two teams fight for whoever comes out on top and whoever then takes the lead, and whoever has a better shot of making it to the upper division next season. We got Perch on the big screen, we got Tiga, we got OD Pixel, and we got a draft already. 4 picks in. OD Pixel, take it away. Thank you.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mate,
sorry.
say your point.
Yeah,
This is your key point.
Well,
Look
there
at
you
it.
go. So Earth Spirit and Puck banned that.
There we go.
Banned the Ducky Puck and the Desire Earth Spirit, the 2 best heroes of the team. I like it. We haven't really seen anyone do this against them. Sometimes it's like one of the heroes. Sometimes it's neither and just 2 meta bans. But I think this is the way to go. They're master tier on both these heroes, and they've got very, very good. Their best win rates by far on those heroes. So I like this. Spider Pigs have done their homework.
I think the brew pick for Spider Pigs that early is a bit weird, but they got some strat coming here, and it looks like heavy push or something.
Yeah, so I think normally when they run the Brewmaster, it's flexed between the offlane and the 5, but more often than not, it does go onto LeBron. And yeah, they're just going to be trying to overwhelm their opponent. We mentioned a lot of times with this Nyx Assassin, what is his weakness? It is teams that like to group up and take big fights. So when you have the likes of Shaman Furin already, that's double downing on that group potential. And at least the Brewmaster, I guess it's Spider Pig's comfort of when they are taking these early fights, trying to remove that one big core is always helpful if you can overwhelm and actually take the objective. So it's more of like a Spider Pig strategy to enable that kind of grouping.
Second phase bans, Ember a little surprising to me in there. The Lycan and the Batrider making sense though. Don't want any Necro heroes against their Nyx Assassin. And Batrider against DP mid, I don't know if I would want to pick that anyways for Spider Pigs right now, so I guess they want to make sure their opponents can't get it as well.
So another thing Spider Pigs do is they like to run the Fury in mid as well as another option. So these bans most likely indicate that could be happening. But also, if no Bounty Hunter was to have this flex pick of an Ember, potentially they're not going to feel confident putting the Fury into either lane because, of course, Flame Guard does really well, and then Batrider, same story against Fury, does a really good job. So it is just a big indicator that this Fury most likely is a core, and that Brew will just be the 5 Spider Pigs.
You know what's probably the best thing for both these teams that they got top 6 is that with that prize money, they're going to be able to afford some lights in the rooms.
And that's about it,
actually see their
isn't it?
faces.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be a nice.
They can
thing.
afford 1 light.
And some of the guys are using their phones for cameras. Maybe some webcams then too.
That's true. I just want it to be like sci-fi movies where they have like lights in their monitors pointed directly at their face. It doesn't make sense, but I can see them really well as a viewer, and that's what I prefer. You know,
Yeah.
I don't care if they're a little blinded.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Or maybe, you know, Valve use some of their TI money to send everybody that's in the DPC a proper camera
No
setup
way.
with lights so that everybody is uniform, looking the same. Oh, we can only dream and hope.
One day.
One day. No.
I
Who
would
are we
not want to
kidding?
handle that shipment, dude. If I'm the guy that has to be like, oh, I have to ship all these things to all these different countries, no way. That doesn't sound fun.
Surely they can hire someone to do that. That would be like...
Not me. There's not enough money.
Each time you talk
I mean-
Shiva, you just get harder to believe every time.
What do we want to see here as fourth pick? We are missing a couple of carries, but I would imagine that only the team that doesn't have last pick wants to go for that right
So,
now.
For Spider Pigs, offlaner normally plays these big kind of bulky boys like the Underlords, the Tide Hunters, these other heroes, and he likes to just stop this pressure. And Spider Pigs are a really high tempo team. It used to, in the end of like the tail end of last year, it dealt them pretty well. Like they actually were able to win a lot of series. But then in this season, I think they've kind of struggled really finding their identity. They keep trying to play old style. And we see the Sand King again. He's a tower defender with the Sandstorm. It's obviously now going to be a Shaman Sand King lane, the Brute 5, and most likely the Mid Furion. And I feel like they're just a little bit offbeat of the meta. They are being creative. I can't knock that. But when I look at No Bounty Hunters draft, it just feels so much nicer to look at. It's like,
They only have 3 heroes, though.
and I like all 3 of them.
Wow.
Because this core Furion, he doesn't really like getting jumped. That's what the Void Spirit does provide. He can buy the Yules to deal with the early Orchid that a Furion can bring to the party. And I think the laning phase of Brewmaster might not be that great, especially against a Nyx DP lane. So, yeah, I think Spider Pigs are going all for comfort picks. Can't knock that. They need to be able to execute this really well because No Bounty Hunter, not only do they have the strong heroes, these are heroes that they can die a couple times and still come back to the fight and feel pretty confident. They're not going to feel weak after like one bad engagement.
Yeah, I feel really good about core Void Spirit against Brew support as well, because normally Void Spirit's going to buy either an Orchid or an Ags at some point, and that's like in the mid game where Brew support starts feeling really bad. Because yeah, you have abnormally high HP, but you just toss in a little bit of silences and like 1 stun and 2 heroes, and he dies every time without getting split off, so it makes your game a lot harder.
Yeah, the key thing for No Bounty Hunter, they can't fall into the trap of having a single core lineup where they're just propping up one hero. And yeah, this is an interesting pick from No Bounty Hunter. Like the lifestealer, he's just not going to really be pressured in lane too much. Of course, there are some players with like Caustic inside the creep wave. If he doesn't have rage up, he's suddenly a little bit of a spot above her. But there isn't that immediate kind of repellent from Spider Pig's lineup, if you get me. Like where like when lifestealer parks himself in front of you, what hero on Spider Pigs says, "Leave the lane, please. I'm going to scare you away." Like none of these heroes really do that unless it's 2 or 3 of them together in unison, applying that pressure. And that's where the likes of these rotation heroes like Nyx and Void Spirit can excel, because Lifestealer will tank up a lot of space. So yeah, I like this pick from No Bounty Hunter quite a lot.
Isn't it a little spooky though that you picked it and they've still got the carry matchup to pick in response, and Lifestealer, there's a lot of carries that he doesn't fare too well against.
Well, I'd like to see them ban out the Morphling, just because Lil Pleb on Spider Pigs, that's one of his favorite heroes. He said it in an interview. He was like, if I get a good Morphling game, I will be picking it.
This is a good Morphling.
But from what I have been told, there's no stand-in, so I believe it's Thug then today.
Was it Thug again?
Oh, is it Thug again?
I mean, the thing is, the Thug is still listed as their official player, so...
Wait, have they played 4 games though with Lil Pleb?
No, they have not. And better yet,
they can still play with them.
One of the series has been voided, so I don't even know if that one counts.
Well, if that was the case, then Bajuri could still technically... I don't know. There's a lot of awkward memes here.
There's
I don't know.
rules and things, but as far as I'm aware, there is no stand-in
All right,
today.
you know, I could just waddle over to the PC.
No, because it's not logged into the draft, I think. Unless Purge is in-game.
Purge in the game?
Nope.
Oh,
thanks, Purge.
Thanks.
Sorry, guys.
No stand-in
so it is
this
Thug.
game.
So it's Thug.
It's Thug.
Yeah, because that's Thug on the camera, isn't it?
That's not
Hello.
Thug.
Yeah,
Is that Thug?
I thought that's Thug.
Maybe. Looks similar to that.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thug. Hey,
You
high
guys don't
five.
recognise your players. That's Thug with his tattoos on his arm.
Your
That's Thug.
Hi, Thug.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't see you. Didn't recognise
You
you,
guys
mate.
are scrubs. Come on.
You should have told us.
I did
I was
tell.
thinking that when you were saying it, I was like, hang on, that's Thug with the
I
tats.
started with saying that Thug is playing. You guys doubted me all the time.
I just thought they'd play with Lil Pleb.
No. Lil Pleb is supposed to be the official replacement, but obviously before anything changed...
Nope, don't ban the Morphling then, doesn't matter.
Before anything changed, they did agree which series Thug would play to help them win the series, so they probably still planned this.
So
one
this
for
is
Thug.
Spider Pig showing no respect to No Bounty
This
Hunter.
is Spider Pig saying, "Oh yeah, this is the series that we are
Exactly.
easily expecting to win, so we don't need
Yeah.
our actual lineup."
There we go. No Bounty Hunter will then take that challenge and then clean sweep them to it. No, I don't know. That's just memes. But yeah, for Spider Pigs, they need a Thug hero now. What did he used to play?
He used to play.
Well, these are his big
Ricky?
heroes. Medusa and PA.
Oh no, he used to play Void,
was gonna say-
Medusa, Troll, Drow, and Tus. Oh no, that's someone else. That's it. He only played 4 games with the squad so far.
Yeah.
Ricky's
And
pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's a nice pick for the idea of jumping the backlines, of course, Grimstroke, and you know, that's about it. Other than that, I think Spider Pigs they do struggle in just protecting each other. I think that's the key thing. Like Brew, he can send one hero up in the air, but there's not that simple, easy save, and everyone needs to win their lanes and get the ball rolling. Yeah, that's my only concern with Spider Pigs lineup right now.
I do like that Ricky's really effective against a lot of their heroes. Yeah, it's more effective against Grimstroke, but like all of the heroes on No Bounty Hunter are like, with the exception of Lifestealer, are definitely a little burstable with with like Sand King, Shaman plus Ricky with late game items. So I think Ricky's matchups are pretty good. Lifestealer literally does nothing to Ricky. He puts on Smoke Cloud, and outside of him using Rage ahead of time. So like his matchups are really, really good. So even though their other stuff might look a little bit rough, I think I actually I don't know. No Bounty Hunter probably a higher chance to win, but I like the Ricky matchups a lot.
All right, thank you very much, Purge. Do you agree his point of view, T?
I think that No Bounty Hunter have the easier to win draft. I think they've got pretty good timings to play around. I agree with the fact that this Ricky pick will have a good time at just annoying these heroes.
Yeah.
But I fear that he needs 3+ items to be able to actually enter the game with true confidence.
Okay.
Because he's not blowing up a Nyx or a DP or a Lifestealer. He can annoy them with a Cloud, and Lifestealer's like, oh, I can't rage. Runs away, rages. So annoying, but not game winning up until, you know, much later into the game.
So what needs to happen for Spider Pigs to do well here then, Owen?
No, I mean, I think they will. I think this Ricky's going to have an easy game.
Oh.
This easy game for the Ricky. I don't believe in the Lifestealer's ability to carry against him, and I don't believe in the ability of No Bounty Hunter's lineup to close down the game before this Ricky is able to just carry it. So I got full confidence on this Ricky. I think Thug's going to do it.
All right, well, let's find out if that is indeed going to be the case. We're going to head over to a commentary duo of Moxie and BSJ for Game 1.
All right, Brian, well, you heard our panel. Do you think that this Ricky is going to just run away with the game, or do you think this lifesteal is going to fall a bit flat here?
I'm going to be looking at Mitch. I think Sand King so far, from what I've seen, has really struggled in the early laning stages. A lot of them are a level or two behind their respective laning opponent, and Lifestealer is kind of meant to dominate the lane once he gets level 4 or 5. He's a bit weaker early on nowadays, but if he gets to that point, the lane becomes rather uninhabitable. So if Mitch has a game, I agree with Owen, because I think their lineup on No Bounty Hunter doesn't naturally end the game super fast. But if Sand King's not making the space that he needs to make, then Ricky's going to be forced to fight a lot more than he would normally want to, and his timings are going to be delayed. But I do think they're going to get that start, so I'm leaning towards Spider Pigs here.
So why do you think they're going to end up with that nice start, though, I guess is my question.
I think the Shaman as a 4-position partner is a big part of the Sand King having a better start. I think we've been seeing Sand Kings with like some melee 4s or slightly weaker ranged 3s or ranged 4s, excuse me. But the Shadow Shaman, I don't think I really ever see it lose its lane. It's just so much base damage. It's so much threat that you put on a hero like Sand King who normally lack. Like when he burrow strikes you, usually you're not too afraid of it. But when you have a Shaman right clicking you for 74 damage on top of it, suddenly that is a pretty major threat.
That's true. It does start to stack up a lot over time, and it will be probably forcing out a lot of regen that we see in the laning phase as well. But already seeing a decent chunk of just damage getting tossed back and forth between the two mids here. Those treants do a surprising amount of damage when they group up like that.
I don't really know how this matchup goes. From what I've seen, Void Spirit pretty much free farms against everybody, but the physical damage shield's really not enough against Nature's Prophet. He's one of the few heroes that can probably right-click enough to remove it. So I expect the early levels will be a bit rough for Indiki, but he'll probably just have to ferry out a bit of extra regen.
And they definitely have the kind of heroes that can just rotate, especially if you get a rune of opportunity, or, you know, once those 5-minute runes come up and you do have the ultimates online. Both heroes very good with that, but
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the 5-minute catapults for the side of Spider Pigs. Similar to earlier, we saw multiple sources of pressure, and in this game, I think if Nature's Prophet gets ganked, like you said, and then Death Prophet's able to apply pressure top, it could be a little bit too overwhelming for them. So it's going to be about who gets 6 in the mid lane first.
Ooh, well, it looks like the first blood is going to be top, though, as Blink gets the kill over on LeBron. Big tanky boy, but of course the Spirit Siphon does really nicely against those melee heroes.
It's surprising that I don't see too many teams pick this 5-position Brew, but the Death Prophet is super nice against Brew, Undying, like you said, all these strength melee 5s.
Now Desire starting the assault now on the couriers. So that is going to be that regen, but at the same time, Flash does fall in the bottom lane, which is a nice start off here for the Sand King.
Yeah, he's ahead in levels. That's the dream. Once Sand King gets level 3 or 4, this hero is one of the most powerful laners out there, but his level 1 skills are pretty lame. A Sandstorm more than doubles the damage from level 1 to 2. That's a big part of it. And then when he gets level 4, he has 1 point all of his spells. So the fact that they've gotten past the hard part, looking good for the bottom lane for Spider Pigs.
Do you know what the actual stats are? I feel like we've seen a few Sand Kings, and they've kind of fallen flat most of the time that we've seen them, at least in this region.
Yeah, they're always behind. Like the carry's level 4 when they're level 3. And that's why I'm mainly concerned about those super early levels. So far, that doesn't seem to be the case here, but I'm going to hold my breath a bit.
How, you're not going to put out the ballsy prediction here at all?
Yeah, no ballsy prediction on this one. I thought he was going to pull it off. I gave it doesn't look like it's going to be that bad of a lane prediction. That's
such a politician's answer. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Well, they're creeping up, though, over here on Mitch, plus that Ink Swell, so Khan's going to get a decent chunk of damage down over here on the Sand King. That's about all he's going to be able to do, though. So he's going to go right back, hit some creeps.
He doesn't even have one. Oh, he has. Is that Tranquil Boots for him? No, he doesn't have a salve or anything on Mitch, so he might be in some trouble.
Yeah, I would say so. They have the dust too, as Khan trying to find the opening here, trying to just get these hits off over onto Mitch. Not going to find them though. And
then he doesn't have a salve, so he's stuck, I think.
No, he backs off.
Mitch is gonna return to lane. He's living life on the edge.
Not sure that's the best choice here, because you don't want to give Khan a great start. And you have such good potential. Burrow Strike, it was looking kind of nice, but
that's why I didn't make my bold prediction. I've actually learned myself playing Sand King, you have to fly yourself a salve around this point in time, because before your Tranquil Boots, you often run into this exact thing. It's amazing how I see other players and they suffer the same problems I've suffered myself. As we see an early TP behind.
Yeah, Noob gets a kill on Flash, but on the top lane, they were trying to make some moves onto Thagitos. He was a little aggressive there with one of those blinks. Against Blink.
Noob
oh, man.
Joinking the creeps.
Blink's on Blink.
Oh, he was stealing. So he's like lane tax, killed one of the Radiant creeps real quick, and then left. That was
classic. Oh, this is not looking good for LeBron, though. He is going to fall yet again. Thagitos going to have to try to run away here, but they still have the Spirit Siphon attached to him. Blink considering going for this, as they do have earn charges placed on Ricky as well, but not going to dive that tower. All right. Mid lane has been fairly stagnant, other than Noob making that one rotation.
Yeah, he is going to get that level 6, though, so most teams have gotten used to this since Nature's Prophet's been popular for a pretty long time, but got to be ready for that Wrath of Nature. It's kind of like a Zeus ultimate. You got to play like you have 300 less HP in case you just get bursted.
Man, I'll be excited if we get a patch before the major rolls around to see who's getting the old Nerf hammer.
As long as they change Earthshaker Ag Shard, I'm good.
That would be nice, but again, the Sand King, he keeps answering, but they keep putting up a ward. Does manage to Burrow Strike away. Top lane, though, Blink needs a little bit of assistance. He'll turn back around. It's a nice impale with the stun. Thagitos forced to blink away now. And there is a rotation over to the mid lane, trying to slow down the Thaki, but he's going to be fine here. So they're looking for a rune. He's not going to get lucky, though. So it is bottom, and it's a double damage.
That's a pretty big rune. If Void Spirit got that, he would probably represent solo kill threat on Noob here. So instead, still have the catapult alive for a bit if he wants to try to make use of it. So far, it looks like he's going to gank with it.
Again here in the bottom lane. Yeah, Noob is gonna make his way bottom. Mitch does go down. Khan is gonna need a little bit of assistance here. He's only sitting at level 5, does have some stick charges and a fairy fire, so he's gonna survive this. As is the Flash. DNZ was looking though on the top lane. Desire's crawling away here. We'll turn back around. He doesn't quite manage to land the impales. We get 2 of the Spirit Siphons, slowing them down a little bit here. But Desire, he's got those dancing shoes on in the bottom lane. There's a whole other fight breaking out. So Desire does go down. The TP comes out from Nature's Prophet. He's got to survive this. DNZ, though, not looking so lucky. Wow, man, it just went 0 to 60 in both of those side lanes all of a sudden.
Yeah, a lot of level-based threat with the Inkswell coming out from Grimstroke. Even just a second point in that significantly increases his kill potential. The Nature's Prophets all over the place. Void Spirits all of a sudden super mobile with level 6. So, yeah, it's not too much of a surprise, but I think this is kind of... I don't know really who this favors, to be honest. I think they all just don't mind this being the state of the game.
I mean, it's very skirmishy. You've got less than 1k net worth lead going either side most of the time.
They finally do crack the 1k mark, though. Death Prophet just nuked 4 creeps in unison.
Ooh.
That was smooth. That always feels really good.
They're in position, though, up here. Blink has to be careful, but they have a smoke coming out from the side of No Bounty Hunter. So they make the knock, jump over here onto Blink. Rest of the team, though, is nearby. They'll get the stun up over here onto Death Prophet. Impale comes through, lands on 2. Blink is not looking like he's going to survive it, but he's going to be able to help get 1 kill. The taunt going over to the side. They'll be able to take down Noob. As now Flash joining forward here. Inkswell comes off. They'll find themselves a DNZ. Take a bit of time to take him down, but that is a double kill. As now Ricky is going to have to flee the lane here. He's still hanging out. Mitch does have himself a haste rune. They see Ducky. Ducky not aware that this is coming for him. He's going to need to probably have a little bit of assistance. Does have a fairy fire, though.
Oh,
and they make the wrong play. They thought he was going up. Nicely done here. Earn Charge is going to heal up the Void Spirit again, and they could potentially try to go right back in. They see Thug. In fact, he is just out on position. He's going to try to run away. Taki jumping up. They still have the vision here. LeBron trying to do everything he can to buy him a little bit more time. They have so much dust that he's still running. He still had that Earn Charge on him. Taki just doesn't have the damage here. Noob joining in. This will allow Thagito to get the Blink Strike off and get away to safety.
Yeah, this is all the power of Lifestealer and why I was concerned about bottom lane. The minute Sand King went down once or twice, suddenly Lifestealer has absolutely no threat, and since Sand King's so far behind, he doesn't really have... They can't even gank for him. So what happens is they completely abandon this lane, which means Grimstroke completely abandons the lane as well, and you just run at the other 2 cores. So suddenly Ricky's got a bunch of people in his face, while Lifestealer's just living in Farm City down there. So, this is a bit of what I was concerned about. I was hoping it wouldn't happen, especially since they got past the early levels really well. But this is just those couple of deaths on Sand King. They are going to swap up the lanes where the Ricky goes bottom, but even then, I think he'll just get clicked every time he walks in the lane. They already have the sentry because of the Sand King. I don't know. It's a little bit rough from here. We'll see what they do to get it open.
Yeah, it looks like they turned this back around on DNZ very, very easily as he started off trying to hold him into place with that shackle. He's not going to be able to. They'll turn back around. They have Inkswell over onto Taki. He's going to try to get the jump over here onto Noob. A little bit more damage should be able. He's still alive, though. All right, he turns back around. They'll find it. But Flash going down on the back end here. Blink with the Spirit Siphon. They still have the vision on Mitch. Should be able to get a kill on the Sand King. Thagito, he's still here. He's still alive. They just have all the dust in the world, it feels like. Taki not going to be able to go and land that Aether Remnant. You can see him just, taunting his way out here, doing a little dance, thinking, they're not gonna grab me. Although, jump forward here. Oh, does manage to go and nick the bounty rune.
Okay, not bad for Spider Pigs there. Are down 11 to 5. I'm a bit concerned for the Ricky. He's already 1,000 gold behind the Lifestealer. But if they actually get like 1 kill on this Lifestealer with the Orchid of Noob, it looks like it's coming out around maybe 12, 13 minutes. That could be a tide turner for sure.
All right, DNZ finding himself a friend here. The taunt right in, and that's a kill for Desire. Exorcism gets used as well, so some pressure being placed with the Cardi Wave. They'll put out the fortification, though.
Kyle's super excited as Blink has purchased a Falcon Blade.
It's interesting to see which heroes actually pick it up, and then the value of it, because I've seen the Medusa with 2 Falcon Blades before.
Yeah, that was earlier on, I think.
Oh dear, Sand King. Oh dear. Down he goes.
And he's queuing up the Blink. You don't really want to go Blink first item here. You probably want to go the Yules because you're against the Grimstroke Phantom in the Death Prophet Silence. But since he had a little bit of a rougher laning stage, he's forced to go for the Blink first. The Yules is like a farming defend towers item, but that part of the game's kind of already over. He's already a bit behind on that. So it's a lot of these offlaners have like a somewhat Midas type item where they can be impactful with it, and it allows them to farm more areas of the map, and so thus accelerating their game. And most of the time it requires you to have that good laning presence. And Sand King, he flash farms. He's like Batrider where he can clear a ton of creeps, but he, instead of being Firefly and running away from the creeps, he has to sit on top of the creep wave, which makes him much more vulnerable at this stage. Desire scouting out.
Ooh. Uh-oh, still not feeling super great here. Spike Carapace coming out. They do get the split off. The hop in immediately, trying to keep him alive just a little bit longer, but they're stuck over here in all of these wards. Desire ticking down. He is going to go out. Looks like
No
DNZ
infest.
next to Falcon. Does not have infest. Flash stuck over on the side. Looks like they're going to be going for the easier target here. And down he goes. Khan trying to juke around here into the corner. They do throw the Cinder Brew on him, though. Needs a little bit of help, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to fire that in the Tucky. They jump back in. LeBron, he's already got the split. He's down. We'll turn this around. The double damage over here on the Tucky does have another one of those steps if necessary. Blink joining in the fight, though. Wrath of Nature doing a surprising amount, and it's a beautiful burrow strike. Mitch, though, again, he doesn't really want to fight here. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana. Death Prophet silenced up, sitting in the smoke screen. Khan running forward. Nice Aether Remnant drawing Mitch back, but he gets the burrow strike off. Can they get the kill on Death Prophet? Yes, they can. The rest of the side, no Bounty Hunter. Regrouping off to the side. Full bottle, though, here for the Void Spirit, so he's going to be able to regen up and potentially get back in.
This game's a brawl. The fact that they've managed to drag Lifestealer into this is really good for the side of Spider Pigs, because before, the reason why I was concerned about these is Lifestealer is always farming. But now Thagia, he's getting towards his Blink or his Battle Fury.
A little bit off the mark here from the Tucky. This could be very, very disastrous for him. Does have the Yules, though. He's going to buy himself a little bit more time as Flash finds a kill over onto Mitch. Hex will come out on the backlines. LeBron will fall. Silence, though, coming out on the Tucky. This is really bad for him. He's going to go down. The Void Spirit is no longer part of this fight. As Khan's looking for this opening, will be able to land the Inkswell. Desire already going down as it's just Blink and Khan chasing after DNZ, but he has the Hex. They've got the smoke screen. They go right back in. They do have the Dust, though. Is he going to be able to be high? Yes, he toggles. He turns right back around. They get the kill on DNZ. And Thug. Oh, Thug, I'm not sure you're going to be able to make it out alive here. Double kill now for Blink.
Well, I just retract my previous statement and say that this is suddenly not what I'm hoping for if I'm a Spider Pigs fan. As Blink, he's just going to be the nursing home for our Lifestealer as he gets all of his health back. I believe it's like 6% per second. It's pretty good. As Blink also enjoys that extra bit of HP. Khan comes out at full. Should be a tower for them. Nope, they choose to back off. They don't want to commit and potentially lose heroes towards the end of that exorcism. They're content with what they got.
I do like the way they're smoking up, though. They realize, okay, exorcism is down. We've got split up. We've got wards up. Maybe we can make something happen on the side of Spider Pigs.
This is a really good move by Khan because he predicted that since they were threatening the tower with the tail end of exorcism, that the majority of Spider Pigs would run back bottom. And immediately TP's top and says, if you guys want to try to take bottom tower, we're going to look for the trade because our cooldowns are not up right now. So we're very happy with trading with you guys.
Vegeta making the jump over onto Flash. Does have the Inkswell on him, but he is hexed up as Noob jumps in and gets himself a nice pick off.
Well, suddenly they're losing bottom tower, and then they're looking to threaten mid tower on the side of Spider Pigs. So a lot of retractions of my own statements here. I don't think that's
I feel like you're gonna have that a lot. Things that
yeah, I'm really. I don't know if Kyle's bled off on me in the last few years, but he's just.
You got to make some very vague statements, and then you have to be able to, you know, create a whole tangent. That's how Kyle works.
Yes.
With a lot of
okay, the tangents were
more tangents.
Okay, more tangents. Got it.
But the pressure is indeed on this mid tower. You can see that they're trying to defend it. They've got enough people here. Of course, Nature's Prophet is able to just zip away and quickly come back. It's starting to look a little bit like a pub with the amount of people hanging out in this mid lane.
Only until they start running underneath the tower, feeding their lives away.
That's true. This is nice, though. They do manage to take out Mitch, so they don't have to worry about the epicenter. They don't have to worry about those burrow strikes. So they'll get rid of him there, as he's just close enough underneath the sentry and defend the tower.
I'm curious what he was doing there. If he has the Blink Dagger, that's why you don't want to go first out in Blink Dagger, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to sit on creep waves defending them like he was doing, but then you have a Blink, and that's a reactionary item rather than once they jump you, you're dead. So if you're gonna show on lanes, that's not the item you want. But like I said, he kind of needed it for that earlier fight. So at this point, I'm just concerned about his item progression as the game goes on.
All right, well, we do get the jump on the Death Prophet here as Noob figures that DNZ should be able to get fun it. So, yeah, it's a cool guys don't look at explosions.
That was actually a slick TP. He predicted some sort of reaction coming out from No Bounty Hunter, and they had a Lifestealer infested and a Nyx Assassin, and he might have gotten caught if he didn't instantly TP there. That's pretty cool.
Bucky down in the bottom lane. Split will come out as they'll turn their attention now over here onto Flash, and they'll chase him down. It's a kill for Thug. They're going to start pincering and circling around here onto Nthuggy. He doesn't really have a place to hide very well. It's only got one of those steps available, but he uses Dissimulate, walk away. They should probably respond to this, yeah?
Yeah, I think they will. It's at the wait for their heroes to be respawning, so it's like they know that there's the potential of all No Bounty Hunter to be there, which is exactly what you see Spider Pigs is aware of. They're running away. Will he get Spike Care based on the cleave? No, he has a sentry.
And they'll flush them out of the jungle, and they realize that they do have a sentry off to the side, so they'll be able to deward that.
Yeah, a lot of sentries going to be placed in this game. We got Nyx Assassin versus Ricky Sand King. A lot of sentries.
It almost feels a little bad that you don't have a natural Necrobook builder on the side of No Bounty Hunter, considering what they have going on with, having that core Ricky, and then, flip side, the Nyx Assassin, right? LeBron, though.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Trying to play Ring Around the Rosy. He does get silenced up as Khan joining in, and he's not even going to get a chance to hit him because Blink's already murdered him.
That's a gang tank for my boy Ricky. However, you got to make it last a little bit longer because that Ancient stack just got stacked at 18 minutes, and he is actually just getting yoinked. Khan, that's the economic damage of that kill. Yes, the Brewmaster's worth 207 gold, but that Ancient stack is like 350 gold being taken from the Ricky and given to the Lifestealer. So that's more than about 700 gold.
That's efficiency, baby. I mean, we're Dota players, so it's all about efficiency and the fact that, you put pressure over into the triangle, Ricky can't get over there. It's just not safe.
There's nowhere else to go. After you invade the triangle, where else does he get to go? And they just back off immediately after taking that round of camps, and they're going to look to use the Death Prophet Exorcism. It is only level 1. He's not quite level 12 yet.
I got a Deso, though.
Yeah. Oh, yes, true. Good timing. They don't really have Sustain, though. No more open wounds for Lifestealer. It is a big part of his Roche taking potential in the past.
He does have the armlet too, so he can play around a little bit. Blink's got to be careful though. He is sitting pretty low here. All right, there you go. He's being a bro. Pops in. And yeah, this is just an easy first Roche at around 19.5 minutes.
And look at how scared the rest of the Spider Pigs were. They didn't no idea this was going on. Like, Fagito was just sitting in trees bottom. Brew was looking to tank another gank on next to his ward. They had absolutely no clue what was happening there. Well, DNZ sees him.
I don't think they get there in time. No way. Desire. It's hunting around in the tree line here. It's gonna run into bug on bug action here. Oh, he didn't see Mitch, I don't think. I think the fog was just enough. But look at this positioning. They ping out something here. Desire. Oh, he runs right into DNZ. The Hex comes out. He goes and he drops the Serpent Wards. Blink just using that Spirit Siphon. Looks like Desire going to go down here, but they'll trade, and they even get the wards as well.
Meanwhile, bottom, if they can get another kill, maybe.
Yeah, they're looking. Nice Soulbind to start off, plus the Silence. LeBron, he's trying to get away. The Inkswell, double Inkswell coming out, and they'll take their time to get this kill on Thagito, but they'll find it. Oh, and they might be able to find themselves Noob, too. Do they have anything to get there? They're running. Daki's got the double damage. He's got the Inkswell. Doesn't quite manage to land. The BKB coming out from Noob, though, as he is forced to run away. And they just don't have anything to cancel out that BKB TP, so they'll walk out. But I believe that's his 10-second BKB used very defensively.
Yeah, it's definitely not what you're going for. They're just not respecting, like, they see 3 top, and so they feel safe bottom. But the fact is, Void Spirit plus Grimstroke, that's a large portion of the Radiant damage. So if those two heroes are missing, it doesn't matter how many other ones you see. You just get linked and then Inkswell, and you're gonna die.
Well, it feels like the map is getting smaller and smaller for the side of Spider Pigs here.
Yeah, Sand King is going to get that Yules eventually, but is it too little too late? Because my concern is now, when you have these elusive items like the Yule Scepter, you're probably just going to get bursted if you ever get Spike Carapace, and it's pretty reliable if you're sitting in Sandstorm to just walk into it. So the issue is I look at these heroes' games and I think, do they ever get easier to play for Spider Pigs? And I think it's going to be requiring a bit of an overextension from No Bounty Hunter with this Ag Scepter on Riki, where they get like a 2 or 3 man Burrow Strike and one Tricks of the Trade just cleans them up. I think it is going to be a bit of an out of position overextension from No Bounty Hunter that gets them back in this game.
The question is, will they allow it to happen, I guess, because they're grouping pretty tightly.
Yeah, they've been playing really well so far on No Bounty Hunter. Their moves have been really fast. Like just smoking in and taking those Ancients and then quickly going to the Roche Pit. It wasn't just that Spider Pigs didn't know to contest the Roche, but since they didn't even know that the Roche was getting done, they weren't getting any trades. They weren't like farming the entire map, taking a tower, anything like that. They strictly gave up the Roche for free. So a lot of the swiftness of moves for No Bounty Hunter is really showing in how little Spider Pigs is getting in return. And suddenly we're at a 3k net worth lead. They have an Aegis, momentum in their favor. They're going a Soul Cuirass on the Lifestealer. Most of their damage coming out from the cores on Spider Pigs is physical. So that's going to be a pretty big timing as well.
Oh, the Riki taunted right back in. It's a beautiful pickoff here. And now they're making moves over onto the Shaman. Go, and that Hex will just make it so that way he doesn't get the kill, but still goes down anyways. Noob does get a tower while this is going on. Mitch, though, also being chased away. And look at that, just with a couple spells, he's already down to half health.
Yeah, there's just so many kill duos on No Bounty Hunter, as opposed to on Spider Pigs, they need like 3 or 4 heroes to bring down any of the cores.
Oh, LeBron. Kentucky just having that haste rune. Draws him right back in. The setup here from Desire, and click, down goes LeBron.
Void Spirit's not an okay hero. I don't know what happened between last patch and this one. I was like thinking about this the other day. I read the patch notes. He actually got a slight nerf to one of his talents. That was the only change. And suddenly he's like first pick, first ban for all these teams. And misses the Burrow.
Burrow going in there with the Impale. Mitch, he's trapped here. He's underneath his own tower and he can't even find safety from it because you have all these ghostly little birds flying out from the Death Prophet.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That is a cool cosmetic. There's so many different animals. You got the fishies, you got the birds.
Yeah, I like the sharks. The sharks are pretty cool.
Yeah, the sharks are cool.
The default girls are kind of meh, but there's some.
Yeah, they're just like so through 2012, you know?
At least they're not being described as the 2020 of cosmetics. I think Owen said like something similar to that last. Like he's called the black hole, the 2020 of black holes. That's love the wit on that boy. Jump forward though again, LeBron. You're tanking this gank, and it's a painful one.
Why did you make an enemy? You have the gratitude.
He's got free reign, and now he's got boots of travel, so he can be wherever he wants on Void Spirit.
What do you think needs to happen with Void Spirit? Because, I mean, Nyx Assassin is on the Void Spirit's team, and that's really been the hero that has made a lot of those mid pickups for the Spirits. Like, you second guess them a little bit. Like, what does he need to get balanced out then?
I think it's the Ag Scepter. I'm not sure, though. I think his base damage is a bit too high. Get rid of like 3 or 4 base damage, and his laning would be a bit more balanced. The problem is he does fine in every matchup. So he gets his timings every game, even if his lane doesn't go great. You can first round him. And having a core you can first round, like, he's hiding.
Yeah, they landed the dust on Thug, too. Desire walks into him, actually. Dual Scepter coming out. Went to the draw forward here from the Ducky. Does have that double damage. Silence being applied to Riki as well. But Noob also here. And the silence comes out. He's not going to be able to teleport out because they're going to shackle up over on the backside. Yule's coming out, and Ducky, is he going to survive for long enough? Can he juke around? Can he make these plays? He's not going to be able to. He does get taken out by Thugito. But while this is happening, a little, we talk about tricks of the trade, a little bit of sleight of hand. Top lane. It's going down here as there is a ward trap, but Thug joining in. They'll get the trees out as well. Mitch getting the epicenter off on the back line. So you do have the BKB and Blink. He's very, very tanky when he's got a lifestealer passenger, so he's going to be able to dip. Flash not going to be as lucky, but you get some nice damage on that tier 3.
I don't think that tier 3 really matters that much. You have a Nature's Prophet to be able to push it out globally. Yes, it's nice, but I would never take that trade if I was no bounty hunter. That's exactly what Spider Pigs needs. They overcommitted trying to find the Riki in the trees and stuck around for too long. Age has expired. Void Spirit, who seems invincible unless there's 3 or 4 heroes there, suddenly allows that to happen. And here we are. But I think Void Spirit, just his timing of the Ags is too powerful, and you get it every single game. So that's the issue with the hero. Something about that needs to be nerfed. Either make it less reliable or make it less powerful.
The invasion is on. It's immediately the BKB coming out. The follow-up over here on the side, but they do have a Yules over on the other side, though. They managed to take down LeBron yet again. Noob, he used the BKB, but he's not able to get anything with it. So he is forced to just teleport out.
Yeah.
And Mitch
Farming
is just
BKBs.
praying they don't look in the woods.
I've seen Nature's Prophet. They pretty much use these BKBs to make aggressive farming plays or aggressive gank plays and just use it as a no shit button. That seems like pretty much the use of BKB on Nature's Prophet. So it's not as bad as it is on other heroes, but still doesn't feel good. Bottom?
Well, they might try to make a play here. Hex will follow up with the silence. This is looking pretty good, although he does have the Yules. Is he going to be able to go take a step out? He's still silenced. He's stuck in the tree, so yes, Thuggie's going to go down. Flash now, he was trying to save him. He's not going to be able to. Goes, throws out the whip, and he says, please, hitch a ride. I cannot withstand this. Not with these giant trees running at my face.
Those trees are menacing.
They are ridiculous, and you get practically no gold for them.
No, it's like 25 compared to the 8 that you normally get.
That's
I think
still
what we talked about
not
last time.
enough.
That's like half a creep. Come on.
Ah, yeah, because those
Glass half full.
Oh my god. It's not often that I get told that I need to be glass half full. That's all I'm
I was
gonna
about to
say here.
There's some irony there for sure. He does have the Ags. It's the next item that's going to make or break. What's he going to go for? BKB? He's going pure damage. Okay. That was what I was curious.
I don't think he was aware. They go and they use the wards again. Follow up. And that's a dead desire. Nap's a little less spooky for these supports right now.
Mitch is really getting griefed by his Shadow Shaman here. It's the second time I've now seen him burrow strike a target, and he ward traps the target, which also ward traps Mitch. So this time around, he's got Blink, so we're good.
At least it's not another Kuro and GH ward trapping. Right?
True. He does have ways out. Just earlier on in the game, he had to expend his burrow strike and to get out of it rather than to stun targets, which kind of sucked.
All right, well, feels like the pace of the game slowed down just a little bit here, which I think Spider Pigs is more than happy to accept.
Yeah, they got the AC coming out. Big timing for them. Match the AC of the Lifestealer, who's hitting pretty hard at this stage, but if they can get a couple defensive items up, that just won't be the case anymore. Brew, LeBron, gank tank extraordinaire, coming in hot. He's rolling in.
I think he's just like, you again? All right, I guess we'll take you. So, there it is. There's
Just a
that
drunk
gank.
guy wandering through the woods. Not him again.
Dude, when did we hold an intervention about him?
Seriously, he's even rolling on a barrel right before his death. He's really being careless and reckless. I don't know.
Somebody needs to give him a pamphlet or just sit him down and be like, life's worth living, friend. There's no need to be doing this.
That's the glass half full, Moxie. We know him.
All right.
They're gonna get the outpost bottom. Not all that bad. Suddenly, they have a slight net worth lead on Spider Pigs. Ricky's farm. It's gonna accelerate. Owen said he thought he'd get to this critical mass. He's almost got the Daedalus, about 1,000 gold off. He will be chunking people. No armor items on the Void Spirit. I guess Death Prophet just got this played now, but still.
I mean, this is going to be another Roche going over to the side of no bounty hunter here. So they put a little bit of pressure on the tower. They'll even use the wards. Desire just creeping through. The step forward, though, with the Infest Bomb. They can just go and blow up DNZ instantly. Look at the BKB coming out from Noob. He's just trying to run away. He's going to be able to get out. But over on the back lines, they go and they find Thagito. He's downed as now LeBron running that Earth Panda out. He knows what's going to happen if they catch him. It's happened multiple times. He's seen his future. Tosses out the stone. He's like, not you again. But eventually, you know, Khan, he's going to come back together. They turn back around. And Khan this time will get the kill on LeBron.
Yeah, they're just giving away these Roches for free. I think they're capable of contesting if they're ready. They have a lot of damage to threaten the pit. Burrow Strike into the Ricky Tricks of the Trade is enough, in my opinion. So I think they're just getting caught a little off guard. Maybe didn't take the Roche timer down, weren't keeping close eye on exactly when that could be respawning with a courier or anything like that. And they went for a trade this time, but it was so late that by the time they were getting the trade, no bounty hunter was already able to leave the pit and come respond with that Aegis-infested Void Spirit.
Very spooky, but that Desolator online. So yes, you've got plenty of damage getting dished out over here in the top. Although Noob is trying his best, right? He's going bottom. He's got the Cardi wave. He's going to try to put some pressure down because he knows that he's going to need the rest of his team if he wants to try to fight here. And in fact, they just go. They take the other half of the Rex. Flash is home, just pushing out the waves. Look how tanky these trees are. Some beefy boys. Oh, one over on the back lines here. Blink. He's got to use the BKB. He's got to get out as fast as he can. There was a decent amount of damage going out. And they do manage to take the tower.
Damage on top of everything.
It is a denial, though, at the very least.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, Kentucky, let's see. Where are we going? Who are you murdering? No one. Murdering.
My bet's on Brewmaster.
Oh, no. Not again. Double damage is found, though, here in the top rune spot. Yoink. That is a happy...
Yeah, they have the Basher done on Lifestealer, so these BKB TPs from Nature's Prophet aren't going to be nearly as effective anymore. As long as the Void Spirit's infested when he looks to respond to the split push, that won't work anymore.
Is Khan just taking a bathroom break right now? He's been hanging out here in the Kentucky for a while now. EKB completed for Kentucky, too.
Yeah, breath of fresh air. Maybe he's out for a walk. He's coming out now. He's back.
All right, he's back. He's ready to fight. Got the Exorcism online. Got a lot of nice items. Got that Aegis BKB on the way. They even have a gem. I just realized it. Tucky jumping forward here. Has his eyes on the Sand King. Gets the draw back again. They'll find the kill. Buyback coming out now from Sand King. Mitch wants to get back to the spike, but these buildings are just getting shredded while they're being distracted by the bodies. Desire. Okay, there's a nice Burrow Strike coming out from Mitch. He did buyback for this. Buyback now coming out from Nyx. There's just so much damage coming out, but they are kind of trapped within all of these trees. LeBron going down again. They're out a Stroke of Fate, just cleaning up all of these summons. With the Exorcism down, it's like they're going to back off the Guido. Maybe looking to jump on the back lines, but with them retreating as a group, I don't think he wants to do that any longer.
Yeah, a bit surprised the Brewmaster's rushing in Ags with how poor he is. If he had like a Vlad's or drums or something, maybe some of these engagements could have gone a bit differently.
This is looking like a really nice play here for the Spider Pigs because a lot of the team had already left. They got the Soulbind off, and they're chasing down. They'll be able to take down DNZ. There's going to be more buybacks, multiple buybacks coming out. Noob trying to man fight over here against this Lifestealer. It's not looking super great. They go and they drop the wards, though, and he's totally separate. He's hexed up. He's going to need some assistance. Kentucky jumping right in. That is a god kill streak taken down. So he'll jump right back in. Again, Thagito is getting off plenty of damage plus the hex. Okay, that is going to be the Aegis. He's got the BKB. He's going to try to make a couple of these steps forward. He's getting a little greedy here as he jumps over onto DNZ, and they managed to find the kill. Blink rejoining in as the Spirit Siphon over in the back line, so Flash taking a lot of damage. They're fighting underneath the wards, which is never a super great idea. Beautiful Burrow Strike coming out. Desire does go down, and now Blink. He's got to teleport out, and he's got to teleport out fast.
They'll sign a life for Spider Pigs.
A lot of buybacks,
I don't know exactly what they're going to be able to do with this, though. As there's no Roche to take, all the lanes are on their side of the map, so no major objectives to claim. Ricky, he's getting there, but the problem is with his items that at any point, if they find him with just a Void Spirit Ag Scepter Silence, that should be enough to bring him down, which pretty impossible to position against when Void Spirit's already got the level 3 ultimate. He's got the level 20 talent. a little bit tough. But if he can get like a BKB or honestly even like a rapier where he just kills people so fast they can't react, then I'm down. I'm down. We've seen some crazy game-winning rapiers.
I feel like that's the Chad mode right there.
Lives.
Just do
They see
so
him
much
here.
damage, they can't touch you. They're already dead when they even look at you. Oh god, the step forward. They already had a sentry ward in place here. Oh no, Tucky also has a gem. This is one little Ricky who I don't think is going anywhere, although they're going to try to get the Nature's Prophet. No, he cancels it out. Down goes Thagito. And LeBron is on the back end here. The rest of the team, they were thinking about showing up with Ricky dead. You don't want to go
It's
there.
hard to remember that they might have a ward there because the reason they have that ward is Nature's Prophet, and he didn't think ahead of time with that on the Ricky.
I mean, I guess on the bright side, they use the exorcism, but they still got a kill with it. So I still think that's very good.
Yeah, he really needs
Rod?
to have item progression here.
They know he's there. Oh god, no. We've seen this movie. I know how this ends. Although the rest of the team still standing nearby. Are they going to be able to go and murder him fast enough, though, is the question. It's not looking good because, again, the Burrow Strike coming out, landing on several of them. They'll be able to go take down Antaki. And now Blink with that BKB. He's got to just make himself away. Oh god, Mitch is stuck in the wards again. Over on the side, Khan, though, infested with creep. Pops right back out again. Can they go and can they finish it off? Yes, they take down Noob. Burrow Strike coming forward to get over into Flash, but this is not looking great here for the side of the Spider Pigs because they're still alive and kicking, and Khan is just chasing after everyone. They'll turn around. They see LeBron. LeBron's here. LeBron's going to go down again. He's going to die. Just chomp
I was
away at
watching
these
the
big
complete other
trees.
half of that fight, and you're like, oh god, he's in the wards again.
Oh
And
god.
I just flash over. I'm gonna remember this, guys. If you're playing Sand King Shadow Shaman dual off lane, you gotta buy a 4-staff on Sand King. I think that's pretty much the only way to go, or phase boots, because this is like the 4th time it's happened already. Something's funny about that.
It definitely feels bad if you're Mitch every time now.
He's actually completely neutered in the fight because he's taking damage, so he can't blink, and then he can't burrow strike specific targets. He has to use it just to move. So he's suddenly useless by his own team's doing, and can't really blame the Shadow Shaman because he's going to try to ward trap people, but Sand King has to be on top of the person to stun them.
It's got to be a
bit
little
of
bit
anti-synergy there.
Well, with her, yeah, look at this. All right, the silence.
I'm ready for the ward trap.
All right, Kentucky's
There it
stuck.
is.
Mitch. Oh. Stunned up as well. Oh no, they're doing it again. Oh, it's a Groundhog Day of failures.
Such a nice epicenter too, and then he's just
Yeah.
stuck afterwards.
Do we have a force staff getting queued up on our boy Mitch there?
He's got spider legs. Okay.
Okay, all right, all right. When you get stuck, you just need extra legs, PSJ. Easy.
Yeah, there you go. Flicker would have done the job too. If he wants the flicker, you can take that. You feeling lucky? Just blink right outside of those serpent wards. Oh, he's got the 4-staff on D and Z. He understands.
All right, all right.
That's a support player right there. He understands.
He's just got to survive and not be channeling shackles on someone so he can use it when these things happen.
Absolutely.
All right. Kentucky is just hunting. He's hoping that he's going to find anyone here. He's going to go top. He's got Desire on the hunt. They'll find themselves Noob. Bye-bye, Noob. You're not allowed to farm the map.
Top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, he's going Satanic, and this Nature's Prophet carry build used to be way better back when Satanic had status resistance. I saw it in another game yesterday. You just get bursted before you get any of your items or spells off. That's the difference here, as he has no buyback.
They're looking to just end this game right now. Jump forward again over onto LeBron. There's no split available for you. Over on the back, though, DNZ, he drops the Serpent Wards. But Ntaki jumping forward should be able to go clean up over onto DNZ. Blink is struggling a little bit because they did buy back with the Brewmaster, but he's so tanky, and he's able to just lifesteal so much again as Desire popping the Spike Carapace buys a little bit more time. Jump forward here over onto the Sand King. Gonna take a little while, but eventually Mitch goes down. And oh no, they found the Guido. There is just no place safe for this Ricky. They have vision on him. They're just gonna chase him down, burn his mana. We'll hang out for a little bit and, you know, prolong the inevitable, but eventually Thug goes down. On all of a sudden, you just have a position 5 Brewmaster, no split available. You've already used your wards. This is not looking good. Yeah, we have to stop putting the highest amount of deaths as green, guys. You don't win if you have the most deaths. Another buyback coming out from Thug. This is the do or die point. Taki, though, he is just so aggressive. The follow-up here from Khan, they just slice him apart, and they'll jump onto the back lines and help themselves to a Riki too, if they can grab him. But I'm thinking they're going to be able to do it. And they just refuse to GG out. They're Ancient Falls, and just like that, no Bounty Hunter take game number 1.
Yeah, crazy game, back and forth. Looked like for a bit that No Bounty Hunter was losing control of the map, but after that one overextension and then free Roshan that they got the second time around, looked like it was written in the stars. And I like their draft. I think both teams had a win condition, and I like that they both gave themselves that. But at the end of the day, the Void Spirit, he just took over. Might be looking to ban that for game 2.
Yeah, that definitely seemed to be their tempo-creating hero on the side of No Bounty Hunter. And unfortunately for Mitch, it just wasn't the Sand King game that we were hoping to see. But 2 Roshes later and a couple plays around the map, and it's going to go over to the side of No Bounty Hunter. But I'm going to toss it over to the panel and let them break it all down for us.
You know, Bounty Hunter does take it in the end, but it wasn't the smoothest game for them. They were still some points where it looked like Spider Pigs had a good chance of fighting back. We're going to talk all about that after the break.
Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
solitary winner is not necessary now. Came back home to find her lost.
For this first game of the series between No Bounty Hunter and Spider Pigs, it looked like we had a fairly even game on our hands, a little bit of back and forth. Looked like both teams still had a good shot of taking the game, but in the end, it is No Bounty Hunter that is victorious a little bit later on, and my panel said, or rather more specifically, Odie Pixel said, that he felt that this Ricky was eventually going to be able to take over the game, but Owen, he never did.
Yeah, the game just got a little too chaotic, really. I mean, you see, as early as it was, we had so many kills going on. And for the most part, there was a stage where No Bounty sort of had, like, nearing double the kills. But we did see that Spider Pigs were pretty much keeping up with Farm. Then it just got to the point where it was too much. Ricky still got his items, but it just wasn't quite quick enough to be at a stage of the game where the fights were easy. They still, I think, always had a chance, even though so much chaos was being brought their way as we really sort of right up to the end. You know, these crazy fights where, you know, Mitch was coming in holding off and with these great stuns, and they're turning things around with the Shaman wards, Serpent wards.
Sherman Ward's his nickname. I like it.
But you know, it's a great game. Yeah. Great game. It just the Ricky wasn't kind of fast enough with the items. They just came at a stage where they already had ways to deal with him. I thought he gave it a great fight, and I think, you know, as we know, they haven't really been playing with Thug. They've been playing with their stand-in.
Yeah.
I think, you know, if this was a team where, you know, Thug had been sort of playing the whole league, I think they would have won this game. But the coordination wasn't quite there, and No Bounty Hunter just won out the later team fights.
Yeah, I think it's, of course, very commendable of Thug to be able to come back to the team after they have picked up Lil Pleb instead. So, again, big props to them. To Thug especially, but I think just there feels a little bit of disconnect, and I think it's maybe less on Thug actually, but more kind of the big picture of what they're trying to bring to the game. When you think about the laning phase, you got this Brew Ricky lane, they're not really as strong as the meta heroes that are Nyx and Death Prophet, and then you think about this bot lane, the Nyx and the Grimstroke, they're doing so much work there as well, and it pretty much opens up the game where you have this big level advantage on the supports from No Bounty Hunter, and like the start of this clip, I think it was when the Grimstroke was playing bot. It's a level 11 Grim, a level 8 Brewmaster. Like, they're going to bring such different kind of oomph to the fight now. And No Bounty Hunter, they didn't really take a big gold lead, but just the levels alone allowed them just to have confidence and to keep pushing through the game. And yeah, it was good to see No Bounty Hunter have confidence from the start to the finish.
Yep. Speaking of giving a different oomph, we are getting a different oomph with our analysis with Purge.
Thank you. Can't wait to oomph here. I think one of the big issues that hurt Spider Pigs this game was that Sand King just didn't feel like as much of a hero. He was drafted right before Lifestealer got picked, and I feel like this Lifestealer versus Sand King matchup kind of just like put a big disjoint in everything that Spider Pigs wanted to do. They picked this off lane and they went 4-4-0-0 skill build. He didn't get his ultimate, and I think the reason he did this is because he wanted to be able to often initiate with burrow strikes and make fights happen. But the problem is that when one of the heroes in your dual lane can kind of instantly just become magic immune, it becomes a lot harder to feel effective as a Sand King. And the other thing is that while they're trying to kill you, at the very least, you're dealing damage to them with Sandstorm. But every time Khan attacks, he's getting like 18 lifesteal every slap that he gets in, and so No Bounty Hunter did a really good job pressuring him in lane and making him feel like not very good hero. In some of these early fights, even though he has good levels and his abilities are pretty effective, he shows up to fight. He gets Grimstroke ultied in this example. He moves over to kill the Grimstroke, but then Lifestealer Rage comes out. You can't burrow strike now because you're only going to hit one 5-position hero. And yeah, they get the kill, but generally No Bounty Hunter was really on top of their Sentry Wards, and it just made Sand King look really ineffective. And the other thing that's really impactful, actually, is that he's got about 1,000 gold sitting in his net worth right now that isn't being used. He's saving up for Blink Dagger, but he doesn't have it yet. So even though he's got the levels, the overall net worth impact of his team fights are not very good. And he had a couple examples too where he went to go push out or counter push some lanes, ended up getting punished really easily by the Nyx Assassin with Spike Carapace. That's happened a couple times too. So it's kind of, from my perspective, just made the hero feel really weak for the entire first 20 minutes of the game, and I'm sure they would have been better suited with either a different carry matchup or a different offlane hero instead.
Sand King, not good. Add that to the list, right, T?
It didn't have the best showing, unfortunately.
No.
I think some games it can be a bit better, but yeah, it doesn't help. I think their creativity was the biggest hindrance to Spider Pigs there. Obviously, they kept trying to go back to their position 5 Brewmaster. They kept trying to bring up their position 3 Sand King. It just didn't feel as good as what you could have potentially picked. But they did have might on their side. They kept going. They didn't even GG out. Their Ancient was dead, and they GG'd after it died. So they do have that charisma and enthusiasm to go. But again, the drafts are a little bit lackluster compared to the meta of No Bounty Hunter.
But that seems like an easy fix, Owen. It's just, if they draft a little different, they have a good shot.
Yeah, I feel as well there might be another hero that's sort of added to the list of ones you want to take away. I do think Daki's Void Spirit, I kind of forgotten about it going into it, but it is without doubt one of those heroes that I think he just always performs on. I recall actually being very impressed. He was playing a game on stream with, I believe, Mr. Young Excalibur, and the offlaner wasn't being very nice to Excalibur. But so Daki called him out, he defended him, and then I believe they won the game. So he's a good lad, and he's a good Void Spirit. He's able to be a Void Spirit and also just be a good lad at the same time. So
you're saying, do you have to ban Void Spirit and Puck? Or
and
is it...
Earth.
I think
but like we've got 2 bans here. So
yeah, I've got 2 bans.
Coach Pixel needs to decide what we're banning.
As good as Desire's Earth Spirit is, I think you might be tempted to get the Void Spirit, or at least take the Void Spirit for yourself.
Okay.
I'm sure they'll be able to play it. Everybody can play Void Spirit to some level, but definitely watch out for the Void Spirit getting through again for Dak.
Okay. I mean, they did pick Void Spirit in the second pick phase, so perhaps they can ban it out in the second ban phase, or maybe they move it up in priority to pick it in the first 2. We're gonna find out. We are moments away from the draft of the second game of the series, so stay tuned for more Dota 2 between Spider Pigs and No Bounty Hunter. you know that the loser of this series has no chance anymore to make it to the upper division for next season? And all teams are already guaranteed Division 2 for next season. So, you know, that this is up or under, over or under, if you will.
Life or death,
Life or
Shiva.
death, yes. We have No Bounty Hunter being 1 game up against Spider Pigs here in this best of 3. We're going to head into the second game. We're joined by Purge for the draft. We got T-Guff, we got OD Pixel as well. And before we jump into the game, I just want to point out there are so many deciding games happening everywhere in every single region around this time. Obviously, we're 1.5 weeks away from closing out the first season of DPC. And just in case you're not aware, tomorrow, Southeast Asia has Neon versus Fnatic. That is, if Neon wins, Neon's guaranteed upper division, not upper division, but like playoffs for the major. And then also tomorrow, we got 2 undefeated teams in the NA division with Quincy Crew taking on EG. By the way, if EG wins, they're also guaranteed playoffs for the major. There are so many series, and that's just tomorrow. And then there's going to be more after and after and after, and it's crazy, Owen.
Yeah, and I've got a day off tomorrow.
Oh, look at you!
Hey! That's the real reason to celebrate. Actually, I hope not. I hope you're not celebrating my day off. I'm watching you, chat.
Well, when did DreamLeague get uniforms, by the way?
Why didn't I get one?
Oh,
yeah, I'm sorry, not cool enough.
Yeah.
Purge didn't get one either, but he's remote.
I have that sweater. I just didn't wear it today. It's miscommunicated.
There it
Damn
is.
it! Yeah.
All right, so where is the draft? Why can't we see what these teams are playing? There we go. Here we go. It's coming. It's coming. There it is.
Boom.
And by the way, Earth Spirit banned out and Lycan, so we still have the Void Spirit.
Still the Void Spirit.
But the Puck themselves got banned out by No Bounty Hunter themselves, so
yeah,
there's that.
They didn't have first pick. They were worried that Spider Pigs would take it. They probably would. You know, we know that Spider Pigs want to ban it. They didn't ban it. Oh, I wonder why they didn't ban it. Because they wanted to pick it for themselves. No Bounty Hunter's not going to fall for that trap.
Yep, Spider Pigs, of course, with Noob in the mid lane. His best heroes are the Pangolier, the Puck, and obviously Puck being so dominant right now, you're going to obviously show it some respect. I think, interesting enough, Spider Pigs put the Lycan up into the first phase ban simply because Bounty Hunter are now second pick, and Khan has shown that he loves to play his hero. I think he is like 76% win rate on the hero on his pub account. So
76%.
Yeah,
that's high.
And yeah, Lycan, it does win you a lot of pubs. So this man, he's won a lot of Lycan games. I think Spider Pigs, they can't fall into the trap right now where they pick a weaker hero and allow No Bounty Hunter to pick up the Bristleback. I think this is one of the heroes that they have shown before, and of course, Kodok Bristlewitz. It's something we saw at the very start of this DPC. It kind of fell off a little bit, and now I think No Bounty Hunter could easily bring it back if Spider Pigs present them an easy opening for it.
You've got to have some heroes out of the draft though, if you want to run it right, or you don't feel so. Oh, look, they're going to get their shaker.
I think like you can play it more or less flexibly. You have to worry about like break, obviously, to like reduce the value of the Bristle. But I think some of the Division 2 teams, I'm more scared for them to do Coddle or Shaker because I feel like they're going to be less religious about stacking, and that they're more likely to make mistakes clearing the stacks or not defending them properly, which can kind of throw a game. So I'm a little less confident in Bristle Coddle, but certainly something that could have happened.
Yeah, the interesting thing here for the Bounty Hunter, when they get this Coddle, they like pairing it with the Earth Spirit or... Oh, there it is.
Hey, they are trying it. They see an opportunity. They're going to do it.
They took it, yeah. I was going to say that the Void Spirit is the other option they normally go for, but because of Death Prophet pick, you don't really want to have that matchup because, of course, Death Prophet does all right against the Void Spirit, can apply a lot of pressure. When Void Spirit likes to rotate away, Death Prophet takes your tower, and yeah, it's pretty annoying to deal with. So yeah, No Bounty Hunter, like already mentioned, they decide to go for the Bristleback as they see these two of the weaker heroes where they don't really apply jungle pressure. If DP's mid lane, of course, can easily access the jungle like we saw in that Alliance series, but if it is a DP off lane, normally is somewhat locked into the lane with that shaker.
5 seconds remaining.
I think DP was really effective in the last game. It definitely felt like it just solved so many problems. Laned well, pressured towers so effectively. Definitely felt a lot better than Sanking. I was like, what am I going to do a segment on? And I was just like, Sanking just doesn't do anything.
Can we get a tier list
what Death Prophet does
between Alk and Sanking? Like which one's currently
Sanking? Definitely better, without a doubt.
I was
okay,
yeah.
okay.
I was going to say
the reaction was not as heavy.
I know. Just need to check for the people because both were pretty kind of like. Okay, so it's Alk and Sanking. What's your third for the offlane hit?
I mean, Sanking. I think if it was a different carry, it would have been fine. I would not even like I would say
you wouldn't put even in the same
like
list. Okay.
Tier 4 off lane. Sanking is like tier 2, tier 3.
Okay, sure. Any other tier 4 off lanes come to mind?
Crystal Maiden.
Okay, I see now. Dazzle. That's tier 5.
Hey,
actually.
Dazzle's not that bad. Dazzle's like, yeah, give him a tier 3 for Dazzle.
No.
It would be better than the Alc, wouldn't he, Kev? Would you?
He's about the same.
Okay, about the same.
And there we
Like,
go.
Sort of works, but not really.
Yeah, it could work.
It doesn't. No. It's not. No.
It's probably maybe better than Alcohol.
No.
Get Necro 1, then you just hope your opponents throw when they go high ground against you because you can't do anything.
Easy as that. I think the key thing for no bounty hunter, we have to remember that because Thug is playing, the hero pool and the carry does somewhat change slightly.
Yeah.
Again, the key here is that Spider Pigs used to draft was around Medusa, PA, Ricky. These were the key 3. So the fact that they just played the Ricky game didn't go that well. Obviously into these heroes probably don't want to play it. And then they ban out the PA again. So Medusa is still potentially an option, but into Bristleback, the pace this hero provides is very, very difficult. So Thug kind of in a difficult position for his hero pool right now.
I want to point out that if anybody is in their room watching games in as dark of a room as the camera we just saw, please turn on the light. It's way better for your eyes. Thank you.
Is that true?
Yes.
That sounds like a myth to me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did your parents tell you that before the broadcast started?
No. It's just bad for
Sounds
your
like
eyes to
something
sit in
your
a dark
parents
room
would
watching a screen all day.
I don't know. I grew up hours upon hours under the bed covers on my Game Boy Advance. and
look what
my eyes
happened.
my eyes are fine. My eyes are great. Many hours playing under the bed.
You want to make
No, I was just thinking, like, I have really bad eyesight, so I'm just not going to comment. And I
we
play with the
heard,
lights on, so what can I say?
There we go. We had the lights on.
We heard
Lights on, bad
BSJ
eyes.
also talk about how he has suffered with his eyes from gaming too much. So look
Aww.
away sometimes from the screen, and then look back again, and then look away, and then look back again.
And this segment is sponsored by No. That's a British joke, right? Yeah, so Spider Pigs, to go for the Crystal Maiden. I think it's really good for their draft to unlock the fight, but it still doesn't answer this Bristleback.
Well, so you've got to have some. I mean, what answers are there for the Bristle that are left and could fit into Spider Pig's draft?
So heroes that can prolong the fight and slow drain his mana are a good option. Heroes like, for example, Slark, who can just poke and kill the backlines. Or you have we just blow you up straight away. So the Vipers, the Timbersaws, these are very good. But of course, with Spider Pigs already presenting these 3 heroes, they can't really fit Timbersaw into the pick. And yeah.
And I mean, do Spider Pigs have flexibility with the DP or they don't?
I think they do, but realistically, it will just be mid lane, I think, from previous track record. But again, it could still easily be the off lane if required.
Because what do you sort of consider Mars good against Bristle? Being, you know, every time you throw that spear, he's always forced to turn towards you.
Again, it's very dependent on the damage types you have coming from other heroes. So if you had big damage nukers and a Mars, then I could maybe see it working.
Arena Spear and an Exorcism beating into him.
There's another way to turn. Wait, same team. My bad. You can turn with Astral Spirit. Yeah.
And this is a pairing that they like to run with the Keeper of Light beforehand, and it also shows that they have the confidence in Ducky playing this mid lane Voice Spirit into the DP, because like I mentioned earlier, DP players like playing into Voice Spirit most of the time, but yeah, it's a very aggressive draft from No Bounty Hunter. Not only do they have the backline jump, insta-killing the Earthshaker and CM with the Voice Spirit, they've got the front line of the Bristleback, great damage nukes coming. Yeah, I really like what No Bounty Hunter have. Spider Pigs, they really need to kind of cover themselves here with some type of defensive hero, and it's difficult to see what offlaner is going to enable them right now. Like, from Mitch's hero pool, they just go for the Medusa. Okay. Like, oof.
Okay.
I mean, I like that she's insanely tanky single target damage wise, and Bristle's single target damage is not insane. It's more about him like quilling the whole team down. So like if she's in the middle, it'll be a little harder for Bristle to hit the back line to make fights a little bit more straightforward. It also gives them another person that they can maybe try to steal jungle stacks with. That's another option potentially. But my other thought would contest the lanes hard enough that they can't go stack and clear stacks as easily. But
the thing is, right now, from No Bounty Hunter's lineup is, I feel the pressure from Spider Pigs doesn't lock in the supports from No Bounty Hunter. So these stacks that you mentioned should be able to be made on No Bounty side. On Spider Pigs, with Shaker, with CM, they have to help out whoever they're with. And that alone, they don't do damage to the stacks as well, maybe until higher levels. So for No Bounty Hunter, they just need to have farm efficiency, utilize the jungle, and they should be in a good spot to take this game. I'd love to see them round out their draft with like a Beastmaster or an Enigma to deal with that Medusa, but also to have that laning presence, a Necro free buyer, to overwhelm, not only have safe lane pressure, but off lane pressure as well.
Or get this, you could get either support to level 6, and then you can echo slam the stacks.
Yeah.
For your opponent.
There we
or
go.
freezing field them.
And then you need the other support to aggro the camp into you so that you can like mentally prepare yourself to use the big spell. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So at minute 9, maybe they should be able to do this.
Just give him solo. It's fine.
How about the ultimate big brain play on the side of no bounty hunter? Just don't make stacks. Never saw that coming.
I think
I really didn't.
No, yeah. That's so big brain. The brain itself popped.
Yeah.
And the brain is no more. So Spider Pigs, they really just need to make sure that they have a hero that can set its own pace of the game, because Medusa wins games in slow, methodical games. If it's any pace against her, she doesn't have space to farm, she can't rejoin the fight, and there is no reset, because when she dies, it's like she has to get back into the map. You have to reward the area, secure her farm, and yeah, it's they really need one core, Noob or Mitch, to play a hero that's going to just control at least 50 minutes of this game.
Guys, what about Sand King?
Oh, no.
No, not against a Rubik.
I just had nothing to
He'll
say
be a
to
better
that.
Timber would have been really good, high armor, therefore can lane pretty competently against Bristleback. Lower strength would have been decent. Let's see what else they ban.
Well, they have played a lot of Death Prophet off lane as well. Maybe they want to put that off lane and put something else mid? Or...
It could work. I mean, Earthshaker could certainly protect it. Like, Bristle needs to, like, slow chase people. If you just fissure block him, he won't be able to get kills, potentially. So I kind of like that as an idea. But yeah, tempo hero, like Tika pointed out, because Deuce is certainly not going to do it.
I'm just trying to struggle to find what this hero is, because...
So I think the bands have covered what would have been nice.
For Spider Pig specifically, like, they don't have last pick in the draft right now, and we're already struggling to find what this hero is for them. Like, the Noob, again, his hero pool, it's Lina, it's Pangolier, it's Puck, it's Void Spirit, and they go for a Legion. Okay, so...
I want something for the Bristol.
And yeah, if you think about the heroes that counter a Bristleback, like the Viper, the Slark, Legion is up there just again for the idea of turning the hero into the damage.
Yeah.
So it doesn't provide any laning pressure. It doesn't provide any kind of mid-game pressure. But when you're defending your high grounds and your Medusa is farmed, that's when the pressure is applied, because one misstep from Bristleback, you turn him to face Medusa, he's going to instantly blow up and die.
I totally agree with everything you said, but generally in practice, I find that this like Legion in response to Bristle works better in theory than it actually does.
No, exactly, 100%. Like, I've just described a scenario where if you create it in a lobby, it's going to feel good. But getting to the point where you actually get to do that perfect scenario, it's at least like 20 minutes of farm on all heroes, and you've defended your towers. And I'm skeptical that the greed of Spider Pigs will allow them to actually win this game against a high pace of a Bristleback farming the jungle, the Void Spirit. Like, there's no heroes on Spider Pigs that go into the enemy jungle and farm it with confidence. Sure, a DP can with a CM, maybe the Shaker going as well, but it's not clean. So yeah, I think the Bounty Hunter, they played really well in the first game, getting these quick kills. Quick kills in this draft nets them so much more than they did in game one. So yeah, I think I really like No Bounty Hunter's draft.
All right, final words from you, Purge?
I think the Mars is a good way to round out their draft. If Bristle gets ahead with stacks, I don't see there's no reason for No Bounty Hunter to stop playing on the enemy side of the map. All of the heroes are going to be aggressive, so as long as Bristle gets at least even or a little bit ahead in net worth, they should be able to control this game really heavily.
All right, thank you very much. Owen, what are you thinking at the moment?
Yeah, I think No Bounty Hunter's got a better draft by far. I think that, I'm not a huge fan of the Legion to end things. I just think this hero is just not a great hero right now. I feel like I've seen it be underwhelming so many times. And I would prefer them to get the Mars for themselves. They didn't, and therefore, quickly snapped up by No Bounty Hunter. That they're able to take it for themselves, and I think that solves a lot of issues sometimes a hero like Bristle can have. Suddenly these heroes that are trying to run away from you, they really can't. They're trapped in with you, and especially some of these heroes that rely on the movement speed to run around the fights, like the DP, they're going to get punished punished by this, and it is a Bristle Cottle opening that they went with. They covered it nicely with the bans. I think it's going to have a good game.
All right. T, I know you've already mentioned your concerns regarding the Legion Commander in an actual game, but what needs to happen for them to do make it to that 20-minute mark where they do have the time to farm? Who needs to pop off?
Well, I think it's all about Thug right now. It's the stand-in. He used to carry this team so many times when they were playing under Tempo Esports with this Medusa. He played it under high aggressive lineups when he was able to play defensive, and they were to always find a way to victory with Medusa. So this is ultra comfort for this team with their stand-in. So just give Thug some type of space, give him the tri-camp, and maybe they can get their way through the aggression of no bounty hunter.
Can Thug carry his team to victory? We're going to find out together with Moxie and BSJ.
All right, well, we have a classic Thug hero, the Medusa, but the name of this game, BSJ, I think, is stacks on stacks on stacks. We got Bristle stacks. We're going to see stacks coming out from Keeper of the Light. Are they going to be able to play tempo?
Yeah, this game really reminds me of my junior high rap fad days. You know, I'm going to be shooting my hand up and stacks all over the place. I am excited to see a lot of creeps die from this Bristleback. I don't think they're going to be able to stop it. I'll save everyone the time of learning this lesson themselves. Legion is really bad versus Mars. Like, I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but you can't really ever duel the Mars because of the way Bulwark works. And then on top of that, you don't really save whoever gets gone on, because even if you remove the spear, they're still inside of the arena. And then you don't ever get follow-up, because the Mars' job this game will be, if Legion ever initiates with duel, to just surround the Legion with arena, and then all of these ranged right-clickers like the Medusa, they can't actually do damage to the people inside of the arena. So just letting you guys know, I'm a little bit nervous for the Spider Pigs lineup, because this last pick Legion seems nice on paper for all the reasons panel mentioned, but not only is it bad in practice in those ways, but I also think his job is going to be very confusing. There's like, if you say go on this guy and that's your job in the fight, that's when the late game execution on Legion is quite potent. But right now, he doesn't have clear targets. He doesn't have like a clear place to sit behind. Medusa's going to be a while before she's standing in front of him. I don't know. I think they can win if they snowball the lanes a bit and the Bristleback gets slowed down. But that's tough to do. Coddle Bristle's a pretty scary safe lane.
It is very scary, and it does kind of come down. We joke around a lot. We're saying, Dota right now, it's all about the circles. We see a lot of circles, in terms of when you see the Monkey King, when you see the Mars. But it's a smaller circle that Legion has to work with versus, what's coming out from that Mars. And it just encompasses way too much more than what she's able to do. Plus the fact, you've got that little bit of that weird sort of synergy going on, right? A Bristleback, he wants to be hitting the back. Mars wants to be hitting the front, too. So depending on the way that you play these fights, you can have a lot of angles covered, honestly.
Yeah, all they need to do is be Bristleback facing the Mars and, move commanding on him, and then they can't attack Mars from in front, and then they can't attack him from behind. So they'd have to somehow wedge themselves in between the two of them. I don't. That's the strategy, like in the war movies where they have the shields on both sides. But in this case, maybe some practical application coming into Dota right now.
You guys are gonna have to forgive us. It's starting to get late over here in EU land. Thank you for humoring me.
There's just nothing going on. We're having a good time.
Flash
looks
is
like
running.
Most of the cores.
He's on a. Was he on a camel? Which one is he on? I never remember.
Yeah, no, I think I've seen this one a lot. It's a
psychedelic hippie coddle one, I believe, is the skin there.
I think it just came out with either the TI9 or TI10 Battle Pass thing that nobody prefers to talk about, or one of the other sets for the Halloween thing, I think maybe.
Well, that's possible. Ducky just trading off some hits here with Noob over in the middle lane. Needs to be careful, though, because he is ticking down pretty far. Does have a solve, though.
Death Prophet beats all the spirits out of all the mid heroes right now. She's very nice against them. But at the end of the day, Void Spirit, he'll get the CS he needs. He'll just buy an extra couple set of tangos maybe before he gets his bottle. But once he gets that bottle, he will be good to go. And that's why I will complain about this hero until the day it get patched. I was going to say until the day I die, but I realized hopefully the hero gets patched before that. So we'll go for that one.
That would be one hell of a legacy hero if he never got changed. We won't think about the darker alternative, though. But
yeah, I was about to say, there's only two ways that result happens.
Run, LeBron! God, no! Down he goes to Blink with a very nice spear.
I feel like everyone was thinking it, so I'm glad you cut the tension a little bit and mentioned
I got you. Don't worry.
that you were aware of it, yeah. Yeah, Crystal Maiden doing Crystal Maiden things. Pretty standard. Dying. And Noob, he's putting a decent amount of pressure. I like what he's doing. He is ahead by 6 CS now, and with 2 denies.
Yeah,
Something about Void Spirit losing his lane just makes me happy.
You know, he's able to take advantage of some of these early levels here. Does need to be careful a little bit later on. Obviously, very susceptible to burst damage and silences. But we're going to be seeing the 4-minute runes coming up soon. And I have a feeling we'll see these supports rotate. Of course, very important to secure up those runes for your mid players once they have that bottle online. Can also just change the course of an entire game, too. If you happen to get a wonderful action rune, make those gank plays. Noob has to be careful here. They have the Aether Remnant to drag back. Are they going to get lucky for the rune, though, is the real question. As, yes, he goes. He bottles himself up the Illusion rune. Is going to get Spirit Siphoned here by Noob. And a little bit of chase does manage to go and dodge. But, man, Noob is really going deep here. Fairy Fire coming out. Noob, did he overextend? The rest of the team is there. They have the Aether Remnant. Noob, he was having such a good time in mid. But these rotations coming out from the supports will ensure that he's got to be a lot more careful from now on.
Yeah, he was holding that skill point on Void Spirit, and it's a really good idea against the Earthshaker because he doesn't want to ever get fissure blocked and ganked before he gets level 6. So the fact that he had his Dissimulate really saved him there, and I don't think he was expecting that on the Death Prong.
I don't think so. I don't think he was also expecting the fact everybody was rotating to him like that, because it was a bit of a hard dive.
You don't really expect the Rubik Coddle gank at 4 minutes in.
Ooh, he's so
But Coddle
happy,
was just getting done
though.
stacking, so yeah.
Everything's
As we see here,
turning up
he's stacking
that
again. Oh.
All right. Well, so far, no Bounty Hunter feeling pretty good about the way these lanes have been going for them. LeBron, ooh, it's another dead Crystal Maiden. Top lane, Khan, just trying to stack up as many pulls as he can over here on Mitch. Just be careful, though. Fissure coming in hot. Oh.
I thought he was going to get away. That's why I reacted that way. I didn't notice in the side of my screen that Earthshaker was roaming, and then suddenly just blew up to a fissure, so. He is level 6 now on Mitch.
And the duel coming out here, because you got to get some duel damage. They have enough, not quite, but they still get the kill on the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, it's still pretty brutal. Early on, that duel damage can snowball pretty quick, because now that you have don't have that extra 10 damage, maybe the next duel you'll barely lose or barely not finish it in time either. It adds up. It's a little bit unfortunate there. They do scout out the stacks. DNZ sees them. Probably going to look to soak that sometime soon. The nice part about killing the Coddle is you effectively killed an extra 2 camps worth of stacking, because at the 6-minute mark he was respawning.
That is true. Efficiency. 6-minute again. Thaki getting himself a nice regen rune. Noob looking a little sad over there. No runes for him this time around. Try to man fight over here on Flash, and he uses the Exorcism even, so down goes the Coddle. And they turn their attention now to these stacks, and this is exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, this is very important. They also have overwhelming odds if they want to use it on all these creeps.
Oh yeah, they
do.
Oh, this feels so bad. Oh man, I've got a friend whose mom is an awesome lady, and she works really hard for her son. And she doesn't really have the best grasp of English. She is, I think a first-generation Chinese immigrant, but she got really mad one day because she came home. My friend was just eating everything in the refrigerator, and she just goes, "You're eating all my hard labor fruits." And they just ate all of those hard labor fruits right there, BSJ. All of them.
I was waiting to see where that was going. I was enjoying that story.
It was a bit of a, a bit of a journey.
That is not a good feeling.
No, it's not, because now again, LeBron is dead. The third time this Crystal Maiden has fallen prey to the God of War and the Void Spirit. And Khan's just like, man, I have no stacks now.
I'm pretty surprised. I think what went wrong top, I'll be honest and critique just a bit here, is that he has a Keeper of the Light for mana, and he went Soul Ring first item. So he had no health sustain against the Legion, who after eventually poking him down, did get that kill, and then got her level 6 first. And then they killed the Coddle, and that allowed the Legion and the Earthshaker to invade the stacks. So by dying in lane, Khan effectively lost all of those stacks and all the momentum. So suddenly everything we were talking about with Cottle Bristle just may not be happening at all this game, because that pace, Medusa is actually ahead in net worth compared to the Bristle at 8 minutes in.
Runa's gonna get denied here. Flash grabs it up. Void Spirit drawing back over onto the Void Spirit. Nice Fissure though coming in. Khan needing to be a little bit careful. Tucky joining forward though. Has Desire nearby. DNZ is also here. They just don't have quite enough damage. As Blinky's joining back in. They get the toss back. Blink going, throwing up the arena. They should be able to burst down the Death Prophet. That is a lot of people making that rotation though.
Yeah, you gotta do it. Death Prophet was creating so much pressure just by being alive in the mid lane. Gives him a little bit of room to breathe. Mars wants to use that ultimate. Doesn't feel always forced to do so, but he's very happy to make that quick rotation and then return back to farming bottom. But Thug, yeah, he's chilling. He's living the dream while... I don't really see when they eventually invade him because of how strong the start is for Legion and Death Prophet. They probably have to bring those two heroes down a couple times each before the Medusa feels any pressure, as he's actually just going to TP top and group up, which means that their window for really ganking him is over if they take this tower, and suddenly the top half of the map's kind of just his. I really like this rotation.
Well, they do realize that that means DNZ is most likely alone, so they are making the moves on this Earthshaker, although the follow-up here from Mitch will ensure that they back off a little bit.
Nice save.
Top lane, though, they do find Flash.
Yeah, this is really good. Their movements on Spider-Pigs are really clean. They didn't need the Legion top because there wasn't enough of a response. Like you said, they were trying to pick on the Earthshaker alone. Willingly TP's in, saves the Shaker, farms up the mid lane himself. I hope he doesn't go Blade Mail. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit scarred by that other game maybe about a week or two ago where the Legion rushed to Blade Mail. It looked pretty unimpactful. Maybe like Drums or a Blink is what I would prefer, but
Was that Skylark?
if he does get the duel, it's okay.
I think it was Skylark, right? Over in the Bram game?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Talking about stacks, we got some going on over here for Thugito, and he will happily take all these.
And he's even got salves. LeBron knows he's going to be tanking all this damage. Salved him once already, and probably just going to salve him again.
That's a good position 5 single mom right there. Top lane, they go in for the duel. Noob joining up. They should be able to get this duel damage this time. No, not quite going to be able to find it now as they turn right back around again. Managed to go and get the Spirit Siphon stolen, but Thug, again, having the time of his life. Able to just hit all the creeps he wants. No one's bothering him.
That was a perfect example of if Mitch had that extra 10 damage, he probably would have gotten that duel win too, so kind of sucks.
Uh-oh. Can they turn this around, though? They freeze up Tucky. It's gonna get a little aggressive here. Have to be careful. Might have bitten off more than he can chew because the Legion Commander is here. And LeBron gets himself a vengeance kill. Tips come out as well.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm not actually sure what the Dire Squad does here. They're against Medusa with no capability of pressuring it. Yes, they're going to get kills on the supports like this, so Earthshaker's blink will be delayed. But he's still feeling pretty good. He's already halfway there, living on a prayer. And Mitch, he's got his Blade Mail incomplete if he wants to finish it now.
You sound so just like, Blade Mail.
It's just... It's such like, okay, as a streamer, there's like 90% of games that I lost when I played offlane was my chat saying, why didn't you buy a Blade Mail? And there's something, you know, a little sour taste in my mouth whenever I see the item Blade Mail.
I got it. So you're having a little bit of a flashback there.
Yeah, just to myself getting flamed.
It's gonna be all right, BSJ. Everything is fine. You're safe. You're not playing in this game.
Oh, okay. Wake up. Okay, we're good.
It's pretty late here, so I can understand if you were dozing off a little bit and just being like, oh God, I'm trapped in this game, but it's gonna be all right, so.
The Boots of Travel Death Prophet. We've been seeing this more and more. This hero struggles to accelerate her farm because oftentimes she has to feel the need to stay with her team all the time because of her lack of mobility and the desire to want to fight when she has her ult. So it seems like the solution, if you want to scale and you have a good start, is to go Boots of Travel. That's what a lot of people have been doing, guys. He does queue up. He does get the blink on Mitch.
Oh, they spot him, and they'll immediately turn this around. Is this going to be our first duel victory? No, still Mitch cannot get it. Echo Slam goes off, but Blink was already dead there, I'm pretty sure.
He wanted the last hit to accelerate his Blink Dagger, but...
I guess.
One of the few
All right.
supports that I don't mind if they chaos me.
All right, they're going for this. Going for the dive to jump forward here. Exorcism's gonna get popped over on Noob. Stone Gaze is down. Khan, pretty tanky. Flash, not so much, but starts throwing out all the quills, the goo. Mitch looking for this opening, though. And the backup is here from Spider Pigs. It's pretty difficult for them to go and find these little pickoffs.
And meanwhile, our Shaker's just farming his Blink Dagger bottom. This is exactly what Spider Pigs want. They are very happy if absolutely nothing happens in this game. They can trade ultimates, they don't care. However, no Bounty Hunter will have a small window with no Echo Slam and no Death Prophet Exorcism, as well as no Stone Gaze. So it's probably a mid tower if they choose to keep pressuring, which I think they should. But Mitch, he's here with the Blink Dagger. Can force Khan to face him.
Another steal coming out from the Rubik. Khan just focused on the objectives, though, right now. Flash having to stay very far back. DNZ, though, getting into position. Has the fissure. Will be able to separate them. Blink, though, joining on the back lines. Will be able to find DNZ. Will be able to probably take down the support. And they'll turn their attention back over to the tower. Bristleback just doing Bristleback things, putting his back towards them, daring them to come anywhere near this tower. But again, while this is going on, Thug continues to farm.
And so does Noob. He's pretty content farming up with his ultimate on cooldown. They do have the Vlads being done on Mars, so that hints they will probably be looking to take Roche next. Maybe that's their way of gathering a lot of momentum. As if they eventually shut the map down, my only concern now is will it be soon enough to be able to go high ground at some point? Because with Medusa games, when they look like this, they often go at least 45 minutes. Blink, he doesn't have a blink, so he's just gonna walk away.
It's pretty close to getting that blank over in DNZ. He's got to be really careful. You don't want to get delayed even further here.
They got 4 bounties on no bounty hunter.
Daki's considering this. Does have the rest of the team right behind him. Let's jump forward here over onto Noob. They should be able to burst him down. Crypt Swarm being stolen from Desire is always nice. And they'll bring Khan right in now. The power of the Keeper of the Light. So they do have this aggression that they can take advantage of. Desire's Courier does fall while this is happening. Get a bit of a
drawback of going the boots of travel, no survival.
Uh-oh, the duel comes out. They do have enough damage this time around for Mitch to collect it. So it's going to try chasing down on Mitch here. Thug nearby, freezing up here over on this Bristleback. Just keeps continue to quill. We'll put some more damage over here onto Thug. He does have the Stone Gaze available if necessary, but you have 2 little skirmishes going on. You've got the Void Spirit over on the side. You've got Khan just chasing after him, and they will turn to stone. On the Tucky turn away. The Echo Slam, though, coming in from DNC. They were able to take down Thucky. Can they take down the Mars next? They need a little bit more damage, and they have it. Mitch gets himself a double kill, and this is looking like a very dead Bristleback, even though he's taken a lot of it, but down he goes.
Yeah, they made the mistake of looking at the ugly snake lady, and they all got stoned right as they were casting Arena, right as the Bristleback was facing the wrong direction. And suddenly, blow up to that Echo Slam prior to getting any of their abilities off. That's exactly how Spider Pig's lineup operates. They bait you. The Medusa gets pressly attacked by the Legion. Their Shaker stuns you.
Flash?
And punishes the group up. Mitch, he does have 1 duel win. Oh.
He's just a little too slow there. It definitely was a little bit of hesitation. Perhaps he didn't know if the Coddle was baiting, but that definitely cost him the chance to get some more duel victories.
They do have Fissure stolen on Rubik. We will have to keep an eye out for that Ag Shard if he chooses to purchase it, since he does get the benefits of Fissure when he does steal that.
Yes,
Full
that
whip on the Bristleback. That's a nice item.
I love that item. It's just so much fun. How do you feel about this Eternal Shroud build, though? Because we've seen a couple different types of builds on the Bristleback. One of them is just going straight up Heart instead of going for the Eternal Shroud. Is there one that you prefer more than the other?
I feel like Eternal Shroud's more of a mid or off-lane bristle item, while Sanjin Yasha Heart of Tarrasque is the carry bristle item. So because he's got the Coddle, I don't think he really needs the mana. I think the Hood would have been plenty good enough. I see most bristles go for the SNY at this point. I just don't know how he's going to carry this game compared to a Medusa, right? Like Medusa, this item is meant to be sustain tankiness, and eventually the Deuce is going to get a Scotty. And that's an item Medusa has no problem buying, as Thug's actually already bought the first Ultimate Orb. And Eternal Shroud and other sustain type items, they feel really underwhelming when you get that negative regen from the Scotty.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, well, you can see the spider pigs congregating up in this top part of the jungle, placing down some nice aggressive wards, trying to keep tabs on things.
Radiant's middle tower is under
No
attack.
bounty hunter, kind of struggling to get a footing here. Let's be careful going up here in the high ground. Open up with a fissure. Get the lift off, and they might be able to go and burst down this Death Prophet fast enough so they won't have to worry about any sort of exorcism, but Spirit Siphon comes out, the silence, the duel comes out, Newbie still alive, the Echo Slam comes out as well as they go and they just take down Blink. Noob still alive, he does eventually tick down here though. Mitch looking for just any opening that they can, but Thug joining into the fight now. Does get taunted over by Thucky. Gets the frostbite off over here onto this Bristleback. Khan just chasing after LeBron. He's got a decent amount of damage, but the stun's coming out. They're just locking him into place. Does manage to finally get the kill over onto LeBron. The Stone Gaze comes out, but they're just not going to look at this Deusa. She's just got to run. And they have the Aether Remnant. It's not going to be an escape here for DNZ.
That, on the other hand, is not really how Spider Pig's lineup operates. The Medusa doesn't want to have to come to you. Notice there that the Medusa had to show up late to that fight as everything was already breaking out. They really want this no bounty hunter lineup to go on them if they operate efficiently.
Oh.
Well, Mitch going for the solo kill with the blade mail.
Is it
That
gonna
was
be
hyping
enough?
up earlier.
There it is. Goes and he gets
Blade mail
himself
purchase.
some dual damage.
And once you get the blink dagger, blade mail's a nice item. So I'm glad he went the opposite order. And being a little bit sloppy on the Bristleback. Those type of deaths are so costly on Bristleback, Snowball, tankiness heroes. The Necros, the Bristles, the Timbersaws. Once you die once or twice, it becomes easier and easier to kill you as the game goes on.
I mean, that also just feels bad. That's your core. That's your core Bristleback who's supposed to be so tanky, so beefy. And Mitch just solo kills him.
Yeah, they don't seem to be as refined in this Coddle Bristle strategy as I've seen some of these other teams with the early depth in the top lane, as well as the fact that he's operating on not full resources on the map. I also see him TPing to fights. I've seen that a couple times, which should really never be the case when you're playing with the Keeper of the Light. He should always recall you in. And I think this kind of stuff, it only looks broken if you play it perfectly. That is the the execution aspect of drafts. It doesn't really matter if you're willing to first pick the heroes if you can't play them to a potency of first pick level. It's hard though. I'm sure that what Spider Pigs did early threw them off a bit, and then invading the stacks really slowed down their game. But it's not like these are terrible plays coming out from No Bounty Hunter, but people play against Coddle Bristle a lot this patch, so they're fully aware of what to do, and you have to be fully prepared of what they're going to do to stop you. And that seems like that's what was missing so far this game. He is queuing up the Halberd on Khan rather than the Sanj and Yasha. So more utility. It's nice against Medusa, but you're the carry, like you said. It's the carry Bristleback. This is not, you're not meant to be used highly. Yeah, your utility factor is not what we're going for here.
No, you're not. So perhaps it's just a little bit misguided in how he's building this up. Like you said, the Soul Ring early, the fact that he's getting the Eternal Shroud as, you know, the position 1 Bristleback. It just feels like perhaps they're not as comfortable running this in their draft as some of these other teams who have played it quite a bit are.
Yeah. Thug's nearing that Scotty. He's
Well, this
almost
was
there.
Dead Flash. Oh, no, maybe not. Never mind. Yep, DNZ with the blink forward. Down he goes.
He's going to have the Ag Shard on Earthshaker. Done in 300 gold.
And then the real fun begins for Spider Pigs. Scotty
Rubik
completed
isn't queuing up his own, surprisingly.
He wants that. All right. Can they make anything happen here? It's pretty difficult. Spirit Siphon coming out from Noob immediately. They're just chunking away over here at the tower. Khan just trying to build up these stacks of sticky and goo and all the nastiness. But Duel, again, coming in. It's a beautiful opening, and this is just, you know, they managed to go and they use the Yules forward. Is Khan actually going to survive this? He does manage to stay alive a little bit longer, but they're not being able to really use this arena in the way that they would really like. Nice spear, though, will force Noob away. Side of No Bounty Hunter trying to flee. Noob perhaps going a bit too far here because he is going to get bursted down. And they'll turn their attention right back around again. Thagito, they already used the Stone Gaze. They need to try to go and take down this Dusa, but they're split off to different sides. You've got a Mars fighting a Dusa. You've got Bristleback over on the side. Flash is taking so much damage. The buyback's going to come out now from Noob. Keeper of the Light does go down. The Silence getting used as well. There's going to be another Yules, though, coming out here. Should buy Nthaki enough time to get away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of chaos here, BSJ.
Yeah, sadly, if your Bristleback drops low like that, he is supposed to be most of your sustained damage, actually dishing out right clicks, but he's not doing anything in these fights.
Left over onto Legion Commander. Can they burst down Mitch fast enough? The Echo Slam going off over onto 3. So now they get another duel off. He's sitting very, very low. This is very sus, but he still manages to get the kill on Nthaki. Blink also falling, and now Khan, he has got to run the heck out of there because most of his team is just not in position, not ready to take these fights.
Yeah, without actually right-clicking on Bristle, I don't know where their damage comes from. Yeah, they have decent volley, like a single volley of damage on No Bounty Hunter, but you're against a Medusa, Death Prophet, Legion Save, Counter Initiation from Earthshaker. The fights are going to last longer than 5 to 10 seconds. You have to be doing sustained damage, and since he dropped so low at the start, it's just not coming out. And I just don't, even though Thugito didn't have his ult, and he's impaled into a tier 2, they don't feel comfortable going on him, and that's with only 2 items.
Did they miss their timing here? Or No Bounty Hunter? I'm not saying, you know, it's definitely not over, right? But I feel like this draft really shines if they get that early momentum, if you start being really afraid to show on the map because Bristle's everywhere and the Deuce is behind. And Thug just had such a nice laning phase.
Yeah, my only problem is that, first off, it's really hard to botch a Medusa lineup once you've gotten past the early stages of the game. But also the way to beat Medusa late, her only major weakness is lack of map mobility. You can kind of just avoid her. As long as the Medusa lineup's allowed to group up as 5, Medusa is pretty much unbeatable at this stage, and they don't really have that potential. They don't have the anti-mages or the Slarks or any carries that can split push the map. They just have a Bristle, and that's why I'm a bit nervous for them. Yes, it's only a 1k gold lead. I'm not trying to be Mr. Glass half empty around you, Moxie, but I'm not feeling too good for their chances, even though it's seemingly on paper so close.
Yeah, I'm a little worried here. Again, this is a Thug specialty, and Flash gets revealed immediately. He's very far forward with this positioning. It's like you'll see Dusa just pushing it out. Thought that maybe we'd see some sort of initiation, but with that, No Bounty Hunter, they back off a moment. And this is a bit difficult here for Khan as he's trying to just take down these illusions, but also struggling a bit. Smoke coming out now from the side of the Spider Pigs, hoping maybe to sweep around the side. Although they ping out that Blink is top. So where is this movement? How are they doing this? Why are they in the bottom part of the river? Okay, they're going to find Khan. That is who they want to try to get. The jump forward immediate. Nice fissure coming out. And they go and they just rip them apart. Plus the Echo Slam. They're just running through No Bounty Hunter now. His Desire is trying to taunt his way out of it. Knowing he's going to go down, though.
That was incredibly greedy from Khan. Mars was showing top and Void Spirit was showing bottom, and he still farmed in the river. That is frustration, tilt, you know, pressure, whatever you want to call it, but that's something that every player of this caliber knows, and you just can't do it. And they immediately punish it. Like the Spider Pigs, I'm sure they're thinking, what are they doing? They're showing in all 3 lanes, and then they just killed them. So that's going to lead to a Roche.
I don't
Deuce
think
was hard enough to kill once.
I don't think they're like, what are they doing? I think they're like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Definitely like, all right, fine. If you're going to hand us, you know, Khan on a silver platter, we will take him and we will take that dual damage, please, and thank you.
You may not be surprised, but a lot of Dota teams, they surprisingly shit-talk the opponent during games, not because they don't respect their opponent, but I think something that aspiring pro players are guilty of is that they'll sometimes give too much respect to the enemy team because they're also good players. So I've noticed on a lot of teams I've been on, a lot of teams I've seen talking during tournaments, they'll just call the other team noobs or idiots or stupid. Like that, they'll see that moment. They'll be like, "What are these idiots doing?" You know, because they want to remind themselves that, like, yeah, if we see 3 heroes on the map, that means they're punishable. You don't want to hesitate. You don't want to give the opponent too much credit.
Hey, the mental game is a
themselves,
huge part of Dota 2.
Oh, absolutely. And look at
Oh
Thug's,
God, Thug gets himself a double damage too.
He's queuing up the rapier.
Oh, he's gonna get the bottle now. Yep, save that for later. This is a 1-0 and 10 Medusa, I would like to point out, and he's only growing in power.
Yeah, more than 10 CS a minute. That's exactly what kill score plus CS score you want to see on a Medusa.
Feels like Mitch was thinking about getting the jump here. DNZ, though, realizing it looks like it's only Flash, though. Perhaps they're going to go for this play. Dash back, though. Nice spear. Rest of the team is fast collapsing. Blink. Ooh, he's got the spider legs. He's leaving a trail, though. This is not good. They know exactly where you are, my friend, and you're just, you know, I know you're the god of war, but you can't be giving free damage away like that.
Yeah, so close to his blink dagger too. That's the worst part, as they are pushing the other 2 lanes. So I did buy a little bit of time, but the question is for what? What are you buying time for? You're not the Medusa lineup. That's what I'm nervous for. As they have the level 20 talent on Thug, he's got the rapier. They are hitting their timing perfectly with the second half of this Aegis double damage rune, and they're surely just going to walk high ground. So much counter initiation. All of them are smoked up. Doing a little gank train Congo line here.
Little ducks in a row here. Just waiting to protect their Dusa.
Ow. That tower.
It's getting chonked down, that's for sure, with double damage, with the rapier. What do you do with a problem like Medusa here?
If someone like Medusa came to your front door, what would you do, Moxie?
I would say, hello, I will give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me.
Looks like exactly what No Bounty Hunter did.
Yep. She says, I would
There
like
you
to
go.
destroy your buildings. Please don't kill me. And they're like, well,
We'll get those next game, but we only have one of us. You know, you
Right.
You can always replace your belongings.
that's true.
This'll come in handy.
All right. Well, seems that the steamroller known as Medusa with a rapier is indeed online. And the side of No Bounty Hunter, they're struggling pretty hard here. We're going to get an illusion rune. Just further making it even easier for this Dusa to push out waves, do some farming, you know, whatever really she wants at this point.
The value hyperstone.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
All right. Thug just walks up to the high ground, immediately gets speared away. Doesn't seem to care at all. And look at it. Just look at that tail. The entire time. Disarmed. Goes and pops Manta. Easy peasy. Blink just keeps spearing her over to the side, but she just keeps coming back. Just focusing on the buildings. No mana left, though, at the very least. Still has the Aegis as well, so no fear at all over on this Medusa. I think you just keep letting her siege, and you know, maybe you go and you pop the Aegis, but then you gotta kill her again. And look at this. Look at this damage. All right, that's the Aegis, but the duel comes in. They jump immediately over to Mars. Maybe not the best target, but it's still looking pretty gosh darn good because they managed to get the kill. Spirit Siphon's gonna get used over onto Khan. Look at Thug, though. Eyes on the prize. Just says, I'm here for buildings. I don't need to kill you. I just need to destroy your home. Mitch taking a lot of damage. Nice fissure here coming out from DNZ. Jump forward. He's got the BKB, and he's just man-fighting here with Khan. He can't deal with it. Top tower goes down. Are they getting megas off of this? Because it feels like they are. Jump over onto the back lines coming up from Nataki, but he doesn't have the damage here. He's got the BKB. It's just too much, though, coming up from this Dusa. She's got the Stone Gaze up. Everybody's running away from Thug. Blinding Light. He wants to finish off this Rax. And yeah, they can keep poking, but it doesn't feel like it's doing a gosh darn thing. Frostbite coming out. Another silence. Dusa, again, not caring. Does get disarmed, so she'll just hang out, wait a little bit. Eventually, she's going to be able to hit again. Thug, eyes on the prize. Again, just hitting these buildings. And just like that, they get mega creeps. Khan, he's still trying to do something. He gets dueled up. The taunt. Okay, they do manage to find the kill, but eventually, you know, they jump right back in. They'll take down Khan, they take down Thucky. And the GG gets called. They've been handed a walloping. And they're ready to go to game numbers.
I straight up don't think No Bounty Hunter should think about this game too hard. Spider Pigs played their lineup to maximum potential, while I don't believe No Bounty Hunter did. I think Spider Pigs did exactly what they had to do, and that was enough this game. And I think that going into a final game of a best of 3 with so much on the line for these two teams when it comes to the standings, just retire the caudal bristle for now. You can maybe scrim with it in the future, but I really do. I don't want to be too harsh, but I really do think that they played so much better in the first game. They looked so much more in their comfort zone. They really did look clean, so I know they're quite capable of looking like it and coming back. Let's just do what we're more refined at, honestly.
Yeah, it felt like they were thinking a little bit too much, and they're like, oh, maybe, we should try this out. But just the execution, like you said, it just wasn't there for the caudal bristleback, unfortunately, for them. But on the bright side for Spider Pigs, that means that they get a chance. They get one more chance here to take them down. And we're getting ready for some real late-night Dota over here. So we can toss it over to the panel and see what they have to say.
Thank you. Yes, Spider Pigs pushing this to a third game means that they are still in contention now to make it to the upper division, because the loser of this series guaranteed cannot make it to upper division. What's going to happen in game 3? Why did game 2 happen the way it did? We're going to talk all about that after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Make a wish, boy, let it go. Hope to heaven before you're old. Hold your hand out as it rains. Catch the moment before it fades. Take a deep breath, fill your lungs. Ask the questions while you're young, young, young. And take the hard road, and you'll be done. And you will get there before you know. I'll send the answer.
this lower division series between Spider Pigs and No Bounty Hunter, it is Spider Pigs that take game 2, therefore forcing out a third game to the series, third and deciding game. And a quick reminder, loser of the series stands no chance to make it to the upper division, while the winner still has that chance for tiebreakers. There is also, it's not only their fate that they're holding in their hands, they have to also get lucky with other people losing and stuff. But that's not the point. The point is that we're going to see a game 3 because the opening of Cottle Bristleback just did not work out, and the Medusa ended up being victorious. I'm here with Tikov and ODPixel, and they're going to tell us exactly why this game was for Spider Pigs the win. Owen.
Yeah, I was just sort of carrying from what Brian was saying, just a little disappointed on their performance with the Bristle Coal. I thought it would be better. It wasn't. I mean, he kind of got tanky with his items, but it very early, very quickly in the game came to a point where it's kind of like, well, how are they going to kill this Medusa? And Thug was like, yeah, how are you going to kill my Medusa? So he buys a rapier, and then they didn't kill the Medusa because they couldn't kill the Medusa.
Nope. Maybe Cottle Bristle opener T a bit too predictable.
I think it's fine for other teams, isn't it?
Yeah. The opening is somewhat fine. I think the key issue is you haven't respect banned the Medusa, especially with this team being such a Medusa team with Thug coming back. But I want to put emphasis on the laning phase where the Bristleback dies to the Legion and just the Fissure alone. I think the way that they played this Cuddle Bristleback lane, they Cuddle sacrificed too much experience, and he was like level 2, Bristleback was level 4 or 5. Like, you meant to just share XP and fight and be really in their face, and they just weren't really doing that. And you think of mid lane, Death Prophet, he was dying 2 or 3 times, but he was forcing so many rotations, it unlocked the Medusa to farm pretty well. And I think the key thing here is there was a stat about the stacks made.
Yeah.
But when you think about who's making the stacks, you've got the Ancients and the hard camp being stacked on the side of Radiant, and you've got just, medium hard camp on the side of Dire. So the stack numbers look good for Dire, but in reality, these uncontested Ancients that Medusa farms just kind of props her up to have such a great game. And we never saw No Bounty Hunter have a timing because this Legion, he had such a great lane and his Medusa had farm. So guess what? You turn that Bristle around, he's looking straight at you, he's gonna die.
Dead.
So, yeah, Spider Pigs played really well, and I think No Bounty Hunter really kind of hindered their own ability to have any entry into this game.
Yeah, they really did. Let's find out what Purge has to say about the second game of the series.
Thanks, guys. I agree a lot with what T-Gov said about the Bristle Caudal lane, but what Spider Pigs did was actually really smart. Now, we thought of Legion Commander as the Bristle solution because of the fact that his ultimate is really good at turning the Bristle back, but he did a really good job with his itemization too. He started out with his magic stick here, and what that basically means is that when he gets magic stick charges, not only does he get heal back, but with press the attack, he also gets a secondary level of heal. So every 10 sticks that he gets really gives him 300 health, which is an insane amount of regen to get to counteract a Bristle. Most offlaners don't have this solution. So now Bristle's sitting low mana, and now because Legions basically offset all of that harass with costing him almost no regen, it puts him in a really good spot. And yeah, Bristle should be able to offset that with mana regen, but let's see what happened to the Caudal. Caudal followed the Earthshaker as he did his pull. Earthshaker did a nice movement to the right, ends up fissure blocking Flash on the Caudal. This forces Caudal to run in a big circle so that he doesn't end up dying. As a result, he doesn't really get to stick around and get more of this experience. He runs over to the small camp instead, but what does Earthshaker do? Not only does he fissure the Caudal, but he also interrupts the pull. That means Caudal cannot connect the pull, cannot kill the small camp, and therefore is denied a quicker level 2. And then later on, he again fissure blocks something like this to try to interrupt the pull. And in fact, he only gets 2 creeps to commit to the pull. Flash does zone the Earthshaker, but because it's only 2 creeps, it only kills 1 of the small creeps. And therefore, Caudal is still level 1 at the 2-minute and 40-second mark, which is a big downside. At the 3-minute mark is the moment that Caudal's able to pick up level 2 finally from this creep wave dying. And that's when he starts giving mana to Bristle. This is probably the reason that he ended up picking up Soul Ring so late. So Mitch basically offset all of the harassment by playing Legion Commander and trading effectively with the magic stick. Bristle couldn't offset that with the Chakra Magic from Caudal. And then they had this really nice kill here where instead of going for bounty runes, Mitch goes crazy pressuring the Bristle back. Earthshaker rotates over. They get the fissure kill. Then with that, they get the level 6, which kills the Caudal, and then they take the stack. So basically, they just completely shut down this Bristle Caudal matchup because Caudal delayed his 2, and because Legion was really good at trading hits.
T, I want to hear from you. You're coach. You're the coach of No Bounty Hunter for this 1 minute that we have remaining in this segment. What's your speech going to be about?
I think Khan, you can do so much more. Your skill cap is higher than a bristleback. And win your lane. Flash. Don't run around and gallivant for this 2 or 3 creeps. Secure your own game. Don't grief yourself. If you're going to make stacks, make good stacks. Farm those stacks. And talk with your team and fight. Because you did nothing that game. You were useless.
What?
Why is useless?
Get better. No, I just thought I'd start getting. I don't know. I just got really in the zone for a second.
Useless.
Wake up! You're not meant to lose game 2.
I mean, they need to wake up.
Yeah, they do, because game 1 they looked pretty good. Game 2, that was of course all Spider Pigs all the way. But I think other thing as well. Last bit, respect the thug, the Medusa. Like he legit plays 2 or 3 heroes very well for this team. Respect ban them or cover your bans. Like they didn't respect this Medusa. Like I thought a Beastmaster or Enigma, some big offlaner to round out their draft, pressure him, go. But instead they just threw it all away.
Just like that. Well, let's find out if they are going to ban that Medusa in game number 3. Game number 3 is coming your way very, very shortly. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break. Will happen in this third game of this best of 3 series? I don't know. That's the beauty of Dota 2. We are here with Purge, Tigov, and OD Pixel, and we're ready to show you the draft of Spider Pigs and No Bounty Hunter. They're going up against each other for the lower division of the European DPC. and they need to win if they want to have a shot of getting to that upper division. Because losing here means you are no longer in contention for that. So a third and deciding game to decide which team has a chance of tiebreakers. So I'm starting off with the Earth Shaker pick. By the way, Puck and Earth Spirit once again banned by Spider Picks, meaning Void Spirit still in the pool. But we haven't seen that picked up in the first two anyway.
Yeah, I don't see No Bounty Hunter wanting to potentially instantly snap pick the Void Spirit. I think maybe Ducky will realize how annoying the matchup is after that second game and how much help he needed from his support. So I think maybe they'll shift to a new game plan, or they just want to go for full comfort and they'll just put him on the Void Spirit once again. I don't know what they're really thinking, but I'd like to see a new hero playing up against the most likely mid lane DP.
Pretty ready to pick the Earthshaker as they ban the Clockwork in the first phase. So it's clearly the hero that they want. Definitely very solid. I feel like I've watched a lot of early games in detail where Earthshaker with the Power Fissure just like wins some creep equilibrium things in a huge way that just give you a massive lane advantage. So even though Earthshaker might not feel as impactful as some other fours in terms of their ability to fight to the death, their ability to like manipulate creep waves, if done well, like just destroys the early game.
The Spider Pigs classic. When they get a taste of victory, they latch onto it. And this is what the Medusa is. This is their way of going, well, we just beat you with it. So please, in your 15-minute break that you got, you better have understood a way to beat this Medusa because we will be going for it again.
Yeah, surely they're going to have ways to. I guess one of the downsides showing what's likely to be your two supports does mean that you can't fit the Nyx Assassin in, which of course is definitely one of the nicest against Medusa. A bit of the old mana nuke. And I mean, other than that, what do you sort of look towards? You still look to sort of your diffusal builders, or what way do you like to go against an early Dusa?
Again, the key thing is you have two options. You either kill the backlines, ignore Dusa, and then kind of isolate her, and you just kite her out, or you're able to have all this map pressure early on, so you kind of play into that early window. And I think with No Bounty Hunter, this Grimstroke pick, it can be their mid, and it can also be that fight. So they have a little bit of flexibility there, and that's what they'll try and utilize this second phase for, is to try and unlock this Grimflex in their draft. But the key thing is they need to have at least lane pressure. Like, this Medusa cannot just sit there and happily push out lanes and have no lane pressure, but also that tower's easily defended because there's no like tower damage. Like, that's the key component, really. Like, touching on 3 points there.
So the two pieces that fit that together are basically offlane heroes with Necro 3s, right? Tower pressure,
Yes, exactly.
and mana drain.
Yeah.
It solves both problems. I think some of the games that we saw Deuces do poorly in, they would just kill her twice before the, in the laning stage effectively, with maybe like an Orm of Venom rundown, with maybe a Necro 1, something like that could be really effective.
I still think, of course, Beast would just.
I mean,
be
Beast
very,
is
very
top of the potential heroes, surely.
And
Especially
then
with
they
Grim,
like
double
two,
roll.
Yeah, very, very strong.
Yeah.
And especially because, so when you're first pick, you get to react twice in the second phase of the draft. So Spider Pigs right now, they're going to have to reveal most likely their position 5. This is why No Bounty Hunter are banning out these easy to pick second phase heroes when you're second pick, because again, like, imagine if you're Spider Pigs, you pick DP, you pick Medusa, you then pick a casual Rubik or Oracle, you're not revealing anything really in your draft. Bounty Hunter have to show one more thing. It's hard to draft when you do this, so I can respect the bans coming out from the Bounty Hunter, unlocking their kind of the position that they're in.
Surely there's more position 5s than just those, though, that are good.
Yeah, of course. There's certain lane dominators. I think there's Crystal Maiden still fares pretty well.
LeBron is actually one of the few captains who's a fan of the Ogre Magi.
That was a lost art, the Ogre players. I think is it Febby still plays? He's at the forefront of all Ogre gameplay nowadays.
I would not know.
Oh, well.
I haven't seen Ogre in a pro game, all DPC, at least myself.
You know,
LeBron has played it 3 times, but yeah. 2 of the wins of that, there's only 2 wins of the 3, have been both versus Meta for Pro and Burjui. So, don't know how much we can take from that one. They go for the Crystal Maiden, another save 5.
It's pretty solid. Mana on Death Prophet is fantastic. It's really good on Medusa as well.
There's a CM, yeah.
Just to accelerate a bit.
So Ogre Magi in the first 3 weeks of DPC, not including the 4th, it was picked 3 times in North America, 3 times in China, never in Europe or CIS. Once in South America, and twice in SEA.
I mean, it makes sense. It has to bleed over slowly, and because we're all playing online, it just hasn't had a chance yet.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's as simple as that.
Oh, I like
Virus can't get out.
Oh, the next pick.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they'd have the flexibility to move the Grim, but I guess they do as a team. So this, I imagine, will be an offlane or mid Grim. And
we have seen.
What have they done core next?
No, that's it.
Or-
They have played the offlane
They
Grim
have
before.
done it.
Yeah.
Okay, they have done the.
And also, some
There you
teams
go.
have run the Nyx or the Shaker in that 5 role.
Mhm.
So there is easily, like, your Shaker Nyx could be your 4-5, Grim could easily be your mid or offlane here.
I think that's more like if it's offlane Grim and then 4-5 Nyx and Shaker. I think this is great. I think maybe they didn't think it was worth a ban because they didn't think this was going to have room in.
It
No
does
Bounty
look
Hunter's
very
lineup.
weird seeing these 3 heroes. in
Yeah,
this-
but
in this order.
I think it is that good enough of a game for the Knicks to sort of force him into your lineup. I think he is one of those heroes that can really do a number against heroes like Dusa.
Yeah, I like that dual lane potential, but if they force Earthshaker into a different role, it's certainly going to weaken their draft a little bit. Not that Earthshaker 5 isn't playable, of course, but it should be a little worse.
Ooh. So when we mentioned earlier the Necro Book 3 buyers, the reason why they're strong is because the Book 1 presence in the lane forces the Medusa to feel slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And when you have Lycan against Medusa, it's a really awkward matchup where early on you can, of course, pressure the Medusa. You have that simple invade with ult, you go in, without ult, you farm. It does put you on a timer where Medusa will happily sit at the tier 3s and defend to the end of time. But again, there's a very big window where this Lycan can really pop off. And when you have these stronger laners, where it's like Grim +1, the mana burn, like you mentioned, Owen, that can be disruptive enough to make the Medusa feel a little bit squishy. So I don't mind it from the Bounty Hunter, but we need to see one more core that has some kill threat. Otherwise, I can see this Lycan getting kited, and the same story as the game 1, or game 2, sorry, where like Medusa just farms up, a little bit of pressure, exactly, and then we're back to the same story of how do you kill the Medusa.
The Necro Summons and Lycan Rundown are really good against the supports, at least.
Yeah,
so they got that going for them. And plus, think of the follow-up. It's not just going to be Lycan running, it's Lycan with a level 4 Inkswell on him, too. So some of these initiations are actually kind of dangerous, and especially if there's follow-up from Fissure or Nyx. The anti-running you hero, very good against Lycan Summons, Drop Pit and Malice. It doesn't cost that much. It doesn't feel like you're committing big spells to just impede those, so it would have been really good.
I think for Spider Pigs, the offlane hero pool for Mitch now is pretty much like Centaur.
Mars?
Mars as well, yeah. Like the big lads, like Mars will just take the fight with Blink plus BKB, and then Centaur will just go for the Crimson Guard.
I mean, do they not play the Grim mid then?
Well, they can.
They have not yet done it. They've only played it the offlane or as the
Isn't
five.
it still just such a nice lineup to have a Beastmaster in? You know what I mean? And you're not sort of saying to him, hey, can you play the Grim mid so we can get the Beastmaster in as the final pick? I mean, because Grim as a hero, I think you can beat DP mid, right?
I'd love to see Furion, actually. That's still available? Yeah, I'd love to see that. Just really beat down the side lanes, have overwhelming pressure, double down on the fact that you're going to win the game before Dusa comes online. I don't mind that.
Well, you wouldn't like it as well if they did like a Lycan offlane and then actually got a carry that was sort of the insurance policy?
Only if they pick maybe an Alchemist, but there's still like a Timber available. And I think that's maybe the other option Spider Pigs could go for, where they could just go casual Timber, and it's like, what do you do to this lane? That's actually a big threat, now that I say it aloud.
Yeah. They can still swap their lanes, I guess, like put Dusa somewhere else or something like that.
Oh, no,
That
I
way
mean
somebody
Spider
else gets
Pig.
sacked, but
I mean Spider Pig, sorry, going for the Dusa. Sorry, for the Timbersaw. So if no Bounty Hunter, pick a weak hero here. Spider Pigs could just ultimately last pick a Timbersaw and have DP mid, Timber offlane, Medusa carry, and just real pressure.
you're just saying because the early rotations from No Bounty Hunter have trouble killing Timber
No,
Saws?
exactly, yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
doesn't. Okay.
$20 seconds left of reserve time. Oh, is that Khan? Oh, that's Khan. Hi, Khan.
Hello. They're thinking it through.
This is by far the worst point of the draft, simply because you're not panicking, but you're like, all right, are we putting the hero here? Are we flexing? Are you sure? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Some teams are really calm in this moment, and other teams can get a little bit spicy, and then Spider Pigs actually go for the Beastmaster themselves.
Yeah, and the Razor pickup, do we like that on the Bounty Hunter?
It's very
Gives-
aggressive.
Gives them like one of the lane wins, basically. If you play it consistently, like how Weehawk did, it just makes your lane work a lot better. Like just wins your lane.
Ooh. It's also a really nice...
Oh, he's going mid, though.
Yes, a nice idea against the DP, right? Because the DP needs to stay close to you to get health back, and the Razor wants to stay close to you to take your damage.
Yeah.
So you probably
I like
offset
that.
the heal that you get from the damage that you suck. So that's kind of interesting. I think rounding out the draft, Spider Pigs, of course, Beastmaster and Shaman does deal with the Nyx, so they have kind of covered themselves from the foundation of the Bounty Hunters draft, and it is kind of the exact same game as game 2. Can Medusa get farm? If she can, probably will win the game. Otherwise, in the Bounty Hunter, they have such a strong window to win lanes and to close out this map.
All right, final thoughts then, Purge?
Yeah, I like Razor as a last pick, just because it's going to help ensure that their lane goes okay, and then when they do invade, in the mid game, it's another hero that's really fast, really happy to dive heroes, so if they can win their lanes, no Bounty Hunter should be able to run at Spider Pigs constantly.
All right, that's clear language. Thank you so much for the contribution. What do you want to say, T?
I just want to say, I want this game to go long enough so that Lycan has all these items, buys Axe, gives it to the Razor, and then Razor turns into a wolf, and then you have the wolf running after you, stealing your damage. No? All right, fair enough.
The game has to go pretty long for that to happen, right,
Well,
Ellen?
let's
Yeah,
go then.
maybe it will. I mean, the Medusa involved. You know, it gets to the point where they struggle to close, but we get some crazy late game fights. And I think the Razor pick is pretty big brain for the reasons of the mid matchup and against the Deucer down the line. I think you take away this Deucer's damage in the team fight, and suddenly the Deucer does become incredibly underwhelming. So I like this final approach from Daki to play some mid Razor, and I believe it's going to work. I believe it's going to look good.
All right, we're going to find out. We are ready for the third game of this best-of-3 series. Let's head over to Moxie and BSJ.
All right, BSJ, have they altered their lineup enough now so that way this Deucer does not have the time of her life and does not become massive?
Yeah, it's not just the early game that I'm thinking about when they talk about running at the Medusa, but he also has to carry late game against Static Link and Nyx Assassin Mana Burn, so it's not nearly as straightforward as you get to that 20 to 30 minute mark on Medusa, 2 or 3 items, and you're suddenly carrying this game. Death Prophet is pretty nice against Razor. One of the few heroes that you could theoretically Static Link and she will just still kill you if her ultimate's going. But on top of that, they do have the Lycan, who's quite good against Death Prophet because usually her only way of defending herself in the early to mid game is the Yule Scepter, which gets easily purged off by that Book 3. So they have all the tools they need in order to deal with the threats of Spider Pigs. And I agree, based on the first game, if they execute that way, I think no Bounty Hunter will take this cleanly. But if they have a couple slip-ups here and there, like they did in terms of just raw efficiency of execution of their heroes, like they did in the second game, Medusa will still carry this game. I think she will, but because Lycan carries just kind of pales in comparison as you move forward.
Well, the mind games have already begun here for both of these teams, as you can see Desire getting a ton of tips right out the bat. Noob saying, I lied when I wasn't going to tip you. So clearly we've all descended into some form of madness here for some late night Dota 2, but it's going to be exciting either way. And there's a pause.
Yeah, nothing like setting the tone by pausing at the start of the game. This is, at least for me, an NA special. You're an NA pub player, you'll get a pause at least 80% of your games right around now. So I'm very familiar with this. Throws people off. I will say that I'll be thinking about all the things I got to do in lane, and then the pause happen, and I'll try to be thinking about what I want for dinner. And then the game comes back, and everything I ever thought of didn't matter anymore.
Well, I will say that Ducky does look like he has won that creep blocking game here. So he's just going to immediately steal a little bit of damage. Not a lot here from Noob, but enough to give him a little bit of an edge.
70 to 52 damage.
Ooh, boy. Top lane. Oh, that's a great impale here from Flash. DNZ was hoping that maybe he could get off a little bit more here, but already putting a lot of damage onto Khan.
Yeah, I like that early tri-lane just for one creep wave. Thug does get punished a bit as he does get fissure blocked and brought down pretty low. Is he gonna die?
I don't know. Do they have a stroke of fate? They do.
Never mind, I don't like it.
Yes, no, I think that was very costly. And here we go. We got some more tips coming out. I'd like to see more voice lines, please and thank you. Starting to feel like an SA match right now. I like it. I feel at home.
Yeah, well, I feel like I belong as well. This is nice. Familiar territory for both of us.
Yep, they're just making us very comfortable here for the last cast of the night. Flash is taking a decent amount of harass, though, from DNZ in the top lane. He looked pretty happy about those trades.
Looks like both carries will be off to a bit of a slow start. I think Lycan, as long as they have space to recover, would rather be the two of these in the slow start because Medusa requires a lot of items and levels to eventually go jungle, while if Lycan gets level 5 with mediocre farm, he'll accelerate really quickly.
That is true. Good chunk of damage taken here by Taki. And still pretty even, though, in terms of the CS in this mid lane. Couple more denies, couple more last hits over on the Razor, but nothing too far. Man, Noob looks so happy. Flash? Okay, he's all right. He's all right. DNZ's just gonna teleport out. It's nice being able to have these player cams and to see like what kind of spirits that they're in.
Yeah, I'm the guy that never blinks. I always get told I never blink, so I
just have
probably
very
look like
dry
my camera's
eyes.
frozen. Exactly.
That's not good. Do you have like those glasses that are the blue light or whatever too?
I used to use those, but now I just make sure I play with the lights on. It's probably not the best alternative, but I've already done the damage. I'm just trying to make sure it's not any worse.
Got it. Got it. Well, a lot of these players could learn a thing or two from you by turning on lights when you're playing.
Trust me, guys. If you're in your younger 20s, I know I sound like a boomer, but please turn the lights on. PSA, again. I'll say it as many times as I have to. I can't see past 20 feet, even though my close range vision is perfectly fine.
Fun fact, I'm legally blind without my contacts and or glasses. Literally blind caster here.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You just laughed at my face, dude. What's up with that?
It sounded like a confession, but at the same time, it seems like you've come to terms with it.
I have.
I'm like, yeah. I feel bad about laughing a little bit there.
Don't. It was funny. Khan in the top lane, though, not laughing because he gets chased down by Mitch. Boars beats dogs, apparently, in that lineup right now.
Yeah, level 2 boar. Incredibly strong. That 20% slow, that's consistently applied. Super obnoxious. And you can't fight back because it also attack slows you.
Taki might need some help here, although. Plasma field, the rotation coming out from both of his supports. The fish are a little bit off the mark, but the impale does land. So now DNZ, he's trying to body block. He's trying to make sure that they can't grab this rune. It's going to be noobs. And they might be able to get this into a kill. Yeah. Down they go. Taki has to be careful as well. He's out of mana here. He's going to be able to get a couple clicks off over here onto noob, but not enough mana to do anything else, really.
Yeah, he's going to have to go base. Razor is a decent bottle carrier, but it looks like he's opted to just go all the stat items. 2 Wraith Bands and a wand. No real regen, like raindrops or salves or bottle. Interesting choice there.
I mean, we don't see a lot of Razor getting picked up, and the couple times that we have seen it, it has been in the offlane. Ooh, LeBron down here. Sidestepping that stroke of fate, though. I like how Thagito's just kind of like, yo, leave my Crystal Maiden alone, but isn't going to actually, take his eyes off the creeps.
Yeah, I think Razor's going to be specifically seen a lot against Medusa. That's where we've seen it a couple times, at least most of the times I've seen it. Just as the game goes on, Medusa banks on standing her ground, and the static link does so well against that as... Okay, suddenly Lycan's died twice.
Yeah.
Before his Necrobook won. The race to the Necro's top. Mitch wins that now. I think Lycan was supposed to win it, but now that he's gotten the 2 kills top, Mitch gets there first.
Yeah, that fish is just a little off the mark here. Unfortunate for the side of no bounty hunter.
I'm just a little sad they took away Razor's farming capabilities. His only way of accelerating is Plasma Field, which, I don't know. It's just pretty underwhelming compared to a lot of other mid heroes. And that's why we don't see him as much anymore. He used to have the passive damage. That felt really good. Any hero in the game that has an innate farming steroid, it just feels nice. It feels nice to play him.
Just because it makes your life much easier.
Money's nice.
Indeed. 6 minutes. Flash picking up that haster, and he's a scooty booty over here. He's trying to find this opening over onto Noob. They find the Impale, and that's the first exorcism, not yielding much of anything, as now DNZ also looks like he is going to get taken out here. That's a double kill now for Taki.
Yeah, it's huge. That momentum swing. Suddenly, it really is a polarized matchup. If Razor threatens you fast enough while you're ulting, then Death Prophet feels incredibly underwhelming that we saw there. It's really close either way, but since the 2 supports came mid, I think that's a bit of a misunderstanding from Spider Pigs. as No Bounty looks to go on Mitch top with that Lycan ulti. Khan, a little bit of weird pathing.
They need to go and cancel out this TP, and they have the Impale. He's stunned up and just gets chomped down.
Boar?
Oh, the boar? The vengeance for all the puppies! The Necro Book's clearly on side Team Doggo. But I'm still a little...
He didn't have mana, it looks like, to summon his own Necrobook because he got mana burned by Khan's Necrobook. The counter to Necrobook is Necrobook itself.
That's it. Pack it up, boys. We figured it out. Can all go home now. Thug not having as free of a time as he did before. And I don't think... Do we have any camps even stacked for this Dusa? No.
like
The answer...
no.
Oh, no, one. There we go.
I will say, though, this Grimstroke's offlane CS is pretty underwhelming. His Earthshaker's been leaving bottom a lot, so he's been left to fend for himself. He'll be able to recover pretty nicely just because of how amazing Stroke of Fate is, but yeah, I think you're meant... I've seen a lot of these Grimstrokes kind of dominate their lanes, and they picked it in response to the Dusa. Maybe a bit concerning, but I'd say I'd rather have the kills happening mid and top. So I think their priority of which core gets the good start is probably correct here, now that I think about it.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't try to pair him up against the Beastmaster, too, just because he is so good against all of the summons, but...
I like it. I don't think really wants to lane offlane most of the time. Most of the offlane carries, like that can aggro tri-lane or dual lane, are ones with natural mobility or survivability super early on. Like it has low armor and wants to just sit underneath his tower. We see a top tower going down. Looks like no real response coming out from No Bounty Hunter. No attempted trades on the map either. Razor represents virtually no tower threat. A bit surprised that Khan elected not to run mid here. I think this was a free tier 1 mid. Pretty important mistake, I think, by him there. Because even though he just has his ultimate coming off cooldown, his summons are what do most of the damage to the building, and this mid tower would have definitely gone down.
Well, they take the top
Razor's
tower.
poking it.
Okay, Desire in position to spot DNZ. DNZ spots him first, though. It's just a little bit faster here. Taki, though, joining here into the fight. They end up losing Desire. He's going to be sapping a lot of this damage here from DNZ as he does manage to find that kill. Dusa? No, well, some of the mana getting burnt down. Taki chasing after him. There is a TP coming out. Death Prophet, though, with the ulti. Nice roar coming out from Mitch. Can they turn this around? This is going to be a dead Razor. Does take a little bit, but he goes down, and now Flash is getting chased after by Noob. Oh, looking for that courier. Ooh, down it goes. Nothing on it, at least.
Like an ult.
All right, he's chasing in. He's got his eyes on LeBron. Nice fissure coming in. Khan chasing them down. He's gonna spot Mitch. Knows that he's got nothing to slow him down. Noob says, I am getting out of here. See you later, Mitch. Good luck, my friend. As that is a nice cleanup kill here. Two kills going over to the side of Khan.
Overall, his ult usage has been really good. I do think him not going to mid tower as early as he could have on Khan cost that overextension to be as costly as it was, but the fact that he just got 2 crucial kills with his ultimate usage, really impactful to him, opening up the space on the map for himself. Has the book 3 now, super early timing. It's really all about the like 15 to 25 minute mark, I think, this game, because at that point, Medusa will be strong enough to show up to fights, but if Lycan keeps hitting these timings like he is, and can just run her down or run her teammates down, I like this. He's actually queuing up a medallion. He realizes how they just need to focus down the Medusa. I don't think I've ever seen that from Lycans, but it makes sense this game specifically.
Man, is this Cardi gonna get the tower? The Hex coming out, bottom lane. Look at this rotation immediately coming out. That army chopping away at LeBron on the back lines, though.
Oh, LeBron,
no. Down goes Crystal Maiden, and DNZ is also not going to be allowed to teleport out, as the Wolves and the army have arrived in the bottom lane, and they're looking pretty hungry.
Yeah, they don't have good D-push on Spider Pigs. I'm surprised they didn't just give that tower up. A little weird decision-making here, as the Death Prophet's also about to get wrapped on.
Oh, yeah, she is. Breaking, throwing out the Impale, the Fissure, everything. Lines being drawn right there at the Death Prophet. Fortify comes out, though, to protect the wave.
Pulling out the whiteboard with the dead lane concept on it right now, because he keeps reminding me that he came up with it. I'm not trying to take ownership of it, guys. Bulbo came up with it, and he'd be preaching it right now, because this is not the place you want to be. Medusa really is their primary tower defender. And because he had a bit of a slow start, like you mentioned, he's just not capable, especially because of the momentum that a hero like Lycan represents. He actually goes for the Orb of Corrosion rather than the Medallion, so similar idea. Something you don't see too often on Lycan, but he does want that extra -3 armor for probably objectives like Roche and towers, but also to focus down this Medusa.
Now this is interesting. The Razors picked up a Blade Mail.
I guess against Death Prophet, he's concerned that the only thing that's going to make it hard for him to fight is the ghost as he runs her down, and she can't control that damage, so that seems pretty nice.
Ooh, the rap play. Look at these lines being drawn on the map here, BSJ.
Yeah, they're ready to invade. Looks like Spider Pigs is awaiting their call up the hill, though.
Low ground. Nice fissure coming out from Desire. He gets silenced up almost immediately. They drop the Serpent Wards. Now Desire trying to get better position here. Flash does go down to Thagito, as Desire's just getting chased away now, so the smoke not working out for them. Although Ndaki on the backlines, he's got the Blade Mail, but it's not really doing nearly enough. Although, all right, he almost manages to kill LeBron. LeBron dancing with almost no hit points, 14 to be exact. That just went horribly for the side of No Bounty Hunter.
I don't know. That's exactly what Spider Pigs want you to do. They have a Medusa. They want to sit behind her and sit on high ground, sit behind towers. And there's really no reason when you have Lycan and Nyx to scout out, you have so much split push and catch to fight into them when they're 5. I think that's the only way that this Spider Pigs lineup can operate at this stage in the game. And I think they learned their lesson for future now. It could be a very costly mistake moving forward in the game, but by no means is this like last game where just because they missed their timing a bit, it'll be over. I think they still have a couple more opportunities and can afford maybe 1 or 2 more slip-ups, but definitely the first step towards regaining control of this game for Spider Pigs. You think there are Simpsons watchers?
Might be.
Because I just realized what Spider Pigs is from.
Oh my god, really?
In my mind, like
there's a whole song. Spider.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Spider Pig can he twist on the web? No, we can't. He's a pig. And Khan is actually a wolf, right? Well, he's not a wolf yet, because he is going to get roared, and everybody's just going to run after him. Flash is like, oh, buddy, I don't think I can help you here. Even if I get the Impale of a Lifetime, I think you still get chomped down. Poor DNZ, though, is forced to run away. Nice Fissure coming out from Blink. So they get the Ink Swell off, and they'll be able to go and land it over on these back lines. So they'll get the kill on Mitch. LeBron also to fall. Poor DNZ's just getting run down by the pups. And down he goes. But you still have... Oh, yeah, look at those boys. Whew. With their little necro books, taking them for a walk in the forest. But you still have the cores over on the side of Spider Pigs. They are farming. They are doing what is need to be done.
Yeah, I think both sides are somewhat okay with that. They got 3 kills, but nothing from it. They delay the Lightning's timing. The Medusa's farming, but then at the same time, No Bounty Hunter got 3 kills, so about an even trade. Probably going to look like they're going to walk into Roche right now. Death Prophet Ultimate is up, though. And they're going to like to invade the bounties. They did see Medusa bottom with that deep ward, which makes them feel much more comfortable to approach this high ground. But that's okay for Spider Pigs, because Noob is just sniping the bottom bounties.
Oh, and that's a dead LeBron here as well. But we do have the Blink Dagger picked up on the Earthshaker. So they could potentially find themselves a very nice setup here, knowing that Noob is bottom, although they'll go into the pit.
I like this itemization from Noob, just phase straight into the plate mail. Even if he just goes casual plate mail into BKB, it will help his survivability a lot against the Razor and the Lycan. Almost 100% physical damage coming out from those 2 heroes.
Yeah, who started that build? I remember talking about it during one of the other casts, but for the life of me now, my brain has just turned to mush.
I've just seen Gunner do it. I don't know who started it, though, but I've seen Gunner do it on these int mid laners that usually when they buy BKB, the issue is they have like 5 armor. That's who I've seen.
That was the Guido's Courier with his Eagle Song. That is a very expensive package to lose.
That's a lot of net worth at this stage in the game. He's rushing that butterfly against the summons of Lycan. You can't build MKB on summons, so it makes sense a bit that he's going for that. But they do have a lot of other damage from the 3 utility heroes, the 2 supports and the offlaner. They are a huge threat, so I'm a bit concerned about his health total being only about 1,000.
What would you have preferred to see picked up on the Deuce this early then?
Maybe like S and Y, like BKB into damage. That's what I feel like he kind of needed. But then, when you're dealing with a bunch of counters, you kind of just need a lot of items to do your job. So maybe that's what he's thinking. Is that the butterfly, out of all of the items he will eventually need, it accelerates him the most in terms of his farm speed. So I can get behind it. Of his 3 items, I think like if he went S and Y, butterfly, BKB in any given order, that's where he wants to go eventually. And Noob is forced to TP away, but gets fissured.
Oh, the fissure! Oh, and the Echo Slam on top of it. They turn it right back around. Noob will go down, and it's looking like a dead LeBron as well. Double kill for Taki.
Yeah, that was sick. Really good timing. Perfectly in the right place from the Earthshaker.
I like how Cod tips the Razor, and Blink's like, yeah, good job, Desire. You're the support. You get
Honestly, he
tipped
did most of the work, Desire, there. Well, yeah,
Cancel the
Razor ran
TPs.
at him, but
there's no
he had
deaths
to cancel those TPs.
if they
exactly.
TP out. Blink is feeling very powerful right now. Oh, God.
Nothing impressive about you in the end.
All right. Well, there's a roar coming out now. So Blink throws out the silence. CNZ is here, though. Will cancel out the TP, so, Blink will die for that, but that was a solo kill on a Medusa. Oh, in comes the rest of the gang. DNZ hightailing it out of there. Tower's being pressured. No Dusa for another 20-something seconds. Like you said, where's your deep push?
Yeah, it's all predicated on Medusa getting 3 or 4 items for them to actually be able to defend their base. So if they go high ground before then, I don't exactly know what Spider Pigs can do about it. The beauty of Lycan against Dusa, it's not the perfect ideal counter or whatever, but at this stage in the game, you can usually pressure multiple lanes at once, and Dusa can only stand in front of 1 tower.
This is very true.
Unless he has maybe a Manta and an Illusion Rune or something.
Yeah, would need ways of actually duplicating himself for sure, but...
Maybe a Shadow Demon, we can hire one for the rest of the game.
I don't think you can rent a Shadow Demon in the middle of a match, but imagine if you could. Imagine if the game got so broken that you could just summon in a random Dota 2 hero. Maybe you don't know exactly what it is, but you just kind of roll the dice like a play on the Gambler, right? An item like that.
Well, what if they had like a draft where you got a 6th man that you can sub in at some point?
Like Tekken Tag kind of thing?
Yeah. That sounds like it'd be good for the balance of the game.
Definitely make these team fights a lot more confusing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm already having a hard enough time saying it as it is. Okay, BKB done on Razor. Hasn't gotten to use it yet. He's pretty scary. With the AC, if they were to ever get an Ags on Razor, those buildings will absolutely evaporate. But I don't blame them for the S and Y. Whenever you have a BKB and they still have BKB piercing disables like the Stone Gaze and the Roar, S and Y, at least in this patch since they nerfed Satanic. Oh,
Desire? Okay, yeah, because they just want to try to blow up this Death Prophet, and they threw out the Soul Bind, but they didn't burst down Death Prophet, and now they're going to pay for it because guess who else is here? Shadow Shaman, and of course, Mitch. Dice Curve gets taken down, Roar comes out. Nice Fissure coming out as well. Exorcism's going to get used. Wolves chasing down over on the side. Taki has the BKB, and these ghosts are actually helping to shred through this Death Prophet. So very value here as DNZ. Also to fall. Thug going and using that Stone Gaze because they need to get out of there as fast as possible.
This'll come in handy.
And what do you do about a BKB Blade Mail Razor running at you as Death Prophet? That's just the nature of what happened in the early to mid game. He's 5,000 net worth ahead of the Death Prophet. That's responsible for more than half the net worth differential between the two teams, just the mid laners themselves.
Oh, LeBron. He was trying, he was running, he was wearing his dancing shoes, but he is going to fall. And still the Dusa alive, Death Prophet's going to be up, and the Aegis does get reclaimed, but they've got a Cardi. Looks like they're going to try to put some damage on the tower. All coming out, Taki standing very, very forward. He's going to try sapping up some of this damage off of Dusa. Only takes about 48. Tower goes down, though. Fissure lands as well. So high ground broken around 21 minutes. Not bad.
Yeah, tier 3 very relevant here just because of how many summons they rely on for the damage. The fortification would actually be significant D-push this game. And so unlike last game, I do think the tier 3 pretty impactful this early on. At some point, you can kind of just blitz it down with Lycan if a fight ever occurs outside of Spider Pig's base. It's they're going to have to be worried about that at all times. I'm mostly just concerned for the Death Prophet. I think why Razor isn't seen very much this meta, not only is it because they reworked his third spell to be the most boring spell in the game, but also because all these mid laners, like the spirits that you can't link reliably, the pucks, are super prevalent. But when you're dealing with cores like Death Prophet Medusa, that's like the dream for Razor. You're just going to get to pick and choose whoever you want to link at all times, and you're going to get the bonus damage, which they don't have any force stabs as far as I can tell. They don't have any Lotus Orbs being queued up. Those are the two items that neutralize the Razor. We did see that come into play yesterday with the PA. But this time around, that's just not happening yet. Death Prophet has to prioritize herself. The supports are too poor. Beastmaster has his sights on... I actually think this Solar Crest is a mistake. I think that should be a Lotus Orb. I think it's too important in this game for the Medusa. Because, yeah, it's nice if you attack faster and have more armor. But if you just do no damage, it doesn't really matter.
That's true. Just tickling her the entire time doesn't make much of a difference.
Use up the Hurricane Pike himself. That sucks. I don't know. It's like, I understand why he's doing it on Thug. I'm not saying that it's wrong of him to build that item. But ideally, you don't want to have to build these items for yourself. Because now you're playing against a carry that's itemizing purely to accelerate and to amp up his own damage. While on the other hand, he's going to invest 4,000 plus gold mainly for the Hurricane Pike active, which just allows you to run away from the Razor. It doesn't actually help you fight.
I mean, is it going to eventually pay off dividends, though? Like the fact that they really do need this mobility item, and if it allows you to get later?
To buy it. That's the problem, is he does have to buy it. And once he gets like 2 or 3 items on top of it, if he ever gets to that point, then you won't feel the negative impact as much from the item. But since right now it's such a large portion of his net worth, it really sucks to have to build it. But they're smoked up.
Standing on the high ground here. Who's your initiator, though, I guess? It's going to be Mitch. He's forward, uses the roar only on the Razor. Silence comes out again. Going to try to burst down Razor, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it over on the backside, though. They'll be able to clean up over on Flash. DNZ stuck over in the corner. They've already used those wards. And he just is getting chonked away by some of those summons.
He wants to Echo Slam so bad. He even wards for himself.
Oh, no. Desire. Oh, he goes in anyways, gets a kill on DNZ. But he is going to get burst down by Noob.
How is that okay? He just Echo Slammed and fissured and then just free path through the trees and almost escaped because of the way his Ag Shard works. You should be able to walk through your fissure. I understand. But it should not give you free pathing over trees and terrain. Like, if it's the only thing blocking you, sure, you can walk through the fissure. But this is
his name is Earthshaker. He is the master of all Earth. Yeah, no, that's silly. It shouldn't be allowed.
How is this okay? Like, watch this. He has like, it's like Spectre Dagger. That's how it looks like it's coded. Like, yeah, that's so dumb. I don't know. We see it save people a lot. Didn't quite do it there, but back in the game, Beastmaster getting caught out by the E-Blade Grimstroke. This game is definitely about who jumps who. If Razor gets his static link BKB off, these fights will almost always go in favor of no bounty hunter. But because he's the primary counter, I guess you could really say, to the Medusa actually outputting damage. If he gets eliminated from the equation, suddenly teamfights look pretty straightforward for Spider Pigs, because that's effectively enabling all 13,000 net worth of the Medusa.
And look at Flash, he's just looking, but they do have a sentry. They will go and stun up the Crystal Maiden, though, with the E-Blade. Throwing out the Stroke of Fate, they just need like one more hit, so down goes LeBron. Beastmaster not up for another 10 seconds or so, but Khan's just shredding through the buildings. So have the BKB available as well over on Razor. It's just whacking away. We'll force out the fortification. Drag back over on the Deuce with the fissure holding her into place. He's stealing a lot of damage here. That is not what Thug wants. Buyback now coming out from LeBron. They don't want to give up this Rax this early, but does go down. Roar comes out, and E-Blade might buy them just a little bit more time, but no, Flash will fall.
Yeah, just by linking the Medusa has a similar effect to dooming her and just killing the buildings in the meantime. She's effectively negated until the static link wears off, and you can just ignore her existence. Which Thug, he TP'd top here.
Desire.
No way out.
They have the ward. They know he's there. The Stone Gaze does come off. Saki still staring, still linking up though, stealing so much of this damage. Has that BKB and the Blade Mail coming out here as he turns around. He tries to click down over here on Noob. The Serpent Wards are back up though. And Noob is just shredding through Taki now. Just doesn't have enough sustain.
Yeah, he definitely felt a bit of strongman syndrome right there, as this may turn into a Roche.
Ooh.
This may allow Thug to go for a Rapier similar to last game. And if he's allowed to do that, that negates and more the static link damage.
Buyback now from Taki. They got to get in that pit, and they got to get in that pit fast. Flash does get spotted out the silence. Just trying to find it. Look, Crystal Maiden going for that ultimate, just trying to make sure that they can't get over there, but they go make the jump. They're doing enough to distract, though. They need to get into this pit. And over on the back side, looks like you do have Flash. He's trying. He's looking to see if he can get the final hit off the snatch up, though. It's going to go over to the side of Thagito. Astaki, he takes too much damage. He goes down.
That was a buyback from Flash as well. And Nataki buyback.
Oof.
Suddenly, Aegis and 2 buybacks. They did lose mid-racks earlier, so it's not like they have complete map control now. But even though they're down by 8k, suddenly this game has kind of been blown wide open, because we're looking like we're approaching, almost certainly going into the 45-minute mark plus this game. It's not going to end any sooner than that based on recent events.
Definitely a bit of a disaster around that pit. But they're seeing if maybe they can make some plays. They've got Vision over here onto Mitch and DNZ. We'll see LeBron joining up. Fissure lands. Wolves chomping away over here at DNZ, plus the E-Blade coming in hot, so they'll clean up over on the Shadow Shaman. Poor LeBron just getting chased down by all of these Wolves. Frostbite comes out, the Echo Slam, it's beautiful! Being led to take down LeBron. They'll turn right back around again. They'll get the kill on Mitch, and the BKB now coming out from Noob is gonna force them back. It does force out a buyback, though, as well from the Beastmaster.
Guys, your Medusa's showing top. You can't be showing mid like that. It's just like last game, but in reverse. The only reason they are afraid to go on Spider Pigs is because of the threat of the Stone Gaze. And Thug was showing top. They can't afford to split up like this. I think they have to have the Beastmaster playing alone on the map while the Medusa kind of just gets followed around by the rest of his team. Probably refine that up a bit moving forward with this Aegis. They probably realize their mistake.
Well, with the double damage rune online for the Lycan, it's feeling very powerful indeed. But it's almost up.
The Halberd's a nice pickup.
Oh? They know Mitch is there, that's for sure. Fissure gets tossed out here. Desire trying to lock into place a little bit longer. Needs to be careful, the roar's going to come out. So they'll be able to get the kill on Desire.
What's he doing there?
I think he thought he could stall long enough.
Yeah, I think he really did think his team was going to be there to help him quite faster than that, but they were like prioritizing the boars and the necrobooks from the Beastmaster, also the high ground vision. Trying to de-ward, they get it. Use the axes for vision. They can't really fight straight into them here. On the side of no bounty hunter, the Medusa just too much of a threat. They're going to elect to TP out on the Grimstroke. Reclaim. Oh no, they have both outposts. He's just looking to get some jungle creeps, it looks like. Does have the Ag Shard on Lycan. So that plus the lane of Barracks mid will be really nice for their lanes to constantly be pushed out. Maybe eyeing up some Boots of Travel at some point on a couple of the Radiant heroes, just because they do need to be able to eventually force the 5v5. But since the lanes will naturally push against them at all times, that'll be a bit more difficult without the Boots of Travel. Because Grimstork already has his. And he's actually going for an Ags against the Dusa. That Dark Portrait, it's going to hurt. I think it's like 150% damage or something.
It's very strong. It's been picked up more and more recently as well.
Medusa, one of the best illusion heroes to take over for sure, because it gets the split shot. Medusa's predominantly base damage, which is what the illusion takes. They are going to smoke, try to make use of the tail end of the Aegis.
I mean, the nice thing too about that Dark Portrait is the fact that it's spell immune, I believe too, and you don't have a lot of options to deal with it. You know, yeah, you can take the Ghost possibly with the Exorcism, that is physical damage, but generally speaking, your Deuce is going to have to focus herself down.
And it is indeed spell immune. I did not know that, so that's cool. Thank you for... I now read the tooltip and realized it's one of the few things that's actually in Dota tooltips.
Sometimes there's like hidden information too, you can never be sure, but in this case, you know, do provide it. I also play a lot of Grimstroke too, so that always helps.
Yeah, usually when people don't know a mechanic, I'll flame them and say, just read the tooltips. And then one day I realized that 70% of the tooltips don't actually include that information that I'm flaming them for. So I feel less like that's a viable expectation.
Man, I could have had that moment. I could have been like, geez, BSJ, read the tooltip. Damn.
Yeah, there was some serious karma that should have been coming my way there, but I respect that you refrained.
I was nice about it. All right, well, that dark portrait is indeed online now, so smoke play coming out from the side of Spider Pigs. Hoping maybe they can catch them off guard. A Lotus Orb is picked up for the Razor as well. See Noob getting into position. They can see all of these summons over here. Flash hiding over in the corner. Noob showing up. DNZ opens up with the Hex. Nice fissure though coming in. Followed up with a good impale over on the back lines. DNZ, he is eliminated. Good roar coming out. This slows him down just a little bit, but over on the back end, Mitch will fall. Noob looking for this opening as they do manage to get a nice soul bind off over here on the side. But now Noob, he's forced to run away. He's separated from the rest of his team. Stone Gaze is going to come out from Thagito. LeBron going down for the Dark Portrait. Another fissure being tossed out. All of these bats trying to put out the damage, but there's just no backup here for this Death Prophet as she does get taken down. Blink getting himself a triple kill. And Desire, man, he is hungry. He wants to just grab this Dusa, slow her down long enough so the rest of his team can get over here fast enough, but they're just not really making it quickly. And go, cancels out the TB. All right, here we go. Race car raises here. Tips are coming out because they know that Thugito's going down.
I actually think the X factor this game scaling up into the late game was this Dark Portrait. I just didn't consider it myself moving forward, but the stronger the Medusa gets, the stronger he gets.
Feels nice to have your own farmed Medusa on your team, right?
Yeah, that's pretty. I only think of Darkseer as the one to really turn it because most illusions don't do nearly as much damage as the original. But in this case, that illusion does more than the original.
Very powerful portrait.
Maybe even more of a reason why Thug should have gone for the Rapier as opposed to these stat items. Something I wouldn't have considered myself, though, so maybe it's just a bit of an oversight, or maybe he just thinks he'll never be survivable enough to go for the Rapier.
And Deuce is down for another 30 seconds. They can really shred through a lot of these buildings. Although they'll back off a bit. They've put half damage on the tier 4.
Yeah, this Lycan build is something else. He's got the Orb of Corrosion and the Desolator. The Gaben gods of Dota themselves also blessed him with the Orb of Destruction. So he's got minus 13 armor, 18 armor if you include the Assault Cuirass, 26 armor if you include Howl. So that's a lot. Let's see. Radiant Heroes. We got 6 armor on Crystal Maiden. Got 13. Actually, only 8 if he's outside of tower range on DNZ. Mitch, only sitting at 22, but that's if he doesn't use the Solar Crest. So all these heroes except for Medusa, they're going into negative territory. I guess DP's doing okay too, but still, that minus armor is incredibly strong here. Even the Dark Portrait likes it.
All right, well, we'll try to make something happen as they go, and they stun up the Earthshaker. Plasma Field coming out, but Flash does go down. Tower also falls. So now they've got this Dusa over here on the side. Desire.
What are they doing there?
I don't know exactly. It feels like it was a little bit too overzealous coming out from the side of No Bounty Hunter, and Spider Pigs want to punish it. Taki actually going to have to go for the BKB to get away here. He's just a little bit too worried.
Now, those are the targets that Spider Pigs want. So if you show your supports like that, they'll take them.
Nope. All right, the silence, his own portrait here. The BKB comes out. They don't have anything to cancel this, though. We'll force the Death Prophet away. Not really the best Dark Portrait to make, obviously, but I guess every little bit helps.
Cooldown. It looks like he's mainly using it as an Inkswell target, which is nice, since it moves so fast already, and you don't have to commit any of your heroes into danger to do so. Thug almost done with his Scotty, but...
Oh, the Deuce the Dark Portrait, though.
Easy farm.
Just cleaning up everything here. Yeah, look at this. Thug does not enjoy fighting with himself.
It's a two-way street. You have the butterfly, so it can't hit you, but you can't hit it very well either.
When you're your own worst enemy. All right.
I think he really needs that rapier. I don't know Medusa all that well myself, but At this point, if it's not a rapier, it has to be like a Daedalus or an MKB, some plus damage item that doesn't actually benefit his illusion. So I guess not MKB, because it will benefit his illusion in terms of the true strike.
Got some big old cardies in their base here. Someone should probably go home and deal with those.
Yeah, this is the problem they face, since they can't really split up with their cores. Medusa Death Prophet very stationary, and then they've got 2 lanes of Rax plus the Ag Shard on Lycan. It's a really great game for the Ag Shard. I don't see it too often, but if you ask yourself if the opponent has trouble dealing with lanes, that makes it a good Ag Shard Lycan game.
Ooh.
Ags in the Roche as well.
Mitch sending the army forward. You have to be careful. Again, they have the blink on the... I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because they just open up with a fissure. There it is. There's the Echo Slam right onto 3 of them. So they immediately have the buyback now coming out from Death Prophet. Buyback's going to come out from Beastmaster as well. So they're going to buy a little bit more time. E-Blade coming out over on the Crystal Maiden. Desire will find the kill. Thagito, he's going to try to force himself forward. They do spend a lot of time. They're all over here in this vicinity of these wards. But Noob, forcing out his own BKB flash, is having a bit of difficulty on this back line. So he'll be able to go. And they get 1 death here. It's coming right back up again. Taki, he needs some help, and he's not going to find it. That fissure was the best that they could do, but down goes the Razor the second time.
Well, he didn't put the Ags in his inventory on Razor, so that means he hasn't used it yet. But who's going to get it? That's the question.
Oh, I know that T really would love to see a bunch of Razor puppies. You know?
Yeah, I realize that, but it makes me realize how weird of a guy T is, you know?
Look, it's late here. T goes a little crazy in the head sometimes. He's a lot of fun, though. All right.
Yeah, I'm just messing. I like T. Okay, so we do got the Rapier queued up on Thug.
I also have the Rapier queued up on... well, nope, never mind. He changed his mind.
Who was queuing it up? Lycan?
I thought I saw Lycan having it in his quick buy for a moment, but perhaps I was wrong.
I don't think he needs one. I think he can reliably... Like, he's not 1 death away from losing this game. While I do believe if Medusa were to die again, the game's pretty much over anyways. So at that stage, that's when you queue up the Rapier. They also have the Nyx Assassin Ag Scepter. They gave it to him. He got the Ag Shard, so you saw the Death Prophet. He has Ag Shard, which makes them take 20% more magic damage, and he has the Enchanted Quiver. So that first attack from him does like 1,000+ damage, and then it also buffs up the Fissure and the E-Blade from the Grimstroke. So we saw the Death Prophet just melt.
Oof. There was a Shadow Shaman there. Desire trying to get into position. Throwing out the Yules over on the side. Mitch, he's looking for the Roar. Does manage to land it over on 1, but he is just getting chased down with that BKB here over here on the Wolf. I'll turn back around and they just, oh my god, they're doing so much damage. LeBron goes down. It's Thagito crawling away, but there's just so much chasing him. They just dive right into the base. They've got their own fissure thrown out here as well. Noob with that BKB is going to try to just dissuade them from hitting the buildings, dissuade them from hitting their Medusa. But Taki is just chasing down Noob here. There's a 4-staff forward again. He's going to try to man fight Thagito. It's pretty hard, though, as they'll back off and they'll just pay attention to hitting buildings.
Yeah, he just needs to threaten the static link, make Thug back off. As long as he's not killing you, you don't really care. Your buildings are dying.
Noob. All right, they're just going straight on. They have Mega Creeps, forcing the Death Prophet all the way back. The E-Blade comes out over onto Dusa. And now they'll turn their attention over to this Ancient. They've had enough. No Bounty Hunter. They'd really like to win this game here. They'll go and they use the Serpent Boards. Tucky does not care. They call the GG. No Bounty Hunter. Managing to take game number 3. Look at the smiles on them. They look so happy.
Yeah, this is a huge series for them. Glad to see them come back strong in game 3. It felt like they were a slightly better team throughout the course of the series, but that they kind of dropped the ball in game 2. And Spider Pigs is plenty good enough to punish them for that. And by no means did they put on a poor showing. I just think in this game, they tried to make the Medusa work again. And as opposed to being a later pick in the draft with a better matchup against even just the supports, in this game, he's dealing with a Razor and a Nyx. And it's just so much harder to carry in this sort of scenario. Congratulations to No Bounty Hunter. big game, big series for their standings moving forward.
Yeah, they've got to be very, very happy with this, indeed, because Spider Pigs, of course, one of those top teams that everybody's had their eye on as well. So getting this victory will definitely put them in a better place here for the lower division. But we're going to toss it over to the desk and have them explain it even more.
Yeah, great results for No Bounty Hunters. They still have a shot of making it to that upper division. But let's talk about this Game 3, about the series, about the day, and of course talk to the winners. And we'll do all of that after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Oh
You got me twisting, got me churning inside tonight. Like a fly on the wall and I'm feeling.
The third game of the series goes the way of No Bounty Hunter. We had the Grimstroke on the off lane, and eventually he got an axe, got copies of the Medusa and the CM, and that certain fight and the triangle of the dire side definitely helped them secure their victory. And unfortunately, even though the last Roshan did drop an axe shard, axe blessing, my bad, axe blessing, they did not give it to the Lycan.
But why not? Like, Ducky, he had the BKB, the Lotus, he had everything needed for that recipe for the wolf to go. But no, they gave it to the Nyx so he could hide. Hide from the game in the ground.
Yeah, and he didn't even use it.
He didn't even use it.
He didn't even use it.
Wasted gold.
He could have been a... Oh, no.
Dog.
Oh.
All right, at least we give dogs their appreciation as cats.
Okay, yeah. That's true. Now 50-50 here.
Oh.
And that's a cute dog. It's like a puppy. Looked like a very
What
young
kind of dog is that? I'm not good on.
Neither am I.
You know,
They're just
no.
dogs. They have 4 legs and
I think it's a Dachshund. Is it a Dachshund?
Yeah, it looked a little bit like a Dachshund.
No idea.
Either that or some very small Dachshund mix. Dog.
Just dog.
Dog.
Let's talk about the game though, because this was a very strong game from No Bounty Hunter. We did have the Medusa this time not being successful. What made the Medusa not be successful this time around, T?
Well, I just early win at the pick.
Pressure, mate.
Yeah?
That's about it. Yeah, a lot of pressure. They had this Grim offlane who at one point just 100-0'd the Medusa, which was very fun to see. But no, I just like the fact that they had this side lane pressure and the Razor. They go for really good optimization with the BKB, then the Blade Mail, and then this Death Prophet who wants to run in. Suddenly, Razor's running at the Death Prophet needs to run away. So they're kind of like now a match made in heaven when they're kind of going off away on the side of the fight, and then that allows everyone just to collapse and really pressure this Medusa. So it's just a nice draft, No Bounty Hunter. Couple shaky points, but then some critical slams from the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
He brought it back around.
Yeah, he really did, Owen.
Yeah.
He did.
He
They
did.
did. I mean, it's a good era. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's mate, it just does its job, doesn't it? Yeah. It throws down a stun, and it goes poof, and
then he
Can you play
does another
Dota?
stun.
Yes, then you can play Shaker.
Do you think Shaker's now easier than DK?
To win games, absolutely.
Okay, so you think...
Well, I mean, DK isn't easy to win games, I don't think. Sure, it's easy to not feed on DK, but it's not easy to win games.
Wait,
Shaker, you win
Alright,
games.
You think you could win like 100 pubs on Shaker compared to 100 pubs on DK quicker?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well, yeah, I think
Well, there we
anyone
go.
could.
On Owen's stream now, he'll be doing
I think
100
literally-
100 games of DK.
Bet is made.
Yes, thank you.
Are you going to do the other one then?
Wait, which hero are you? You're taking the Shaker?
Yeah, sure.
Who gets to 100 wins
This is unfair.
faster?
This is a different MMR bracket.
Okay, let's find out what Purge has to say about this third game, by the way.
Thanks, Shiver. I think for No Bounty Hunter, the key was their draft was really, really effective at running down enemy heroes. They started getting a little bit of a net worth advantage here around the 9-minute mark. And consistently, there's a couple advantages of having these strong running you lineups. Number one, your opponents usually have to run away from you if they don't have the right heroes to deal with it. And in the meantime, you're going to have heroes that are hitting buildings. Like in this example, during this dive, ends up taking the tier 1 tower, retreating to safety. So even though they do lose Razor and they lose Nyx Assassin, not only do your opponents lose some objective time, but they also then have to push across the map just to go pressure objectives themselves. And in the meantime, Grimstroke hitting creeps as much as he wants, and now Lycan ends up popping his ulti and swinging in from behind, securing a double kill, killing both the Crystal Maiden, and then also the running down the Beastmaster as well. So even though they do get across the map eventually after getting kills, there's still a net worth advantage going towards No Bounty Hunter. Similar thing happening on the bot lane about a minute later. They do a little bit of baby pressure on the Shaman. The tower ends up getting denied, but ultimately they are able to re-engage. Necro rotating over, CM dies again. They kill Shadow Shaman again, and the pressure continues across the map. They go to pressure the tier 2. Once again, still very good at diving, and their opponents aren't all alive yet. Clear them out, pressure the tier 2 tower. Now, they do make a big misstep here at the 12-minute mark, going high ground, especially with Nyx not having his invis on, so they were more aware that it was coming. And they also dropped the Serpent Wards defensively, which is really effective too, to clearing up illusions. But ultimately, it didn't matter because some other stuff happened in the game, such as Ducky diving and getting these kills with the Earthshaker fall. This was beautiful. And then to make matters worse, the solo kill from the Grimstroke on the Medusa. Medusa did not have his mana shield on in that moment. It doesn't matter that he died. He accomplished a Herculean task, and this allowed no Bunny Hunter to just grab a gold lead and close the game out.
Clean and simple. And just like that, just apply loads of pressure, and when there's a Medusa second pick in the game, you know exactly where to apply that pressure as well. And that was it was just solid showing from No Bounty Hunter. And it would be really cool if we could talk to one of the players, and we can. Hello, Blink. Good evening.
Hello.
Good night.
Hello.
Congratulations on the series, of course, first of all. And I know it's an hour later for you than it is for us, so we'll keep it short so you can get some proper, well-deserved rest as well. All right, my question is, Blink, it's been 5.5 weeks since you started with the squad in this DPC league, and right, 5.5 weeks.
Has it been so long?
It has.
It's been a rather long time.
Or has
hasn't
it? Yeah, 5, maybe 5 weeks, but at least around
maybe
5
5 months.
Yeah, 5 years.
No, it's 5 weeks. It's 5 weeks.
Help.
And I'm curious to hear from you how you feel like your team has progressed over the weeks, because it's obviously been a new experience with about one series a week. How have you been finding it, and how's the team?
I think for now it's going really well. We had our hiccups with Hellbear Smashers and Creep Wave. Yeah, we did some mistakes. We learned from them. I'm really happy we didn't get super down on the morale. And yeah, we're coming back stronger, you know? Going for the 3rd place now.
Also, is your headset held together by tape?
Yes.
My man.
I just wanted to make sure that yeah. Well.
Yeah, this happened, I think, before the series of Creep Wave, right before, in that day.
Okay.
Wait, did you
And
smash? Did you smash it?
Did you smash?
No. I think it was actually faulty by design, and I will go to
Steel Series. I saw it was Steel Series already.
He's called him out. Nice.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but he can now. He maybe can get his headset fixed.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, you know what?
Free headset,
If you beat Brame, I will do everything in my power to get you a headset. There we go.
Ooh. No, I
You
cannot
can hold me
refuse
to
it.
that. If you beat Brame, all right, there you go, done.
All right.
There you go.
All right. Then hold on to your money.
Wait, you're not going to beat Brame?
No, it's like hold it so that you can spend it on the headset.
Okay. Good. I was like, hang on.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah. I thought he was like, you know what,
I'm
mate?
too tired.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. Okay. All right. My quick question: what's it like playing with a carry player who has like a 74% win rate on Lycan? Like, what's it like experiencing that?
I mean, it's pretty good to see that he learned a lot from me.
I see.
I don't know. It's cool. I think it's a good advantage in the draft. A lot of teams have to pay so much attention to it, and like there's this Ducky Puck, Ducky Void Spirit now, the Earth Spirit and stuff like that. And sometimes people lose track of Lycan because it's not even that much popular in pubs anymore, right? So yeah, like you saw Game 3, they forgot about Lycan. We just took it and won.
Yeah, they paid the price.
Look at that grin. That's a grin of a person who likes the Lycan pick.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets the wins. It gets the wins, you know.
I do a lot.
Yeah.
See?
So anyway, so I was just sort of interested about, you just come out with pretty damn good performance in that game, and we're getting to the rather late hours. Is this usual for you to sort of be playing Dota still at this time, or would you be tucked up in bed, or are you going to finish this interview and queue straight up for some pubs?
I mean, I should be sleeping by now. Okay. In about 5.5 hours, I should start working.
All right, okay. What? Interview's over. Go to bed,
you got to get to work.
At night.
Nah, it's okay. I always take some naps before the game, so it's okay. I'm holding on.
Okay, well, we are not going to keep you any longer, Blink. We have very much enjoyed your performance today, and Grimstroke offlane is one of my favorites to watch, so much appreciated for that. And have a good night's rest so that you can wake up.
And tell them that you won at work. You know?
Yeah.
I don't really think they care, to be honest.
But, they'll care if you beat Brame.
They'll care if you beat Brame.
I mean, I will care more.
All right, thank you very much, and have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
That's dedication. In 5.5 hours, he's waking up to go to work.
Wow, and a heart surgeon as well.
Yeah, I know. Right? I was about,
No, I don't know what he does.
I was about to make like the
a
same
joke about this serious job.
Well, this is why we can't
Waking
have two
up.
Brits on the panel.
Oh God, yeah.
I wouldn't want to be on his table in the morning. Yeah. Well, maybe he's pretty good with the fingers on Grimstroke, you know. So fiddly. I don't know. Is it fiddly heart surgery?
Heart surgery.
I mean, I've played Surgeon Simulator. That's how it normally goes.
Let's take a look at the standings here. We have had 2 series in the lower division today, and they have been quite important. We saw Hellbear Smashers win against Hippomaniacs. Hippomaniacs, luckily for them, are not eliminated, regardless of them not having a single win. Is because Burjui and
Can't
Pro are
stop
both
the hippos.
out. Hellbear
what
Smashers
do you
won
call-
today, and they really want No Bounty Hunter to beat Brame, because No Bounty Hunter beating Brame would mean that if Hellbear Smashers doesn't lose a game, they are into the upper division, just
Correct.
like where Creepwave is seeming to head. Creepwave is done. They're guaranteed in the upper division next season round.
Yeah, so simply putting it, because of the bourgeois, whatever, situation, they're already eliminated. They basically took away a loss from Brame and gave another win to Creepwave. Therefore, if Brame beats No Bounty Hunter and Hellbear Smashers beat Spider Pigs, which are the remainder series of the lower division, then it's a 3-way tiebreak for first and second. Therefore, it is a best-of-1 round robin between the 3 teams. So,
nice.
Guess what?
Gonna have some more Dota.
Exactly, but we don't really want that, do we? As
I
Hellbear
do.
Smashers fans, Owen, come on now. So if Brame loses to No Bounty Hunter,
Yes.
my boy Blink's now got a headset on the line, and then Hellbear Smashers beat Spider Pigs, then Hellbear Smashers are first, Creepwave are second. So pretty much this 23rd, 24th February decides everything for the lower division.
Yeah, no pressure.
Not at all.
That is next week. The lower division actually only continues on Tuesday because the series on the Saturday and the series on the Monday is cancelled.
Yeah, why?
So,
Well, mate, one team just collapsed out of nowhere, and
They
the other
did?
team cheated. Or match fixed. So, can't really say anything else, you know. Congrats, guys.
that's
Keep it
kind
up.
of the reason, yeah. But
I'm glad they're not
I have
playing.
got
Yeah,
good
I'm
news
so
for
happy.
that.
glad they're
Good
not
riddance.
playing,
Get
yeah.
out of here. Shit.
Yeah, but that does mean that we have upper division series coming at
Wait,
you.
there's
on
another
Saturday.
division, Shiva?
Yes.
How do you get better than this?
Yeah, this is like.
I
peak.
love this. I
Did
love this
anybody
stuff.
look up which series you can watch on the Saturday? It's late and I forgot. Oh, very nice. We watched 2 series: Liquid versus OG. Oh, I did write it down somewhere. I remember now. But
look at that.
Tundra versus Viking. Both of those are actually so important. I feel like we only have important series left, but I can't say it enough. This is actually very important.
So yeah, if you're a Liquid fan, they got to play OG and Alliance.
Yeah.
If they lose to OG,
Well, the
and
fans have to.
yeah,
If you're a Liquid fan,
it's one of those community,
you have to play
it's
against
community
them.
votes. You know, like if you get the most votes, you get jumped in the team.
Guys, we've lost a few more series than we wanted to.
Tiger's
Let's
got
get
the
our
boot.
top
Yeah.
fans in.
There we go.
Here we
Come
go.
on, then.
Up you go.
Yeah,
against
but if
Seb.
they lose, they could be out. And then Tundra Viking, whoever loses that series, is pretty much in the tiebreaker situation at best, or out as well. So I'm looking for Tundra Viking, the battle of the elimination.
Yeah, because Viking lost earlier today.
Didn't the Vikings
against Alliance?
lose to the harsh winter conditions of the tundra?
Yeah, but because of Valheim, they've got a lot more experience, and they should be able to battle
This is
back.
about where I say goodnight to all of you.
Wanna hear a
think
Hippomaniacs
they're
joke?
definitely.
Come on, mate.
What do you call a one-legged hippo?
What, mate?
A hoppo.
Hey! Do you want to tell me that metaphor pro joke that you had?
What do you call a hoppo that is met with a banana in its path?
Ooh, what?
A trippo.
Hey! Look at that. Look
Or
at this
a
comedian.
slippo.
Slippo.
What time is it when a hippo sits on your hat?
I don't know, mate.
Time to get a new hat.
Hey! Also, fun joke. Hippomaniacs still stay in
I'm
low
done,
division with a
actually.
0-5 score. Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Or night, or morning, or evening. Farewell. Love you lots.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Broken stories, fallen glories again. Lost angels, this is how the story ends. Again. They're creeping in the corners, in your shadows and your dreams. They're hiding in the mirrors, yeah, they're looking back at me. They're painting you a picture of the lies you wanna see. I'm pretending to be me, I'm pretending to be me. But you see, who's safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
Sometimes it's a rush, yeah, it's exciting. Dining with the devil, you'll know inside my soul it grows and grows. But your secret is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
Waves don't carry away my feeling about you. Trains don't go to the place I'm feeling without you. Days fly by and the more I'm thinking that I don't wanna be alone. And I wait for something new. I wait for something new. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Days you're missing the star, I'll point and direct you. Days you stumble and fall, I'll be there to catch you. I'm still crazy, but now I'm crazy about the only one I love. So I'm waiting up for you. I'm waiting up for you. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I was soaking up the sun with you, umbrella dreams. Put your hand over my chest until we fell asleep. Summer dreaming. Endless feeling. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. I wanna find a way.
Away someone that tomorrow I'll be blind. I draw the face, the sun, till my eyes burn dark. Why should I refine inside? I